Chapter 1. Transmigrating into a Saiyan. Head throbbing, where am I? Ling Yun propped himself up from the bed, feeling as though he had been struck on the head and then unceremoniously tossed to the ground, subsequently trampled upon. A sobbing sound emanated from beside him. Brother Casso, you finally woke up. Ling Yun, enduring his discomfort, turned to look. A frail little girl was furiously wiping the tears from her face, weeping inconsolably. The sight of the girl in distress would tug at anyone's heartstrings. Casso. Ling Yun felt a twinge of confusion. Was she calling for him? What was that? He noticed a tail wrapped around the girl's waist. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced through Ling Yun's head and his mind. Two distinct memories began to intertwine, clashing yet seemingly on the verge of merging. In the throes of this merging process, Ling Yun could no longer bear the pain and succumbed to unconsciousness. Ling Yun hailed from the 21st century, where he made a living renting out the house left by his parents, spending his days engrossed in Japanese anime, with Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball being his absolute favorite. One fateful night, while revisiting Dragon Ball on his computer for the umpteenth time, he accidentally brushed against the power switch, resulting in a total mental blackout and bodily paralysis, only to find himself in this bewildering world. Through the merging memories, he learned that Casso was the original owner of this body, who had been grievously injured by Nappa while trying to protect a frail little girl just as he was on the brink of death. The transmigrated Ling Yun took over his body. Casso, having suffered severe injuries, was teetering on the edge of death, his soul fragmented and scattered, unable to contend with Ling Yun during the memory integration. As time ticked by, Ling Yun finally succeeded in merging the foreign memory. What was this? This was the world of Dragon Ball. Ling Yun was overwhelmed with joy. He had adored the Dragon Ball anime since childhood, occasionally succumbing to bouts of delusion, mimicking Kakaroto's transformation into a Super Saiyan, gritting his teeth, widening his eyes, and letting out a furious roar, fantasizing about becoming a Super Saiyan himself. Even during his evening showers, he would occasionally shout, startling his parents in the living room, who would promptly give him a good thrashing upon his emergence. After the passing of his parents, he had grown more composed, yet his fondness for Dragon Ball remained undiminished, watching it over and over again. He never anticipated that a mere accidental electric shock would transport him to the Dragon Ball universe. Saiyan Casso. I made up my mind. Ling Yun was incredibly exhilarated, wishing to laugh towards the heavens, but the injuries on his body and the pain in his head made him grimace. Brother Casso, how are you? The little girl, tears streaming down her cheeks, hesitated to reach out her tiny hand to touch Casso's face, fearful of causing him pain. Seeing Casso's expression shift, she thought to herself, he can't be rendered foolish by Nappa, can he? With this thought, the little girl began to weep anew, mumbling, Nappa, give back my brother Casso. Casso observed the girl's sorrowful visage, and perhaps under the influence of lingering memories, he felt a profound ache in his heart. Osbier, I'm fine now, please stop crying. Casso embraced Osbier, comforting her. In the memories, Casso's former self and Osbier's parents had fought side by side as comrades in Bardock's team, but had perished during a mission. Afterward, the two had lived together, caring for one another, but without parental guidance, they had grown thin and frail. Nappa's family belonged to the upper echelons among the Saiyans, his father being the right-hand man of King Vegeta. Nappa, who followed Vegeta around, was notoriously arrogant, especially brutal towards orphans like Casso and Osbier. Yesterday, Casso's previous incarnation had been thoroughly beaten by Nappa, and it was thanks to Osbier that he was even able to lie in bed now. A pang of sadness washed over Casso. He and Osbier had grown up together, their bond deep. If she were to discover that her true brother Casso had already perished, how heartbroken would she be? Nappa, is it? At that moment, Casso's gaze turned icy cold. After comforting Osbier, Casso resolved to set aside thoughts of Nappa for the moment. He was eager to ascertain his current battle power. Casso picked up the scouter from the cabinet and, following the method he recalled, assessed his battle power. 300. He was astonished to discover he possessed 300 points of battle power. This was even more formidable than the elderly Piccolo. He surmised that perhaps it was due to his near-death experience that his battle power had surged so dramatically. From the merged memories, he learned that he was actually classified as a high-ranking warrior. Casso smiled. High-ranking warrior, was it? Not bad at all, although not the legendary Saiyan physique. It was certainly superior to Goku's low-class warrior status. In truth, determining a Saiyan's rank based solely on their birth battle power was somewhat inaccurate. For instance, Goku, a low-class warrior, had repeatedly faced near-death experiences, consistently pushing his bodily limits, and his battle power would always surpass Vegeta's. While one could argue that the protagonist's aura played a role, it was undeniable that the Saiyan classification system was flawed. Of course, a higher birth battle power did imply a higher starting point, which provided Casso, as a high-ranking warrior, with a significant advantage. Now, Nappa, prepare to meet your end. Casso scoffed inwardly. Nappa had thus entered Casso's hit list. He felt no remorse for harboring such ruthless intentions towards someone like him. Having arrived in the superdimensional world of Dragon Ball, where the strong prey on the weak and planets could be obliterated at a whim, Casso sought only to grow stronger to survive. Casso organized the memories in his mind, uncertain of the current date or how much time remained before planet Vegeta's destruction. Osbier, what year is it now? Casso urgently needed to ascertain the era. He recalled that planet Vegeta exploded in the year 737 of the age. It is now the year 735 of the age, Osbier replied, wiping the corners of her eyes with her small hands. Only 2 years left. Casso furrowed his brow. Time was indeed of the essence. He remembered that in 2 years, planet Vegeta would be annihilated by Frieza. Frieza, a genius of the Frost Demon race, had been warned by his father, King Cold, to guard against the emergence of the legendary golden-haired Super Saiyan. Moreover, under the directive of a certain deity, Frieza would summon all Saiyans on missions in the year 737 of the age, eradicating them along with planet Vegeta, leaving only a few survivors. With only 300 points of battle power at his disposal, and he and Osbier merely 5 years old, Casso stood no chance of saving planet Vegeta, let alone defeating Frieza. Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans, was born with a battle power of 1,000, an undeniable powerhouse. Yet before Frieza's normal form, boasting a battle power of 530,000, he was akin to an ant. I must escape planet Vegeta within these 2 years, otherwise I will surely perish, Casso murmured, his head bowed. Once he left planet Vegeta, with the knowledge stored in his mind, would he not have the means to contend with Frieza? For now, Casso had no option but to find a way to survive, diligently enhance his battle power, and see if he could save a few more Saiyans when planet Vegeta met its explosive fate. Chapter 2. Slaying Nappa. Having entered the Dragon Ball world, several days had passed, and Casso's initial excitement had somewhat subsided. He was acutely aware of the impending narrative, with merely 2 years remaining until the catastrophic explosion of planet Vegeta. Time was pressing. Without strength, surviving in the superdimensional world of Dragon Ball was nothing short of a fool's errand. Currently, Casso possessed a mere 350 points of battle power, a result of rigorous training methods he had learned from his past life. Yet, this level of power was woefully insufficient. Casso was desperate to augment his strength. Over the past few days, he had ventured into the forest, attempting to comprehend Ki, but had consistently been unable to grasp the essence of it. The potency of Ki was unquestionable. Just as Vegeta had invaded Earth with a staggering battle power of 18,000, he ultimately fell to opponents who could harness Ki. While part of his defeat could be attributed to Vegeta's overconfidence, it was undeniable that Ki played a significant role in his downfall. Ki was an enigmatic force, often defying explanation. It was distinct from mere energy, though energy could be considered a form of Ki. Despite possessing energy far beyond that of Earth's martial artists, Casso found himself utterly confounded by the application and understanding of Ki. Forget it. Casso sighed deeply. Once he escaped planet Vegeta, he would need to find an opportunity to travel to Earth to learn about Ki, and perhaps even borrow some Senza beans from Korin, or rather, borrow in a more fitting manner. Upon this realization, Casso could not help but smile. He sat quietly on a stone by the side of a crystal-clear stream, with several grand mountains visible in the distance. He recalled his childhood in a previous life, marked by a certain naivety, often imitating Wukong as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Let us see what the legendary energy sphere is like. Casso concentrated intensely, employing the method he had assimilated from his memories, gathering the energy within him into the palm of his hand. Before long, an energy sphere began to coalesce in his grasp. The sphere shimmered with brilliance. Adorned by a layer of azure aura, it resembled a supercharged welding arc, blinding to the eyes, while arcs of electricity flickered around it, crackling with energy. This is the energy sphere. I wonder how powerful it is. Casso felt a surge of excitement and could not resist tossing it toward the distant mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Debris flew as a significant chunk of the mountain was obliterated, revealing a gaping hole. This was not the fragile earth, prone to shattering at the slightest touch, but rather the relatively stable planet of Vegeta, where gravity was tenfold that of Earth. Gulp. Casso swallowed hard. Was this the energy blast? How impressive I am. Yet, I hope it doesn't harm any innocent creature. If it does, so be it. Casso dismissed the thought after all. It was quite exhausting for a novice to condense such an energy sphere. It seems I must continue to strive. Casso leaped into the nearby stream. Seeking solace after a long day of exertion, there were hardly any Saiyans around, allowing him a moment to unwind. Indeed, after such toil, one must indulge in appropriate rest. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from afar, the grass swaying gently. Something was approaching from the forest. Who could it be? Casso felt a twinge of anxiety. Saiyans were known for their ruthlessness and cold-heartedness. The utter disregard for Vegeta after its cataclysm was a testament to this. For days, Casso had avoided crowds, engaging in his unique training to conceal the fact that he had tripled his combat power in mere days. Who knew what kind of turmoil that revelation might incite? With his eyes closed, Casso rested beneath the water, but upon hearing the distant commotion, he quickly submerged, anxiously peering at the surface above. The footsteps drew ever closer, and soon a figure emerged above the water. Of all people, it's that scoundrel Nappa. Casso scoffed. Nappa scanned the surroundings, muttering to himself. The data from the scouter clearly indicates someone is nearby. Where could they be? He presumed it was a fellow warrior training nearby, possessing a combat power of 350, and wished to make their acquaintance. However, after surveying the area, he found no trace of this supposed comrade. Nappa shrugged off the thought and leisurely turned to leave. The sight of Nappa's departing figure stirred a flicker of emotion in Casso's otherwise calm demeanor, as if remnants of his former self were influencing him. In his memories, Nappa had harbored a deep disdain for his former self and Osbier, deriding them as disgraceful to the elite warriors. During every sparring match among underage Saiyans, Nappa had always been ruthless, declaring that had it not been for Bardock's favor, he would have already eliminated the two of them. Would he truly kill Osbier and me? Casso smirked with his newfound strength. The tables could easily turn. Having become a Saiyan, Casso felt an undeniable influence shaping his demeanor, rendering him somewhat cold and merciless, as if slaughter were merely a mundane task. To think one would dare venture into this forest alone. Scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Casso began to harness the power within him. After a moment, noticing Nappa drift further from the shore, Casso understood that if he did not act now, the opportunity would slip away. In an instant, he unleashed his latent power, a tremendous force exploding forth, causing the river to erupt with a resounding crash, waves surging violently as droplets soared hundreds of meters into the air. I knew someone was here. They finally reveal themselves, Nappa remarked, turning to investigate the commotion behind him, curious to see who the mysterious warrior was. Moments ago, he had failed to locate the individual, only to discover that they had been submerged, yet that small figure ascending into the air seemed eerily familiar. Casso soared, enveloped in a shroud of white energy, illuminated by the sun behind him. In the blinding light, Nappa struggled to discern the identity of his opponent, shielding his eyes with his hand, but only managing to identify their silhouette, which struck him as oddly familiar. Gazing at the scouter before him, the 350 combat power reading was etched upon the lens, yet inexplicably, that figure drew closer. Wait, Given their trajectory, it seemed they intended to attack him, and Nappa finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet, recognizing the threat was one thing, whether he could withstand it was another entirely. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful kick forward. Bang! Sun Wukong's body shot forth like a ray of light, propelled into the towering mountain ahead. Instantly, a vast cloud of dust was kicked up. Trunks chuckled, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Whoosh! At that moment, a wave of golden energy surged forth from the swirling dust. Trunks swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the oncoming attack. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the golden energy wave detonated behind Trunks. As he glanced at the dissipating dust ahead, he realized that Sun Wukong's figure was nowhere to be seen. What? Trunks exclaimed in shock. In the next instant, a silhouette suddenly appeared behind him, launching an assault. Whoosh! With a light sound, Sun Wukong's fist struck nothing but Trunks' afterimage, a mere illusion. Ha! Just then, a playful laughter resonated from behind Sun Wukong. He turned to see Trunks, his right foot lifting for a forceful kick. Whoosh! Trunks' right foot swung through the space where Sun Wukong had just been. Another illusion. Chapter 3. Super Saiyan Level Up Card. As Trunks spoke. His figure flickered into the air, spotting Sun Wukong, standing firmly on the ground before him. Their gazes locked in an intense stare. In an instant, both figures flashed forward, charging at one another. Soon, they were face to face, engaging in a fierce exchange of fists and feet. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent reeling back. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a wave of golden energy towards Trunks. Trunks shifted to the right, narrowly dodging the attack. At that moment, Sun Wukong vanished from his original position, reappearing before Trunks in the blink of an eye. Due to Sun Wukong's astonishing speed, Trunks could only raise his arms to defend against the onslaught. Bang bang bang! Trunks was repeatedly forced back by the relentless strikes to Ha. Suddenly, Sun Wukong shouted, executing a powerful side kick directed at Trunks. Trunks was immediately sent flying to the right. Darn it, Trunks gritted his teeth, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong planted his feet firmly, launching himself into the sky. Boom! 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 With a series of colossal explosions, energy waves erupted upon impact with the ground. Observing this, Trunks swiftly redirected his focus to the airborne Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong roared, simultaneously releasing a multitude of energy blasts towards Trunks. Boom! 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 In a cacophony of deafening explosions, their energy waves collided, causing devastation all around them. The sky and ground alike were engulfed in a haze of smoke and flames. After a moment, Sun Wukong abruptly ceased his energy wave assault, swiftly gathering his hands together. Kamehameha! A Kamehameha! Trunks echoed, quickly following suit by gathering his own Kamehameha wave. Wave! With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong unleashed his mass Kamehameha towards Trunks. Trunks, in turn, shouted fiercely, launching his own Kamehameha at Sun Wukong. Bang! With a thunderous clash, the two Kamehameha waves collided violently. They gritted their teeth, staring intently at one another. As their strengths were evenly matched, the two Kamehameha waves reached a stalemate. Ha! Suddenly, Sun Wukong shouted, infusing more energy into his Kamehameha. Trunks, taken aback, followed suit, pouring additional energy into his own. The two Kamehameha waves erupted in an even fiercer collision. Thus, after a heated exchange, both Kamehameha waves ultimately dissipated due to the depletion of energy. Huff huff. Both breathed heavily, gazing at one another. Once their breathing steadied, Sun Wukong charged at Trunks. Trunks tightened his fists, bracing for the encounter. They soon stood before each other, re-engaging in a fierce battle. Bang! Trunks delivered a powerful right hook, sending Sun Wukong sprawling backward. A smirk crept onto Trunks' face as he looked at Sun Wukong with a hint of pride. At that moment, Sun Wukong closed his eyes, placing his hands to the sides of his forehead. Solar flare. Just as the words left his lips, an incredibly brilliant light radiated from his hands. Unprepared for Sun Wukong's sudden move, Trunks found himself blinded by the intensity of the solar flare. Just as the brilliance began to fade, Sun Wukong opened his eyes and charged toward Trunks. In no time, he reached Trunks, delivering a forceful punch to his abdomen. Ah! With a cry of pain, Trunks was propelled like a projectile, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him. A great cloud of dust erupted from the impact. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have defeated Super Saiyan Trunks and received a Super Saiyan level-up card. Learning the instant transmission and Kamehameha techniques. Would you like to use the Super Saiyan level-up card now? Yes. Very well, Master. As the words were spoken, an immense surge of power coursed through Sun Wukong's body. After a while, as the dust settled around the mountain, Trunks, having returned to his normal state, spoke with a hint of anger. Wukong, didn't we agree to just spar? Why did you hit so hard? I apologize. I accidentally struck too forcefully. Trunks snorted coldly. Wukong, where did you learn that technique? My brother taught me. After all, Trunks would never bother to ask Sun Wukong about such matters. Your brother? I see. No wonder you suddenly saw me out for a battle. Trunks remarked as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Sun Wukong chuckled in response. His challenge to Trunks had indeed been a setup of his own design. But don't get too cocky. Wukong, that I was merely careless this time. Next time we spar, I will definitely defeat you. Next time? Yes, this time you won by technique. So, I will devise a counter-strategy after I return. Is that so? Well then. Wukong, shall we find a place to rest for a while? Trunks suggested. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two flew to a grassy field and lay down. A gentle breeze swept through, ruffling their hair. It's so cool. Indeed. Wukong, after we rest, what do you plan to do? I don't know. How about coming to my house for a visit? Sounds good. After a while, having rested sufficiently, the two departed from Bowsy Mountain and headed toward West City. After an undetermined duration of flight, they arrived at Bulma's backyard. I could see that moment. Bulma was perusing a magazine in the garden. Sun Wukong took the initiative to greet her. Aunt Bulma, upon seeing him approach. Bulma's face brightened with a smile. Wukong, you're here. Sun Wukong bore a striking resemblance to Goku in his youth, so Bulma felt as though she were looking at Goku himself. Sun Wukong nodded. Wukong, come with me. I want to show you my new toy. Okay. Sun Wukong replied, following Trunks to his room to see the newly acquired transforming robot. Isn't this robot cool? It can even transform into a leopard. Time flew by swiftly during the morning, and as noon approached, Sun Wutien bid farewell to Trunks and returned home. In the afternoon, Sun Wutien visited Sun Wufan's room to inquire about Krillin and his companions. Although Sun Wutien had little interaction with Krillin and the others, Sun Wufan had previously mentioned them. Uncle Krillin? Chapter 4. Sun Wutien versus Lazuli. Indeed, Sun Wutien nodded. Uncle Krillin should be on Kame House. Where's Kame House? Kame House is located in West City, XXXX. And what about Uncle Piccolo? Uncle Piccolo is probably in the Otherworld. The Otherworld exists above the highest tower on Earth, the Korin Tower. As for Uncle Tianjin and Kaiotsu, they are likely training at the southern end of Earth. The southern end of Earth, Sun Wufan nodded. How about this, Wutien? I could take you to meet them. It's been a long time since I've seen them. No, brother, if Mom finds out, she will say I disturb your studies. All right then. If you have no other business, I shall take my leave? Okay. Sun Wufan nodded. Upon seeing this, Sun Wutien promptly exited Sun Wufan's room. On Kame House, Krillin was attending to his daughter, Marin. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Sun Wutien. Are you Wutien? Krillin paused momentarily upon seeing him. Though he had limited contact with Sun Wufan over the years, he was aware that Sun Wufan had a younger brother, 10 years his junior. Sun Wutien nodded. You must be Uncle Krillin, right? Yes, Krillin confirmed. And this is my daughter, Marin. Marin, this is your brother Sun Wutien. Brother Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien nodded in acknowledgement. Wutien, did you come alone? Where's Wufan? No, he is at home studying. I see. So, what brings you here? I wish to spar with you. Uncle Krillin spar. Sun Wutien replied innocently, nodding eagerly. Very well. Marin, please step aside. Daddy is going to spar with brother Sun Wutien. Upon hearing this, Marin promptly moved to the side. Sun Wutien and Krillin both retreated slightly. Shall we begin, Uncle Krillin? Yes, Krillin nodded. With a powerful shout, Sun Wutien charged at Krillin. Krillin clenched his fists and met him head-on. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, Sun Wutien found himself before Krillin, his fists flying like the wind as they engaged in combat. Bang. Moments later, Sun Wutian tightened his right fist and struck Krillin back. What incredible strength, truly worthy of being Goku's son, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Having been Goku's best friend, he felt delighted to witness Sun Wutian's formidable prowess to ha. Sun Wutian shouted, swiftly appearing before Krillin again, launching a powerful forward attack. Krillin's expression shifted slightly as he quickly raised his hands to defend against Sun Wutian's onslaught. Bang! 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 Under Sun Wutian's relentless assault, Krillin was forced to retreat repeatedly. Daddy! Marin cried out to Krillin to ha. Upon hearing Marin's call, Krillin unleashed an overwhelming aura, sending Sun Wutian staggering back. At that moment, Sun Wutian suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Krillin. Krillin turned to find Sun Wutian raising his right hand towards him. I concede. Sun Wutian chuckled lightly and nodded. Suddenly, a voice from his system echoed. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have defeated Krillin and learned the Spirit Slash, along with 10 Senza Beans. Senza Beans? Indeed, Master. Defeating opponents grant a chance for additional rewards. I see. Just then, the door to Kamehameha swung open, revealing a tall, blonde-haired woman stepping outside. She wore a purple t-shirt and blue jeans. This was Lazuli. Lazuli. Lazuli nodded and turned to Sun Wutian. And who might you be? He is Goku's youngest son, Sun Wutian. Wutian, this is your Aunt Lazuli. Aunt Lazuli. Lazuli gave a slight nod. Mommy, Marin called out to Lazuli. Upon hearing this, Lazuli approached Marin and affectionately ruffled her hair. Krillin, were you two just battling? Yes. And who emerged victorious? Wutian. Although Sun Wutian was Goku's son, losing to a child made it somewhat difficult for Krillin to admit. Yes, that's so. Lazuli smiled at Sun Wutian. How about a spar between the two of us? Lazuli, Krillin exclaimed, momentarily startled, thinking Lazuli was defending him, though in truth, she was merely interested in Sun Wutian's abilities to we. Yes, Lazuli nodded. Very well. Krillin, please look after Marin. Okay, Krillin said, leading Marin outside of Kamehameha. Shall we begin? Lazuli proposed to Sun Wutian. All right. As soon as the words left her lips, Lazuli dashed towards Sun Wutian with lightning speed. Surprised, Sun Wutian quickly raised his hand to defend against Lazuli's onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. Under Lazuli's rapid-fire attacks, Sun Wutian found himself continuously pushed back. Bang! With a swift kick, Lazuli struck Sun Wutian squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling backward. Lazuli let out a cold huff, unleashing a series of energy waves towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian swiftly maneuvered to evade them. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves crashed into the ocean, creating massive waves that surged toward the island, bringing with them a bounty of fish. Daddy, look at all the fish. Marin pointed innocently at the fish scattered on the shore. Krillin nodded slightly. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit, awakened by the commotion, dashed out of Kamehameha. Clang. The door to Kamehameha swung open, and Krillin and Marin instinctively glanced back. The turtle hermit, suddenly serious, observed Sun Wutian battling Lazuli. Could it be? Yes, Teacher Mateto, he is indeed Goku's youngest son, Sun Wutian. I thought he bore a striking resemblance to Goku in his youth. Bang! At that moment, Lazuli sent Sun Wutian flying across the surface of the sea. Sun Wutian, are you not going to unleash your true power? True power? Both Krillin and the turtle hermit were puzzled by Lazuli's words. Very well. Sun Wutian responded, clenching his fists tightly to ha. With a mighty shout, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan. Klin and Master Roshi were utterly astonished, particularly Klin, whose throat seemed to seize up as he attempted to utter the words Super Saiyan. It took several seconds before he could finally articulate it. It is worth noting that Son Goku initially attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan through relentless training and battles. Yet here was Son Goten, merely 6 years old, already capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Such prodigious talent was truly astonishing. Chapter 5. Infinite Stamina Card. Observing the incredulous expressions of the two, Son Goten couldn't help but smirk slightly. If they were this shocked by his transformation into a Super Saiyan, one could only imagine their reaction if he were to ascend to a Super Saiyan 2. Whoosh! At that moment, Lazuli dashed toward Son Goten, her fists and feet flying like the wind. launching an attack against him. Whoosh! With deft movements, Son Goten easily evaded Lazuli's strikes, shifting left and right. Taken aback, Lazuli unleashed her right fist with all her might. Son Goten raised his hand to block her attack. Gritting her teeth, Lazuli aimed a swift kick at Son Goten. In an instant, Son Goten released Lazuli's right fist and stepped back. Lazuli lunged forward once more, attacking Son Goten anew. Whoosh! As Son Goten continued to evade, retreating further back, it became apparent that victory was already determined. Master Roshi proclaimed. Victory determined. Before Krillin could comprehend Master Roshi's words, Son Goten's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Lazuli. Bang! With a powerful kick, Lazuli was sent flying into the sea like a projectile. Her body suddenly erupted with a formidable aura, halting above the water's surface. The sea behind her was instantly stirred into a massive wave. Lazuli gazed forward, only to find that Son Goten was no longer on Kamehameha. Turning around, she saw Son Goten raising his right hand towards her. I lost, Lazuli thought, a tinge of reluctance in her heart. Son Goten smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He then reverted to his normal state. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Lazuli and acquiring a special card, Infinite Stamina card. You have learned the Kamehameha technique. Yes, Master. Upon hearing this, Son Goten immediately soared back to Kamehameha. Krillin uncle. Who is he? He is my and your father's master. Master Roshi. Master Roshi. Master Roshi nodded. Remarkable, Goten, to be able to transform into a Super Saiyan at such a young age. Your father hadn't even stepped in my tutelage at your age. Son Goten chuckled at this and chose not to elaborate further. Krillin uncle, it's getting late. I should take my leave. Won't you come in for a while? No, thank you. Son Goten shook his head. Then, will you come by to play again sometime? Son Goten nodded in affirmation before turning to depart the island. Krillin watched Son Goten's retreating figure. Sighing softly, he reflected on the time when he and Son Goku had trained together. Their skills not too far apart back then. Yet now he found himself unable to match even Goku's youngest son. What troubles you, father? Nothing. Karin towered to tea this moment. Korin and Yajirobe were rather bored, gazing down at the lower realm. Suddenly, they spotted a figure flying toward them. It was none other than Son Goten. Wukong. Due to the striking resemblance between Son Goten and a young Son Goku, Yajirobe mistook him for Goku. He is not Wukong. He is Wukong's son, Son Goten. Korin clarified. Wukong's son. Indeed, Korin nodded. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Son Goten flew into the tower. You're Son Goku's son, Son Goten, correct? Korin inquired. Son Goten nodded in affirmation. You are Lord Korin. I presume? Yes, Korin confirmed. Young man, do you know who I am? Yajirobe crossed his arms. Who are you? Son Goten feigned ignorance. I am a good friend of your father. Yajirobe, in the past, I've saved your father on multiple occasions. It's surprising that Gohan never mentioned me to you. Multiple times? Indeed. The first time was when your father was gravely injured by Tao Pai Pai. The second was after he battled Piccolo. I caught him as he fell from the sky. The third was when Vegeta transformed into a giant ape, and I saved your father by cutting off his tail. Why didn't you mention that Goku defeated Demon King Piccolo and saved us all? Krillin interjected. Yajirobe's face flushed. That's a different matter. I never claimed that Goku didn't save us. I merely spoke of my friendship with him. That is more like it, Korin remarked, then turned to Son Goten. By the way, Goten, what brings you here? Oh, nothing much. I was simply bored and decided to take a stroll. A stroll, you say? Yes, Son Goten nodded. By the way, Lord Korin, do you have any sins of beans? Though Son Goten already possessed some. One could never have too many, and they were of little use to Korin and Yajirobe. Yes, but I only have 10. If you want them, I shall give them to you as a token of our first meeting. Son Goten nodded in agreement. Korin immediately retrieved a bag and handed it to Son Goten. Thank you, Lord Korin. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Sure. The two nodded in acknowledgement. With that, Son Goten departed from Karin Tower, soaring toward the Otherworld. Before long, Son Goten arrived in the Otherworld, where he spotted Dandy, Piccolo, and Bubbles. You are Goten? Piccolo scrutinized Son Goten, though he had maintained infrequent contact with Gohan over the years. He occasionally visited him. Son Goten nodded. Goten, isn't your brother with you? Dandy inquired at no. He is at home studying. Piccolo scoffed. That Gohan, ever since he defeated Cell, has been neglecting his training, consumed only by his studies. Goten, what brings you here? Dandy asked. I came to challenge Uncle Piccolo to a match. A match with Piccolo? With me? Yes, I heard from my brother that you are very powerful, so I wanted to test my skills against you. Is that so? Then I accept your challenge. Upon hearing this, Son Goten immediately stepped back, assuming a combat stance. Dandy and Bubbles stepped aside. Then come at me, Piccolo urged Son Goten. Son Goten nodded, his body darting forward like lightning. Charging at Piccolo. In no time, Son Goten was before Piccolo, launching a series of powerful punches, yet all of his attacks were deftly dodged by Piccolo. Suddenly, Piccolo delivered a fierce kick, striking Son Goten in the abdomen. Son Goten let out a loud cry, his body sent flying out of the other world. Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, targeting Son Goten as he soared through the air. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosive sound, Son Goten was struck by the energy blasts, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Chapter 6. Regeneration Technique Ha. With a resounding shout, Sun Tien was enveloped in a golden aura, swiftly dispersing the thick smoke that surrounded him. Super Saiyan. Piccolo and Dandy were taken aback. They had both witnessed the birth of a Super Saiyan and understood the immense difficulty of achieving such a transformation. Yet here was Sun Tien, merely 6 years of age, already capable of becoming a Super Saiyan. Has the value of a Super Saiyan diminished to such an extent? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Piccolo quickly regained his composure and charged at Sun Tien. Ha! Sun Wutan saut that middling pikathatans wus, bang bang bang. In no time, the two were face to face, their fists and feet moving with lightning speed as they engaged in combat. Suddenly, Sun Tien vanished, reappearing behind Piccolo. Piccolo was startled at that moment. Sun Tien delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, striking Piccolo squarely in the back. Piccolo's body shot down like a missile, crashing heavily onto the celestial realm. The ground of the celestial realm shattered upon impact, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Piccolo! Dandy exclaimed in shock. Damn it! Piccolo gritted his teeth and quickly rose from the ground, charging towards Sun Tien once more. Soon, Piccolo was before Sun Tien again, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks like a tempest. Sun Tien swayed his body, effortlessly evading Piccolo's attacks. Observing Sun Tien's current state, Piccolo couldn't help but recall the battle between Son Gohan and Cell. Back then, Cell had relentlessly attacked Gohan, yet could not land a single blow. Bang! Just as Piccolo was lost in thought, Sun Tien's figure flickered to Piccolo's left side, delivering a forceful kick forward. Bang! With a deafening sound, Piccolo was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Damn it! Piccolo roared in fury, looking ahead only to find that Sun Tien's silhouette had already vanished. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he hastily turned to look behind him. At that moment, Sun Tien was raising his right hand towards him. I concede. Though Piccolo felt a pang of reluctance, he ultimately chose to admit defeat. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Sun Tien replied with a smile. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Piccolo. You have learned the regeneration technique, the ability to self-repair lost bodily structures, excluding the head, which requires substantial energy, telepathy, materialization, creation, foresight, the ability to see clearly from thousands of meters underground. Primarily used by celestial beings to monitor the lower realms, inherited by Piccolo after merging with the god in the demon-like canon. Piccolo truly possesses an impressive array of skills, after acquiring a wealth of memories. Sun Tien mused. Wu Tien, how is your strength so formidable? Was it Gohan who guided your training? Piccolo inquired it. No, it was my mother who taught me. Your mother? But didn't she oppose Gohan's training? Yes, Sun Tien nodded, although Sun Tien said little. Piccolo surmised that Chi-Chi's decision to train Sun Tien was undoubtedly influenced by the late Sun Wukong. Subsequently, Sun Tien took a brief tour of the celestial realm before returning home. On the journey back, Sun Tien utilized his foresight technique to glance toward West City. Everything in West City appeared as if it were right before his eyes. After using the foresight technique, Sun Tien suddenly recalled the old Kai from Dragon Ball. The old Kai possessed the ability to see vast distances, capable of observing battles on Earth from King Kai's planet. Upon returning home, Sun Wutian used his materialization ability to conjure a new martial arts uniform for himself. If only he had possessed such abilities in his past life, he could have created dozens of outfits daily, ensuring a life free from want. The next morning, after breakfast, Sun Wutian departed from Baozi Mountain. Soaring to the southernmost point of Earth, where a great mountain stood at that moment, a bald man with 3 eyes was practicing diligently atop the mountain. This man was Tien Shinhan. Beside him stood a small boy wearing a hat, who was none other than Kaio. Though Kaiotsu was no longer a child, he still bore the appearance of one Wukong. Tien Shinhan, upon seeing Sun Wutian, immediately recalled the young Sun Wukong. Sun Wutian, you must be Uncle Tien Shinhan and Uncle Kaiotsu, right? Is that you, Wutian? Tien Shinhan asked. Although he dedicated himself to training, he occasionally kept in touch with Krillin and the others, aware that Sun Wukong had a younger son. Sun Wutian nodded. What brings you here? Tien Shinhan inquired. I wish to spar with you. Spar? Indeed. Is that permissible? Of course. Then Uncle Kaiotsu, how about you and I spar first? Sun Wutian suggested, turning to Kaiotsu. Sun Wutian's primary objective today was to challenge Kaiotsu. Kaiotsu possessed the ability to manipulate others, a power that varied with the user's strength. These Kai also had this ability and had briefly subdued Son Gohan with it. Me? Yes, Sun Wutian replied with a smile. Then Kaiotsu, you shall spar with Wutian, Tien Shinhan declared. All right, Kaiotsu nodded. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutian immediately retreated, assuming a combat stance. Now, Uncle Kaiotsu, shall we begin? Kaiotsu nodded. Yes, soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Wutian dashed toward Kaiotsu like the wind, delivering a powerful right punch. Just as Sun Wutian's fist was about to connect with Kaiotsu, Kaiotsu suddenly employed his psychic power, rendering Sun Wutian immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Kaiotsu raised his foot and kicked forward. Bang! Sun Wutian was sent staggering backward. In that instant, Sun Wutian clenched his fists tightly, instantly breaking free from the psychic restraint and charging at Kaiotsu. Kaiotsu was taken aback, just as Sun Wutian's right fist was about to strike Kaiotsu's face. He abruptly retracted his punch. I concede. Kaiotsu admitted defeat immediately. Sun Wutian nodded. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Kaiotsu. You have acquired the ability to control psychic powers and learn the whole wave technique. Now, Wutian, I would like to spar with you as well. Tien Shinhan said. Sun Wutian nodded in agreement. Kaiotsu stepped aside. Now, Wutian, shall we begin? Sun Wutian nodded once more. Seeing this, Tien Shinhan charged at Sun Wutian. In no time, Tien Shinhan was before Sun Wutian, launching a powerful assault with his fists. Sun Wutian dodged while retreating. Whoosh! Tien Shinhan delivered a fierce horizontal kick aimed at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian raised his hand to block, retaliating with a swift horizontal kick of his own. Tien Shinhan was startled and quickly withdrew his right leg. Stepping back, seizing the moment, Sun Wutian swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches. Chapter 7. The Sun Wukong Training Program. Bang bang bang. Tien Shinhan defended against Sun Wutian's attacks while retreating. Bang! Suddenly, Sun Wutian raised his leg and delivered a heavy kick to Tien Shinhan's abdomen. Tien Shinhan was sent flying backward. Clenching his fists tightly, Tien Shinhan quickly stabilized himself on the ground. Just then, Sun Wutian's figure suddenly vanished from Tien Shinhan's sight. Behind you, Kaiotsu warned. What? Tien Shinhan turned around and saw Sun Wutian gathering a golden energy wave in his hand, directed at him. I concede. Thank you. Uncle Tien Shinhan, Sun Wutian said, dissipating the energy wave he had conjured. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Tien Shinhan and mastering the four-body technique, as well as the Demon Seal wave. Tien nodded in acknowledgement. Goten, is it your brother Gohan who usually teaches you to cultivate? No, it's my mother who instructs me. Your mother. Both Tien and Kaiotsu were taken aback. They couldn't believe that Kiki would teach Goten to train and that he'd become so formidable under her guidance. Goten nodded in affirmation. Well then, Uncle Kaiotsu, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right, Tien replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, Goten immediately soared into the sky. Watching Goten's receding figure, couldn't help but reminisce about his first encounter with Goku. Back then, Goku's strength was far beyond his own. Now, he couldn't even match Goten, let alone Goku. After a brief moment of reflection, Tien resumed his training. Although Goten's power had surpassed his own, Tien was not disheartened. He sought the path of martial arts, not merely the defeat of others. Baozi Mountain, in Goku's residence, Trunks was searching for Goten. Kiki, Goten? Yes, Aunt Kiki. Isn't he on the back mountain? No. Then perhaps you should ask Gohan. He might know where Goten is. Trunks nodded and entered Gohan's room to inquire about Goten's whereabouts. Gohan, too, was unaware of Goten's location. With no other options, Trunks decided to stroll around Baozi Mountain in hopes of finding Goten. After wandering for a while, Trunks suddenly sensed Goten's energy and looked up at the sky. He saw Goten flying toward Baozi Mountain. Goten! Trunks exclaimed joyfully as he soared from the woods to Goten's side. Trunks nodded in greeting. Goten, where have you been? Oh, I was just bored and decided to fly around the earth. I see. How about we spar today? Spar? Yes, I've developed a few new techniques, and this time I won't lose to you. Is that so? Then let us find an open space to battle. With that, the two immediately took flight. After flying for a while, Trunks found a spacious patch of grass and landed. Goten followed suit. Landing mere meters away from Trunks. Swoosh! Thud! Goten touched down on the grass. Trunks looked at Goten and said, "Shall we begin?" Goten nodded to ha. Trunks shouted as he charged at Goten. Goten raised both hands forward, causing Trunks' body to suddenly become immobile. This was Kaiotsu's psychic ability. What is happening? Trunks gasped in shock. Goten chuckled. Trunks, I've recently acquired a power that allows me to control others. Superpower? Indeed. As Goten spoke, he withdrew one hand and swiftly approached Trunks. Launching an attack. Bang, bang, bang. Goten ascended into the air, delivering a flurry of kicks to Trunks' face and body. Trunks soon began to cry out in distress. Bang! With a powerful kick, Goten sent Trunks flying. Though Trunks was knocked away, he remained unable to move. Damn it! Trunks gritted his teeth as he unleashed an immense energy, attempting to break free from Goten's control. With a mighty roar, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, he broke free from Goten's grip. Darting toward him like lightning, in no time, Trunks was in front of Goten, his fist striking like lightning. Goten defended against Trunks' onslaught while retreating. Suddenly, Trunks clenched his right fist tightly and landed a blow that sent Goten flying. Ha! Trunks bellowed, gathering a massive energy wave in his hands and launching it at Goten. This technique was the renowned Prince's attack from the Dragon Ball universe. Upon seeing this, Goten quickly slowed down and soared into the sky. Boom! 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 With each massive explosion, the energy waves detonated upon the ground, filling the area with smoke and flames. Trunks halted his energy wave assault and flew up toward the sky. Goten firmly clasped his hands together and transformed into a Super Saiyan in midair. Just then, Trunks charged at Goten with a powerful right punch. Goten swiftly dodged, causing Trunks to miss. Trunks looked up, ready to charge again, but once more found himself immobilized. Goten smiled and said, "Trunks, you're no match for me. I suggest you concede." Hearing this, Trunks gritted his teeth, trying to break free from Goten's control. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. After a futile struggle, Trunks reluctantly conceded. "Goten, I lose." Goten nodded, lowering his hands and reverting to his normal state. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on defeating Trunks. You have acquired the skills Bubblegum Ghost, Continuous Super Chocolate Ring, and Volleyball Punch. Goten was taken aback, realizing that defeating an opponent could grant him new abilities. If he were to defeat Goku in his perfected Ultra Instinct form, wouldn't he be able to learn Ultra Instinct directly? If so, he could devise a training plan centered around Goku. The stronger Goku became, the stronger he would become. Phew! Trunks, feeling his body regain mobility, let out a sigh of relief. He then returned to his normal form and approached Goten. "Goten, how did you suddenly acquire that superpower?" "I'm not sure. I just discovered it while training yesterday." "Really?" Trunks was somewhat skeptical. Chapter 8, a rematch with Gohan. "Well then, Goten, how about we fight again without using your superpower?" "That could work, but it might not be very meaningful." "That is true." At noon, Trunks returned home and asked Vegeta for a way to counter Goten's superpower. Superpower? Goten suddenly gains the ability to control others, and now I can't even defeat him. Dad, do you have any methods to help me break his control? Indeed. The only way is for you to train diligently and surpass him in strength. Against absolute power, no superpower can prevail. But Dad, is there any other way? No. Vegeta snapped. He was already displeased that Trunks had lost to Goten, and now Trunks was reluctant to train and improve his strength. From today onward, you will train with me until you could defeat Goten. Dad, Trunks protested, somewhat unwilling, that if you refuse, I will have Bulma have your allowance. Dad. All right, it's settled. One afternoon, son Wukong found himself feeling rather bored and, in a burst of creativity, crafted several magical containment bottles from Master Roshi to be used in the power tournament. However, he realized that he was missing the crucial sealing talismans. Without these talismans, even if he managed to trap an opponent within the bottle, they would remain unsealed, as sealing talismans cannot be conjured from thin air. Sun Wukong decided to purchase some yellow paper to draw the symbols himself. Yet, since he did not require the magical containment wave at present, he was not in a hurry to address this matter. He could simply make a trip to West City when he found the time. After completing the magical containment bottles, Sun Wukong used his ability of creation to fashion a few sets of orange martial arts uniforms and shoes, ensuring he would have suitable attire for training whenever he needed it. Once he had finished making the clothing and shoes, he also crafted some weighted training equipment before commencing his training. The following morning, Sun Wukong visited Bulma's house to play with Trunks, only to learn that Trunks was being forced to train. With no other option, Sun Wukong returned home. Once back, feeling aimless, he ventured to the mountains behind his house to train. With only a little over 4 months remaining until the emergence of Majin Buu, he knew he had to become stronger quickly, achieving the power necessary to defeat Majin Buu of now. He had reached Super Saiyan 2, and his next goal was to defeat Gohan and Goku in order to acquire the Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan God advancement cards. However, Goku was currently in the afterlife, so he needed to devise a way to bring him back. It was worth noting that after Gohan's victory over Cell, they could have revived Goku, but he had declined the offer himself. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this month, Sun Wukong dedicated most of his time to training in the mountains behind Goku's home. Sun Wukong was meditating in a cross-legged position, floating in mid-air. Suddenly, a figure approached from a distance. It was Gohan. Sensing Gohan's arrival, Sun Wukong opened his eyes. "Brother," Gohan greeted with a smile and a nod. "Wukong, have you been training this entire month?" "Yes." "Then your strength must have improved significantly." "Not really, just a little bit. That's perfectly normal. A slight improvement over a month is quite reasonable." Gohan laughed. "What brings you here, brother?" "I haven't trained in a while, so I thought I would come here to practice a bit." "Oh, is that so? Aren't you worried about your studies?" "Not at all. In fact, I'm currently previewing my senior yearbooks." "Previewing?" Sun Wukong was taken aback, unable to comprehend the world of academic excellence. "Indeed, in mathematics, I've already previewed up to college level." "By the way, Wukong, that meditation you were doing earlier, was it similar to Uncle Piccolo's?" Sun Wukong nodded. "While Uncle Piccolo's meditation is commendable, physical training is still better suited for us Saiyans." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong remained silent. In the latest chapters of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta pointed out that their strength was nearly on par with Jiren's. It was merely Jiren's superior control over his body that set him apart, a fact that was corroborated. This indicated that both mental and physical training were vital for enhancing strength. Seeing this, Gohan immediately began to train. The morning passed quickly, and soon it was nearing noon. Both Sun Wukong and Gohan were drenched in sweat from their training. Gohan, anticipating being called by Chi-Chi to study in the afternoon, turned to Sun Wukong. "Wukong, how about we spar a bit?" "Spar?" "Yes, I managed to get some time off from Mom for today." "All right then." With that, both of them stepped back simultaneously. "Shall we begin, Wukong?" "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded. With that, Gohan charged at Sun Wukong. In no time, Gohan was right before him, launching a powerful double-fisted attack. Sun Wukong instinctively raised his fist to block, but Gohan seized the opportunity to land a punch on Sun Wukong's face, knocking him back. Clenching his fist tightly, Sun Wukong unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Super Saiyan!" Gohan exclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan as well. Boom! Sun Wukong radiated a brilliant golden aura as he charged toward Gohan, who did the same. Swish! Boom! Boom! In no time, they were engaged in a fierce battle, their surroundings becoming enveloped in swirling dust. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, both of them concentrated their energy into a golden wave, colliding with one another. A blinding light emanated from the resulting energy blast. In the aftermath of the explosion, both fighters retreated hundreds of meters back. Impressive, Wukong. I didn't expect your strength to have surged so much in just a month. Sun Wukong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In an instant, they vanished from sight and resumed their aerial duel. Swish! Boom! Boom! As they moved swiftly through the air, it appeared as though ripples were forming across the sky. Chapter 9. Super Saiyan Third Stage Advancement Card Boom. Moments later, Sun Wukong executed a flying kick, sending Gohan crashing down to the ground. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust began to settle, Gohan slowly rose from the ground. Gazing up at Sun Wukong in the sky, is this what you call a slight increase in power? Gohan thought, thoroughly impressed by Sun Wukong's display of strength. Noticing the time, Gohan realized it was nearly noon and decided to unleash his full potential to defeat Sun Wukong. With that thought in mind, he clenched his fists tightly, releasing an astonishingly powerful aura that soared upward. The ground trembled violently beneath him as the sheer force of Gohan's energy sent sand and stones flying into the air. Ah! Gohan roared, his energy suddenly surging dramatically. In an instant, Gohan's hair stood even more upright, and his fiery aura transformed into a blazing inferno, with bolts of lightning crackling around him. This was the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Boom! Once the transformation was complete, Gohan unleashed his energy into the surroundings. In the other world, Piccolo, who had been meditating, opened his eyes upon sensing Gohan's overwhelming power. Dend, what is happening? Why is Gohan emitting such formidable energy? Nothing to worry about. Gohan is sparring with Wukong. Sparring? Does that mean Gohan, in his Super Saiyan form, cannot match Wukong? Din nodded in confirmation. Upon hearing this, Piccolo gritted his teeth, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Once upon a time, he was the fearsome Demon King Piccolo, but now he'd been surpassed one by Goku and his friends. Tio say he did not feel envy would be a blatant lie. In West City, at Bulma's house, Vegeta also sensed Gohan's energy, but paid it no mind, knowing that his own strength had long surpassed Gohan's at Bowsy Mountain. Sun Wukong looked at Gohan, now transformed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Super Saiyan 2. Huh. In that case, I shall transform into Super Saiyan 2 as well. Transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Yes, soon as the words left his lips, Sun Wutien clenched his fists tightly. An astonishing aura radiating from his entire being as he ascended rapidly. With a tremendous roar, Sun Wutien transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong was astonished. Sun Wutien had actually mastered Super Saiyan 2. Just like him, it is worth noting that he had only attained this form at the age of 10, after enduring more than a year of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. If one considers the time spent there, he was effectively 11 years old at that time. But how old was Sun Wutien? Merely 7. At the tender age of 7, he had already achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. It was hard for him to fathom the level of power Sun Wutien could reach if he continued to train diligently. In the other world, Piccolo gazed at the transformed Sun Wutien, a look of shock instantly crossing his face. In no wonder he had struggled to defeat Sun Wutien. It turned out that Sun Wutien's power had already far surpassed his OWNI in West City. At Bulma's residence, Vegeta, still training in the gravity room, felt Sun Wutien's energy and immediately exhibited a look of astonishment. Trunks, is that Wutien's energy? It seems so, but how could his energy have become so formidable? Has he undergone special training somewhere? Wutien's energy now exceeds that of Wufan. Wutien's energy surpasses that of his brother Wufan. Vegeta nodded. That brat Wufan has not trained at all since defeating Cell. He is now a far cry from his former self? Is that so? Vegeta nodded again. Therefore, Trunks, you must not follow Wufan's example. Upon hearing this, Trunks was momentarily at a loss for words, as he did not particularly enjoy the monotonous routine of training. At this thought, Trunks felt a sudden resentment towards Sun Wu-Tien. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been dragged by Vegeta into training on Bowsy Mountain. After a moment of astonishment, Sun Wufan called out to Sun Wu-Tien in the sky. "Wu-Tien, when did you train to become Super Saiyan 2? Just 3 days ago? Really? Then, brother, shall we continue our battle?" "Oh, certainly." Upon hearing this, Sun Wu-Tien raised his left hand and used his telekinesis to immobilize Sun Wufan. "My body cannot move," Sun Wufan exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, Sun Wu-Tien appeared before Sun Wufan and delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. With a resounding crash, Sun Wufan's body shot like a beam into the mountain behind him, causing a massive shower of rocks and dust to erupt. As the dust settled, Sun Wufan emerged from the rubble. "Wu-Tien, what just happened? Why was my body suddenly unable to move?" "That was my controlling telekinesis." "Controlling telekinesis?" "Yes, it is a power I unexpectedly acquired a month ago. Superpowers are non-scientific and have an exceedingly low probability of occurrence. Hence, even though Sun Wufan felt some skepticism, he had no choice but to believe. For even the technology of the Dragon Ball world could not fully comprehend why certain individuals possess superpowers. "Really?" Sun Wufan said, his figure flickering as he rushed towards Sun Wu-Tien to attack. Whoosh! Sun Wu-Tien vanished in an instant, appearing hundreds of meters behind, causing Sun Wufan's right punch to miss. Sun Wu-Tien raised his left hand again, using his telekinesis to immobilize Sun Wufan once more. "My body cannot move again," Sun Wufan exclaimed, struggling fiercely. However, no matter how he fought, he could not break free from Sun Wu-Tien's control. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede. "I admit defeat." Sun Wu-Tien nodded and released his left hand, reverting to his normal state. Seeing this, Sun Wufan followed suit. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Sun Wufan and obtaining the Super Saiyan 3 advancement card, along with 100 Senza beans." Upon hearing this, Sun Wu-Tien immediately utilized the Super Saiyan 3 advancement card. He instantly felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. Just then, he suddenly heard Chi-Chi's voice. "Wufan, Wu-Tien, it's time for dinner." Then Wu-Tien, "Shall we return for dinner?" Sun Wu-Tien nodded in agreement, but on the way back, Sun Wufan, feeling somewhat sentimental, engaged Sun Wu-Tien in conversation. "If only Dad were here, he would surely be delighted to see your current strength." Chapter 10. The Serpent Path of the Underworld. "Then, brother, should we revive Dad?" "Revive him? Are you suggesting using the Dragon Balls?" "Yes. Actually, we initially wanted to bring Dad back to life, but he was reluctant, which is why he remained in the afterlife to train. Then shall we devise a plan to resurrect Dad?" "But what can we do?" "Dad, where is he in the afterlife?" "I believe he is with King Kai." "King Kai?" Sun Wu-Tien pretended not to know. Sun Wufan nodded. "King Kai is the deity who oversees the North Galaxy." "How did Dad get to know him?" "That is a long story. Let me tell you after dinner." After dinner, Sun Wufan recounted the events of Raditz invasion to Sun Wu-Tien. Sun Wu-Tien exclaimed, "So Trunks' father was a villain back then?" "Yes, but Uncle Vegeta has since reformed." Sun Wu-Tien nodded in understanding. Soon after, Sun Wu-Tien left Sun Wufan's room and returned to his own. His power had now ascended to Super Saiyan 3. Defeating Sun Wukong should pose no challenge. However, given the rapid increase in his strength, he decided to wait a month or two before seeking a battle with Sun Wukong. In the afternoon, after awakening from his nap, Sun Wu-Tien found Trunks visiting him. "Trunks, what brings you here? How can you even ask? If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have dragged me into training." "Trunks, you can't lay the blame entirely on me. It's just that your father is far too competitive." "By the way, Wu-Tien, my father said you have surpassed Super Saiyan." Sun Wu-Tien nodded. "Wu-Tien, how did you train to become so powerful all of a sudden?" "I am not entirely sure. Perhaps the potential hidden within me has awakened." "Potential?" Trunks listened, feeling half convinced. "Wu-Tien, could you transform into Super Saiyan 2 for me to see?" "Of course, but this place is not very suitable. Let us go to the back mountain instead." Trunks nodded in agreement. After a short while, the two arrived at the back mountain. Sun Wu-Tien clenched his fists tightly, an astonishing energy emanating from him as he ascended rapidly. Zzz, boom. With an incredible surge of power, Sun Wu-Tien transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Is this what Super Saiyan 2 looks like? It appears so cool. Trunks spoke enviously, his heart filled with admiration. Goten nodded in agreement. Observing the envious expression on Trunks' face, Goten secretly wished to reveal that he possessed an even more formidable transformation. However, in order to preserve Trunks' motivation for training, he decided it would be best to wait for a more opportune moment to display his abilities. With this thought in mind, Goten promptly reverted his body to its normal state. Having not seen each other for quite some time, Trunks had spent the afternoon playing at Bun's Mountain before returning home. 2 months swiftly passed. During this time, Goten's strength had significantly increased. This moment. Goten found himself within a palace situated in a desert oasis. This palace belonged to the fortune-telling elder. The fortune-telling elder inquired, "So, you wish for me to take you to the underworld to find Goku?" Goten nodded affirmatively. "Is this something Chi-Chi is aware of?" The elder asked. "I don't know, but I won't stay in the underworld for long. I will return swiftly." After a moment of hesitation, the elder nodded. "Very well, but you must not linger there for too long." Goten nodded once more. The fortune-telling elder then immediately led Goten towards the underworld. In the Hall of Judgment, King Yama was engaged in his busy duties when 2 figures entered from outside. These 2 were the fortune-telling elder and Goten. Fortune-telling elder. King Yama exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her sudden arrival. The elder nodded. "It has been a while. Lord Yama." This is King Yama turned his gaze towards Goten. "He is the youngest son of Goku. Son Goten." "Son Goten? And you brought him here to—" "He wishes to see Goku. Meeting Goku is not a problem, but can he manage to traverse the Snake Way?" King Yama inquired. "Rest assured, his strength now surpasses that of Gohan." "Surpasses Gohan?" King Yama was taken aback. Goten appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, yet his power had already eclipsed that of Gohan. "Indeed," the fortune-telling elder confirmed, her expression calm. "Then he may now proceed to the Snake Way," King Yama replied, summoning a small spirit. "Little spirit, guide him along the Snake Way." "Yes, Lord Yama." The spirit saluted before promptly leading Goten out of the hall and onto the Snake Way. The Snake Way, true to its name, twisted and turned like a serpent. "This is the Snake Way. The Goku you seek resides on the planet at its end. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Goten said, nodding. The spirit turned to depart, but just as he took a few steps, a sudden noise echoed from behind. Curiously, the little spirit turned around to see Goten soaring several thousand meters away at a speed faster than a rocket. He had mentioned his name was Son Goten. In the North Galaxy, Goku was currently engaged in weighted training beneath a halo, while the North Kai and Babra stood nearby, observing Goku's rigorous practice. Suddenly, Goku paused and looked towards the Snake Way. The North Kai followed Goku's gaze, and in that instant, a streak of white light appeared, hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. As the light drew closer, Goku recognized a figure resembling himself as a child. Indeed, it was Goten. "This child bears a striking resemblance to Goku," the North Kai remarked. Just as he finished speaking, Goten landed on the North Kai's planet. "Who are you?" the North Kai inquired. "Hello, my name is Son Goten, and I am here to find my father." "Father? Are you saying you're Goku's son?" Goten nodded and looked towards Goku. "You are my son?" Goku exclaimed, taken aback. Over the years, he had lost contact with Gohan and the others, thus unaware that he had another child. Goten affirmed with a nod. "And you have come here to—" "I am here to discuss matters concerning your resurrection." "Resurrection?" Goten nodded once more. "Everyone, including my brother, wishes for your revival. I am quite well here. It matters not if I remain unrevived," Goku replied. "But Mom and the others miss you dearly. Well then, in a few days, I shall visit everyone," Goku responded. Goten stepped closer to the North Kai. "You must be the North Kai, correct?" "Yes, I am a North Kai." "Then, North Kai, do you wish to be resurrected?" "Resurrected?" Upon hearing this, the North Kai recalled how other Kais had mocked him due to Goku's demise. "Indeed," he coughed. "What conditions do you propose?" "Actually, it is quite simple. Just persuade my father to return." "Goku." The North Kai glanced at Goku, who had always acted independently and rarely listened to him. However, in order to avoid ridicule from the other Kais, he felt compelled to try. "Goku, It would indeed be beneficial for you to return. After all, you can teleport and train here whenever you wish. North Kai, you intend for Goten to assist you in your revival, correct? Goku asked. Yes, I do wish to be revived. If it weren't for you bringing Cell to my planet, I would not have perished, and the other Kais would not mock me, the North Kai said, a hint of indignation in his voice. Since taking Goku as his pupil, he had not experienced a single day of peace. North Kai, regarding Cell, I had already apologized to you back then. The North Kai scoffed. If apologies were of any use, humans would not require laws. What are laws? Goku inquired. Bang. The North Kai collapsed to the ground, utterly speechless. Laws are regulations established by humanity to govern behavior. For instance, if a thief steals, they have violated human laws. I see. The North Kai nodded. Goku, you should not be so consumed by training. Occasionally, you ought to read. Goku nodded in agreement. By the way, Goten, how is Gohan faring? Brother? Yes, he's been engrossed in his studies. Engrossed in studies? Does that mean his strength has not improved? Indeed, I even managed to defeat him. You defeated Gohan? Goku exclaimed, astonished. Although Gohan had not trained much in recent years, he should still possess peak Super Saiyan power. Goten, appearing merely 6 or 7 years old, had already surpassed Gohan's strength. Could it be that Goten's talent was even more extraordinary than Gohan's? Goku pondered inwardly. Goten, how about a sparring match? A spar? Goku nodded. But this place is quite small. If we were to fight here, would we not risk damaging the North Kai's planet? Upon hearing Sun Wutian remark that his planet was small, the North Kai felt a twinge of displeasure. However, considering that Sun Wutian was ultimately looking out for his own interests, he chose not to dwell on his irritation. It's quite all right, Wutian, as long as Wukong is willing to be revived. This Kai's planet can be yours without issue. Revival? My Lord Kai, when did I ever agree to that? Sun Wukong inquired, his expression one of confusion. You did not explicitly agree, but I merely stated that if you intend to battle here, you must consent to our terms for your revival. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong glanced at Sun Wutian. Lord Kai, let us postpone the discussion of revival until after my battle. Shall we? That will not do. We must settle this matter now, or you shall not engage in combat on my territory. After considering the situation, Sun Wukong replied, Very well, but I must insist, Lord Kai, that after my revival, I shall continue my training here. Absolutely, absolutely. As long as you agree to be revived, everything can be negotiated. The North Kai exclaimed with a smile. The prospect of Sun Wukong's revival brought him joy, as he would then have the chance to flaunt in front of his envious peers and take a satisfying breath of relief. With that thought in mind, the North Kai promptly led Baburus and the others away from the two combatants. Now, Wu Qian, shall we commence? Sun Wukong asked, observing Sun Wutian nodding as he assumed a battle stance. In response, Sun Wukong also prepared himself for combat. With a powerful shout, Sun Wukong dashed towards Sun Wutian, launching a vigorous right punch. Quickly, Sun Wutian shifted to the right to evade the blow. Sun Wukong then raised his right leg and delivered a forceful kick forward. Sun Wutian retreated once more to avoid the attack. With hands clenched tightly, Sun Wukong moved with lightning speed to strike at Sun Wutian. As Sun Wutian dodged, he simultaneously aimed a punch at Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong's left fist connected with Sun Wutian's face, while Sun Wutian's right fist struck Sun Wukong's abdomen. Both fighters staggered back from the impact, gazing at the retreating Sun Wutian. A subtle smile crept across Sun Wukong's face. Just then, Sun Wutian unleashed an energy wave from his right hand towards Sun Wukong. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong shifted left to evade the attack. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky behind Sun Wukong as the energy wave detonated. With a flash, Sun Wukong ascended into the sky, closely followed by Sun Wutian. Soon, the two found themselves hovering several hundred meters above the North Kai's planet, pausing momentarily to exchange glances before they surged toward each other with incredible speed. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two collided, their fists striking with the ferocity of lightning. Whoosh! Suddenly, after a brief skirmish, Sun Wukong's form vanished, causing Sun Wutian's right punch to miss its target. Reacting instinctively, Sun Wutian turned his body. only to see a rapid fist barreling toward him. With no time to evade, the punch struck his chest, sending him hurtling toward the North Kai's planet below. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wutian's body slammed into the ground, creating a vast web-like crack and a cloud of dust. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wutian quickly rose to his feet, transforming into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan, you say? Sun Wukong remarked, clenching his fists as he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ah! With a powerful shout, Sun Wutian erupted in golden energy, charging towards Sun Wukong in the sky. Sun Wukong, likewise, ignited with energy and surged towards Sun Wutian. In a flash, Sun Wutian appeared before Sun Wukong, delivering a swift kick aimed at him. Sun Wukong evaded, retreating just in time. Sun Wutian raised his fists, striking towards Sun Wukong with blinding speed. Sun Wukong mirrored the action, preparing to counter Sun Wutian's assault. Chapter 12, Super Saiyan Level 3. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists clashed violently, resonating with deafening sounds. Whoosh, bang. Suddenly, Sun Wutian delivered a lateral kick that sent Sun Wukong reeling backward. As Sun Wukong prepared to charge forward once more, he noticed Sun Wutian's fists clenched tightly, his energy rapidly surging upward. With a colossal roar, Sun Wutian transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, though Sun Wukong had anticipated Sun Wutian's strength might have reached this level. Witnessing it firsthand still filled him with astonishment. That moment, Sun Wutian vanished and reappeared behind Sun Wukong, launching a powerful punch at him. Bang! With a tremendous sound, Sun Wukong was sent flying into a sea of yellow clouds. In this realm of the afterlife, surrounded only by the yellow springs and the North Kai's planet, they found themselves amidst an endless expanse of space and clouds. Kamehameha! Sun Wutian joined his hands together, a brilliant blue light radiating from his palms as he concentrated energy into a wave. Wave! With a resounding cry, Sun Wutian hurled the Kamehameha toward the clouds in the midst of the clouds. Sun Wukong, sensing the impending danger, instantly teleported behind Sun Wutian. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the sky as the Kamehameha detonated, sending a powerful gust of wind rippling outward. Following the blast, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, releasing an overwhelming aura that surged upward. Crackle! Boom! With an astonishing display of power, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wutian glanced at Sun Wukong before darting toward him, launching a punch with all his might. Sun Wukong sidestepped, evading the strike. Sun Wutian, startled, prepared to lift his right fist to counterattack. In a swift maneuver, Sun Wukong executed a lateral kick to Sun Wutian's abdomen. Sun Wutian cried out as he was propelled backward. While Sun Wutian matched Sun Wukong in strength, his practical combat skills were still lacking. Sun Wukong smiled, quickly advancing towards Sun Wutian, launching a series of powerful punches. As they battled, Sun Wutian's youthful physique often placed him at a disadvantage due to his shorter limbs, rendering his attacks easier to evade. With a sudden movement, Sun Wukong vanished from sight, gathering a golden energy wave aimed at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian instinctively swatted it away to the side. Sun Wukong chuckled, instantly reappearing in front of Sun Wutian, delivering a forceful kick forward. Whoosh! Sun Wutian vanished, causing Sun Wukong's kick to miss. Swiftly, Sun Wukong turned, catching sight of Sun Wutian charging toward him. Bang! Sun Wutian's right punch was captured by Sun Wukong. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wutian retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Sun Wukong, releasing his grip. Sun Wukong leaped upward, narrowly evading the strike. With a mighty roar, Sun Wutian clapped his hands together rapidly, unleashing a torrent of energy waves that surged towards Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong deftly evaded the onslaught while retaliating with his own energy blasts. The sky became a tumultuous spectacle, filled with billowing smoke and fiery explosions. Violent gusts of wind, born from the detonations, swept across the surroundings, in the Underworld. The King of Hell sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the titanic clash between the two. Fortune teller, it seems Wukong is engaged in battle with someone, he exclaimed. With whom is he fighting? The fortune teller pondered, seemingly struck by a thought. Could it be that upon their reunion, father and son would resort to combat. Immediately, she consulted her crystal ball to observe the happenings on North Kai's planet. The orb soon revealed an image of North Kai and Baburus standing together, gazing skyward. Up there, the fortune teller exclaimed, redirecting the crystal ball's gaze to the sky, where she indeed witnessed the fierce confrontation unfolding. The fortune teller was left speechless. She had anticipated a heartwarming reunion between father and son, yet instead, they had engaged in fierce combat. The ferocity of their battle captivated the King of Hell, compelling him to halt his work momentarily. Nearby, the lesser spirits, eager to alert him, were restrained by the older spirits who had been laboring longer. The King of Hell was the ruler of the Underworld and seldom took breaks. The new spirits' attempts to warn him would surely backfire, but on North Kai's planet, although the primary battleground for Sun Wukong and Sun Wutien was the sky. They occasionally found themselves crashing down onto the surface, leaving large craters in their wake. Observing the pockmarked landscape, the King of Hell couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that once their battle concluded, North Kai would have his hands full once more. Indeed, the fortune teller replied with a nod. Suddenly, both combatants were forced apart, panting heavily as their breathing steadied. Sun Wutien clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that rapidly ascended. What? Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, realizing that Sun Wutien was capable of further increasing his energy. With a powerful roar, Sun Wutien's energy surged outward, causing the ground of North Kai's planet to tremble violently beneath the weight of his power. What? North Kai exclaimed in alarm. The revelation that Sun Wutien could transform into a Super Saiyan 2 exceeded his expectations, but he was even more taken aback to discover that this was not the limit of Sun Wutien's potential. Just what kind of race are the Saiyans? Sun Wukong pondered, his shock palpable as he watched Sun Wutien. With another thunderous roar, Sun Wutien's hair elongated to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and deep blue pupils emerged within his once light green irises, while his golden aura transformed into a radiant brilliance and solidified. This was indeed the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Boom. The King of Hell felt the tremors reverberate through his domain, instigated by Sun Wutien's newfound power. Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong struggled to comprehend the scene before him, realizing that the transformation he had painstakingly achieved over 30 years had been effortlessly attained by Sun Wutien at the tender age of 7. Such prodigious talent was nothing short of extraordinary. On Earth, the overwhelming energy of Super Saiyan 3 was palpable even to Vegeta and others in West City. At Bulma's home, Trunks engaged in training within the gravity chamber, sensed Sun Wutien's formidable energy and displayed a look of disbelief. Could this possibly be Wutien's energy? No, it can't be. How could his energy be so immense? Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth and exited the gravity chamber. Dad, Trunks shouted, following suit. Meanwhile, at Sun Wukong's residence on Baozi Mountain, Sun Wufan, engrossed in his studies, paused upon sensing Sun Wutien's formidable energy. Could this be Wutien's energy? No way, his energy can't possibly be this strong. Back in the King of Hell's domain, he was utterly astounded by his Sun Wutien's transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Fortune teller. What is this transformation of Wutien's? He inquired. I am uncertain, but I suspect it to be Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3, he echoed, but they already possessed the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, so this must indeed be Super Saiyan 3. The King of Hell nodded in agreement. By the way, fortune teller, how old is Wutien this year? 7 years old. The King of Hell stroked his chin thoughtfully. T.O.B. so powerful at just 7 years old. I can only imagine how strong he will become in the future. The fortune teller nodded in affirmation. By the way, King of Hell, has Wukong ever transformed like this? I do not know, as I have remained in the Underworld. Perhaps North Kai would have more insight. On North Kai's planet, North Kai was thoroughly impressed by Sun Wutien's Super Saiyan 3 form. Sun Wutien was the most gifted human he had encountered since assuming his role as a Kai in the sky. Sun Wutien, having transformed, did not rush to attack, but instead addressed Sun Wukong. Father, why not transform into Super Saiyan 3 as well? The designation Super Saiyan 3 was a title given by Sun Wukong, representing his surpassing of Super Saiyan 2. Thus, Sun Wutian's reference to Super Saiyan 3 might evoke suspicion from Sun Wukong. With a smile, Sun Wukong replied, "Wutian, how did you know I could transform into Super Saiyan 3? Just a guess." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall transform into Super Saiyan 3, as you suggested." "Super Saiyan 3? Sun Wukong nodded. "This is the name I have given to the Super Saiyan 3 transformation." With that, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an aura of immense power that surged upward. Meanwhile, in the Kaio-ken realm, East Kaio-ken and Jebet felt the waves of energy from Sun Wutian and Sun Wukong's confrontation, that a human's energy can extend all the way from the Kai planet to the Kaio-ken planet. Jebet remarked in disbelief. East Kaio-ken nodded in agreement, that if we can enlist their help, we might expedite our search for Babidi. On Earth, at Sun Wukong's home on Bowsy Mountain, Vegeta had already brought Trunks to visit. "Vegeta!" Chi-Chi exclaimed, surprised by his sudden arrival, as it was his first time visiting their home. Vegeta nodded. "Where's Wufan?" "Wufan is in his room." "I shall fetch him." Chi-Chi hurriedly entered Sun Wufan's room to summon him. "Uncle Vegeta," Sun Wufan greeted, and Vegeta was about to inquire about Wutian's whereabouts when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura, the unmistakable presence of Sun Wukong. "Kakarot, father," Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, was taken aback. He could actually perceive his father's presence in the underworld from Earth. On North Kai's planet, Sun Wukong let out a tremendous roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, resembling Sun Wutian. The North Kai's expression turned tense upon witnessing both warriors assume this formidable form. Although he had previously seen Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3rd transformation, he had never observed him engaging in battle while in this state. This signified that an extraordinarily intense confrontation was imminent. On Earth, as Sun Wukong's energy stabilized, Vegeta immediately turned to Sun Wufan and inquired, "Wufan, where is Wutian gone?" Sun Wufan glanced at Chi-Chi, feeling hesitant to divulge the truth. However, concealing it was futile. "Wutian," Chi-Chi exclaimed, also directing her gaze at Sun Wufan. "He has gone to the North Kai." Vegeta scoffed. "So, it is true. This means that energy truly belongs to Wutian. That boy has concealed his intentions from me quite well." "To the North Kai? How did Wufan allow him to go?" Chi-Chi pressed. "Wutian asked Baba the fortune teller to take him there." "The fortune teller? So he has indeed ventured to the underworld?" "Yes, but Wufan, why does Wutian wish to go to the underworld?" Vegeta questioned. "Wutian wants to see his father. He wishes to persuade him to return to life, to resurrect Wukong." Chi-Chi replied, "On North Kai's planet, after completing a transformation, Sun Wukong turned to Sun Wutian and said, 'Shall we commence?' "Absolutely." Sun Wutian nodded. With that, both figures flickered and instantly appeared before one another, launching their fists toward each other with great force. With each explosive impact, their fists collided like fierce storms. Bang! Both of their right fists struck their opponent's face simultaneously, causing their heads to jerk back. Sun Wutian delivered a forward kick, which Sun Wukong blocked with an upward motion of his hand. Subsequently, they separated and began to gather vast amounts of energy in their palms, unleashing energy waves toward one another. Boom! 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 With each resounding explosion, their energy waves clashed, creating immense fire and smoke in the sky. "What an intensely fierce battle!" North Kai exclaimed, unable to contain himself. "Kamehameha!" Sun Wukong clasped his hands together behind him, gathering a deep blue energy wave. Observing this, Sun Wutian mirrored the action, condensing energy in his hands. "Wave!" Sun Wukong shouted, unleashing his Kamehameha. Sun Wutian also called out and launched his own Kamehameha. With a thunderous crash, the two energy waves collided violently that a ferocious gale erupted from their clash, spreading outward, gritting their teeth. They locked eyes. Suddenly, Sun Wukong shouted, infusing more energy into his Kamehameha, pushing it towards Sun Wutian. With determination, Sun Wutian reciprocated, channeling more energy into his Kamehameha to counter Sun Wukong's. Thus, after a brief standoff in the sky, both Kamehameha waves dissipated as their energy was exhausted. Breathing heavily, they regarded one another. Once their breath steadied, they charged at each other once more. Their speed was so remarkable that even North Kai found it challenging to track their movements. Bang! Their hands gripped tightly together as they exerted their strength in the air. On Earth, Krillin and the others had gathered at Sun Wukong's home, inquiring about Sun Wutian's situation. "You want to resurrect Wukong?" Krillin asked. "Indeed, but will he agree? I'm not sure, so we can only give it a try. By the way, Wu Fan, how did Wu Qian train to become so powerful?" "I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps he possesses remarkable talent." "Remarkable talent? This is beyond extraordinary." Sun Wufan chuckled, but remained silent. "Who do you believe will win, Wukong or Wu Qian?" Yamcha asked. "That I think it should be Wukong." Krillin replied. "That I believe it will be Wu Qian." Trunks interjected. "Trunks, why do you believe it will be Wu Qian?" "Because Wu Qian possesses super abilities." "Super abilities?" "Above North Kai's planet. Although Sun Wukong was strong, he had only recently mastered the Super Saiyan 3rd level, which was taxing on his stamina. I could see this moment. He found it increasingly difficult to maintain this transformation. Sun Wutian, while also experiencing significant energy depletion, possessed boundless stamina. Not only could he combat Sun Wukong, but he could also sustain this form indefinitely. Sun Wutian charged toward the fatigued Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly and rushed toward Sun Wutian as well. In a blink, they were once again engaged in a fierce battle. Moments later, Sun Wutian managed to knock Sun Wukong down to North Kai's planet. Due to his depleted stamina, Sun Wukong reverted to his normal state. He gazed up at Sun Wutian in the sky and chose to concede. "I yield." Sun Wutian nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as he spoke, a voice echoed in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Sun Wukong. You have received a Super Saiyan God advancement card, learned the Kaio-ken technique, and acquired the Key Sword." The Key Sword? Sun Wutian recalled that this sword seemed to be the one used in the Dark Demon Realm manga to seal the Dark Demon Realm King, Majin Buu. However, it appeared that it required the convergence of 4 powers: dark power, divine power, time power, and light power to seal someone permanently. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wutian descended back to North Kai's planet. I could see that moment. The landscape of North Kai's planet had been ravaged by their battle, leaving only a third of its original size, with North Kai's residents reduced to mere fragments of walls. North Kai and the others stood behind the remnants of the wall, which served as their fortress. "Father, North Kai, it's getting late. I should be heading back." "All right." Sun Wukong nodded. North Kai quickly approached Sun Wutian and asked, "When will you assist us in bringing Wukong back?" Given the extensive damage, if Sun Wutian failed to help resurrect him, it would be a tremendous loss. "Once I return, I will gather the Dragon Balls to aid your resurrection. Wu Qian, it's truly fine if you choose not to help us." "Wukong." North Kai's eyes bore into him. While Sun Wukong was unharmed, he constantly faced ridicule from West Kai and the others for his demise. "Then please assist us in our resurrection," Sun Wukong urged. Noticing North Kai's fierce expression, Sun Wutian nodded, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and departed from North Kai's planet. He then shot forward at incredible speed, in the Hall of Judgment. King Yama resumed his duties upon seeing the battle conclude. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wutian returned to the Hall of Judgment. "Wutian, you have returned." The fortune-telling old woman chuckled. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "No worries. Has Wukong agreed to be resurrected?" "Yes." Sun Wutian nodded. In that case, shall we return?" Sun Wutian nodded once more. In the celestial realm. The fortune-telling old woman, utilizing her ability to traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, transported Sun Wutian to a chamber within the Hall of the Gods. "Where are we?" "This is the Hall of the Gods." "The Hall of the Gods." The old woman nodded and led Sun Wutian outside, where they encountered Piccolo, Dandy, and Bobo. "Wutian, how is it? Does her father wish to be revived?" He agreed. "Is that so? Then I shall send Krillin and the others to seek the Dragon Balls." Sun Wutian nodded affirmatively. After a considerable time, Krillin and the others gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and brought them to the celestial realm, summoning the Eternal Dragon. "So, this is the Eternal Dragon," Trunks exclaimed, gazing at the dragon in the sky, his heart racing with excitement. It was the first time he had ever laid eyes on the Eternal Dragon since his birth. "State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one." The dragon addressed the familiar faces. "I wish for the North Kai and the others who perished due to Cell's self-destruction to be revived." Son Gohan declared. Very well. However, since Sun Wukong has died once, you may only wish for his resurrection separately. Does that mean we need 2 wishes? Indeed. The dragon nodded. In that case, let us first revive Wukong. Krillin suggested. Agreed. Son Gohan nodded. Then, Eternal Dragon, please revive my father. Very well, but Son Wukong's soul is not here, so I can only resurrect him where his soul resides. That should pose no problem, correct? No, just bring him back. Understood, the dragon said, his eyes glowing red. Far away on North Kai's planet, the halo above Son Wukong's head vanished. Oh no, the halo has disappeared. Wukong! Has it? Son Wukong looked up, and indeed, the halo above his head had vanished. Now, is your second wish to revive the North Kai and the others? Yes, Son Gohan affirmed. Very well, I understand. Chapter 15. Son Wukong's Resurrection. A gathering of friends wonderful. We can be revived too, the North Kai exclaimed. Immediately dancing with Babidi and the others before they could dance for long, the halo above their heads vanished. Lord Kai, your halo has disappeared too? Really? The North Kai responded with delight. In a few days, I shall go find the West Kai and boast a little. They always mock me with this joke. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong let out a dry chuckle. So, Lord Kai, may I take my leave? The North Kai nodded with a smile. After a moment of joy, he gazed at the devastated North Kai's planet and sighed. He then began to fill in the craters on the Kai planet. On Earth, in the celestial realm, after Son Gohan and the others made their 2 wishes, they refrained from making any further wishes and awaited Son Wukong's return. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the celestial realm. It was none other than Son Wukong. Wukong! Wukong! Dad! Upon seeing the resurrected Son Wukong, everyone beamed with joy, especially Chi-Chi, who had single-handedly raised Son Gohan and Son Wu-Tien over the past 7 years. It had been an arduous journey. Son Wukong smiled and nodded. It's been a while. How is everyone doing? Yes, they all nodded in response. Wukong. At that moment, Chi-Chi could no longer contain her emotions and tightly embraced Son Wukong. Chi-Chi. Son Wukong felt a wave of nervousness at her sudden affection. Krillin and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Witnessing this, Son Gohan's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Had he not been reckless back then, Son Wukong would never have perished. Dad. Son Gohan called out to Son Wukong. Gohan. Seeing this, Chi-Chi immediately released her tight grip. Dad, is he Wu-Tien's father? Trunks inquired. Vegeta nodded and approached Son Wukong. Long time no see, Vegeta. Son Wukong greeted him. Humph, Vegeta huffed. Kakarot, the power you and Wu-Tien displayed must not be Super Saiyan 2. Am I correct? No. That was the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, transcending Super Saiyan 2. The 3rd level of Super Saiyan. The Dragon Ball Z warriors were astonished. They had previously thought that the power the 2 wielded was Super Saiyan 2. But it turned out to be the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Vegeta gritted his teeth upon hearing this. If Son Wukong's strength was merely Super Saiyan 2, the gap between them would not be significant. However, if Son Wukong had achieved the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, the disparity would be vast. And who emerged victorious between you and Wu-Tien? Wu-Tien. What? Krillin and the others gasped in shock. Son Wukong was a martial arts genius. Even if Son Wu-Tien had attained the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, with Son Wukong's wealth of combat experience, he should not have lost to Son Wu-Tien. Could it be due to his special abilities? Son Gohan speculated. Special abilities? Son Wukong echoed. Yes, Wu-Tien has the ability to immobilize others. Didn't he use it on you? No. Son Wukong shook his head. Wu-Tien, have you been concealing your true strength from me all along? Trunks approached Son Wu-Tien, questioning him. Not all. Why would you say that? Son Wu-Tien replied, looking guilty. In that case, tell me how you trained to become this powerful that I just trained a bit more seriously. A bit more seriously? Trunks' eyes narrowed intently. For the past few months, he had diligently trained every day, and yet he had not even reached Super Saiyan 2. Swear to me, if you are deceiving me. We shall no longer be friends. All right, I swear if I am lying, we shall no longer be friends. Trunks, upon hearing this, reluctantly accepted his words. I could see that moment. Vegeta suddenly challenged Son Wukong. Kakarot, it's been 7 years. Shall we have a sparring match? Let me see your 3rd level of Super Saiyan. A spar? Son Wukong nodded. But I just finished sparring with Wu-Tien, and I'm quite exhausted. How about another day? Fine, then I'll challenge you tomorrow. Tomorrow. What? Is there a problem? No, no. Sun Wukong shook his head vigorously. He knew that if he did not agree, Vegeta would persistently bother him. Just then, Sun Wukong's stomach growled. To celebrate Wukong's resurrection. How about we all gather in my home for a feast? Upon witnessing this, Bulma proposed an idea. Krillin and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they departed from the heavenly realm and arrived at Bulma's residence. She arranged for a lavish feast to be delivered, hosting a celebration for the resurrection of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong indulged himself in the delectable spread, occasionally responding to Krillin and the others' inquiries. As he neared the end of his meal, he suddenly turned to Gohan and said, "Gohan, I heard from Goten that you haven't been training all these years." Gohan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded in acknowledgement. That kid Gohan probably lacks even the strength he had when he defeated Cell, Vegeta remarked. Gohan, this won't do. Even if you're busy with studies, you must continue to train. Look at Goten. His strength has already surpassed that of his father. Gohan nodded in agreement. The gathering continued for quite some time, lasting until evening when everyone gradually took their leave. The following morning, Vegeta arrived at Sun Wukong's home early, eager to challenge him to a battle, but Sun Wukong had already gone to the North Kai's place, leaving Vegeta unable to confront him. Kakarot, Vegeta clenched his fists, seething with anger that if he were still oblivious to Sun Wukong's antics, he would truly be a fool that on North Kai's planet. Sun Wukong, engrossed in his training, suddenly sneezed. He glanced at the now repaired North Kai's planet and remarked, "Lord Kai, you certainly have a remarkable speed in restoring the planet." Upon hearing this, North Kai gritted his teeth in frustration. "Isn't it because of you?" "Because of me. You should consider who has to repair North Kai's planet every time you destroy it." Sun Wukong's face flushed with embarrassment. During his 7 years on North Kai's planet, he had inadvertently caused damage nearly every day. Thus, North Kai's ability to restore the planet in such a short time was entirely due to his familiarity with the task. Chapter 16. The World Martial Arts Tournament in the afternoon. After taking a nap, Goten awoke to find Trunks visiting him. "Trunks, what brings you here?" Trunks replied, visibly displeased. "Goten, do you seem reluctant to see me?" "No, not at all. My dad isn't forcing me to train constantly anymore. Just an hour or two each day will suffice." "Oh, I see. That's quite good," Trunks responded, still wearing a frown, that he was taken to train by Vegeta because of Goten, and now the lack of pressure to train was also due to Goten. "What is up, Trunks?" "Nothing much. So, Goten, what shall we do next?" "Oh no, why don't you decide? How about we go fishing at the waterfall today?" "Then let's go fishing." Trunks nodded in agreement. Time flew by, and soon over a month had passed. Gohan, like in the original story, was accepted into Orange Star High School, becoming classmates with Videl. On the back mountain of Sun Wukong's home, known as Bunsam Mountain, Goten stood on a patch of grass, engaged in his training. With a powerful roar, Goten's hair transformed into a bright red hue. His eyes enlarged, revealing distinct pupils, which turned black and red, enveloped in an aura reminiscent of solar flames. This was the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Since the aura of Super Saiyan God was divine, Gohan and the others on Earth did not sense Goten's new power. Goten examined his hair and elevated his energy further. Boom! With an astonishing surge of energy, Goten's hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, his eyes deep blue, surrounded by a blue aura adorned with starry particles unique to divine energy. Droplets of energy flowed intermittently within the aura, moving at a slower pace than that of humans or Super Saiyans. Accompanied by faint sparks of electricity, the aura formed 2 layers, with sky blue on the outside and white within. This was the power of Super Saiyan Blue. Is this the power of Super Saiyan Blue? Goten mused, slightly clenching his fists. He then glanced behind him. The strength of Super Saiyan Blue was akin to that of Super Saiyan 4. Had he not lost his tail, he could have transformed into Super Saiyan 4 using the method from Dragon Ball GT. In truth, Goten had possessed a tail in his childhood, but Gohan had removed it, fearing Goten might lose control like he did during the full moon system. "Do you have a way to regrow my tail?" Replying to the master, "The system does not possess this function. You could use the Dragon Balls to restore your tail." The Dragon Balls? But there's only one wish left. If something unexpected happens on Earth, I must use the Dragon Balls. Then, Master, you must wait for your tail to grow back naturally. Goten nodded. By the way, system, if I transform into a great ape, I shouldn't lose control, right? Based on a Master's current bloodline. I believe you might. Really? However, Master, you need not worry too much. Having mastered the power of Super Saiyan God, theoretically, even if you were to lose control, it would be for a brief moment at most. Is that so? Goten replied, immediately returning to his training. In the evening, Gohan returned home clad in a green outfit paired with black pants, draped in a red cloak, and wearing a helmet. This attire was the Super Saiyan hero costume that Bulma had crafted for Gohan to conceal his heroic identity. What do you think, Goten? Gohan boasted about his outfit upon entering the house. Goten chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Gohan's outfit struck him as rather juvenile. It looks quite good, Goten said, albeit reluctantly. Gohan smiled broadly. I had Aunt Bulma help me create this costume to hide my identity. Hide your identity? Goten feigned curiosity. Yes, I aspire to be a righteous hero, yet I wish to keep my identity secret to avoid disrupting my high school life. Hence this costume. I see. Indeed, Gohan nodded. Moreover, I have even given myself a catchy name. What name? Super Saiyan Hero. Goten, what do you think of this name? It's all right. What do you mean by all right? This name took me quite some time to think of. Goten chuckled lightly. Goten, why are you laughing? Gohan's expression became somewhat serious. It's nothing. Just then, Sun Wukong, who had been training all day on North Kai's planet, returned home. Upon seeing Gohan's outfit, he was momentarily speechless. Gohan, what in the world are you wearing? Dad, this is the Super Saiyan Hero costume that Aunt Bulma made for me. Super Saiyan Hero. What is that? It's a hero who maintains peace in West City. Oh, but why are you dressed like that? I want to blend in as an ordinary high school student, so I prefer to keep my true identity hidden. I see. So, what do you think of my outfit? It looks quite good. Sun Wukong spoke insincerely. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan's heart swelled with a measure of joy. Subsequently, he sought out Chi-Chi to inquire about the attire he was wearing. Chi-Chi refrained from uttering insincere words, merely stating that the clothing was average. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. When Son Gohan returned home that evening, he informed Chi-Chi of his intention to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Chi-Chi echoed, incredulously. Indeed, Mother. I have heard that the champion of the tournament receives a prize of 10 million, and even the runner-up is awarded 5 million. 10 million. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Over the years, she had sustained her family on Sun Wukong's earnings, and their finances were now quite limited. Such an opportunity to procure money was one she could not afford to overlook. Very well. I agree. Tomorrow you shall go to school and apply for a leave of absence. Wukong, Tien, you both must participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well. We? Son Wukong interjected. Chi-Chi, surely Tien and I need not join? Chi-Chi's eyes narrowed as she glared at Son Wukong. Wukong, you have been in the Underworld for years and are utterly oblivious to the hardships I have faced while raising Gohan and Tien. Moreover, our household finances are dwindling that if you enter the competition, the championship and runner-up positions are practically guaranteed for us, yielding a total of 15 million. If you refuse to comply, I shall no longer prepare your meals. Faced with Chi-Chi's ultimatum, Son Wukong had no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 17. Registration. The following morning, Son Gohan and Son Tien ventured to the back mountain to train. Suddenly, a jet aircraft descended before them. As the door opened, a girl with twin ponytails, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, emerged. Her hair was black, her eyebrows delicately shaped, and her irises a pale blue. She was none other than Biddy Lee. Biddy Lee, how did you know my family resides here? Son Gohan asked, astonished. Biddy Lee chuckled lightly. Did you not write your home address at school? It is easily discoverable. I see. Son Gohan scratched his head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother, who is she? This is Biddy Lee, my classmate. You may address her as Sister Biddy Lee. Sister Biddy Lee. Biddy Lee nodded with a smile. Biddy Lee, what brings you to my home? Son Gohan, did you not promise to teach me how to fly? Have you forgotten? Biddy Lee's expression turned displeased. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan recalled his promise that no, I thought it was not urgent. Biddy scoffed, who said it wasn't urgent. You must teach me before the World Martial Arts Tournament begins, so I can astonish my father. Sun Wutien interjected, Brother, I wish to visit Trunks today, so I shall take my leave. He had no desire to be a third wheel. Hey, Wutien! But before Son Gohan could finish, Wutien had already activated his flight technique and soared into the sky. Biddy gazed at Wutien's ascent, her resolve to master the flight technique strengthening. Noon arrived, and upon returning home for lunch, Sun Wutien encountered Biddy, who had stayed behind to dine. Wutien, you're back. Biddy greeted him with a bright smile. Sun Wutien nodded and took a seat. All right, let us begin, Chi-Chi announced, and the family commenced their meal. After sampling Chi-Chi's cooking, Biddy praised, Gohan, your mother's cooking is delightful, even better than that of my family's chef. A chef? Is your family quite wealthy? To afford one? Well, it's all right. How many houses does your family own in the West? Let me think, perhaps dozens. Dozens? That is an extraordinary fortune. Gohan, when are you and Wutien getting married? Puffed. Son Gohan, caught off guard, spit his food on his son Wukong's face. Gohan, I am so sorry, father. He quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe the remnants from son Wukong's face. Biddy stared at son Gohan in a daze, her mind adrift in thought. Time flew, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Through son Gohan's diligent instruction, Biddy finally mastered the flight technique. She was now soaring through the skies above Baozi Mountain. Suddenly, she descended before son Gohan and declared, Son Gohan, I have learned the flight technique. I shall take my leave now. See you at the World Martial Arts Tournament. All right, son Gohan nodded in agreement. With that, Biddy activated her flight technique and departed Baozi Mountain. At last, she has left. Son Gohan sighed in relief, then returned home to summon Sun Wutien for training. As time passed, over half a month slipped by. Today marked the commencement of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin and others, having heard that Sun Wukong was participating, decided to join in the excitement of the event. Given their abilities, they knew victory was not in their grasp. At this moment, Sun Wukong had already met with Bulma and the others outside the tournament grounds. Vegeta, arms crossed and a fierce demeanor, glared at Sun Wukong. Kakarot, this time I shall settle the score with you. Sun Wukong nodded knowingly. He understood that a confrontation with Vegeta was unavoidable as they conversed. Son Gohan continually turned his head, scanning the surroundings. Gohan, are you searching for Biddy? Sun Wukong inquired. I asked that Biddy? Krillin asked. Yes, she's Gohan's classmate. Just a classmate? Gohan, Krillin chuckled. Of course, she's my classmate, Uncle Krillin. Just a classmate. Why are you so excited? I'm not excited, Son Gohan insisted. Gohan, at that moment, a familiar voice called out. Son Gohan turned to see Biddy with her freshly cut short hair. Biddy, he exclaimed. Krillin, noticing Biddy's appearance, teased Son Gohan. Gohan, this girl is quite attractive. You have a good eye. Uncle Krillin, Son Gohan glared at him, visibly annoyed. All right, I was just joking. Don't be angry, Gohan. Then Uncle Krillin, please refrain from such jokes. Understood. Just then, Biddy approached Son Gohan. Gohan, who are they? They're my father's friends. This is Uncle Krillin, this is Uncle Yamcha, and this is Uncle Tien. Biddy nodded slightly. Hello, I am Biddy, Son Gohan's classmate. Krillin and the others nodded in acknowledgement. That's so. Gohan, have you registered? Biddy asked. Not yet. At that moment, a staff member with a loudspeaker called out to the crowd. The registration for the youth category of the World Martial Arts Tournament is here. Please come forward to register. Youth category? Son Gohan queried. Yes, the tournament is divided into youth and adult categories. Since Wutien is of a certain age, he can only participate in the youth category. I see. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others could not help but burst into laughter. The mightiest among them, Sun Wutien, was unfortunately relegated to the youth category due to his tender age. What is the prize for the champion of the youth division? Chi-Chi inquired that it is also 10 million. Is that so? Well then, Goku, Gohan, and Wutien, you have secured the top 2 spots, which amounts to 25 million. Vegeta remarked. His expression one of displeasure. He acknowledged the strength of Sun Wukong and Sun Wutien. Yet he remained skeptical about Gohan, who had not trained for 7 years. He doubted that Gohan could best him. Wutien, Trunks, you two should go and register, Sun Wukong suggested. The two nodded in agreement, as the number of participants in the youth division was rather sparse. It did not take long for Wu Tien and his companions to complete their registration. Chapter 18. Mr. Satan. After registering, Sun Wukong and his group also signed up, since the youth competition commenced first. They made their way to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament to watch Sun Wutian's match. That moment, Sun Wutian was casually standing on the stage, observing the small boy before him. The boy, bare-chested, struck a provocative pose, mimicking the stance of a white crane. That if the two contestants have no issues, let us begin, the referee announced. Upon hearing this, the boy promptly stepped back and assumed his position. I hereby declare that the first match of the youth division officially commences. With a loud shout, the boy lunged forward, launching a powerful punch towards Sun Wutian's face. However, before the boy's fist could reach its target, Sun Wutian's right fist had already collided with the boy's nose. The boy let out a pained cry, his body stiffening before he fell backward onto the ground. "Xiao Wu," the boy's mother screamed. The referee, witnessing this, immediately began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. The contestant Sun Wutian is the victor. Sun Wutian, upon hearing this, stifled a yawn, finding the match tedious. Were it not for the enticing prize of 10 million, he would not have bothered with such a dull competition. After his victory, he leaped off the stage, allowing the next contestants to take their turn. The matches progressed swiftly, and both Sun Wutian and Trunks easily advanced to the finals. Dear spectators, we now present the finals of the youth division. The winner of this match will not only receive a grand prize of 10 million, but also the opportunity to challenge the world champion. Mr. Satan. The audience erupted with excitement at the mention of Mr. Satan. Many among them were fervent admirers of his, and the prospect of witnessing his heroic presence filled them with joy. Meanwhile, on the second floor of an ancient building beneath the tournament arena, Mr. Satan reclined leisurely in a chair, smoking a cigar. Suddenly, a staff member entered after knocking on the door. Upon seeing this, Mr. Satan quickly placed his feet on the ground. "What is it?" "It's nothing urgent." "Mr. Satan, just wanted to ask if you would like to watch the finals of the youth division." The staff member replied. That Mr. Satan chuckled. "What is there to see in a children's match, if you have no other business? Kindly leave." "Understood, Mr. Satan." The staff member exited promptly. Once he was alone, Mr. Satan rose and gazed out the window towards the competition stage. Sun Wutian and Trunks were now on the platform. Mr. Satan found the two boys somewhat familiar, but could not recall where he had seen them before. "If contestant Sun Wutian and Trunks have no further issues, let us commence the match," the referee announced. The two nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they both leapt towards each other with remarkable speed, engaging in a flurry of punches and kicks. The sounds of their combat echoed in the air, whoosh, bang, bang, bang. As they moved swiftly, their fierce exchange intensified. Observing from the second-floor lounge, Mr. Satan was taken aback by the sheer power of the two. They would undoubtedly secure an impressive ranking even in the adult division. After a moment of astonishment, Mr. Satan suddenly recalled Sun Wukong and Trunks from the Cell games. Could they be the children of those golden-haired oddballs? Mr. Satan swallowed hard. He had witnessed the battle between Sun Wukong and Cell, and he was acutely aware that it was not he who had vanquished Cell, but rather Sun Wukong and his companions. He had fabricated such a grand story for fame and fortune. If it truly were them, then I stand no chance. Mr. Satan pondered anxiously. Should he be defeated, the truth behind his deception would be laid bare, and he would become the target of public scorn. What to do? He lamented that on the competition stage, Trunks, overwhelmed by the disparity in power, could only defend against Sun Wutian's relentless assaults. Vegeta, unable to bear the sight from the highest railing of the audience, chose to leave. "Vegeta, are you not watching?" Sun Wukong queried. "I'm done watching. There is nothing worthwhile, besides Son Gohan." Bitterly expressed her confusion. Gohan, why would he say there is nothing interesting about such an exhilarating match? Son Gohan chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. The reason for Vegeta's disinterest was simple. Trunks could not compete with Sun Wutian. Had Trunks been able to hold his own, Vegeta would have certainly stayed to relish the match, and perhaps even gloat before Sun Wukong. "You'll find out soon enough," Son Gohan hinted subtly, not wishing to offend Bulma and Vegeta by stating it outright. "Soon?" "Yes," Son Gohan nodded. Upon hearing this, Bitterly turned her gaze back to the competition stage. With a resounding punch, Sun Wutian sent Trunks flying off the competition stage. Trunks is out. Sun Wu-Tien wins. The referee announced loudly to the audience below. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. Biddy Lee, witnessing this, seemed to grasp the situation in the upstairs lounge. Upon witnessing Sun Wu-Tien's victory, Mr. Satan felt a surge of panic. The match had concluded far too swiftly, leaving him no time to devise a strategy. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Mr. Satan, come in. Mr. Satan feigned calmness as he spoke. The staff member outside promptly opened the door and entered. Mr. Satan, the champion of the youth division has been determined. And now it is time for you to face him. All right, I understand. Please leave. I will be there shortly. Yes, Mr. Satan. The staff member exited the room. As Mr. Satan contemplated his next steps, he heard the thunderous cheers from the crowd outside. Satan, Satan, Satan. The enthusiasm of the audience only intensified the pressure he felt. Yet, with no alternative, he steeled himself for the impending confrontation. After gathering his resolve, Mr. Satan trudged toward the arena. The journey that should have been brief now felt arduous in his heart. Chapter 19. The cinematic hero, Mr. Satan. Moments later, Mr. Satan arrived at the venue of the tournament. The instant he appeared, he became the focal point of attention for a throng of spectators and reporters. It is our hero, Mr. Satan, the savior of Earth. Mr. Satan, Satan, Satan. The audience shouted towards Mr. Satan. Hello, everyone. Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan immediately raised his arms in exuberance. Father, he is truly something. Biddy Lee was momentarily at a loss for words. At that instant, a throng of reporters rushed to Mr. Satan for an interview. Mr. Satan, do you have confidence in this competition? Inquired a gentle-looking female journalist. Of course. He replied, Is there anything you would like to say to the viewers at home? On the competition stage, Sun Wu-Tien, growing increasingly impatient, urged Mr. Satan from below. Uncle, could you hurry up? Startled by Sun Wu-Tien's prodding, Mr. Satan exclaimed, I'll be ready in just a moment. He then turned to the reporters, saying, We'll pause the interview for now. Let me finish my match first. All right, Mr. Satan, we will definitely capture your dashing presence during the competition. They responded. Dashing presence? Mr. Satan was momentarily taken aback. He would be fortunate enough not to be turned into a pig's head by Sun Wu-Tien, let alone appear dashing. At this moment, the referee on stage also expressed impatience. Mr. Satan, may we commence the match? Oh, right, Mr. Satan replied, his feet feeling exceedingly heavy as he made his way to the competition platform. Wukong, let us go. We already know the outcome without watching, Krillin remarked, observing Mr. Satan's slow approach. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Biddy Lee, standing beside Sun Wufan, was taken aback. Aren't you going to watch this match? It's between the world champion Mr. Satan and Sun Wu-Tien. It might be an exceptionally thrilling battle. Krillin waved his hand dismissively. With that time, I might as well find a place to take a nap. Upon hearing this, Biddy Lee immediately glanced at Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan, seeing her expression, forced a smile, wishing he could give Krillin a good beating. Finally, Mr. Satan stepped onto the competition stage. Since Mr. Satan has taken the stage, then the match. Wait! The referee was interrupted as Mr. Satan spoke up. What is it, Mr. Satan? The referee asked, puzzled. Clearing his throat, Mr. Satan said, Before the match begins, I would like to say a few words to that child, so he doesn't feel any pressure. Oh, very well, but please be quick. The audience has been waiting for quite some time. Mr. Satan nodded and swiftly approached Sun Wu-Tien. Little friend, just treat this match as a casual game. You can play around, but please don't take it too seriously. Sun Wu-Tien nodded with a smile. Mr. Satan then returned to the referee and declared, You may announce the start of the match. The referee nodded in affirmation. I hereby announce that the match between contestant Sun Wu-Tien and Mr. Satan officially begins now. Satan, Satan, the audience erupted into cheers. Observing this, Mr. Satan dashed to Sun Wu-Tien, pressing his face close to him. Little buddy, I'll let you throw a punch, but you must do it gently. Okay, uncle, Sun Wu-Tien chuckled. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a request. Bang! As soon as Sun Wu-Tien finished speaking, his right fist struck Mr. Satan's face, causing it to contort dramatically while he was sent crashing against the wall of a nearby building. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Biddy Lee, witnessing this, was utterly flabbergasted. Her father, whom she took pride in, had been knocked out with a single punch by Sun Wu-Tien on the floor beneath the stage. Mr. Satan, having collided heavily with the wall, felt a throbbing pain in his head. That little brat. I explicitly told him to hit lightly, yet he struck with such force, Mr. Satan complained inwardly about Sun Wutien. Despite the pain, he maintained a facade of ease in front of the spectators. I could see this moment. One of Mr. Satan's fervent fans suddenly shouted, "I understand now. Mr. Satan must have intentionally lost to encourage that child." The surrounding audience began to concur with his sentiment that I knew it. How could the world champion, Mr. Satan, possibly lose to a child? As the audience's opinion swayed overwhelmingly in one direction, they were all moved by Mr. Satan's actions. Only Sun Wutien and his companions felt a sense of disbelief. They had to admit their imaginative capabilities were indeed remarkable. Mr. Satan was eliminated, and Sun Wutien was declared the victor. Congratulations to contestant Sun Wutien for successfully challenging Mr. Satan. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien leaped off the stage and approached Trunks. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. "Wutien, since you won the championship, you must treat us." Sun Wutien agreed enthusiastically. "Shall we go watch the battles of the others now?" Trunks nodded again. "Wonderful. Wutien has won the championship." In the audience, Chi-Chi was overjoyed, exclaiming to Bulma, 10 million may not be a significant sum for the Bulma family, but for Sun Wukong's family, it is undoubtedly a fortune. Bulma nodded nonchalantly. "With this 10 million prize, I can hire a tutor for Wutien. Even hiring 3 or 4 at once would be no problem. Now, let us see how Wukong and the others perform." In the resting area of the World Martial Arts Tournament, after watching Sun Wutien's match, Sun Wukong, feeling somewhat hungry, dragged Sun Wufan and the others to get something to eat. Upon reaching the resting area, Sun Wukong noticed Vegeta devouring his food. "Vegeta!" Sun Wukong greeted him with a smile. Vegeta ignored him, continuing to eat. Observing this, Sun Wukong asked the staff for food and sat down beside Vegeta to eat as well. Seeing this, Sun Wufan brought Biddy Li over. However, they did not rush to eat the food on the table, but waited for the staff to bring more dishes before they began. "Delicious, Dad. The food at the martial arts tournament has always been fantastic." "Always." As Sun Wufan pondered this, Sun Wukong seized the food in front of him and devoured it. "Dad, that was my food. Who told you not to eat? I thought you didn't like it." Krillin chuckled at the sight of Sun Wukong and the others enjoying their meal. In the past, when he had eaten with Sun Wukong had also acted like this, stealing his food. Chapter 20. The punching machine. After a considerable time, Sun Wukong finished his meal and, along with Sun Wufan and the others, headed towards the arena of the martial arts tournament. Yes, they left the resting area. Sun Wukong spotted 2 men, one tall and one short. The tall man had red skin, appeared somewhat elderly, sported a mane of white hair, and wore a red uniform. The shorter man floated above the ground, his pale purple skin complemented by a white punk hairstyle and a Saiyan uniform. These two were Jebit and East Kaio-ken. Upon seeing them, Sun Wukong immediately sensed that they were extraordinary. "Hello, are you Sun Wukong?" East Kaio-ken greeted him with a smile. Sun Wukong nodded. "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?" East Kaio-ken smiled back. "I cannot disclose my identity just yet, but I believe we will meet soon on the competition stage." "The competition stage?" "Indeed, we have also registered for this competition." "Is that so?" The East Kai nodded. "Then we shall meet on the battlefield." Upon finishing his statement, the East Kai led Jebit towards the resting area. Observing this from the sidelines, Piccolo's expression was far from pleasant. For reasons unknown, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the East Kai. "What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo?" "Oh, it's nothing," Piccolo replied, and then accompanied Goku and the others to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament preliminaries. Unlike previous tournaments, this year's preliminaries would not eliminate participants through combat, but rather through a punching machine that in simple terms, the contestant with the highest score on the punching machine would advance to the top 16. At that moment, Mr. Satan stood before the punching machine, preparing to strike. Surrounding him were numerous reporters with cameras, capturing the moment. Gohan glanced at the cameras, feeling anxious that they might capture his image and reveal his identity. Thus his expression turned tense. Sensing Gohan's distress, Piccolo widened his eyes and unleashed a powerful aura, causing all the reporters' cameras to explode. What on earth just happened? The reporters were left bewildered as they witnessed their cameras suddenly detonate. I've destroyed their cameras and camcorders. This way, even if your outfit gets torn, your classmates from school will remain oblivious. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan responded, visibly moved. What is going on? What is the meaning of this? Honestly, you media folks are utterly useless. Mr. Satan expressed his dissatisfaction upon noticing the damaged equipment. He then assumed a fighting stance and struck the punching machine with all his might. Bang! With a resounding thud, Mr. Satan's right fist collided forcefully with the punching machine. The display screen immediately registered 2 numbers, swiftly ascending before ultimately halting at 137.137. A crowd of onlookers erupted in cheers upon witnessing the score. Many contestants were equally astonished. Seeing their astonished expressions, Mr. Satan let out a hearty laugh. He then strutted forward, embodying what he considered the epitome of style. Upon reaching one of the tournament entrances, he abruptly turned and addressed the competitors. Everyone, do your best. I look forward to facing someone who can defeat me. At that moment, the staff responsible for the preliminaries approached Goku and the others. Now, please collect your number tags and line up for the punching machine test. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others promptly went to draw their number tags. The numbers they drew were relatively high, as Mr. Satan's robust performance meant that no one could surpass his record before they had even taken their turns. After a brief wait, it was Lapis's turn to face the machine. Lapis, be gentle. Don't damage the machine. Krillin whispered to her that I know. Could you please stop being so naggy? Lapis retorted, somewhat impatiently. She approached the punching machine and struck it. Bang! With a resonant sound, 3 numbers appeared on the machine, rapidly increasing before finally settling at 774.774. The nearby staff were taken aback at the score displayed on the punching machine. The surrounding spectators stood in stunned silence. It is worth noting that prior to this, the highest score recorded on the punching machine was Mr. Satan's 137 points. Mr. Satan was a world champion, having once defeated Cell to save the world. To surpass his score implied that Lapis's strength might have exceeded that of Mr. Satan, as perceived by the ordinary onlookers. After a moment of shock, the staff gradually regained their composure. This punching machine may be malfunctioning. Allow me to have someone check it, and everyone should hold off on their turns for now. So it was a machine failure. I thought there was no way she could surpass Mr. Satan's score. The surrounding contestants sighed in relief upon hearing this. Krillin, noticing the situation, turned to Lapis again. Lapis, I told you to be gentle. I know, but controlling this power is really difficult. At that moment, the staff repaired the machine and smilingly addressed Lapis. The punching machine is fixed. Please give it another go. Lapis nodded and lightly struck the machine, her fist barely grazing it. The machine immediately displayed the number 203.2203. The staff's eyes widened in disbelief. If the previous score had been attributed to a malfunction, this time, there could be no denying its accuracy. Next, Krillin took his turn and scored 192.1192. The staff stood in a daze, observing this. Goku stepped up and scored 186.1186. As the staff witnessed Mr. Satan's score being consistently shattered, they became utterly numbed at this juncture. Piccolo took his turn and scored 210 at the staff, now thoroughly questioning the machine's integrity. Conveyed to their colleagues, this punching machine might be faulty. I suggest we switch to a new one. Just then, Vegeta entered the fray, swinging his right fist with such force that he shattered the punching machine into fragments. The surrounding spectators and contestants stood agape. Some competitors were so frightened they chose to forfeit the contest. Gohan, witnessing this, could only facepalm in exasperation. He had intended to maintain a low profile in front of Videl. But Vegeta's actions made that impossible. Sure enough, after Vegeta destroyed the punching machine, Videl was quickly drawn to the commotion. Chapter 21. Spabich Videl gazed incredulously at the debris scattered on the ground. The punching machine was no mere punching bag. Even her father might not have been able to destroy it. With this thought, Videl immediately turned to Gohan and asked, Gohan, who shattered this punching machine? Gohan, at a loss for words, found himself momentarily speechless. However, even without his response, Videl could easily inquire and learn from others what had just transpired, upon discovering that Vegeta was the one who had obliterated the punching machine. Videl began to harbor doubts about Gohan and his companion's true identities. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks, constrained by their age, could only wander outside, awaiting the commencement of the competition. Goten, why don't we join the tournament as well? Us? Yes, you could let me stand on your shoulders, and we could pretend to be adults participating in the competition. I think I'll pass. Why not? They wouldn't stand a chance against me. Trunks, listening to Goten's boastfulness, frowned. Goten, don't get too cocky. I will become stronger and surpass you and Dad. Goten nodded in agreement. Then shall we go watch our brothers compete? Sure, Trunks replied. The two then made their way to the audience area to await the start of the competition. As the preliminaries concluded, Goku and the others successfully entered the top 16 to end the first match. Krillin easily defeated his opponent to end the second match. Goku also swiftly triumphed over his adversary to end the third match. Piccolo faced off against the East Kai. The third match of the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Please welcome contestants Piccolo and Shin to the stage. Upon hearing the announcement, Piccolo and Supreme Kai immediately leaped onto the competition stage. If there are no further issues, competitors Piccolo and Shin, please commence the match, the announcer declared. The two competitors nodded in acknowledgement, as the match was set to begin. Piccolo intended to make a move, yet inexplicably found his body immobilized, as if some unseen force were suppressing him. The audience, witnessing the standoff, urged the fighters to engage. What is happening? The match has started. And they still aren't fighting? Piccolo's friends, Krillin and others, looked on in astonishment on the stage. Piccolo, drenched in sweat, cast a worried glance at Supreme Kai, who wore a serene smile in return. They remained locked in a tense standoff for quite some time. The referee, noticing the inaction, could no longer contain himself. Competitors Piccolo and Shin, could you please begin the match? He implored. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan whispered urgently. Hearing this, Piccolo turned to the referee and declared, I concede. The referee, taken aback, responded, You concede? At this declaration, Krillin and the others were immediately taken aback. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed, competitor Piccolo concedes. Competitor Shin is the victor. With that, Piccolo promptly exited the stage. Uncle Piccolo, what just happened? Gohan inquired. Let us discuss this after your match. Piccolo replied. All right. Gohan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Trunks looked at Goten, perplexed. Goten, why did Uncle Piccolo concede? I don't know, Goten replied, shaking his head. Could it be that guy is incredibly strong? Perhaps Uncle Piccolo believes he can't win. That might be the case. It's a pity I can't compete. Otherwise, I would love to face him. While they conversed, Biddy stepped onto the competition stage. Goten, that's your brother's girlfriend? Goten nodded in acknowledgement. Once on stage, a tall, muscular bald man named Spobovich approached. What about her strength? Surely she can defeat that brute, Trunks asked. Her strength is decent, but whether she can overcome him remains uncertain. Goten replied, that moment. The referee was introducing Biddy Lee to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, competing today is Biddy Lee, not only a participant, but also the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament's youth division and the daughter of Mr. Satan. Just then, a blonde-haired man in the audience stood up, calling out to Biddy Lee. His name was Sharp, a classmate and admirer of Biddy Lee. Upon his rise, Biddy Lee's teacher and classmates cheered her on fervently. Biddy Lee waved in response. The referee continued, If there are no objections, let the match between competitors Biddy Lee and Spobovich commence. The two nodded, and the referee swiftly vacated the stage. Biddy Lee shouted a battle cry and charged at Spobovich with the swiftness of the wind. In no time, she was upon him, launching a flurry of powerful punches. Spobovich raised his hands to block her attacks while retreating. Suddenly, Biddy Lee delivered a powerful kick to his neck, sending him crashing to the ground. As Spobovich fell, the referee began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Just as he reached 6, Spobovich miraculously stood up, as if unscathed. Gohan gasped in surprise, while Biddy Lee furrowed her brow. Nevertheless, she remained confident in her ability to defeat Spobovich. The match continues, the referee announced as Spobovich regained his footing, flashing a grin at Biddy Lee. With renewed determination, Biddy Lee charged once more. Ha! She exclaimed as she executed a flying kick that struck Spobovich hard, causing him to stagger back several paces. As her right foot touched the ground, she unleashed a barrage of strikes towards him. Spobovich clenched his fists, retaliating with his own attacks. Biddy Lee deftly sidestepped. her fists moving like the wind, landing powerful blows that pushed him back repeatedly. With a loud shout, Biddy delivered another heavy kick to Spabovich's neck, bending at an unnatural angle as he fell to the ground. 10, 9, 8. The referee began to count down once more. Biddy, panting heavily, was momentarily exhausted. Just as the referee reached 3, Spabovich rose with a crooked neck. That this guy invincible. Trunks remarked, astonished by Spabovich's resilience. Did I end that moment? Spabovich straightened his neck and smiled at Biddy. Chapter 22. Gohan takes the stage. Biddy gritted her teeth and charged at Spabovich once more. She stomped her left foot forcefully, executing a flying kick aimed at Spabovich. Having anticipated her aerial assaults, Spabovich caught her right leg with surprising ease. What? Biddy gasped in shock as her foot was seized. Spabovich chuckled lightly, using his left hand to hurl her downwards towards the ground. Biddy, Gohan shouted in alarm. Just then, Spabovich suddenly froze in place. Although Biddy was unaware of the cause, she managed to break free from his grip and landed safely on the ground. Supreme Kai scanned the audience and noticed Goten employing his telekinetic abilities against Spabovich. Initially reluctant to intervene, Goten felt compelled to assist Biddy, given her future connection to his family. Goten, Gohan acknowledged, realizing his brother's intervention. Lord Kai, that boy seems to possess the ability to control others. What shall we do? I shall engage him. Supreme Kai replied, nodding at Jebbit. Immediately, he directed his powers towards Goten, immobilizing him. That I can't move, Goten exclaimed as Spabovich regained his mobility on stage. Yet due to Goten's previous control, Spabovich was swiftly knocked to the ground by Biddy's assault. Just then, Supreme Kai lost his grip on Goten due to the immense power emanating from him. Lord Kai, Jebbit gasped. This is bad. Goten's power is too overwhelming for me to contain. What should we do next, Lord Kai? It appears we must alter our original plan. Supreme Kai declared, leading Jebbit to find Goku and the others. Having sensed the release of Supreme Kai's control, Goten immediately utilized his powers to restrain Spabovich once more. On stage, Biddy had successfully brought Spabovich to the ground. 10, 9, 8. The countdown echoed. Spabovich, at that moment. A bald man with an M-shaped pattern on his head shouted at Spabovich. His name was Yamcha, a companion of Spabovich. 0. Competitor Spabovich is unable to rise. Biddy is the victor. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wutien promptly released his control over Spabovich. I refuse to accept this. She cheated, Spabovich exclaimed angrily as he rose from the ground. Hearing this, Sun Wufan immediately leaped onto the competition stage, positioning himself protectively in front of Biddy. What cheating? You are the one who is cheating. Yamcha also jumped onto the stage in response. Fine, Spabovich thought. Losing is losing. With a reluctant expression, Spabovich descended from the stage alongside Yamcha. Wufan, at that moment the audience members, including Sharp, recognized Sun Wufan, who was adorned with a white headband and sunglasses. Sun Wufan was taken aback upon realizing he had been recognized, in an attempt to conceal his identity. He had donned the attire of a Super Saiyan man. But today, due to the absence of his helmet during the match, he was easily identified. However, since he had already been recognized, he removed his sunglasses and waved at Sharp and the others with a smile. It truly is Wufan. Sharp, who had previously harbored doubts about whether the person on stage was indeed Sun Wufan, was left astounded as he witnessed Wufan wave at them, but he could hardly fathom that this bookish boy was the legendary Super Saiyan. I told you he was Wufan. Eliza chuckled. Sharp nodded in agreement. Even if he were to doubt it, the evidence was undeniably before him on the competition stage, as the fourth match involved Sun Wufan and Jebbit. Sun Wufan was not required to leave the stage. Wufan, the next match is yours. You must give it your all, Biddy encouraged, and Sun Wufan nodded in acknowledgement. Following this, Biddy promptly jumped off the competition stage. At that moment, Jebbit ascended the stage. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere around them grew tense. Excuse me, are you the contestant Jebbit? The referee inquired. Before the match commenced, the referee typically verifies the identity of the contestants. Yes, Jebbit nodded. Then Super Saiyan Man contestant, Jebbit, if there are no further issues, please commence the match. Both nodded in agreement, and the referee promptly exited the stage. Suddenly, Jebbit addressed Sun Wufan. Hello, you must be Sun Wukong, right? I wish to witness your true power. True power? Sun Wukong questioned. Yes, your actions will greatly assist us, but why should I help you? Jebbit glanced towards the audience below. At that moment, Piccolo transmitted a message to Sun Wukong. Wukong, just do as he says. Uncle Piccolo, although filled with doubt, Sun Wukong chose to trust Piccolo, who was as dear to him as his own father. I understand. Sun Wukong declared, gripping his hands tightly, releasing an astonishing aura that rapidly surged upwards. Ah! With a fierce roar, the bricks of the stage were sent flying. The spectators gasped in astonishment. At that instant, Sun Wukong's hair and brow transformed into a golden hue, his eyes becoming a light green, with all but his bangs shooting upwards enveloped in a golden aura. This was a transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Wukong. Bidalai exclaimed in shock upon seeing Sun Wukong's transformation, for he now resembled the Golden Warrior previously seen in West City. So it turns out Wukong is the Golden Warrior, Sharp marveled. The revelation that Sun Wukong was not only Super Saiyan Man, but also the golden-haired warrior was astonishing. Is this a dream? If so, I wish to wake up soon. Sharp thought, struggling to accept the reality before him on the sidelines. Mr. Satan gazed at the transformed Sun Wukong, and memories of the golden-haired fighter who had defeated Cell 7 years prior flooded his mind. Could it be that this kid is from that same group? Mr. Satan thought, breaking into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Spobovich, from a distance, wielded the energy collector given to him by Babidi, aiming it at Sun Wukong to assess the energy he possessed. How is it? Yamcha inquired. Such incredible energy, Spobovich remarked, observing the rapidly spinning needle on the energy collector. Incredible energy, that's him, Yamcha exclaimed excitedly on the competition stage. Jebbit was equally stunned by Sun Wukong's presence. What extraordinary power! It's unimaginable for a mere mortal. As you wished, I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. What shall we do next? Is this how we compete? Sun Wukong asked. Vegeta remarked, that bastard, he was capable of much more than this when defeating Cell. He must have grown complacent due to peace. No, even so, his power exceeds my expectations. Can we truly confront such strength? The East Kaishin mused at that moment. Spobovich and Yamcha suddenly charged toward the competition stage. Sun Wukong turned, spotting the two rushing towards him. As he prepared to strike them down, his body inexplicably froze. What? Sun Wukong gasped. In the next moment, Spobovich had tightly embraced him, while Yamcha seized the opportunity to insert the needle of the energy collector into Sun Wukong's body. Siphoning his energy, Sun Wukong let out a pained scream. Wukong, Bidalai cried out in alarm, attempting to intervene, but was restrained by Sun Wukong. Uncle, what are you doing? Isn't Wukong your son? Trust me, Wukong will be fine. But, I understand your feelings, but I assure you, Wukong will not come to harm. Though still concerned, Bidalai chose to trust Sun Wukong. Spobovich and Yamcha, what are you doing? Your sudden intrusion on stage is against the rules. I can disqualify you, the referee shouted from below, attempting to intervene. The two paid him no heed. Despite the referee's desperate efforts to stop them, he was merely an ordinary man, limited to verbal protests. Just then, as Sun Wukong's energy diminished, he reverted to his normal state. From the audience, Trunks turned to Sun Wutien. Wutien, your brother is no longer a Super Saiyan. Won't you go help him? It's all right. With Dad and the others here, my brother should be fine. Trunks affirmed. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong's complexion turned pale. Wukong, Kiki cried out desperately, her concern for Sun Wukong's safety palpable. At that moment, Sun Wukong's energy was completely drained. All right, Spobovich, his energy has been fully absorbed. Let us depart. Spobovich nodded and released Sun Wukong, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The two swiftly turned and soared into the sky. The referee, witnessing the scene, immediately called for medical personnel, only to be halted by Jebbit, who raised a hand. Yes, fine. Yes, just a bit fatigued. Fatigued? The referee questioned. Yes, I can restore him swiftly, Jebbit, as he spoke, crouched down, placing his hand upon Sun Wukong's chest to restore his vitality, that he sensed a lingering strength within Sun Wukong, leaving him once again astonished by his resilience. That moment, Sun Wukong regained his strength and stood up. Son Wukong is back on his feet. Wukong, upon witnessing this, Bidalai and the others immediately felt a weight lift from their hearts. What on earth is happening? Sun Wukong inquired. Jebit cast a glance below the arena, where Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already departed the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Accompanied by East Kaio-ken, Goku, Vegeta, where are you going? Bulma and Chi-Chi shouted after them. Due to the distance, Goku and the others did not hear their calls. Dad and the others are leaving Wotan. Trunks remarked. Son Wotan nodded with a smile. Trunks, shall we follow them? Yes. Trunks agreed. With that, the two immediately utilized the instant transmission technique and soared into the sky. Wotan, Trunks, where are you headed? Chi-Chi and Bulma yelled after them. Upon hearing this, they accelerated forward. If you wish to know everything, follow me, Jebit declared before leaping off the competition stage. Observing this, Sun Wukong followed suit and jumped down as well. Meanwhile, after East Kaio-ken led Goku and the others away from the tournament venue, he revealed his true identity to them. Krillin, Kaio-ken, Goku, what is a Kaio-ken? I am not entirely sure. All I know is the Great Kaio-ken and the Supreme Kai. We Kaio-kens are deities greater than the Great Kaio-ken. East Kaio-ken explained. Greater than the Great Kaio-ken? Then you must be more formidable than the Great Kaio-ken himself. East Kaio-ken nodded slightly. Then, why did you allow Spopovich and Yamu to absorb Wukong's energy? Krillin inquired. East Kaio-ken glanced behind him, where two figures were rapidly approaching. Those two were Son Wotan and Trunks. Soon, they arrived beside Goku and the others. Wotan, Trunks, Dad, Uncle Goku. Goku and Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. The reason I allowed Spopovich and Yamu to absorb Wukong's energy is that we are searching for someone. East Kaio-ken stated. Someone? Goku asked. Yes. The one controlling them. A wicked sorcerer named Babidi. Babidi? Indeed. Long ago, when the people of your Earth first began to walk on two legs, the universe was governed by the four great Kaio-kens and the Supreme Kai. All was tranquil until one day, an evil sorcerer named Babidi created a monster named Majin Buu. Majin Buu? Krillin echoed. Yes, after Babidi created Majin Buu, he unleashed havoc across planets, annihilating numerous worlds in a short span. The bravest of the Kaio-kens, the South Kaio-ken, confronted Majin Buu but was tragically absorbed. Subsequently, the West and North Kaio-kens attempted to battle Majin Buu, only to meet the same grim fate. Ultimately, the Supreme Kai faced Majin Buu and was also absorbed. While I survived purely by chance due to my lack of involvement in the conflict, East Kaio-ken's voice trembled with emotion. Had it not been for his own weakness, he would not have had to witness his comrades perish before his eyes. Chapter 24. Debura. Majin Buu. Trunks exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Wotan, did you hear that? Majin? Yes. Son Wotan nodded. Piccolo, however, appeared unimpressed. What is so exciting about a demon? He is still a demon lord, after all. What happened next? Goku inquired. Afterward, Babidi found Majin Buu too powerful to control. So he sealed him away. I seized the opportunity to locate his lair and eliminate him, thinking that would be the end of it. However, a terrifying event has transpired recently. A terrifying event? Piccolo asked. Yes. East Kaio-ken affirmed. Babidi has given birth to a son, named Babidi, who, like his father, is an evil sorcerer capable of unsealing Majin Buu. I had those two humans absorb Wukong's energy in hopes of tracking down Babidi. So that's what has been happening. Piccolo acknowledged with a nod. Therefore, everyone, please do not let Spopovich and Yamu catch wind of your presence. Piccolo and the others turned their attention to Son Wotan and Trunks, the most likely candidates for exposing them. Uncle Piccolo, why are you looking at us like that? Trunks asked. We are currently tailing Spopovich and Yamu, so you two must ensure you do not reveal yourselves. Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo, we will not be discovered. Piccolo ai de Trunks weridi. He was most concerned about him and Son Wotan. Kaio-ken, is that Majin Buu really that powerful? Goku questioned. Extremely powerful. To put it into perspective, our former Kaio-ken could annihilate Frieza with a mere finger, yet could not defeat Majin Buu. I see. After some time spent tracking, Goku and the others finally sensed the energy signatures of Sun Wukong and Jebat approaching. Wukong. Piccolo greeted Sun Wukong, that he nodded in response. You must be aware of the situation with Majin Buu by now? Sun Wukong nodded again. Jebat has already informed me. Just then, Spopovich and Yamu began their descent. Goku, they are descending. Shall we follow? Yes, Goku replied, and with that, they immediately followed suit. With a whoosh, Spopovich and Yamu landed in a valley surrounded by mountains, where a building marked with the letter stood before them. Goku and his companions quickly hid behind a small hill nearby. That moment, Spopovich and Yamu approached the white building. The door swung open, revealing a short man with yellow skin accompanied by a tall man with red skin. These two were none other than Babidi and Dabura. The demon King Dabura. East Kaio-ken gasped in shock upon seeing them. What's wrong, Kaio-ken? Sun Wukong asked. I never expected Babidi would summon the demon King Dabura. This complicates matters. The demon king? Yes, the demon realm is another world from your Earth, and the demon King Dabura is the strongest among them. East Kaio-ken replied gravely. As they conversed, Spopovich and Yamu presented the gathered energy to Babidi. Lord Babidi, you mentioned that if we helped you gather enough energy, there would be a reward. Spopovich asked with a beaming smile. Indeed, there is a reward. Babidi responded with a grin. What kind of reward? Babidi chuckled softly. Suddenly uttering a spell, as the incantation escaped his lips, Spopovich's body swiftly expanded, transforming into a puddle of black blood. Witnessing this, Yamcha was immediately struck with terror. Oh, you desire a reward? No, I want nothing. Lord Babidi let out a cold laugh and recited another spell, causing Yamcha to also become a pool of black blood. Krillin, who was hiding behind a small hill, was instantly terrified. His fear did not stem from Babidi's strength, but rather from his insidious method of killing. This is the malevolent magic of Babidi, yet it only affects those with wicked hearts, so you need not be overly concerned, declared East Kaio-ken upon hearing this. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. These two useless fools didn't even realize they were being followed and still dared to ask for a reward, Babidi remarked, glancing at the blood on the ground. Dabura nodded in agreement. Due to the distance, Son Goku and his companions remained unaware that they had been discovered. However, the one who had followed them was no weakling. If captured, they might be able to harness the energy necessary to resurrect Majin Buu. What is your plan? I intend to lure them onto the spaceship and then seize them. Do you have confidence in this? Of course, I am the king of the demon realm. A mere handful of humans do not intimidate me. In that case, I leave everything to you. Dabura nodded slightly. As Babidi turned and made his way toward the spaceship, Krillin exclaimed, Babidi has entered. East Kaio-ken nodded in acknowledgement. We should leave this place and then devise our next move. Are we departing, Lord Kaio-ken? Son Gohan inquired. Yes, as everything has exceeded my expectations, we must reevaluate our strategy. At that moment, Dabura flew toward Son Goku and his companions. This is bad. It seems he has spotted us. If that's the case, we have no choice but to confront him, Son Goku declared, leading the charge. Hey, Goku! East Kaio-ken attempted to intervene, but Son Gohan and the others followed suit, rushing out alongside him, with no other option. East Kaio-ken reluctantly accompanied Jebat into the fray. Upon seeing Son Goku and his friends, Dabura's face broke into a sinister grin. Suddenly, he spat at Krillin and Piccolo. The two, caught off guard, found themselves unable to evade in time. As the saliva struck them, their bodies instantly turned to stone. Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan gasped in shock. Gohan, Dabura's saliva can petrify people, so be sure to avoid his attacks. East Kaio-ken warned. Damn it. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. Dabura laughed heartily, preparing to return to the spaceship, only to find himself unable to move. I can't move. Chapter 25. Ego at that moment. Son Goku and the others noticed Dabura's predicament. Could it be? East Kaio-ken seemed to have an inkling, glancing at Son Goten. Brother, I've managed to control him. You should go and eliminate him. That way Uncle Krillin and the others may be restored. Son Goten smiled at Son Gohan. Dabura dared to act arrogantly in front of him. He would not let him off easily to know. Gohan, Although Depura is temporarily restrained, he may soon break free from Goten's grasp. Just as the words left his mouth, Depura effortlessly broke free from Son Goten's control. See, Gohan, I told you Depura isn't so easily subdued. Bang! Son Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan, regaining control over Depura. Trunks, Kamehameha! Son Goten exclaimed, observing the timid East Kaio-ken with a sense of exasperation. All right, Trunks replied, swiftly bringing his hands together. Kamehameha! Damn it! Depura glared at the gathering energy, his teeth clenched in fury. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape Son Goten's hold. Wave! At that moment, Trunks unleashed the Kamehameha at Depura. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Depura was obliterated. Following Depura's demise, Piccolo and Krillin instantly returned to their normal forms. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin! Son Gohan exclaimed joyously, calling out to the two. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement, but weren't we just turned to stone? Son Gohan replied affirmatively. Thanks to Goten and Trunks defeating Depura, you two were restored. East Kaio-ken stood by, his face a mask of shock as he observed Son Goten and the others. The formidable king of the demon realm had been so effortlessly dispatched by Son Goten and Trunks. If this news were spread, few would likely believe it. Vegeta looked at the naive East Kaio-ken with disdain. His opinion of the so-called Majin Buu starting to wane. Babidi spaceship. Babidi, in disbelief, stared at the crystal ball showing Depura's defeat. Just before entering the spaceship, Depura had confidently claimed that he wouldn't be bothered by a mere handful of humans. Yet in an instant, he had been vanquished by Son Goten and his companions. The speed at which he was slapped in the face was likely faster than light. However, despite his incredulity, Babidi's foremost concern was survival. With Depura's death, East Kaio-ken would undoubtedly lead Son Goku and the others into the spaceship. That would spell his doom. No, I absolutely cannot follow in my father's footsteps, Babidi declared, glancing at the cocoon containing Majin Buu. Originally, he had planned to gather enough energy to resurrect him. Yet, given the current situation, he could not amass the energy required for Majin Buu's revival. Outside Babidi's spaceship, with Depura's defeat boosting East Kaio-ken's confidence, he led Son Goku and the others into Babidi's spaceship. Using the elevator, they quickly reached the first level of the vessel. Lord Kaio-ken, it seems there is nothing here, Son Goku observed as he scanned the surroundings. I'm not certain, but we must remain cautious. Son Goku nodded in agreement. Just then, a man with black skin and clad in white armor appeared. His name was Pei, a minion of Babidi's. Who are you? Son Goku inquired. My name is Pei, and I serve Lord Babidi. Pei, Son Goku couldn't help but chuckle at the name. Your name is quite amusing. Enraged by the mockery, Pei bristled. Goku, I think we should quickly deal with him and find Babidi. East Kaio-ken suggested. Son Goku nodded in agreement. How dare you look down on me? Pei seethed, launching himself at Son Goku like a gust of wind. In an instant, he stood before Son Goku, swinging his right fist with great force. Son Goku raised his left hand, effortlessly catching Pei's punch. Startled, Pei quickly attempted to kick Son Goku. Releasing his left hand, Son Goku struck Pei squarely in the face before the kick could land. Ah! Pei cried out in pain, staggering backward. Damn it! With a furious snort, Pei charged once more at Son Wukong. However, before Pei could reach him, he suddenly received a tremendous blow to his abdomen. Glancing at Son Wukong, who had somehow appeared before him, Pei immediately fell to the ground. Son Wukong turned and walked back towards Gohan and the others. East Kaio-ken inquired, So Wukong, shall we proceed to the next level? Son Wukong nodded in agreement. Seeing this, East Kaio-ken promptly led Gohan and the others to the next level. Before long, they arrived at the second level. Much like the first, it was devoid of any presence. Strange, why is there no one here either? Son Wukong remarked. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully that I suspect that Babidi lacks any competent subordinates. Kakarot, once we deal with Babidi, you shall fight me. Son Wukong remained silent, knowing that even if Vegeta were to battle him, he would not pose a challenge. Just then, a creature resembling a mantis with green skin emerged. This creature was named Yego, one of Babidi's minions captured from the cosmos. The demon beast Yego East Kaishin exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yego. The demon beast Yego. East Kaishin nodded. Yego is a terrifying entity that inspires dread across the universe. Wukong, you must be cautious. Son Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta, however, displayed an air of contempt. Kakarot, you just dealt with one. Leave this one to me. All right, son Wukong assented. Vegeta then began to approach Yego. Yego sneered, forcefully leaping off the ground towards Vegeta. In no time. Yego was before Vegeta, launching an attack. Vegeta coldly huffed, evading Yego's strike and delivering a powerful kick to his torso. With a resounding impact, Yego was sent crashing into the wall behind him. Damn it! Yego roared in anger, quickly rising to his feet. I could see that moment. Vegeta's figure appeared before Yego, his right fist aimed at Yego's chest. With a deafening crash and a scream, Yego spat out a mouthful of bitter liquid. Chapter 26. The resurrection of Majin Buu, how despicable. Yego seethed, glaring furiously at Vegeta. I could see that moment. Vegeta aimed his right hand at Yego's chest and unleashed a golden energy wave. With a thunderous explosion, the golden aura surged through Yego's body. Yego let out a piercing scream as he lost all vitality and collapsed to the ground. Vegeta emitted a cold snort and walked over to join son Wukong and the others. East Kaishin suggested, shall we proceed to the third level? Yes. Gohan nodded to in Babidi control room. Babidi was incensed to see that Yego had fallen within a minute. He cursed Yego vehemently, but his greatest ire was directed at Spopovich and his companions for leading son Wukong and the others to him. After a brief tirade, Babidi chanted an incantation, breaking the seal on Majin Buu's egg. The egg did not require a full charge of energy to break the seal. Babidi merely sought to resurrect Majin Buu in a state of full power. Uncertain if a partial resurrection would succeed, as the seal was lifted, the egg shattered into two halves, and a pink aura surged forth, ascending to the ceiling. Where's my Majin Buu? Babidi despaired upon seeing nothing within the egg, collapsing in utter hopelessness. Had he known, he would have insisted on waiting until the egg was fully charged with energy before attempting the resurrection. Moments later, Babidi noticed a large mass of pink energy coalescing at the ceiling, forming a humanoid shape. After a while, a rotund figure with pink skin, clad in white pants and dark brown shoes, with wristbands and notably robust hands, materialized above. This figure was none other than Majin Buu. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu descended from the ceiling, deliberately stomping heavily on the ground, causing the entire control room to tremble violently. Babidi, having just risen, was jolted back to the floor, landing painfully. Ouch! Babidi yelped. Quickly scrambling to his feet and addressing Majin Buu. Are you Majin Buu? Oh ho ho! Majin Buu exclaimed, ignoring Babidi, lost in his own exhilaration. How infuriating! Babidi seethed, gritting his teeth. Majin Buu, if you dare defy my commands, I shall seal you away again. I have read my father's notes and know how to do it. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu ceased his exuberance, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect. Master Babidi, how may I serve you? Babidi, satisfied, nodded approvingly. Much better. Now let us go eliminate our arch-nemesis, the Kaio-ken. Arch-nemesis. Though Majin Buu's awareness was just awakening, he did not recall any adversary, as those who opposed him either perished at his hands or were absorbed. Babidi nodded and led Majin Buu out of the control room, that on the third level of Babidi's spaceship. Son Wukong and his companions had already defeated all the guards stationed there. Suddenly, they sensed an overwhelmingly powerful and malevolent energy. What immense power! Krillin trembled. East Kaishin's expression darkened ominously. This energy, before he could finish, Babidi and Majin Buu appeared. Babidi, Gohan exclaimed. Babidi smiled and nodded. And who is that beside you? Majin Buu. East Kaishin replied. W? Jebbit gasped in shock. Majin Buu had resurrected without fully charging his energy. Babidi chuckled. Surprised? Are we? Kaishin? This is quite the turn of events. What is the meaning of this, Babidi? East Kaishin demanded. Babidi explained. Under normal circumstances, Majin Buu should resurrect in a fully charged state. However, given my current predicament, I had no choice but to gamble on his resurrection without full energy. My Majin Buu may not have been fully charged, but I believe he will be more than sufficient to deal with you. Wouldn't you agree, Majin Buu? Majin Buu nodded in affirmation. How detestable. East Kaio-ken seethed, clenching his teeth. Had he known the situation would escalate to this point, he should have left Babidi some leeway. In the art of war, one must exploit the enemy's weaknesses, but not pursue a desperate foe. At that moment, Babidi suddenly cast a spell, transforming the surroundings into a mountainous terrain. Who is this place? Krillin exclaimed in alarm. This is Babidi's magic. He can alter the environment at will. East Kaio-ken explained. Magic? Indeed. East Kaio-ken affirmed. Babidi grinned. Kaio-ken, this is the grave I have chosen for you. What do you think? Do you like it? East Kaio-ken, gritting his teeth, retorted, Wukong, you all must escape at once. Save yourselves while you can. Son Wukong responded, escape? Indeed, do you not sense the overwhelming aura of Majin Buu? Lord Kaio-ken, while Majin Buu's energy is undeniably formidable, I believe he is not invincible. Is that truly so, Goku? Son Goku nodded affirmatively, that moment. Vegeta, intrigued by Majin Buu, stepped forward and declared, Kakarot, I shall be the one to confront this Majin Buu. East Kaio-ken interjected. Vegeta, are you implying that you will face him alone? Vegeta merely nodded. No. Vegeta, the strength of Majin Buu is far beyond your expectations. It would be wiser for you to join forces with Goku and the others for a better chance. East Kaio-ken urged. Ignoring his advice, Vegeta strode directly toward Majin Buu. Babidi chuckled. Majin Buu, since he wishes to be the first to meet his demise, grant him that wish. Majin Buu nodded in agreement. That moment. Vegeta halted, clenched his fists tightly, and exclaimed, Ah! With a tremendous roar, his hair and eyebrows turned golden, his eyes transformed to a light green, and his hair stood upright, surrounded by crackling energy. This was the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Majin Buu gazed in astonishment at Vegeta. It was the first time he had witnessed such a transformation. At that instant, Vegeta shouted and propelled himself like a dart toward Majin Buu, landing powerful blows upon his adversary's body. Chapter 27. Vegeta transformed into chocolate. Bang! 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 Under Vegeta's relentless assault, numerous fist imprints appeared on Majin Buu's form, causing him to stagger backward. Majin Buu! Babidi gasped in shock. With a disdainful snort, Vegeta delivered a crushing blow to Majin Buu's face. Bang! With a resounding impact, Majin Buu's face was forced inward. Then, with a swift kick, Vegeta struck Majin Buu's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Majin Buu! Babidi exclaimed in horror. The Majin Buu he had hoped for was proving to be utterly pathetic in the face of Vegeta. Vegeta bellowed, gathering a golden energy wave in his hands and launching it at Majin Buu. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a large hole was blasted through Majin Buu's body. Excellent. Father has vanquished Majin Buu. Trunks exclaimed joyfully. However, Goku and the others remained silent. Although Majin Buu's head had been obliterated by Vegeta, his aura showed no signs of diminishing. Goten, what has happened? Why is everyone unenthusiastic despite my father's victory over Majin Buu? Trunks, have you not sensed that Majin Buu's energy remains unaffected? Energy, Trunks, upon focusing on Majin Buu's aura, realized it had indeed not diminished, just as Trunks pondered the enigmatic persistence of Majin Buu's energy. The fallen Majin Buu suddenly rose, sprouting a new head. Following this, Majin Buu inhaled deeply, causing the imprints left by Vegeta to vanish instantaneously. Majin Buu! Babidi, witnessing Majin Buu's recovery, felt a surge of excitement. If Majin Buu were to fall so easily, his own fate would be sealed. I am enraged. Majin Buu roared, white energy billowing from the hole in his head. In an instant, he lunged toward Vegeta with incredible speed. Bang! With a thunderous clap, Majin Buu's right fist collided violently with Vegeta's face, sending him sprawling backward. Majin Buu then released his grip, seized Vegeta's head, and forcefully drove his right knee into Vegeta's forehead. Bang! The impact elicited a piercing scream from Vegeta. Immediately after, Majin Buu relinquished his hold on Vegeta's head and unleashed a flurry of punches toward Vegeta's face. Bang! 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 Under the barrage of Majin Buu's ferocious attacks, Vegeta emitted a cry of agony. "Father!" Trunks shouted in fury, intending to rush to his aid, but was restrained by Piccolo. "Trunks, you must remain calm. Your father will be fine." But no buts at that moment. A loud rumbling sound emanated from Majin Buu's stomach. Revealing his hunger, he glanced at the battered Vegeta, and his antennae suddenly fired a transformation beam at him. Vegeta let out a scream as he was transformed into a chocolate figure of human size. "Vegeta! Father!" the onlookers gasped in shock. Babidi, noticing their astonished expressions, smugly declared, "This is the fate that befalls those who offend me. Babidi, today, all of you shall become Majin Buu's feast." East Kaio-ken clenched his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, Son Goten bellowed, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Goten would achieve this transformation at such a critical moment. Goten, such a powerful energy. This aura surpasses even Vegeta's by an immeasurable degree. East Kaio-ken remarked, his expression grave. Although he was aware of Goten's strength, it was the first time he sensed the energy of a Super Saiyan 3 up close. Majin Buu, who had intended to devour Vegeta, was now drawn to Goten's formidable energy. Goten, noticing the attention, raised his hands and seized control of Majin Buu. "Trunks, quickly rescue your father." "Right." Trunks nodded and dashed toward the chocolate form of Vegeta, lifting him up. "Father," Trunks whispered, carrying Vegeta away. "Majin Buu, what is the matter with you?" Babidi inquired, observing Majin Buu's stillness. Majin Buu did not respond, but instead unleashed an immense surge of energy, breaking free from Goten's grasp. "Krillin, you all need to leave immediately. I'll handle this." "Okay, but you must be cautious." Goten nodded. Seeing this, Krillin swiftly retreated with Piccolo and the others. East Kaio-ken urged Gohan, "We should depart as well." Gohan glanced at Goten, feeling a twinge of unease. While Goten was more powerful than him, he was still only 7 years old and lacked combat experience. "Gohan, you should leave with Lord Kaio-ken, that I will ensure Goten's safety." "Very well, but please be careful." "Understood." Goku nodded. Babidi, noticing Goku and the others attempting to flee, immediately commanded Majin Buu, "Majin Buu, do not let them escape." Majin Buu nodded and charged toward Goku and the others. Goten, with a flash, appeared before Majin Buu and delivered a powerful kick to his head. Bang! With a resounding crash, Majin Buu was sent hurtling back in the mountain behind him, sending plumes of dust into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan and the others fled the battlefield. Whoosh! After kicking Majin Buu away, Goten swiftly aimed his right hand at Babidi, unleashing an energy blast. "What?" Babidi was taken aback and hastily cast a protective shield. However, the energy blast was too powerful. Even with the shield activated, Babidi was obliterated by Son Goten's energy attack. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Babidi. You have learned the dark magic." Just then, a pink wave of energy surged forth from the swirling dust. Son Goten swiftly dodged to the side. An apparition suddenly materialized behind Son Goten. It was none other than Majin Buu. Just as Majin Buu was preparing to strike, Son Goten executed an instant transmission, appearing behind Majin Buu. Instant transmission. Son Goku was astonished. He had never taught Son Goten how to perform instant transmission. How could he have done it? While Son Goku was still puzzled, Son Goten seized Majin Buu's antenna with his right hand and, with his left fist moving like lightning, struck at Majin Buu's face. Chapter 28. Son Goku versus Majin Buu. Bang! 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 Due to Majin Buu's elastic physique, after Son Goten's left fist made contact, Majin Buu's body bounced up and down like a rubber ball. Whoosh! After a brief flurry of punches, Son Goten hurled Majin Buu away with his right hand, gathering a massive amount of energy waves in both hands to attack Majin Buu. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With a series of tremendous explosions, Majin Buu's body was shattered into pieces. Son Goten ceased his energy wave assault, patiently awaiting Majin Buu's regeneration. After a short while, Majin Buu's form reconstituted. His expression was one of intense fury as he glared at Son Goten. Ah! With a mighty roar, Majin Buu darted towards Son Goten like a bolt of lightning, his fist poised to strike. Son Goten clenched his hands tightly, retaliating with an attack of his own. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the sound of fierce combat, the two exchanged blows with fists moving as swiftly as lightning. The ground around them trembled violently under the intensity of their battle. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others had not ventured far, landing atop a great mountain to observe the unfolding conflict from a distance. Had they remained in the thick of things, they would surely have disrupted Son Goten's battle. Piccolo, what's the situation? Krillin inquired, struggling to discern the details of the fight. I don't know, Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Though his strength surpassed Krillin's, he too could not clearly see the clash between the two fighters. Then what should my father do, Uncle Piccolo? Trunks, standing behind them, asked anxiously. Piccolo, it seems the Dragon Balls still have one wish left. Perhaps we should use it to restore Vegeta. Krillin suggested. No, we can't. There is only one wish remaining. If Goten and the others cannot defeat Majin Buu, we may need the power of the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Kaio-ken asked, perplexed. The Dragon Balls are 7 orbs capable of granting any wish. Gohan explained. Yes, that's so. Such extraordinary things exist in this world. Gohan nodded in agreement. Gohan, would you like to leave Earth with me and go to the Kaio-ken realm? Kaio-ken realm? Lord Kaio-ken, Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. He was astonished that he would take a mere mortal like Gohan to the Kaio-ken realm. The Kaio-ken realm is where I reside. Then, Lord Kaio-ken, may I accompany Gohan? Piccolo inquired. The East Kaio-ken nodded. Lord Kaio-ken, why do you wish to take me to the Kaio-ken realm? Gohan asked. To help you enhance your power and defeat Majin Buu. Enhance my power? Indeed. Rest assured that you will understand once you accompany us. The East Kaio-ken commanded Vegeta to use instant transmission to transport Gohan and Piccolo to the Kaio-ken realm. Whoosh, boom. Back with Son Goten. After a fierce skirmish, he once more reduced Majin Buu's body to fragments. However, due to Majin Buu's formidable regenerative abilities, he quickly reformed. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Majin Buu and gaining the ability to survive in cosmic space, extraordinary regenerative powers, as long as a single cell remains. He can continuously revive, body liquefaction, telekinesis, and transformation beams. Is this truly the end? Yes, Master. This is based on system analysis. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly flew over to Son Goten's side. Goten, let me have a go against this fellow. Son Goten nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Son Goku clenched his hands tightly, unleashing an overwhelming aura that rapidly ascended. With a tremendous roar, Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2. He then continued to amplify his power. Since Son Goku had only recently mastered Super Saiyan 3, he struggled to fully control the energy he emitted, causing his aura to spread across the entire Earth. The ground trembled beneath the weight of Son Goku's energy, resulting in earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and various natural disasters. The intensity of Son Goku's aura was so overwhelming that even Gohan and the others, who had already arrived at the Kaio-ken realm, could feel it. Dad, I truly never expected that a mortal's aura could reach the Kaio-ken realm from Earth, Vegeta said, astonished. What is happening? Wasn't Goten fighting Majin Buu just now? How is Dad emanating such a powerful aura now? I'm not entirely sure, but I can still sense Goten's aura. I believe they have switched opponents. However, that is of little importance now. The most pressing matter is to extract the Kaio-ken sword. Kaio-ken sword? Yes, according to legend. Whoever draws the Kaio-ken sword will gain the power of the universe's strongest. Boom. On Earth, as the ground shook violently, Son Goku successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. I apologize for the wait. I've only just mastered this transformation. Hearing this, Majin Buu clenched his fists and lunged at Son Goku like a dart. Son Goku smiled and charged toward Majin Buu in the blink of an eye. The two stood before each other, fists and feet clashing. Bang! Their right fists collided against each other's faces, causing both to tilt backward from the impact. Quickly recovering, they retracted their right fists, unleashing a flurry of strikes like a tempest. Bang! After a brief exchange, Son Goku delivered a powerful side kick, sending Majin Buu soaring through the air. Majin Buu clenched his fists and swiftly stabilized himself on the ground. In an instant, Son Goku flew toward Majin Buu. delivering a flying kick with great force to Majin Buu's abdomen. Bang! With a resounding crash, Majin Buu was propelled like a rocket, crashing into a nearby mountain, which erupted in a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goku swiftly cupped his hands together behind him. Kamehameha, a deep blue energy wave coalesced from Son Goku's hands, aimed directly at Majin Buu. The Kamehameha struck Majin Buu, erupting in an explosion upon impact with the ground. Boom! With a deafening roar, Majin Buu and the mountain behind him were obliterated by the Kamehameha. As the smoke cleared, numerous fragments of Majin Buu's body littered the ground. Chapter 29. The Kaio-ken sword Son Goku surveyed the scattered remnants of Majin Buu's body, his expression turning grave. Even the Kamehameha isn't enough? No sooner had he spoken than Majin Buu's form miraculously reformed. That I am angry now. With a furious roar, Majin Buu's arms suddenly elongated towards Goku's shoulder. Startled, Goku prepared to push Buu's arm away. In an instant, Majin Buu's arm shot forward, reaching Goku in a heartbeat, and collided forcefully with his forehead. Goku let out a loud cry of agony as his head snapped back. Seizing the opportunity, Buu executed a sweeping kick, sending Goku sprawling to the ground. In a swift motion, Buu charged at Goku, raining down punches with the ferocity of a tempest. Goku, taken aback, hastily raised his arms to defend against the onslaught. The ground erupted in clouds of dust as Buu's relentless strikes rained down upon him. Suddenly, Goku slid forward, delivering a powerful kick to Majin Buu's body, propelling him into the air. Seizing this moment, Goku quickly rose from the ground, gasping for breath. What is happening? I was fine at King Kai's. My stamina shouldn't deplete this rapidly. Could it be due to my resurrection? Just as Goku pondered this, Majin Buu steadied himself in midair, unleashing a barrage of pink energy blasts toward Goku. With a mighty shout, Goku retaliated, launching a multitude of golden energy waves at Buu. The clash was monumental. The air resonated with explosive sounds as their energy waves collided, resulting in a spectacle of smoke and fire enveloping the sky and ground. In the Kaio-ken realm, Gohan found himself atop a stone pillar in the center of a tranquil pond, guided there by East Kaio-ken. A sword, the Kaio-ken sword, was embedded in the pillar, with only its hilt visible. Gohan, this is the Kaio-ken sword, and if you can pull it free, you might just defeat Majin Buu. All right. Gohan inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt with determination, straining to lift the sword. From a distance, Piccolo watched, hoping fervently for Gohan's success. Beside Piccolo, Kibito expressed skepticism, doubting Gohan's ability to wield the sword. After a moment of struggle, Gohan found the sword exceptionally difficult to extract. His hands reddened from the effort. "Look at my hands," Gohan exclaimed, noticing their swollen state. Kibito chuckled. "The Kaio-ken sword is so heavy that even the Kaio-ken himself struggles to lift it. What makes you think a mere mortal can?" "Kibito," East Kaio-ken admonished, silencing the disrespectful remarks. Despite Kibito's condescension, Gohan remained focused, clenching his fists tightly. With a tremendous roar, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. "Super Saiyan," Kibito gasped, his expression shifting to one of anxiety as he recognized the immense power of the transformation. Gohan seized the hilt of the Kaio-ken sword once more, radiating a golden aura, and with a powerful yank, he pulled it upward. The ground shook violently beneath him as the stone pillar trembled under Gohan's might, causing the pond below to churn violently. That moment, the Kaio-ken sword was dislodged slightly. East Kaio-ken's face brightened with hope. Suddenly, Gohan let out a fierce shout, exerting all his strength to lift the sword from the pillar, sending it soaring into the air. The upper portion of the pillar crumbled under the strain of the sword's removal. Gohan, panting heavily, brought the sword to Piccolo's side. "What do you think, Gohan? Do you feel your power increasing?" East Kaio-ken inquired. "Not really, but this sword feels quite heavy." "I see." East Kaio-ken's expression turned somber. If the sword couldn't enhance Gohan's strength, their chances against Majin Buu dwindled. "But don't be too disheartened, Kaio-ken. Perhaps with practice, I can master it and defeat Majin Buu." Gohan reassured him. That's so. Then train well with that sword." East Kaio-ken's spirits were rekindled. Gohan nodded and reverted to his normal state. However, the sword proved too weighty, causing him to drop it heavily to the ground. Kibito, witnessing Gohan struggle to hold the sword, remarked incredulously, "Is it really that heavy? If that's the case, then you pick it up for me," Gohan retorted. "Fine, I'll pick it up." Kibito, incredulous, bent down, straining to lift the sword. The weight caused his hands to swell, his face turning crimson from exertion, yet he still could not lift it. Exhausted, he released the sword, falling heavily to the ground. Were it not for his red skin, his face would have been a sight to behold. Piccolo smirked, relishing in Kibito's plight. Kibito had always looked down upon mortals, basking in his superiority as a Kaio-ken. Had it not been for East Kaio-ken's presence, he might have received a slap for his arrogance. How's that, Gohan? Gohan chuckled. Cough, cough. Kibito quickly regained his composure, scrambling back to his feet. This sword is indeed quite heavy. But I believe that once you train sufficiently to wield it effortlessly, you will be capable of defeating Majin Buu. Gohan, with great effort, lifted the Kaio-ken's sword from the ground. Kaio-ken, what is the situation on Earth? I don't know, but Goku's energy is dwindling. Dwindling? Yes, I fear he may not last much longer, so you must grow stronger quickly. Gohan nodded affirmatively. On Earth, Goku, having exhausted himself as a Super Saiyan 3rd grade, could no longer maintain the form and reverted to his Super Saiyan state. Goku, Krillin exclaimed, clenching his fists tightly upon witnessing Goku's transformation. Just then, Goten, with a determined grip, exuded an astonishing aura. Debris swirled around him as his power surged. Goten! Goku gasped. Suddenly, Goten's body radiated a blinding white light, a pillar of light shooting into the heavens. Fierce winds erupted from the column. Sweeping outward, Goten's aura shifted from white to as the white light gradually faded. Goten's hair transformed into a brilliant red, his eyes enlarged and adopting a defined contour, with his pupils and irises turning black and red respectively, enveloped in a fiery aura reminiscent of the sun. This was the Super Saiyan God. As mortals could not sense divine energy, Goku and the others remained oblivious to Goten's power. Goten, what transformation is this? Why can't I sense your energy? Goku inquired. This is the Super Saiyan God. The divine transformation of the Super Saiyan. The divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. Mortals are incapable of sensing divine energy, are they not? So, is the Super Saiyan God stronger than the Super Saiyan 3rd level? Son Goten nodded. In the Kaio-ken realm, East Kaio-ken, being a deity, sensed Son Goten's energy. However, he was unaware that it belonged to Son Goten. East Kaio-ken, what is happening? There has suddenly appeared a powerful divine energy on Earth. Divine energy? Yes, in simple terms, it is the breath of a god. You mortals cannot possibly sense the breath of a deity. The breath of a god. Lord Kaio-ken, could it be that there are gods in this universe of which you are unaware? East Kaio-ken nodded. For instance, the new deity on Earth, Dandi. Had he not gone to Earth, he would have been oblivious to the existence of gods there. Then, Lord Kaio-ken, how are Goku and the others faring? Goku's energy is still detectable, but Goten's energy... Goten, what has happened to him? While practicing his swordplay, Son Gohan overheard their conversation and rushed over, visibly agitated. Gohan, you must remain calm. I simply cannot sense Son Goten's energy. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan clenched his teeth tightly. On Earth, after Son Goten explained the situation to Goku, he turned his gaze towards Majin Buu. That moment, Majin Buu was glaring at the two with a face full of rage. This was the first time he had encountered opponents as formidable as Goku and Goten. How infuriating! Majin Buu gritted his teeth and, like a dart, lunged at Son Goten. Son Goten remained motionless, standing his ground. Just as Majin Buu was about to reach him, Son Goten's figure suddenly vanished, appearing behind Majin Buu. Before Majin Buu could react, Son Goten delivered a powerful kick to the back of his head. Majin Buu's body shot forward like a projectile, crashing into the mountain ahead. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the mountain was left with a massive crater. The ground was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Raising his right hand, Son Goten unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Majin Buu. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! 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 With a series of tremendous explosions, Majin Buu and the mountain before him were swiftly reduced to a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing this, Son Goten immediately ceased his assault. After a while, as the dust settled, a significant amount of pink energy began to coalesce in the sky. This pink energy soon formed the shape of Majin Buu. Having endured the onslaught of energy blasts, Majin Buu initially emerged with his body charred black. After a moment, the soot on his body vanished. Majin Buu looked at Son Goten, white energy emanating from the hole atop his head. He was genuinely infuriated by Son Goten. Boom! Suddenly, Majin Buu, like a dart, appeared before Son Goten, launching a fierce attack with his fists. Son Goten deftly dodged Majin Buu's strikes with ease. Remarkable! Goku was astonished. Although the two were merely exchanging blows, he could discern that Son Goten's strength was entirely superior to that of Majin Buu. Just as Goku marveled, Son Goten clenched his fists, striking Majin Buu's face with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. Under Son Goten's relentless assault, Majin Buu was forced to retreat, letting out agonizing cries. Suddenly, Son Goten seized the antennae atop Majin Buu's head, spinning him around several times before launching him into the sky. Whoosh! Majin Buu soared like a projectile, reaching thousands of meters above the ground. How infuriating! Majin Buu growled in anger, halting his body mid-air. At that moment, a golden beam shot up from the ground, striking Majin Buu and exploding in the sky. Caught in the massive explosion, Majin Buu's body was instantly obliterated. After a while, as the smoke cleared, Majin Buu's form reconstituted. Son Goten gazed at the revived Majin Buu, uncertain whether to eliminate him or subdue him. According to the original Dragon Ball narrative, Majin Buu has two forms. One is Majin Buu, and the other is his evil essence. Every individual possesses an evil side. The original Demon King Piccolo was the evil essence split from the Earth's deity. Majin Buu is notoriously difficult to control. Otherwise, Bibidi would not have opted to seal him away. Just as Son Goten pondered this, Majin Buu darted toward him. Son Goten's figure flickered and swiftly appeared behind Majin Buu. Transformation Ray. Raising his right hand, Son Goten emitted a pink beam that transformed Majin Buu into a chocolate ball. The North Kai, observing this from North Kai's planet, was utterly astonished. Son Goten had actually turned the Majin Buu, who even Goku could not defeat, into a chocolate ball. Majin Buu has been transformed into a chocolate ball by Goten. Krillin and the others were equally shocked. Incredible! Goku exclaimed joyfully, "I could see this moment." Son Goten held the chocolate ball that was Majin Buu in his palm and flew towards Krillin and the others. Chapter 31. Borrowing the Kaio-ken realm. Whoosh! Son Goten landed in front of Trunks. Trunks! Goten! Son Goten nodded, and with a flick of his left hand, fired a pink beam that reverted Vegeta back to his original form. Father! Trunks, upon seeing Vegeta restored, rushed forward, filled with uncontainable joy, and embraced him. Trunks, what just transpired? Where is Majin Buu? Father, you were turned into a piece of chocolate by Majin Buu. Chocolate? Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt an intense fury rise within him. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, to be transformed into chocolate was a profound humiliation. And what of Majin Buu? He is currently a chocolate ball. Thanks to Goten, a chocolate ball. Upon hearing this, Vegeta glared at Son Goten, who was in the Super Saiyan God state, gritting his teeth. Goten, what transformation is this? This is called Super Saiyan God, the divine transformation of the Super Saiyan. The divine transformation of the Super Saiyan? Son Goten nodded. And what of Majin Buu? Son Goten raised his right fist, unclenching it to reveal a coffee-colored chocolate ball. This chocolate ball is Majin Buu. Goten, hand me that chocolate ball. Certainly, but Uncle Vegeta, you must not destroy it. Otherwise, he will revert back to Majin Buu. Cannot destroy. Are you saying he is not dead? Son Goten nodded. He has merely been temporarily transformed into a chocolate ball by me. After a while, he will revert back that, if you destroy him, he will recover prematurely. How infuriating! Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth in anger. I could see that moment. He yearned to rend Majin Buu into 1,000 pieces. Yet he knew that with his current strength, he could not possibly defeat Majin Buu. Then give him to me. I won't destroy him. Vegeta contemplated before speaking. All right, Son Goten promptly handed over the chocolate ball to Vegeta. Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Krillin inquired. Upon hearing this, Vegeta disregarded Krillin entirely, instead casting the chocolate ball to the ground, where he vehemently trampled it underfoot. Could he not destroy the chocolate ball? Was he not permitted to stomp on it? Father, I shall assist you in trampling it, Trunks exclaimed, rushing forward to help crush the already flattened chocolate ball. Krillin and the others were momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the aloof Vegeta they knew? The ground beneath their furious stomping reverberated with a series of loud thuds, accompanied by a cloud of dust. All right, Trunks, cease your stomping, Vegeta declared, regaining his composure after venting his frustration. Understood, Father. Goten observed the chocolate ball, now as thin as parchment, and quietly marveled at its remarkable softness, noting how it remained intact despite the trampling. Trunks, why don't you return the chocolate ball to Goten? Trunks nodded and handed over a thin piece of paper, its shape unrecognizable. Upon receiving it, Goten reshaped it into a ball and held it in his hand, by the way. Goten, how did you come to know Majin Buu's techniques? Vegeta queried. I don't know. I just glanced at his technique and managed to replicate it, Goten replied. You merely glanced? Vegeta responded, his skepticism evident. Even a genius like him could not simply observe an opponent's technique once and master it, unless Goten had already possessed that technique. Then, Goten, how did you know how to revert me back? Goten had witnessed Majin Buu use the transformation beam, and it was plausible that his extraordinary intuition allowed him to learn the technique. However, he had transformed himself back without having seen Buu employ that technique, which was perplexing. Uncle Vegeta, if I said this was an insight I gained after mastering Majin Buu's techniques, would you believe me? I do not believe you. Vegeta shook his head. Oh, then you may choose not to believe, Goten chuckled. Regardless of Vegeta's belief, the fact remained that he had transformed Vegeta back. Goten, you mentioned that Majin Buu could revert as well. Correct? Goten nodded. That technique is unique to Majin Buu. He likely has a method to undo it, though it may take some time. If that is the case, why not simply eliminate him? Majin Buu possessed a formidable regenerative ability. Unless his cells were entirely obliterated, he would inevitably resurrect. By the way, where is my brother? He has been taken to the Supreme Kai realm to train. The Supreme Kai realm? Yes, Krillin nodded. Really? In that case, I shall go there as well. You too? Krillin responded, puzzled. Indeed, Goten said, placing 2 fingers on his forehead and instantly teleporting to the Supreme Kai realm. Teleportation, Krillin gasped. Goku, when did you teach him to teleport? I did not teach him. I have no idea how he learned my technique. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Could it be that Goten truly possessed extraordinary intuition? In the Supreme Kai realm, Gohan was vigorously wielding the Z sword on a grassy field when Goten suddenly appeared beside Supreme Kai. Goten, Supreme Kai exclaimed in surprise. Piccolo and the others were equally astonished, especially Jebet. A mere mortal could arrive in the Supreme Kai realm. Goten nodded. Goten, how come your energy feels like that of a god? Supreme Kai inquired. This is my Super Saiyan God transformation. Super Saiyan God transformation? Yes, it is also known as Super Saiyan God. So, Goten, what you just did was teleportation, right? Goten nodded again. And what of Majin Buu? Why has his energy suddenly vanished? Upon hearing this, Goten relaxed his clenched fist. He has now been transformed into a chocolate ball. Are you saying this chocolate ball is Majin Buu? Supreme Kai exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Goten affirmed. Then why not eliminate him? It's not that I don't want to destroy him, but if I obliterate this chocolate ball, Majin Buu's body will revert to its original form. Revert again, Supreme Kai gasped. What should we do? Supreme Kai, could you lend me the Supreme Kai realm? Chapter 32, Capturing Majin Buu. Supreme Kai was taken aback. It was the first time in his long tenure that someone had asked to borrow the Supreme Kai realm. Goten nodded. Yes, I've been battling Majin Buu for a long time, and I fear that if he cannot defeat me, he may self-destruct and destroy the Earth. Upon hearing this, Gohan recalled Cell's self-destruction. Had he not been so careless, Goku would not have perished in Cell's explosion. Thus, he felt a twinge of guilt. Why had he not been as cautious as Goten? Self-destruct? Supreme Kai gasped again. What if he self-destructs in the Supreme Kai realm? It's all right. After all, There aren't too many people in your Supreme Kai realm, but if necessary, I can summon the Eternal Dragon to restore it. Supreme Kai clenched his teeth and said, "Very well, I shall lend you the Supreme Kai realm." As the Supreme Kai, he understood the gravity of certain matters. Supreme Kai. Jebbet exclaimed in shock. He never imagined Supreme Kai would agree to Goten's request. "It's fine, Jebbet. If the Supreme Kai realm is lost, it can be recreated. Compared to the entire Earth and its inhabitants, it is of little consequence." Jebbet nodded in agreement. "All right, Supreme Kai, you all should hurry to Earth. Majin Buu should be recovering shortly." "Understood." Supreme Kai nodded. "Gohan, Goten, I have grown stronger. I wish to stay and fight alongside you." "No need, brother. I can handle him alone." "Goten." "All right, Gohan, I think it's best to leave this to Goten." Supreme Kai advised. "Yes, Gohan." Piccolo chimed in, urging him. "Very well," Gohan said, and promptly departed the Supreme Kai realm with Supreme Kai and the others. Gohan glanced at the chocolate ball in his hand and tossed it to the ground, reverting it back. Majin Buu, upon witnessing his restored body, immediately glared at Goten. "Why did you revert me?" "I wish for you to turn over a new leaf." "Turn over a new leaf?" "Yes, as long as you promise me you will cease your destruction. I will reward you with an abundance of delectable candies and cookies." Majin Buu's stomach rumbled at this, for he had not eaten since being sealed away. "So, what do you say?" Goten grinned. "Then give me the candies and cookies." Goten, in response, produced a multifunctional capsule and tossed it to the ground. An array of candies and cookies appeared before them, all purchased with the proceeds from the wild game he had sold. Upon seeing the assortment of sweets, Majin Buu's mouth watered irresistibly. "Of course, as long as you agree to reform." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu immediately tore open the wrappers of the candies and cookies and began to indulge himself. In no time, the treats that Goten had brought forth were devoured by Majin Buu. "Is there more?" he inquired. Goten chuckled awkwardly. "That's all." Although he had earned some money by selling game from the mountains, it was still limited. "However, if you promise to turn over a new leaf, I can fetch more." Majin Buu gazed deeply at Goten and replied, "All right, I promise you. After all, you're quite powerful, and I can't defeat you." Goten nodded in acknowledgement. "Then wait for me a moment. I'll go get you something to eat." With that, Goten instantly transported himself back to Earth. Upon seeing Goten's return, the East Kaio-ken and the others displayed a hint of astonishment. "Goten, how is Majin Buu?" Piccolo asked. "He has promised me to reform." "Reform?" "Goten, you must not trust Majin Buu. He is a creature created by Vegeta." The East Kaio-ken exclaimed excitedly. "I understand, but don't we currently lack the means to eliminate him? Perhaps it's best to let him remain in the Kaio-ken realm for now." "But will he obey?" The East Kaio-ken questioned. "That he will, as long as we provide him with ample candies and cookies." "Candies and cookies?" "Yes, so I must ask Bulma for assistance." Goten turned to Goku. "Then I shall find Bulma and have her prepare a substantial amount of candies and cookies." Goten nodded in agreement. "So, Kaio-ken, will you stay on Earth for a while? I assume you would prefer not to coexist with Majin Buu on the same planet?" "Very well," the East Kaio-ken nodded. "Uncle Yamcha, could you accompany Majin Buu for a while in the Kaio-ken realm?" "Accompany Majin Buu?" Yamcha stammered, instantly frightened at the prospect. Goten was actually suggesting he entertain Majin Buu. "Yes," Goten affirmed. "But what if he kills me? He has reformed. If he were to kill you, we could use the Dragon Balls to revive you." "Then why not send Krillin instead?" "Krillin has a family to take care of, and besides, you are all alone, aren't you?" Yamcha felt as if a dagger had been thrust into his heart upon hearing this. "What about Tien and Kaiotsu? Aren't they single too? They are busy training." Yamcha felt another stab of despair. Observing this, Krillin couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Yamcha, I think it would be best if you entertain Majin Buu." Yamcha snorted. "Don't get too cocky, Krillin. I will definitely find someone." "Oh really?" Krillin replied with a faint smile. "So, Uncle Yamcha, are you willing to accompany Majin Buu in the Kaio-ken realm? While I would rather not. For the sake of everyone, I shall make this sacrifice." Goten nodded and turned to Gohan, who held the Kaio-ken sword. "Brother, what is this sword?" "This is the Kaio-ken sword." "The Kaio-ken sword." Indeed, the East Kaio-ken mentioned that if one can wield it effortlessly, they may very well defeat Majin Buu. "Is that so? Could you show me the sword?" Certainly, but be cautious. It is quite heavy. Understood, Goten affirmed. Gohan then handed the Kaio-ken's sword to Goten. Goten lifted it with one hand, swiftly thrusting it forward like lightning. The East Kaio-ken and Jebet were taken aback. Although they were aware of Goten's formidable strength, witnessing him maneuver the Kaio-ken sword with such speed left them astonished. At that moment, Goten ceased his display and returned the sword to Gohan. Brother, if you practice diligently with this sword, you may indeed be able to vanquish Majin Buu. Gohan felt a peculiar sensation at these words, as if they were uttered by an elder to a younger. Yet he was supposed to be the elder that, of course. Gohan's impression stemmed from the fact that Goten was indeed stronger than him. Chapter 33. Kampa and Veto's all right. Uncle Yamcha, shall I take you to the Kaio-ken realm? Are we going now? Shouldn't we wait for Goku? No need. Let's head there directly. Very well then. With that, Goten executed a brief instant transmission, bringing Yamcha to the Kaio-ken realm. I could see that moment. Majin Buu was seated upon a large rock, looking quite bored. Upon seeing Goten's return, he joyfully approached, exclaiming, Goten! Goten nodded. Goten, who is this? This is Uncle Yamcha. Uncle Yamcha. Yamcha smiled and remarked, You are older than me, so you need not call me uncle like Goten. Just call me Yamcha. Yamcha. Indeed. Yamcha nodded. Goten, where's the food? My father has gone to fetch it. It may take a little while. Oh, Majin Buu replied, a tinge of disappointment evident in his voice. Then, Uncle Yamcha, why don't you play with Majin Buu for a bit? Me. Yamcha pointed at himself. Yes, very well. Yamcha glanced at Majin Buu, still feeling apprehensive about engaging with him. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea and retrieved a stack of comics and magazines featuring beautiful women from his clothing, presenting them to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, take a look at this. What is this? This is a comic, and this is a magazine featuring beautiful women. They are quite captivating. Majin Buu examined the covers of the magazines and comics and eventually chose one to read. Huh. Majin Buu burst into laughter after perusing the comic for a while. Yamcha, relieved, let out a sigh of relief. Goten then sat down on the grass nearby. In the 7th universe. A tall woman with blue-green skin, white hair styled in a high ponytail, and a stout man resembling an overweight Beerus with a short tail were traveling through the 7th universe at superluminal speed. These two were none other than Kampa and Veto's from the 6th universe. Their presence in the 7th universe was due to Kampa's desire to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Veto's decelerated abruptly, coming to a halt. What are you doing, Veto's? Kampa inquired. Noticing her sudden stop, Veto's raised her hand, revealing her staff and a crystal orb projected Goten's image within it. What is it, Veto's? It's nothing, Lord Kampa. I merely sensed a powerful divine aura and felt curious. A powerful divine aura? Is it the aura of a god of destruction? No. Veto's shook her head. It is a divine presence I have never encountered before. Kampa stroked his chin thoughtfully to You suppose he might be a candidate for the god of destruction chosen by Beerus? I don't know, but since he is in the Kaio-ken realm, he may very well be the next Kaio-ken. The next Kaio-ken? Then he likely hasn't noticed us, right? In the presence of Kampa, a sense of unease loomed. They had seized the opportunity to gather the Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe, while Beerus remained in slumber. Upon awakening, should Beerus discover that Kampa had taken the Super Dragon Balls from his realm, retribution would surely follow. Who knows? Beerus chuckled softly. Lord Kampa, you wouldn't be afraid of him informing Lord Beerus of your presence in the 7th universe, would you? Kampa let out a disdainful huff. If I were afraid of him, I wouldn't have ventured into the 7th universe. Oh, then in that case, shall we continue our search for the Super Dragon Balls? Kampa cleared his throat. You mentioned that his divine aura is formidable. What if we were to pay him a visit? Visit? Indeed, to ascertain if he is the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Beerus replied with a smile. Lord Kampa, you are still apprehensive. I am not. I am merely curious about his strength, Kampa retorted stubbornly. Beerus, upon hearing this, pointed her staff towards the vastness of space. In an instant, Beerus's form surged forward at superluminal speed, carrying Kampa along with her. Meanwhile, in the King Kai's realm, Goten sat upon a patch of grass, gazing up at the cosmos. Due to the unique geographical position of the King Kai's realm, many splendid planets surrounded the tower. How wonderful it would be to possess a planet of my own, Goten murmured to himself. Just then, a figure materialized before him. It was Goku, Dad. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Goten, I brought the candies and cookies. Then you should give the candies and cookies to Majin Buu. As Goku spoke, he opened a capsule and tossed it to the ground. With a puff of white smoke, tables laden with candies. Cookies and cakes appeared. Candies and cookies. Majin Buu, engrossed in his comic, immediately set it aside and rushed over, far more interested in food than in reading. Before long, Majin Buu was voraciously devouring the treats. Goku chuckled. Goten, this fellow has quite the appetite. Goten nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Goten sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura approaching them, and his expression turned grave. Such a potent divine aura. Could it be Beerus? No, that's impossible. Beerus has 5 more years before he awakens. Goten pondered silently that what's wrong, Goten? Goku asked, noticing his son's serious demeanor. There's an incredibly strong energy drawing near. A powerful energy. Why can't I sense it? It's divine energy, divine. Is it stronger than you? Indeed, Goten affirmed with a nod. As soon as he spoke, a beam of white light descended before them. When the light dissipated, 2 figures emerged, Kampa and Butis. Kampa, Goten thought to himself. Who are you? Goku inquired. Greetings, my name is Butis. I am the servant of Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, who stand beside me. Butis introduced herself. The 6th universe, Goku said, perplexed. Yes, there are 12 universes in total, and the one you currently inhabit is the 7th universe. Butis explained, surveying their surroundings. By the way, where is your Kai? The King Kai is currently on Earth. Goku replied. Earth? Yes, Goku nodded. Upon hearing this, Kampa cast a glance at the 4 of them. Butis, which one among them possesses the strong divine aura you mentioned? Since Goten had reverted to his normal state, Kampa was unable to detect the divine energy emanating from him. It's the smallest one among them, Butis said with a smile. The smallest? Kampa turned his attention to Goten. Could it be him? Yes, Butis confirmed. Little one, what is your name? I'm Goten. Do you know Beerus? I do not. Goten shook his head. You don't know him? Hasn't the King Kai mentioned Beerus to you? In fact, I only met the King Kai today. Today? Kampa exclaimed, glancing at Butis. Butis, did you not say he was the next King Kai? Lord Kampa, I said it was a possibility. Then what about the divine aura? That, my lord, you must ask him. Oh. Kampa turned to Goten. Goten, what is the nature of your divine aura? That is my divine transformation, which I refer to as Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? Yes, Goten nodded. Could you transform for me to see? Of course, Goten replied, clenching his fists as an astonishing aura radiated from him, rapidly escalating to Ha. With a mighty shout, Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan God. So, this is a Super Saiyan God. Kampa smiled. Suddenly, he noticed Majin Buu, who was still consuming candies and cakes, and approached him. Hey, didn't you see me? I did, so what? So what? Do you know who I am? I am the god of destruction. Do you believe I could obliterate you in an instant? Majin Buu's expression turned serious at this remark. Goten quickly intervened to prevent a conflict. Lord Kampa, he hasn't received any education. He knows nothing. Please don't hold it against him. Humph, Kampa scoffed. If I am to overlook him, then he must hand over those treats to me. Goten hesitated at this request. Majin Buu had only recently been subdued. Any provocation could result in him reverting to his former self. Yet if Goten disregarded Kampa's demand, he might provoke Kampa into a confrontation, or worse, abandon Majin Buu altogether. While the power of the Super Saiyan God was formidable, it still paled in comparison to that of a god of destruction. Lord Kampa, how about I offer you something else to eat? No, I want cake, Majin Buu exclaimed, licking the uneaten cake with his tongue. You rascal. Kampa, seeing this, clenched his fists and instantly appeared before Majin Buu, delivering a punch that sent him soaring into the air. Lord Kampa, Butis gasped in surprise, not expecting Kampa to strike so suddenly. Goten quickly turned to Goku. Dad, you and Yamcha should head back to Earth and bring back some delicacies from Bulma. Delicacies? Yes, otherwise the King Kai's realm may not survive. Understood, Goku responded, promptly using instant transmission to take Yamcha back to Earth. In the sky, Kampa was currently delivering a powerful blow to Majin Buu with one hand. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Kampa's right fist struck Majin Buu's face with tremendous force, sending him crashing down to the ground. The earth was instantly kicked up, enveloped in a cloud of dust. After a while, as the dust settled, a massive crater appeared on the ground, with Majin Buu lying in it, looking quite disheveled. Damn it! Majin Buu gritted his teeth, quickly rising from the ground, a plume of white energy billowing from the hole atop his head. Boom! Majin Buu shot forward like a dart towards Kampa. Kampa remained motionless, standing his ground. Soon, Majin Buu was right in front of Kampa, launching a flurry of punches, yet every single attack was effortlessly evaded by Kampa. Suddenly, Kampa grinned maliciously and delivered a heavy kick to Majin Buu's abdomen, as if kicking a soccer ball. Bang! With a deafening sound, Majin Buu was sent flying backward like a projectile. Kampa's figure flickered in an instant. He appeared behind Majin Buu, unleashing a wave of destructive energy upon him. Boom! The explosive sound echoed as the destructive energy detonated, enveloping Majin Buu in a thick cloud of smoke. Kampa's figure flickered again and returned to Baddock's side. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, Majin Buu stood up in a disheveled state, gasping for breath. Considering your lack of decorum, I shall spare you today. But should there be a next time, it may not end so favorably for you, Kampa said coldly. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu clenched his teeth tighter, the white energy from the hole in his head intensifying. Suddenly, Majin Buu let out a pained scream, clutching his head with both hands. What's wrong with him? Kampa inquired. I don't know. Baddock shook his head. Come out. After a moment of agony, Majin Buu suddenly expelled a mass of black energy from his mouth. This black energy quickly transformed into a lean, black-skinned version of Majin Buu. This was the evil Majin Buu. Now there are two of them, Kampa exclaimed. It seems he is split. Split? Yes, that lean one is brimming with malevolence. Is that so? Then it appears we shall witness some thrilling spectacle. Kampa chuckled. I believe so. At that moment, the two Majin Buus locked eyes, both intent on eliminating the other to become the sole Majin Buu. Who are you? I am Majin Buu. I am also Majin Buu. With that, the two figures shot toward each other like arrows. In no time, they stood before one another, engaging in a fierce battle, their fists and feet moving with blinding speed. Dust and debris swirled around them. Bang! With a powerful strike, the evil Majin Buu sent the other Majin Buu flying away. Majin Buu clenched his fists, quickly halting his descent mid-air. Just then, the evil Majin Buu appeared before him, delivering a swift kick that sent Majin Buu hurtling through the air. Boom! Majin Buu crashed violently into the mountain behind him, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The evil Majin Buu clasped his hands together, unleashing a pink energy wave towards Majin Buu. Boom! With a massive explosion, the mountain behind Majin Buu was obliterated, and his body was charred from the blast. I didn't expect that lean one to be so formidable, Kampa remarked with a smile. It's just like how you compare to Lord Beerus. I'm stronger than Beerus, Kampa retorted angrily. Chapter 35. Goten versus Kampa. Whoosh! At that moment, the evil Majin Buu shot a pink beam from his antennae towards Majin Buu. In response, Majin Buu fired a pink beam from his own antennae. Bang! The two beams clashed evenly in mid-air. Suddenly, the evil Majin Buu shouted, pushing Majin Buu back with his beam. ZZC. Amidst the crackling of electricity, Majin Buu was transformed into a cookie. He turned into a cookie. Kampa gasped in surprise. Indeed, Baddock nodded that instant. Goten's figure flickered, and he appeared before the evil Majin Buu, kicking him away with a forceful blow. Bang! With a resounding crash, the evil Majin Buu was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Goten then fired a pink beam at Majin Buu, reverting him back to his original form. Seeing this, the evil Majin Buu clenched his teeth, his anger directed at Goten. Interesting, Kampa chuckled. Bang! At that moment, the evil Majin Buu shot forward like a bolt towards Goten. Goten flickered and instantly appeared beneath the evil Majin Buu, unleashing rapid punches to his abdomen. Bang! 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 Under Goten's relentless assault, the evil Majin Buu screamed in agony. Bang! Goten's right fist landed solidly on the evil Majin Buu's chin, sending him soaring into the air. Immediately, Goten gathered his energy, his hands swiftly coming together. Kamehameha, a deep blue energy wave formed in Goten's hands, shooting towards the evil Majin Buu in the sky. A colossal blue sphere appeared before the evil Majin Buu, propelling him toward the cosmos. Ah! The evil Majin Buu roared, desperately attempting to withstand the Kamehameha. Yet, under the overwhelming might, his efforts were futile. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky, casting a blinding blue light that illuminated the heavens. Following this, an immense storm surged forth, engulfing the entire sky and the Kaio-ken realm. Ha! The evil Majin Buu wailed, his body swiftly obliterated by the tremendous storm. Majin Buu, I hope you can become a good person in your next life, Goten said, gazing at the vanishing evil Majin Buu. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated in the sky, the presence of the evil Majin Buu vanished completely. Has Majin Buu truly been eliminated? On North Kaio-ken's planet, North Kaio-ken was taken aback by the sight. Previously, Goku and Goten had been unable to defeat Majin Buu, yet now Goten effortlessly vanquished another version of him. It remained uncertain if this version of Majin Buu had a weaker regenerative ability, or if Goten had intentionally held back. Seeing this, Kappa approached Goten with a smile. Goten, your strength is impressive. Would you care to spar with me? Spar with you? Rest assured, I want to use my full power. Very well, Goten replied, stepping back. Shall we begin? Kappa beckoned Goten. All right, Goten exclaimed, transforming into a red beam and charging towards Kappa. In the blink of an eye, Goten was before Kappa, launching powerful attacks with his fists. Kappa deftly sidestepped, evading Goten's strikes with ease. Ha! Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Wutian immediately let out a thunderous roar, propelling his right fist forward with all his might. Xiangpa raised his left hand, effortlessly grasping Sun Wutian's powerful punch. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wutian executed a swift side kick with his right leg aimed at Xiangpa. Xiangpa lifted his right leg, countering Sun Wutian's kick with a forceful clash. A resounding impact echoed as a crackling lightning surged from their feet. Xiangpa glanced at Sun Wutian and relaxed his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wutian swiftly retreated, clenching his fists with determination. Ha! With a loud exclamation, Sun Wutian's hair and eyebrows transformed into a celestial blue. His irises shifted to a deep azure, surrounded by an ethereal blue aura and starlit particles characteristic of divine energy. Drops of water flowed intermittently within the aura, which moved at a pace far slower than that of a human or Super Saiyan. Accompanied by faint electric sparks, the aura was layered, displaying two colors, sky blue on the outside and white within. This was none other than the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. What is this? This is Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation where the Super Saiyan achieves the state of a god. Oh, that sounds rather intricate. In any case, it's certainly more powerful than the previous transformation, correct? Indeed, Sun Wutian nodded. Then shall we continue? Very well. Sun Wutian declared, transforming into a streak of blue light as he charged towards Xiangpa. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xiangpa, launching a series of powerful punches. Caught off guard by the surge in speed following Sun Wutian's transformation, Xiangpa was compelled to block the onslaught with both hands. Bang, bang, bang. Under the relentless assault from Sun Wutian, Xiangpa was forced to retreat. Damn it, Xiangpa gritted his teeth, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that sent Sun Wutian staggering back. Sun Wutian tightened his fists and quickly regained his footing on the ground. That moment, Xiangpa unleashed a wave of destructive energy towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian raised both hands to intercept the attack, though he was still pushed back several hundred meters by the force. That stings, Sun Wutian exclaimed, promptly hurling the destructive energy skyward. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the energy detonated in the heavens above. Nice one. Xiangpa chuckled, instantly appearing before Sun Wutian, launching a fierce assault with his fists. Due to Xiangpa's incredible speed, Sun Wutian had no time to react before Xiangpa's fist struck his face. Sun Wutian let out a loud cry as he endured a barrage of blows. Gritting his teeth, he narrowly evaded Xiangpa's right punch, instead thrusting his forehead against Xiangpa's. Bang! With a violent crack, Sun Wutian managed to push Xiangpa back. Damn it! Xiangpa seethed, rubbing his forehead. In the next instant, he vanished, delivering a powerful punch to Sun Wutian's face, sending him flying. Sun Wutian clenched his fists and swiftly brought himself to a halt. Chapter 36. Sister Battles on Earth. The East Kaio-ken and his companions sense the presence of another Majin Buu. Kaio-ken, what on earth is happening in the Kaio-ken realm? Why are there two energies of Majin Buu? I am uncertain. The East Kaio-ken shook his head. However, it seems Wutian is currently battling the God of Destruction that Goku mentioned. God of Destruction? Kaio-ken, do you know what kind of god that is? Not really. The East Kaio-ken shook his head once more. Back when the 5 Kaio-kens were still around, he was only responsible for overseeing the Eastern Galaxy. It was only after Majin Buu eradicated the Grand Kaio-kens that he became the sole Kaio-ken of the 7th universe. Yes, that's so. Then, Kaio-ken, is that god's aura exceptionally strong? Son Gohan expressed concern for Sun Wutian's safety. Indeed, it is the first time I have felt such a powerful divine presence. Then, Kaio-ken, could Wutian be in danger? I cannot say. In the Kaio-ken realm, Sun Wutian and Xiangpa had ascended from the ground to the sky. At this moment, both were gathering energy waves in their hands to launch at each other. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Sun Wutian's energy wave collided with Xiangpa's destructive energy, resulting in massive explosions that lit up the sky. Suddenly, Xiangpa ceased his assault and instantaneously appeared before Sun Wutian. What? Sun Wutian gasped in surprise. In the next instant, Xiangpa's right fist came crashing down towards him. Sun Wutian raised his arms to deflect the blow, using Xiangpa's force to propel himself backward. Xiangpa was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the young Sun Wutian possessed such remarkable combat potential. This revelation ignited a playful spirit within Xiangpa. Xiangpa grinned wickedly as a multitude of destructive energy spheres materialized around him. With this many destructive energies, let's see how you handle it all. Hearing this, Sun Wutian clasped his hands together behind him. Kamehameha, a deep blue energy wave coalesced from Sun Wutian's hands. Xiangpa waved his right index finger, commanding all the destructive energies surrounding him to charge towards Sun Wutian. Wave! Sun Wutian shouted, unleashing the Kamehameha. The attack spiraled forth, detonating every incoming wave of destructive energy. The sky erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Xiangpa narrowed his eyes and transformed into a purple streak, dashing towards Sun Wutian. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Xiangpa was before him, delivering a powerful punch. Sun Wutian sidestepped just in time. Xiangpa, surprised, launched another attack at Sun Wutian. Ha! Sun Wutian cried out, suddenly radiating a tremendous amount of blue energy. Retaliating against Xiangpa? Whoosh! Bang! 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 The air was filled with the sound of their fists clashing as they engaged in fierce combat. The atmosphere around them crackled with the force of their struggle, creating a whirlwind of powerful gales. On Earth in West City, Bulma's residence, Son Goku and Yamcha had gathered a bounty of delicacies as per Sun Wutian's request, preparing to return to the Kaio-ken realm. Suddenly, Vegeta, who had been standing by for some time, spoke up. Kakarot, I wish to accompany you to the Kaio-ken realm. You want to go too, Vegeta? Vegeta nodded. I want to meet this god of destruction you just mentioned. Very well, Son Goku replied, utilizing instant transmission to transport the trio to the Kaio-ken realm. Whoosh! Son Goku and his companions materialized beside Majin Buu. Upon seeing the Majin who had transformed him into chocolate, Vegeta felt a surge of irritation. However, he was quickly captivated by the battle between Sun Wutian and Xiangpa. Kakarot, the one fighting Wutian, must be the god of destruction, right? Indeed, Son Goku confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Vegeta fell into contemplation. When he was quite young, he had encountered Beerus. Though Xiangpa bore a resemblance to Beerus, he was certainly not him. Moreover, Son Goku had mentioned that his name was Xiangpa. Could it be that they were brothers? Bang! Just as Vegeta pondered this, Sun Wutian and Xiangpa locked hands in a fierce struggle within the sky. Yeah, with a powerful shout, Sun Wutian radiated an abundance of blue energy. Xiangpa, with a disdainful snort, emanated a significant amount of purple energy. The two energies immediately clashed in the sky like raging flames. Bang! After a brief stalemate, Xiangpa exerted force with both hands, sending Sun Wutian flying. Gasping for breath, Sun Wutian glanced at Sun Wukong, who stood on the ground, and said, "Lord Xiangpa, I'm feeling a bit tired. Shall we call it a day for our battle?" At his tender age, Sun Wutian was merely a child, so it seemed reasonable for him to act a bit coy with Xiangpa, didn't it? "No more fighting. Indeed, I'm starting to feel a bit hungry," Sun Wutian chuckled. Observing that Sun Wutian was still a child, Xiangpa felt it would be unseemly to take advantage of him, so he reined in his energy. "Very well, but you must promise not to tell Beerus about our meeting today, and ensure that they keep it a secret as well." Xiangpa cast a glance at Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wutian nodded and reverted to his normal state. "And no more fighting." Upon finishing his sentence, both of them immediately descended towards the ground, landing beside Sun Wukong and Beerus. "Dad, did you bring the delicious food from Earth?" Sun Wukong nodded and tossed a capsule onto the ground. Bang! With a puff of white smoke, 5 or 6 tables laden with delectable dishes appear before them. Xiangpa, captivated by the aromatic and visually appealing food, could not help but express interest in the feast brought by Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Majin Buu also became intrigued by the culinary spread. "Wuqian, what are these? Can I have a taste?" Majin Buu asked. Drooling, "You can, but you mustn't fight Lord Xiangpa for the food." "All right," Majin Buu obediently nodded. "Humph," Xiangpa snorted. "I never said I wanted any of your food. Lord Xiangpa isn't eating. In that case, I guess I'll just have to share with Sister Beerus." "Sister?" Beerus smiled at the remark. Even an angel like her appreciated being referred to as youthful. Of course, Beerus's age far surpassed that of even the ancestors of the Saiyans. As Sun Wutian spoke, he promptly handed a slice of pizza to Beerus. "Sister Beerus, this is pizza from Earth. Would you like to try it?" "Yes," Beerus said with a smile. Chapter 37. Xiangpa departs. Subsequently, Beerus took the pizza from Sun Wutian's hand and began to eat. After taking a bite, her face instantly displayed a look of utter astonishment. "What's wrong, Beerus?" "Lord Xiangpa, this food called pizza is simply delightful." "Is that so?" Xiangpa replied, feigning calmness. Beerus nodded and quickly finished the slice she held. Seeing this, Sun Wutian fetched more earth delicacies for Beerus to sample. After tasting the other dishes, her face continued to express surprise. Unable to contain his own cravings any longer, Xiangpa inquired, "Beerus, are these foods truly that delicious?" "Indeed, Lord Xiangpa, every dish brought by Sun Wutian from Earth is exceptionally delicious." Xiangpa looked at Sun Wutian, momentarily at a loss for words, as he had just claimed he wouldn't eat the food brought by Sun Wutian. Seemingly sensing Xiangpa's thoughts, Sun Wutian smiled and offered a slice of pizza to Xiangpa. "Lord Xiangpa, you must try this pizza. It is truly delectable." Cough, cough. Xiangpa cleared his throat. "Since you insist, I shall give it a try." As he spoke, he took the pizza offered by Sun Wutian and began to eat. Upon taking a bite, a look of sheer astonishment crossed his face. Soon, he devoured the entire slice, and no longer holding back. Xiangpa sampled the various dishes laid out on the table. Observing Xiangpa competing with him for food, Majin Buu immediately quickened his eating pace. Sun Wutian had said he couldn't compete with Xiangpa for food, but he never said he couldn't eat faster. Damn it. Seeing Majin Buu vying for the food, Xiangpa, unwilling to be outdone, also hastened his pace. Before long, the food brought by Sun Wukong was entirely consumed by Sun Wukong. Xiangpa, Beerus, and Majin Buu. Xiangpa, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, turned to Sun Wutian and asked, "Did you bring all this food from Earth?" Sun Wutian nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa immediately turned to Beerus. "Beerus, can you find out where our Earth in the 6th universe is?" "Of course, Lord Xiangpa." "The Earth in the 6th universe. Are you saying that your universe also has an Earth?" Sun Wukong asked. "Since the 6th universe and the 7th universe are twin universes, any planets found in the 7th universe should also exist in the 6th universe." Beerus explained. "Does the 6th universe have science?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Certainly, but their strength is not on par with yours." As Beerus spoke, a dead planet appeared in the crystal ball of her staff. What is this?" "Sun Wutian, is your Earth located in the northern galaxy?" "Yes, Sister Beerus. Why do you ask?" "Nothing. It seems our Earth in the 6th universe is a dead planet." "A dead planet?" Xiangpa gasped. If the Earth in their universe was a dead planet, He would never be able to savor the exquisite food found on the Earth of the seventh universe. I shall rewind time to discover what caused our universe's Earth to become a dead planet. As Beerus spoke, the crystal ball on her staff showed the Earth before it became a dead planet. As time moved forward, it became evident that the humans of the sixth universe caused their Earth to become a dead planet due to war. So that's how it is. Our universe's Earth became a dead planet because of human warfare. War. Does this mean that the humans of our universe were unable to create delicious food like those from the Earth of the seventh universe? Indeed, Beerus nodded. After hearing this, Xiangpa stroked his chin, his desire to collect the Super Dragon Balls intensifying. Beerus, it's getting late. We should be heading back. Understood, Lord Xiangpa. Beerus nodded and bid farewell to Sun Wutien. Well then, Sun Wutien, we shall take our leave now. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, Beerus, upon finishing her words, pointed her staff towards the ground, and a radiant multicolored light appeared beneath their feet, whisking them away from the realm of the Kaio-ken. Sun Wutien, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. Dad, shall we return to Earth? What about Majin Buu? Sun Wukong asked. He will return with us. Then everyone. Please place your hands on my back, Sun Wutien instructed, and they nodded in agreement. With that, Sun Wukong executed an instant transmission, transporting Sun Wutien back to Earth. Whoosh, Sun Wukong and the others appeared before the East Kaio-ken. Majin Buu. The East Kaio-ken was immediately startled upon seeing the returned Majin Buu. Lord Kaio-ken, please don't be afraid. Majin Buu has reformed. Right? Majin Buu? Majin Buu nodded. Wu Tien, you mustn't trust him so easily. He is Majin Buu. Due to his fear of Majin Buu, the East Kaio-ken remained somewhat skeptical about the possibility of Majin Buu reforming so swiftly. Lord Kaio-ken, you truly need not be afraid. He has indeed turned over a new leaf. Despite these reassurances, the East Kaio-ken's heart still harbored doubts. Nevertheless, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of Majin Buu, and thus, even in disbelief, he was compelled to accept the reality of the situation. Then what about the two auras of Majin Buu that appeared earlier? Those were manifestations of Majin Buu's malevolent thoughts. Malevolent thoughts? Yes, but I have since obliterated them. And how is the Kaio-ken realm faring now? It has sustained only minor damage. All is well. Is that so? In that case, Jebbit and I shall take our leave. Lord Kaio-ken, what about the Kaio-ken sword? Son Gohan inquired. Since you were the one who drew it, it is yours to keep. After all, we hardly have the strength to wield it. Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, everyone, until we meet again. Until we meet again. Observing this, Jebbit instantaneously transported the East Kaio-ken back to the Kaio-ken realm. Upon their return, the East Kaio-ken was immediately struck by the sight of the Kaio-ken realm's pockmarked landscape. The Kaio-ken realm, exclaimed Jebbit. Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Goku, upon spotting the East Kaio-ken and his companions, turned to Majin Buu. So, Goten, where do you intend to accommodate him? Majin Buu, being a voracious eater, would undoubtedly pose a financial burden for Son Goku's family. Moreover, Chi-Chi would never consent to having Majin Buu reside with them. Uncle Yamcha, Son Goten called out to Yamcha. Upon hearing this, Yamcha waved his hands in protest. Goten, my financial means are limited. While I could allow him to stay with me, I cannot provide for his meals. Chapter 38. Arranging for Majin Buu's stay. I see. Then, Mr. Piccolo, could Majin Buu temporarily reside in your realm? The other world is not mine. It belongs to Dandy. Let me consult Dandy about it. All right, Son Goten nodded. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately utilized telepathy to contact Dandy. Dandy, please permit Majin Buu to stay with you. Really? That would be splendid. The other world. Majin Buu looked at Son Goten in confusion. Yes, you will stay there for now. And tomorrow I will take you to a wonderful place. All right, Majin Buu agreed. Well, Goku, if there's nothing else, shall we head back? Yamcha suggested. Sure, let's plan to gather again on another occasion. Son Goku nodded to be by the way. We departed from the World Martial Arts Tournament without knowing the outcome of the matches. Krillin remarked. He had come to the tournament with Lazuli, not only to compete, but also to secure the prize money. I believe it must have concluded by now, Son Goku stated. Uncle Krillin, perhaps Aunt Lazuli has already claimed victory in the tournament. Son Goten chimed in. Victory, Krillin exclaimed, you've really struck gold. Yamcha said, putting his arm around Krillin's shoulders. Struck gold? Krillin gazed at Yamcha, uncertain whether he meant marrying Lazuli or her winning the tournament. Regardless, either interpretation meant fortune for him. Indeed, the prize money must have been awarded to your esteemed one. Krillin nodded. Dad, should I take Majin Buu to the other world? How about I accompany you there? Sounds good, Son Goten agreed. Son Goku, seeing this, instantly transported the two to the other world. Goku. Dandy greeted Son Goku. Son Goku nodded in response. Dandy, Piccolo has briefed you, hasn't he? Yes, Majin Buu will be staying with me. Majin Buu, you must be sure to obey Dandy's instructions. Son Goten instructed Majin Buu. All right, Majin Buu nodded. Shall we return, Dad? Son Goku affirmed with a nod. Having said that, the two promptly departed from the other world. The following morning, after having breakfast, Son Goten visited the other world and brought Majin Buu to Mr. Satan's residence. That aren't you the champion of the youth division from yesterday? Yes, Son Goten affirmed. What brings you here, Mr. Satan? I am here today to request a favor. A favor. Indeed, his name is Majin Buu. He is my friend. And I would like him to stay with you. Stay with me? Absolutely not. What did you say? Majin Buu's fist clenched in anger. However, he did not truly intend to strike. It was merely an intimidation tactic. Mr. Satan trembled in fear at the sight. Son Goten chuckled and said, Mr. Satan, it was not you who defeated Cell 7 years ago, but rather my father and his friends. Wasn't it? Mr. Satan was taken aback. How do you know? Did your father tell you? Son Goten nodded. However, Mr. Satan, you need not worry. I shall keep this matter confidential, provided you agree to let Majin Buu stay with you. Hesitation flickered in Mr. Satan's heart upon hearing this. Majin Buu is stronger than Aunt Lazuli. He can protect you and even pose as your disciple to assist you in competitions. Are you serious? Mr. Satan's interest was piqued. Just yesterday, during the match with Lazuli, although she lost to him, she extorted 30 million from him. Originally, the championship prize was only 10 million, but after her shrewd maneuvering, Lazuli had garnered an extra 25 million. It was undeniable that Lazuli was exceptionally cunning, and as long as you treat Majin Buu well, he will certainly help you. Wouldn't you agree, Majin Buu? Majin Buu nodded in affirmation. Very well, but you must keep what you just mentioned a secret. Of course, Majin Buu, you can stay here for now, but if you wish for anything to eat, simply inform Mr. Satan, and I will come and check on you when I have the time. All right? Majin Buu nodded. With that, Son Goten promptly departed from Mr. Satan's residence. After Son Goten left, Mr. Satan turned to Majin Buu and said, So you are Majin Buu, correct? Yes. Majin Buu nodded. Can you fly like them? Yes. Could you teach me how to fly? Of course, but I'm a bit hungry right now. What would you like to eat? I can have it delivered right away. I want candy cake and all sorts of delicious treats. All right, no problem. Meanwhile, after leaving, Son Goten first went to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue to collect his 10 million prize money before heading to Trunks' home. As Trunks witnessed Goten's arrival, his heart swelled with joy, prompting him to greet his friend with enthusiasm. Goten responded with a smile and a nod to So. Goten, have you received your bonus yet? You did say you would treat us. I did receive it, but my mother insisted that I can only spend up to 10,000. Ah, that's quite a meager sum. Indeed, our family is not like yours. We have no idea how many companies we own. Don't say that, Goten. While 10,000 may be somewhat limited, it can still procure a fair amount of delicious food. Goten nodded in agreement. I in the 6th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction. Kampa found himself yearning for Earth's delectable cuisine after having sampled it the previous day. However, the journey to the 7th universe was long, and he hoped that Beerus would successfully locate the 7 Super Dragon Balls. This way, he could wish for an Earth akin to that of the 7th universe. Just as the Eternal Dragon could, I wonder if Beerus has found the Super Dragon Balls in the 6th universe. If he has, I can travel to the 7th universe again. The Super Dragon Balls were scattered across both the 6th and 7th universes. Kampa had already discovered 2 in the 6th universe, and it was likely that 1 or 2 more remained hidden there. Therefore, if Beerus managed to gather all the Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe, Kampa could once again venture with Beerus to seek out the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed out on Earth, atop the Bowsy Mountain. Goten and Trunks were diligently training in the hills behind Goku's home. Chapter 39. The Evil Aura Wave Goten. You rascal, tell me honestly, how did you manage to train into a Super Saiyan God? Well, I simply trained earnestly. Perhaps I'm just more talented. Humph, Trunks scoffed. Don't get too complacent. Goten. I will also train to become a Super Saiyan God and surpass you. Oh really? Goten replied with a nonchalant smile that Trunks' current power level was merely Super Saiyan, 3 tiers below Goten. That'd be why the time he became a Super Saiyan God, Trunks would likely reach Super Saiyan levels 6 or 7. Meanwhile, in the Underworld, within the Yama King's hall, the Yama King was busily examining the files of souls, determining whether to condemn them to hell or grant them passage to heaven. To heaven. To hell. To hell. Amidst the Yama King's hectic schedule, a small ghost approached with a newly arrived little ghost, standing before the Yama King. Lord Yama, this is the new little ghost. How shall we assign his duties? The Yama King casually glanced at the newcomer. Let him manage the soul cleansing machines. Understood, Lord Yama, the small ghost responded, leading the newcomer to the location of the soul cleansing machines. Souls condemned to hell must pass through the soul cleansing machines before being taken to their final destination. This is the soul cleansing machine. Your main task is to promptly replace the nearly full containers. The small ghost instructed the newcomer. The new little ghost, however, was wearing headphones, lost in music and oblivious to the instructions. Did you hear me? The small ghost yanked off the newcomer's headphones and shouted that, I heard. The newcomer replied with a cold grunt. The container is nearly full. Remember to change it later. The new little ghost nodded. And no slacking off during work hours, or I will report you to Lord Yama and have your wages docked. The newcomer remained silent. The small ghost turned and ascended the stairs, seeing this. The newcomer promptly stuck out his tongue. Just then, the small ghost turned back and reminded, Don't forget to change that container. Yes, replied the newcomer, nodding. The small ghost continued on his way. Once the small ghost had left, the newcomer resumed listening to music, dancing to the rhythm, completely forgetting about the task of changing the container. While the little ghost was engrossed in dancing, the container of the soul cleansing machine filled to capacity and began to swell. With a tremendous explosion, the container burst, releasing a copious amount of gas. When this gas ignited upon contact with the flames of the explosion, it set the soul cleansing machine ablaze, causing it to explode as well. The little ghost, still listening to music, quickly removed his headphones upon hearing the blast and found himself surrounded by dense gas. It's over. My wages are gone. The newcomer lamented, grabbing a fire extinguisher nearby in a desperate attempt to quell the flames and mitigate his blunder. At that moment, the little ghost who had assigned him tasks rushed in, panic etched across his face. You little ghost? I just told you to change the container, yet you treated my words as mere background noise. The newcomer felt a surge of regret, realizing not only would he not receive his wages, but he would also owe a significant sum to the Underworld. Suddenly, an explosion occurred beside him, and a torrent of gas engulfed the newcomer. Under the influence of the gas, the newcomer transformed into a large, rotund, yellow monster, sporting short protruding horns on either side of its head, pointed ears, and short limbs, with arms slightly longer than its legs. It donned light purple pants and wore matching purple wristbands, while a thick tail swayed behind it. The little ghost is transformed, cried the small ghost in shock, hastily fleeing. Evil aura wave. At that moment, the yellow monster raised its hands, creating a barrier that spread throughout the entire Underworld. On Earth, Goten and Trunks were engaged in a sparring match when they suddenly sensed a surge of powerful energy emanating from the planet. Goten, did you feel that? It seems like an abundance of formidable energy has suddenly appeared on Earth. Yes, Goten nodded. Shall we go take a look? Absolutely, the two friends exclaimed, soaring towards West City. In West City. Gohan, who was attending Orange Star High School, immediately left his classroom upon sensing the energy from Frieza and his minions. He gazed up to see numerous ghostly figures with halos hovering in the sky. Among them were members of Frieza's army, as well as foes once vanquished by Goku and his friends. Though Gohan was unsure of the situation, he recognized them as villains that posed a significant threat to the city, prompting him to decide to eliminate them. Simultaneously, the Z fighters on Earth sensed the energy from Frieza and hurried to West City to assist. Goku, what in the world is happening? Why are there so many ghosts appearing on Earth? Krillin inquired. That I'm not sure. Let me ask King Kai. Goku replied, using telepathy to contact North Kai. King Kai, what is going on? Why are Frisia's ghosts showing up on Earth? The cause of this incident primarily stems from a little ghost responsible for managing the soul cleansing machines. He failed to timely replace the containers, resulting in an explosion. The little ghost, having been exposed to the gas, transformed into the monster Evil Aura Wave. Evil Aura Wave? Yes, the ghosts appearing on Earth are summoned by him. And now Lord Yama and his realm are trapped within the barrier set by Evil Aura Wave. I see. King Kai, do you have any means to make these ghosts disappear? Unfortunately, I am powerless in this situation. It seems your only option now is to defeat them. I comprehend. Then let us, Krillin, obliterate these specters once and for all. Excellent. Krillin nodded. Upon the heights of a grand edifice in West City, Son Goten encountered Frisia and the Ginyu Force. Who are you? Why do you resemble Son Goku so closely? Frisia exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Son Goten's visage. He is my father. My name is Son Goten, replied the boy. Son Goten, Frisia echoed, glancing at Trunks and noting his resemblance to the future Trunks who had once severed him into multiple pieces. And who might you be? Frisia inquired of Trunks. My name is Trunks. And who is your father? Vegeta, Trunks declared it. So Vegeta is the traitor, Frisia mused. Are you acquainted with my father? Indeed, your father was once my subordinate. Subordinate? Trunks queried, a look of confusion crossing his face. Frisia chuckled. Has your father not mentioned me? My name is Frisia. Oh, so you're the villain Frisia. Trunks realized, for Vegeta had indeed not spoken of Frisia. It was Bulma who had informed him of Frisia's nefarious deeds. Humph, Frisia scoffed. Ginyu Force, eliminate them. As you command, Lord Frisia. The Ginyu Force rushed towards the two. Trunks bellowed, propelling himself swiftly before Ginyu, delivering a powerful punch that pierced through him. Bang! As Ginyu was currently in a spectral state, Trunks's blow caused his form to dissipate like smoke. The others, startled, pressed their assault on Trunks. He deftly evaded, dispatching them with precise strikes of fists and feet. Damn it! Frisia gritted his teeth and charged at Trunks. Just then, a figure appeared suddenly, delivering a kick that cleaved Frisia's body in two. It was Son Goten. As Frisia beheld his bisected form, his expression shifted to one of horror. And like Ginyu, he too dissipated into vapor. Frisia's army, witnessing this, began to retreat in panic. Don't flee, Trunks shouted, immediately pursuing them. Son Goten joined the chase as well. Chapter 40. Son Goku versus Evil Aura Wave. After considerable time, Son Goku and his companions had vanquished the majority of the specters and sought out the Dragon Balls, hoping to utilize the dragon's power to restore everything. Dragon, could you send all the spirits currently on Earth back to the Underworld? Son Goku inquired. That is beyond my capabilities. The spirits of the Underworld are under the jurisdiction of King Enma, and I cannot interfere with Underworld affairs. The dragon replied. I see. Then we shall refrain from making a wish for now. The dragon nodded, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. What shall we do next, Goku? Krillin asked. I am not entirely sure. Perhaps, father, we should seek out King Kai. Son Goten suggested. King Kai. Indeed, since this predicament arose from the Evil Aura Wave, we should venture to the Underworld and confront this threat. That makes sense. Goten, grasp my shoulder. All right, Son Goten acquiesced. In an instant, Son Goku teleported, bringing Son Goten to King Kai's realm. Goku! East Kai exclaimed, astonished by the sudden appearance of Son Goku. Son Goku nodded in acknowledgement. King Kai, you are aware of the situation in the Underworld, correct? I am aware, yet the creature's power is formidable, rendering me powerless to assist. Then King Kai, can you send us to the Underworld? To the Underworld? King Kai pondered. That creature transformed into the Evil Aura Wave due to a small spirit coming into contact with explosive gas, so we must defeat him to restore the Underworld. I understand. Jebbit, transport them to the Evil Aura Wave's vicinity. As you wish, King Kai. Jebbit nodded. We are immensely grateful to you. King Kai, it is my duty. Shall we proceed? Jebbit inquired, looking at Son Goku and his son. Indeed, Son Goku affirmed. With that, Jebbit executed an instant teleportation, placing the two within the confines of the evil aura wave's barrier. Evil aura wave. Evil aura wave. At that moment, the diminutive creature resembling a monster was dancing within the barrier. Goku, I can only take you this far. The rest is up to you. Understood. Son Goku nodded. Jebbit, upon seeing this, immediately utilized instant teleportation to depart. Shall I engage the evil aura wave first? Son Goten proposed. Very well. Son Goten agreed. Son Goku then charged towards the evil aura wave. Swiftly, he reached the creature, launching his fists forward with great force. The evil aura wave evaded, swiftly maneuvering behind Son Goku and delivering a powerful kick to his rear. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Son Goku propelled forward like a projectile, crashing heavily against the barrier ahead. Ouch! 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 Son Goku rubbed his head, quickly regaining his footing and turning to face the evil aura wave. With an intense expression, Son Goku raised his hands, clenching them tightly. Daha! With a mighty roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oh! The evil aura wave's eyes widened in astonishment. Subsequently, it unleashed a golden energy wave towards Son Goku. Son Goku dashed forward, narrowly evading the attack. Boom! An explosion erupted as the energy wave detonated upon impact with the ground. Son Goku shouted, lunging toward the evil aura wave, delivering a powerful right punch to its form. Bow! The evil aura wave was struck, stumbling backward several paces. Evil aura wave. Evil aura wave. The creature, observing Son Goku, transformed the scattered candy fragments on the ground into numerous diminutive evil aura waves. Evil aura wave. Evil aura wave. The smaller waves, under the creature's command, bounded towards Son Goku. Clones? Son Goku noted, quickly gathering energy waves in his hands to strike at the smaller evil aura waves. Boom! 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 With a series of massive explosions. The clones were swiftly eradicated. Son Goku grinned, feeling a surge of pride as he gazed at the evil aura wave. The creature, witnessing Son Goku's self-satisfaction, elongated its arms and struck at him. Son Goku, startled, leaped off the ground just in time that that moment, the openings and mouth of the evil aura wave simultaneously unleashed a barrage of energy waves at Son Goku. Dozens of energy waves soared into the air, targeting him. Son Goku raised his arms defensively, bracing against the onslaught of energy waves. Boom! 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 The energy waves collided against Son Goku's arms, erupting in explosive bursts as the thick cloud of smoke quickly enveloped Son Goku's form. With a thunderous roar, Son Wukong unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy that repelled the incoming waves of attack. He then charged towards the malevolent energy wave descending upon the ground at that moment. The malevolent energy wave struck downwards with its right fist, creating a ripple in the void that transported its fist directly above Son Wukong. Startled, Son Wukong had no time to evade and was forcefully slammed to the ground by the malevolent energy wave's powerful punch. The earth was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. Energy distortion space, Sun Wu-Tien observed with narrowed eyes. The technique employed by the malevolent energy wave bore striking resemblance to that used by Oniraza from Universe 3 in Dragon Ball Super. How infuriating! Just then, Sun Wukong, filled with rage, swiftly rose from the ground and charged at the malevolent energy wave. The malevolent energy wave rapidly swung its fists outwards, and the ability to distort energy space immediately redirected its attacks towards Sun Wukong. Alarmed, Sun Wukong hastily dodged to the sides at that moment. The malevolent energy wave unleashed a flurry of strikes in all directions. Attacks rained down upon Sun Wukong from every angle. Despite his formidable strength, facing such an onslaught left him with little room to evade. Boom! With a resounding crash and a scream, Sun Wukong was struck heavily on the back. Following that, a barrage of other attacks hit him, eliciting cries of agony. Bang! The malevolent energy wave brought both fists together, delivering a crushing blow that sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. Sighing, Sun Wu-Tien could only lament the situation. It was well known that Sun Wukong had a notorious habit of not unleashing his full power from the very start. At that moment, Sun Wukong rose from the ground and swiftly brought his hands together behind him. Kamehameha, a deep blue energy wave coalesced in his palms. Just then, the malevolent energy wave raised its right hand, and Sun Wukong's figure suddenly appeared in its grasp. Wave. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, he was still within the clutches of the malevolent energy wave, prompting him to unleash the Kamehameha in that instant, as the Kamehameha was launched. Sun Wukong's body was transported in front of it. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Sun Wukong found himself charred and blackened by his own attack. Are you performing magic? Sun Wukong gazed at the malevolent energy wave. Somewhat dazed. Chapter 41. Xiao Lumu upon completing his statement. Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Clenching his hands tightly, he emanated an astonishing aura that rapidly ascended, with an ear-splitting roar. Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Malevolent energy wave, you are truly formidable to have compelled me to resort to this form. The malevolent energy wave, undeterred, continued to hop towards Sun Wukong. Yeah, Sun Wukong shouted, instantly dashing beneath the malevolent energy wave and delivering a powerful punch that sent it soaring into the air. He then swiftly ascended, his fist striking like lightning towards the malevolent energy wave's abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. As Sun Wukong's body crackled with energy, his fists, imbued with electric currents, struck the malevolent energy wave with ferocious intensity. The malevolent energy wave was repeatedly sent skyward by Sun Wukong's relentless assault. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly soared above the malevolent energy wave, channeling 2 golden energy waves in his hands, aimed at its abdomen. Boom! The energy waves collided with the malevolent energy wave's abdomen, exploding upon impact. Following the explosion, the malevolent energy wave's form, now resembling a clump of mud drenched by rain, floated helplessly in the air before gradually morphing into a sinister figure with orange-red skin. This figure had pointed ears, black eyes with yolk-like pupils, and was clad in a light purple outfit that exposed its abdomen. It sported a pair of beastly horns atop its head, a robust physique, and a long tail resembling that of a magical lizard, with white bracers adorning its wrists and calves. This was the malevolent energy wave's 2nd form. Sun Wukong was taken aback. The malevolent energy wave grinned wickedly and suddenly vanished from its position, reappearing directly in front of Sun Wukong. What incredible speed! Sun Wukong thought, clenching his fists and launching an attack. The malevolent energy wave raised its hands, intercepting Sun Wukong's punch. Sun Wukong retaliated with a swift kick, sending the malevolent energy wave flying. That moment, a dark black Dragon Ball appeared, attaching itself to the malevolent energy wave. Sun Wutien, observing from the side, was immediately struck with astonishment. The Dark Dragon Ball. He recalled having seen it in the Dragon Ball manga during the Dark Demon Realm arc in his previous life. In that story, the Demon King Mechikabura activated the Dark Dragon Balls in order to regain his youth and powers. Scattering them across different timelines, one of those Dark Dragon Balls had now fused with the malevolent energy wave. Just as Sun Wutien was processing this, the malevolent energy wave let out a thunderous roar, its egg-yellow eyes turning black as it seemed to lose control. Sun Wukong raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! With a deafening sound, the malevolent energy wave was sent flying. However, it quickly stabilized and charged towards Sun Wukong again. In the blink of an eye, the malevolent energy wave appeared before Sun Wukong, its fists and feet striking with electric speed. Sun Wukong raised his fists to counter the assault. Bang! 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 The 2 combatants exchanged blows like a tempest, each strike resonating with force. Yet, due to the enhanced strength granted by the Dark Dragon Ball, the malevolent energy wave soon overpowered Sun Wukong, knocking him down. Witnessing this, Sun Wutien immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan God and charged at the malevolent energy wave. Boom! Sun Wutien soared towards the malevolent energy wave, delivering a knee strike that sent it hurtling away. The malevolent energy wave gritted its teeth, quickly halting its descent and rushing towards Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien's figure flickered, and in an instant, he was behind the malevolent energy wave, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand and unleashing it upon it. Boom! With a colossal explosion, the malevolent energy wave was obliterated, and the dark Dragon Ball that had possessed it fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the malevolent energy wave. You have acquired the ability to traverse the realms of Yin and Yang. Energy distortion space capabilities, mastery over life and death, control over the laws of life and death in the realms of Yin and Yang, enabling you to alter the state of the deceased at will, allowing all spirits and corpses to resurrect and wreak havoc on Earth, inciting great turmoil, including Frisia's army, the creation of barriers, disassembly and movement, and an additional reward. The Angel's Staff contains the ability to traverse the cube. The Angel's Staff, indeed, Master. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien promptly picked up the fallen Dark Dragon Ball. That moment, a ripple appeared in the void beside him, revealing a man with white hair wrapped in numerous white cloths, wielding a massive scythe. His name was Xiao Lu Mu, a demon from the Dark Demon Realm. Upon his arrival, many masked figures emerged, part of the masked army under the command of the Demon King, Mechikabura. Many among them were Saiyans. Hand over the Dark Dragon Ball. Xiao Lu Mu glared at Sun Wutien, who held the Dragon Ball, threatening him. Sun Wutien chuckled. If you possess the capability, feel free to take it from my hands. Infuriating, Xiao Lu Mu roared in anger, raising his scythe and charging at Sun Wutien. Aha! Sun Wutien shouted, transforming into a streak of red light as he launched himself at Xiao Lu Mu. In no time, Xiao Lu Mu reached Sun Wutien, swinging his scythe rapidly in an attempt to strike him. Sun Wutien deftly dodged while retaliating against Xiao Lu Mu. Bang! With a powerful kick, Sun Wukong landed a heavy blow with his right foot against the body of Shulu, causing Shulu to stagger backward. Gritting his teeth, Shulu charged at Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong deftly dodged and leaped to the side, effortlessly evading Shulu's attacks. Fueled by anger, Shulu launched another assault against Sun Wukong. With a cold grunt, Sun Wukong executed a sweeping kick, sending Shulu crashing to the ground. Following this, he swiftly concentrated a golden energy wave in his right hand and unleashed it toward Shulu. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Sun Wukong's energy wave struck Shulu, enveloping him in a thick cloud of smoke. Lord Shulu! The masked army looked on, their faces etched with concern. Their strength was not formidable. They had only come to lend a hand. Should Shulu be defeated, their only option would be to flee. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Shulu and acquiring the ability to traverse time and space. The power of darkness. The power of darkness. This is a force possessed by demon gods, capable of enhancing your strength. Chapter 42. Sun Wukong versus Time Patrol. Sun Wukong, at that moment, a figure clad in a black martial arts uniform, draped in a crimson coat, made his appearance. Time Patrol. Sun Wukong. This Sun Wukong hailed from the Xeno timeline and was a member of the Time Patrol, tasked with aiding the Kaio-ken of time in rectifying erroneous histories. Upon his arrival, he immediately set his gaze upon the masked army and Shulu. Despite being hit by Sun Wukong's energy wave, Shulu had not been eliminated. Time Patrol. Recognizing the Time Patrol's Sun Wukong, Shulu realized that he would not acquire the Dark Dragon Balls today and opted to retreat with the masked army. Escaping, are we? Time Patrol Sun Wukong remarked, glancing at Sun Wukong, who held the Dark Dragon Balls. Soaring to Sun Wukong's side, he greeted him. Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Who are you? I am Sun Wukong from another timeline. Another timeline? Who were those individuals just now? They're from the Dark Demon Realm. Wukong, could you pass me the Dark Dragon Balls you hold? I can, but I have a condition. What condition? I wish to engage in a battle with you. Regardless of the outcome, I will hand over the Dark Dragon Balls. A battle? Time Patrol Sun Wukong studied Sun Wukong. Although he appeared youthful, defeating the demon god Shulu suggested he possessed considerable strength. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Time Patrol Sun Wukong agreed. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong retreated slightly, assuming a battle stance. Time Patrol Sun Wukong's expression grew serious as he clenched his fists tightly. Ah! With a mighty shout, Time Patrol Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4. What overwhelming energy! Sun Wukong's face displayed astonishment as he sensed the immense power radiating from Time Patrol Sun Wukong. In response, Sun Wukong clenched his hands firmly and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What transformation is this? Why can I sense no energy from you? Time Patrol Sun Wukong inquired. This is Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation that maintains the state of Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Indeed, mere mortals cannot perceive the energy of gods, hence you are unable to sense mine. Ah, I see. Then shall we commence? Yes, Sun Wukong affirmed. Time Patrol Sun Wukong, with a fierce shout, surged forward like a flash of red light towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, in turn, shouted loudly, transforming into a blue light to meet the charge. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye. The two collided mid-air, engaging in a fierce battle. Their speeds were so swift that to an observer, it appeared as if the sky was rippling with their movements. After a brief exchange, Time Patrol Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch to Sun Wukong's face, sending him crashing down to the ground, where a vast cloud of dust was kicked up. Once the dust settled, Sun Wukong propelled himself upward, charging at Time Patrol Sun Wukong. In a flash, Time Patrol Sun Wukong appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick towards Sun Wukong's body. Bang! Time Patrol Sun Wukong's kick struck forcefully against Sun Wukong's back, launching him like a projectile against the barrier. The impact shattered a significant portion of the barrier. Damn it! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, quickly rising from the ground, his fists clenched tightly. Sun Wukong roared, his body suddenly radiating a massive amount of red energy. Could it be? Time Patrol Sun Wukong was taken aback, recognizing the technique as his own King Kai fist. However, utilizing the King Kai fist places a heavy burden on the body, and Sun Wukong was currently in the Super Saiyan Blue state. The King Kai fist, being another Sun Wukong, Time Patrol Sun Wukong was naturally familiar with this move. However, he found it hard to believe that Sun Wukong could employ the King Kai fist in the Super Saiyan Blue state, as the strain was overwhelmingly severe, posing a potential risk to his life. What they did not know was that Sun Wukong possessed the traits of Majin Buu, granting him extraordinary regenerative abilities, thus alleviating any concerns at that moment. Sun Wukong fully fused the energy of Super Saiyan Blue with that of the King Kai fist. A red aura enveloped him, complementing his blue energy. Have I succeeded? Time Patrol Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment. Sun Wukong gazed at Time Patrol Sun Wukong, his fists tightening, tenfold King Kai fist. As soon as the words left his lips, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, charging toward Time Patrol Sun Wukong. Time Patrol Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a look of intense apprehension crossing his face. Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing, reaching Time Patrol Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. Seeing the impending tenfold King Kai fist about to land, Time Patrol Sun Wukong immediately raised his arms to brace against the blow. Boom! With a deafening crash, Time Patrol Sun Wukong was sent flying backward like a projectile. Sun Wukong shouted, swiftly moving behind Time Patrol Sun Wukong, and delivered a powerful punch forward. Time Patrol Sun Wukong sidestepped to the right, narrowly evading Sun Wukong's attack. Startled, Sun Wukong prepared to kick forward. Suddenly, Time Patrol Sun Wukong vanished, reappearing in front of Sun Wukong. Wukong, the tenfold King Kai fist must be your limit, right? I'm not sure, but I believe I can push further. Push further. Do you intend to unleash the 20-fold King Kai fist? Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. Wukong, may I ask how old you are this year? 7. Time Patrol Sun Wukong was astonished. T7. He had been unable to defeat even Master Roshi. Yet this timeline Sun Wukong had already achieved Super Saiyan 4 strength. The disparity between individuals was truly staggering that moment. As Time Patrol Sun Wukong pondered, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, intensifying his energy once more. Time Patrol Sun Wukong's expression grew gravely serious as he watched. In no time, Sun Wukong elevated the King Kai fist to 20-fold. 20-fold King Kai fist. Sun Wutien let out a mighty roar, his speed significantly surpassing that of moments before as he charged towards the Time Patrol version of Sun Wukong. Although the Time Patrol Sun Wukong had prepared himself mentally, the velocity of the 20-fold Kaio-ken was simply too swift, leaving him unable to defend against the blow that struck his abdomen. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong was sent hurtling backward like a ray of light. Seizing this opportunity, Sun Wutien quickly brought his hands together and declared, Kamehameha! A deep blue energy coalesced in his hands and surged toward the Time Patrol Sun Wukong. Upon witnessing this, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily raised his arms to block the Kamehameha. With a thunderous explosion, the Kamehameha collided with him, erupting in the sky. Following the detonation, an immense storm formed, sweeping outward in all directions. Soon after, thick clouds of smoke enveloped the Time Patrol Sun Wukong's form. After a brief interval, as the smoke dissipated, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong was seen gasping for breath. Suspended in midair, Sun Wutien's expression grew grave upon realizing that the Time Patrol Sun Wukong had yet to be defeated. Similarly, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong regarded Sun Wutien with a serious demeanor. Though he had withstood the 20-fold Kaio-ken, his body had sustained considerable damage that, if Sun Wutien were to unleash the 20-fold Kaio-ken 2 or 3 more times, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong would likely be unable to endure it. Just as the Time Patrol Sun Wukong contemplated this, Sun Wutien shouted once more, his body radiating the aura of the Kaio-ken. The Time Patrol Sun Wukong, having long since mastered Super Saiyan 4, knew that it would be a formidable challenge for Sun Wutien to prevail under normal circumstances. However, possessing the physique of Majin Buu, Sun Wutien had boundless stamina and could potentially wear down his opponent through attrition. Seeing Sun Wutien prepare to utilize the Kaio-ken again, a flicker of alarm crossed the Time Patrol Sun Wukong's face. While the Kaio-ken was indeed powerful, it exacted a tremendous toll on the body and drained stamina significantly. Sun Wutien's previous use had already astonished him, and the prospect of him continuing to employ it was unexpected. I shall see how many more times you can muster, with a thunderous cry. Sun Wutien propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of light aimed at the Time Patrol Sun Wukong. In response, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong unleashed his own shout and charged at Sun Wutien. The resulting clash of their right fists produced a cataclysmic sound, sending both combatants reeling backward. Sun Wutien, taken aback, swiftly initiated another assault with the 20-fold Kaio-ken against the Time Patrol Sun Wukong. With a series of explosive sounds, the two warriors transformed into twin crimson flashes, engaging in a relentless aerial duel. As they exchanged blows, it became evident that the Time Patrol Sun Wukong was gradually unable to withstand Sun Wutien's repeated use of the 20-fold Kaio-ken. With a resounding impact, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong's body was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have defeated the Time Patrol Sun Wukong and acquired a Super Saiyan 5 advancement card, along with an additional reward of the ability to rewind time by 3 minutes. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Sun Wutien's ears. Super Saiyan 5 advancement card. Sun Wutien exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Master. Would you like to utilize this advancement card? Use it. Understood, Master. No sooner had the words left the system's mouth than a brownish-yellow tail sprouted from the back of Sun Wutien. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him. Just then, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong rose from the ground. I concede. Wutien. Sun Wutien nodded and tossed a Senza bean to the Time Patrol Sun Wukong. Upon receiving the bean, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong consumed it. Observing this, Sun Wutien threw the Dart Dragon Ball to the Time Patrol Sun Wukong. Thank you, Wutien. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. With that, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong took off into the sky. Sun Wutien immediately retrieved 2 Senza beans, one for Sun Wukong and one for himself. Wutien, where did you obtain these Senza beans? I acquired them from Lord Korin. Lord Korin. Sun Wutien nodded, scanning the surroundings before raising his right hand to dispel the barrier. The barrier vanished. Then shall we return, Father? Sun Wukong nodded, executing an instant transmission to bring Sun Wutien back to Earth. With the barrier lifted, King Yema regained control over the afterlife, summoning back the souls that had been brought to Earth. After the spirits disappeared, Sun Wukong and the others gathered the 7 Dragon Balls once more, resurrecting the innocent humans who had perished due to the spirits. The Time Nest serves as the residence of the Supreme Kai of Time, a realm that exists outside all timelines. That IT is expansive, featuring courtyards, training rooms, swimming pools, offices, and more. After acquiring the 3-star Dart Dragon Ball, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong returned to the Time Nest. In the office of the Time Nest sat a young girl with pink skin and short apricot pink hair, clad in a shoulder-bearing Supreme Kai uniform, swiftly flipping through a book. This girl is the current Supreme Kai of Time. Kane, Supreme Kai, I have returned, the Time Patrol Sun Wukong announced as he entered the office. Kane cast a casual glance at him and replied, Wukong, have you uncovered the dark magic realm's intentions? The Time Patrol Sun Wukong nodded, producing the Dart Dragon Ball that I believe their objective is the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls? When 7 are gathered, any wish can be granted that I suspect they intend to use them to fulfill their desires. Are you saying this orb can grant any wish? Indeed, Supreme Kai. In that case, we absolutely cannot allow anyone from the dark magic realm to succeed. The Time Patrol Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. By the way, Supreme Kai, I encountered Wu Tien during my journey through the anomalous timelines. There are many parallel timelines, so that is not surprising. No, Supreme Kai, I met a 7-year-old Wu Tien, and he actually defeated me. You mean the Wu Tien from the parallel timeline bested you? Yes, Supreme Kai. Chapter 44. Zampa arrives on Earth. While it is indeed impressive that a 7-year-old Sun Wu Tien could defeat you, our most pressing concern remains the dark magic realm. As for the young Sun Wu Tien you mentioned, I will investigate that further when I have the opportunity. The Time Patrol Sun Wukong nodded. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days flew by. On Earth, at the Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan had honed his skills over the past few days and could now wield the Supreme Kai sword at will. Wu Tien, my strength has increased. Would you care to spar with me? Son Gohan inquired while brandishing the Supreme Kai sword. Are you challenging me to a duel with the Supreme Kai sword? Sun Wu Tien asked. Of course not. Your strength is formidable. If I used the sword, I would certainly be at a disadvantage. But brother, even without the Supreme Kai sword, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. As Sun Wufan gazed at the innocent expression of his younger brother. Sun Wu Tien, he pondered whether the latter's words were deliberate or inadvertent. Regardless, Wu Tien, I shall refrain from utilizing the Kai Shin sword. Oh, at this moment, Sun Wufan promptly set down the Kai Shin sword in his hand, preparing to engage in a battle with Sun Wu Tien. Just then, a radiant spectrum of light descended from the heavens, landing before Sun Wu Tien and the others. Once the brilliance subsided, 2 figures emerged from within. These 2 were none other than Kampa and Beerus. Lord Kampa. Sun Wu Tien greeted Kampa with a nod. Kampa smiled and responded, It is a pleasure to see you again, Wu Tien. Sun Wu Tien nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Wufan inquired, Lord Kampa, could it be that you are the destroyer you mentioned? Sun Wu Tien affirmed with a nod. Wu Tien, who is he? He is my elder brother, Sun Wufan. Greetings, Lord Kampa. Sun Wufan greeted Kampa respectfully. Kampa, glancing at the Kai Shin sword beside Sun Wufan, remarked, Isn't that the Kai Shin sword? How did it come to be in your possession? I drew the Kai Shin sword, and thus the great Kai Shin bestowed it upon me. Kampa replied, Oh, but it seems that something is sealed within this sword. Sealed within? Kampa nodded and turned to Sun Wu Tien, asking, Wu Tien, could you take me to sample Earth's delicacies? Sample Earth's delicacies? Certainly. We are unfamiliar with Earth and do not know where the best food can be found. However, I am merely a child. How about I take you to Bulma's house and let Aunt Bulma guide you to taste the delicacies? Bulma, she is the wealthiest person on Earth. Whatever you wish to eat, she can procure it for you. Very well, then. Since that is the case, Beerus, let us accompany Wu Tien to Bulma's house. Okay, Lord Kampa. Upon seeing this, Sun Wu Tien immediately approached Kampa's side. Then aren't you coming along? Beerus inquired, observing Sun Wufan's stillness. No, I'll go ahead. All right, then. Wu Tien, hold on to my shoulder. After hearing this, Sun Wu Tien promptly placed his hand on Beerus's shoulder. Beerus then pointed his staff towards the ground, and a vibrant light enveloped the 3 of them, whisking them away to in West City. At Bulma's residence, Bulma was leisurely reclining in the yard, engrossed in the latest magazine. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light descended from above, landing in her backyard. As the light dissipated, 3 figures became visible. Sun Wu Tien, Kampa, and Beerus. Seeing Sun Wu Tien, Bulma immediately rose from her recliner. Wu Tien, she greeted with a smile. And who are they? This is Lord Kampa, the destroyer of Universe 6. and this is his attendant. Sister Beerus, Lord Kampa? Yes. Son Wu-Tien nodded. What brings them here? Aunt Bulma. They are eager to savor Earth's delicacies and hope you can guide them. Sample Earth's delicacies? Certainly. If you're busy, you could simply have someone deliver it. Oh, then what Earth delicacies do you wish to try? Bulma inquired of the two. Kampa responded, pizza, sushi, roasted duck. Please wait a moment. I'll jot that down. Kampa nodded in agreement. Shortly after, Bulma made a phone call to have the requested delicacies delivered. Please have a seat in the yard while you wait for your food to arrive. Kampa nodded, and he and Beerus settled at a table in the yard. Observing this, Bulma also sat down and asked, Lord Kampa, what is a destroyer god? A destroyer god is one tasked with the annihilation of planets. Beerus chuckled. Responsible for destroying planets. Indeed, but you need not worry. Lord Kampa oversees Universe 6, not Universe 7. Universe 6? Indeed, there are a total of 12 universes, and you currently reside in Universe 7. Does that mean Universe 7 also has a destroyer god? Yes, but Lord Beerus is currently in slumber. In slumber? Yes, Beerus confirmed with a nod. Gods possess long lifespans, so they sometimes sleep for extended periods. I see. Does that mean all planets will be destroyed by the destroyer god? Certainly not. Only those planets that do not meet the standards will face destruction. Not up to standards? Beerus nodded once more. After a while, the delicacies ordered by Kampa arrived and were placed on the table in the yard. All right, your requested delicacies have arrived. Kampa swallowed with anticipation. In that case, we shall not hold back. Bulma nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, Kampa eagerly began devouring the food laid before him. Trunks, isn't your father joining us for a meal? Bulma glanced at Trunks, who was sitting nearby. Dad said he was going to train? Very well. After some time, Kampa finished the meal Bulma had ordered and let out a hearty burp. So full. Indeed, considering you ordered 3 times. How could you not be full? Kampa's face flushed at Beerus's remark. The reference to 3 times pertained to Kampa's multiple orders. That Bulma's initial order was insufficient, prompting him to request more. I ordered thrice because I was quite hungry today, and I wanted to take some back with me. Take some back? Yes. Given the vast distance of Universe 7, packing some to take back would save you from making extra trips. I see, but Lord Kampa, you're already quite portly. You should consider shedding some weight. Understood, understood. Kampa responded dismissively. Chapter 45, Super Saiyan 5. So, Bulma, may we pack the remaining food to take back? Beerus inquired of Bulma. Of course. I'll get some bags for you right now. Thank you. After a brief moment, Bulma prepared the leftovers for packing. With a wave of her staff, Beerus stored the food within its confines. Lord Kampa, the food is packed. Shall we return? Kampa nodded and rose from his seat. Well then, Bulma, we shall take our leave. All right, Bulma confirmed with a nod. Beerus pointed his staff to the ground once more, and together with Kampa, they departed Earth. Aunt Bulma, I should also be heading back. Son Wu-Tien bid farewell to Bulma. Wu-Tien, won't you play with Trunks a little longer? No. Aunt Bulma. Very well. After saying this, Son Wu-Tien promptly left Bulma's residence, in the Dark Demon Realm. A venerable figure with pale blue skin and a mane of white hair stood before a pedestal adorned with 7 dark Dragon Balls. This individual was Mechikabura, the ruler of the Dark Demon Realm. After a fierce battle with the Time Patrol, the Dark Demon Realm emerged victorious and acquired the 7 dark Dragon Balls. Let's commence. Mechikabura addressed a nearby enchanting woman. The woman, named Tova, was the dark goddess of the Dark Demon Realm. As you wish, Lord Mechikabura. Tova spoke as she invoked the dark magic to summon the dark dragon. As the incantation was uttered, a serpent of obsidian hue swiftly manifested in the sky. This majestic creature was indeed the dark dragon. State your wish. Any desire can be fulfilled, but only one. Lord Mechikabura. Upon hearing this, Tova immediately cast a glance at the nearby Michika. That moment, a figure abruptly appeared by the dark dragon's side. It was Son Wu-Tien. Who goes there? Tova inquired, her expression shifting to one of acute vigilance upon seeing Son Wu-Tien's sudden arrival. Son Wu-Tien chuckled lightly, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand and launching it toward the dark dragon. Not good, Tova gasped, realizing it was too late to intervene. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The dark dragon was obliterated into fragments. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Dark Dragon and acquiring its magical power. Curse be it. Mechikapura fumed upon witnessing the destruction of the Dark Dragon's orb, which he had painstakingly acquired. Tova, eliminate him. As you command, Lord Mechikapura, Tova declared, her body darting like lightning towards Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien clenches fists, emanating an astonishing aura as he ascended rapidly. Da-da. With a mighty roar, Sun Wutien transformed into an adult-sized figure. His body covered in a thick coat of crimson fur, save for his head, hands, legs, and chest. His long black hair cascaded down his shoulders, and his golden eyes were framed with red rings that he wore no shirt above. Just yellow trousers and black shoes. This was none other than Super Saiyan 4. Tova, taken aback by Sun Wutien's transformation, nevertheless charged at him. Sun Wutien smirked, sidestepping her attack effortlessly. Tova, the artificial being Mira, created by Tova, rushed towards Sun Wutien in tandem. Damn it, Tova seethed, raising her wand in a frenzy to strike at Sun Wutien. With the speed of light, Sun Wutien evaded her assault, darting across the sky. Whoosh, boom, 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 with each explosive sound. The energy waves emitted by Tova's wand detonated in the heavens. Seeing Tova fail to land a hit on Sun Wutien, Mechikapura directed the other 5 demon gods. Salusa, Puting, you all attack. Eliminate that scoundrel. Yes, Lord Mechikapura. The 5 responded in unison, immediately charging towards Sun Wutien. 6 against 1. Sun Wutien remarked, his fists moving at the speed of light to strike around him. Instantly, ripples formed, transmitting Sun Wutien's attacks towards Salusa and the others. This was the spatial distortion ability of the Evil Thought Wave. Giribi, Puting, and Depura, caught unawares by Sun Wutien's sudden onslaught, were struck and plummeted toward the ground. Meanwhile, Salusa and Shulamu, who had evaded Sun Wutien's attack, rushed at him with rage in their eyes. Sun Wutien remained steadfast, motionless. Soon, the two reached him, one brandishing a wand and the other wielding a scythe, ready to strike. In a flash, Sun Wutien transformed into particles, evading their blows. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful kick to Salusa's waist. Bang! Boom! With a deafening crash, Salusa's body hurtled toward the ground like a projectile, sending dust and debris flying. Shulamu, gritting his teeth, lifted his massive scythe to attack Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien raised his right hand, catching Shulamu's scythe effortlessly. Shulamu was taken aback. Sun Wutien then lifted his left leg and delivered a crushing blow to Shulamu. Shulamu screamed in agony as he was sent flying backward. Sun Wutien glanced at the scythe in his grasp before stowing it away in his system inventory. Where did Shulamu's scythe go? Puting gasped in astonishment. Giribi nodded, picking up his large hammer and rising from the ground. Observing this, Sun Wutien clenched his fists, releasing an awe-inspiring aura as he ascended rapidly. Boom! The dark demon realm trembled violently under the influence of Sun Wutien's energy. What? Mechikapura exclaimed in shock. Just then, Sun Wutien's fur transformed to silver. His hair cascading down to his waist, his eyes turning purple, and his skin taking on a reddish hue, crackling with arcs of electricity. This was Super Saiyan 5, while Sun Wutien's Super Saiyan 4 form could contend with them. He chose not to prolong the battle and opted for the more powerful transformation to swiftly defeat them. Salusa and the others gazed at the newly transformed Super Saiyan 5 with grave expressions. Though they were unaware of its full might, the aura alone was a clear indication that they were no match for it. Bang! Upon completing his transformation, Sun Wutien unleashed the energy that had gathered around him, creating a massive crater in the ground akin to a meteor strike. Chapter 46. The Devouring of Darkness. Giribi gritted his teeth and charged at Sun Wutien. In an instant, Sun Wutien appeared before Giribi, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Giribi's body slammed into the mountain behind him like a projectile. Tova and the others, witnessing this, immediately surged towards Sun Wutien. In a blink, Sun Wutien was behind Salusa, delivering a knee strike that sent him flying. He then rapidly appeared before Shulamu, Puting, and Depura, knocking each one away with a punch or kick. Tova, stunned by the sight of her comrades being dispatched, raised her wand to unleash an energy wave at Sun Wutien. Just as she lifted her wand, Sun Wutian's figure flickered, snatching it from her grasp. My wand. Tova shouted in disbelief as she watched her wand being taken. Sun Wutian, unfazed, stowed the wand in his system inventory. Then he concentrated a golden energy wave in his right hand and launched it at Tova. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Tova was struck, enveloped in a cloud of smoke from the detonation. Lord Tova! Mira cried out desperately, charging at Sun Wutian with all her might. Sun Wutian's form flickered again, appearing behind Mira and sending a golden energy wave her way. Boom! With another explosive sound, Mira was annihilated. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Tova, acquiring her abilities. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Mira, acquiring her abilities. Who are you, truly? Mechikapura demanded, his face contorted with rage as he confronted Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian, so you are a member of the Time Patrol? Not exactly, but I am acquainted with them. Is that so? Mechikapura replied, raising his wand, which shimmered with potent dark energy, infusing it into the body of the demon Depura. Depura let out a bellowing roar, emanating an astonishing aura that enveloped his entire being. Sun Wutian, his expression unwavering, hovered in midair. Although Depura's power had increased somewhat, it paled in comparison to his own. Within a dark castle in the southern region of the demon realm, there sat a man with pale yellow skin, pointed ears, and a mane of fiery red hair, clad in a blue garment, upon a stone chair. This man was named Demigula. In ancient times, he had been the most formidable sorcerer of the celestial realm, betraying it alongside two other sorcerers, Pudding and Gulabai, to ally with the Dark Demon King, Mikakapura, gaining the powers of a demon god and becoming one of the creators of the Dark Demon realm. Eventually, he and Mikakapura were defeated by Kain and sealed within a rift in time and space. After Mikakapura and his allies escaped from this rift, he too emerged from within. However, upon his escape, he chose not to join Mikakapura in unsealing the Dark Demon realm, but instead returned to the demon realm with his subordinates, Xia Meiyu and Luabalu, biding his time. Initially, he had feared that, with the Temporal Patrol team defeated, Mikakapura might seek to eliminate him upon regaining his youth. Fortunately, Sun Wutian's arrival disrupted Mikakapura's plans. Yet Sun Wutian's formidable power posed a significant threat to the Temporal Patrol team. In the Dark Demon realm, Depura, having acquired the power of darkness, immediately raised his wand and charged at Sun Wutian. In an instant, Sun Wutian vanished and reappeared behind Depura, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Depura's body shot downwards like a projectile, crashing heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Demon God Depura. You have learned. Damn it! Mikakapura seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. Were it not for the prolonged duration of his imprisonment and the dwindling reserves of dark power within him, he would have personally confronted Sun Wutian. Yet now, even if he were to engage, he might not stand a chance against Sun Wutian. As Mikakapura pondered this, Sun Wutian had already surged towards the other demon gods. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Salusa. You have learned. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Gulabai. You have learned. Under Sun Wutian's overwhelming strength, Salusa and the others were swiftly vanquished. Now it's just you, Sun Wutian declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon Mikakapura. Observing Salusa and the others sprawled on the ground, Mikakapura raised his wand, and a swirling black vortex materialized beside them. Devourer of darkness, Salusa's expression turned to one of horror as he beheld the sudden appearance of the black whirlpool. The Devourer of Darkness was one of Mikakapura's most powerful techniques, capable of consuming anything with its immense dark energy and converting it into strength. He had once used this ability to obliterate the history of an entire timeline. The obvious intent behind Mikakapura's use of this technique was to consume them and harness their powers. You scoundrel, we have aided you wholeheartedly, and yet you seek to devour us, Ryulan shouted vehemently at Mikakapura. With a disdainful snort, Mikakapura retorted, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Blame yourself for being too weak. Is this self-destruction? Sun Wutian exclaimed, charging at Mikakapura. Due to Sun Wutian's incredible speed, Mikakapura barely had time to react before Sun Wutian struck him with a punch. sending him flying, boom, with a deafening crash. Mikakapura's body hurtled like a projectile into the mountain behind him, sending a plume of dust into the air. Sun Wutien clapped his hands together, unleashing a barrage of energy waves directed at Mikakapura. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous explosions echoed as the energy waves struck Mikakapura, eliciting agonized cries. I could see that moment. The Devourer of Darkness consumed Salusa and the others, transforming their power into Mikakapura's own, having absorbed their strength. Mikakapura's aura intensified substantially, yet still fell far short of his peak power. Despite having gained Salusa's strength, his body remained in a state of decline. Empowered, Mikakapura lifted his wand and unleashed a series of energy waves towards Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien raised his right hand, effortlessly deflecting the incoming energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 47. The old Supreme Kai. As the sky erupted with a series of colossal explosions, energy waves detonated overhead. Whoosh, Mikakapura's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Sun Wutien, thrusting his wand forward in a fierce attack. Sun Wutien vanished once more, reappearing behind Mikakapura. Startled, Mikakapura spun around, only to see a fist barreling toward his face. His body shot backward like a projectile. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wutien swiftly brought his hands together. Kamehameha, a deep blue energy wave coalesced in his palms, hurtling toward Mikakapura. Mikakapura, taken by surprise, found it too late to evade. Bang! With a violent crash, the Kamehameha struck Mikakapura, propelling him backward. Following this, a cataclysmic explosion erupted in the sky and a massive tempest formed, sweeping outward in all directions. Sun Wutien gathered his energy, forming a translucent shield to withstand the onslaught of the gale. After a moment, as the explosion subsided, the sound of the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Mikakapura. You have learned the techniques of dark body control, dark energy blast, and Devourer of Darkness. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien directed his gaze forward. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Mikakapura's form slowly became visible. He panted heavily, his clothing tattered and his appearance disheveled. An immortal body. It was likely that Mikakapura had consumed a significant amount of history, rendering him nearly immortal. Mikakapura did not respond but instead raised his wand, launching energy waves at Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien effortlessly sidestepped the attack. At that moment, the Temporal Patrol team, led by Sun Wukong and Kain, arrived on the scene. Wutien. Sun Wutien nodded, reverting to his normal state. Now that you are here, I leave this fellow to you? Wait, Kain exclaimed, her expression grave as she called out to Sun Wutien. Who are you? How can you traverse time and space? I am Sun Wutien, but as for why I can traverse time and space, I cannot divulge that. Until we meet again, Sun Wutien declared, promptly opening a portal through time and space to depart the Dark Demon Realm. Lord Supreme Kai, shall we pursue him? Sun Wufan of the Temporal Patrol team inquired. And oh need, we must first deal with this current adversary. Upon hearing this, the Temporal Patrol team turned their attention to Mikakapura. Supreme Kai. Upon hearing this, Mechi Capula clenched his teeth tightly. Subsequently, the Time Patrol launched an intense battle against Mechi Capula. Ultimately, he was forever sealed away by the Time Patrol with the Sword of Destiny. Main Time Zone. Sun Wukong returned to the main time zone, and finding himself with little to do at home, he borrowed the God Sword from Sun Wufan. At that moment, he was wielding the God Sword on the back mountain. After swinging the God Sword for a while, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, gripping the blade of the God Sword forcefully and bending it outward. With a crack, the sound of a long sword shattering echoed as the God Sword was broken in two. Sun Wukong looked around and discovered nothing unusual. After a while, an old man clad in the God uniform suddenly appeared behind him. This man was none other than the old God, Sun Wukong. Sensing something, turned around to see the hunchbacked old God. Were you the one who saved me? The old God inquired. Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. What is your name? My name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. How did you know I was trapped within the sword? Lord Xiangpa told me. Lord Xiangpa, do you mean the destroyer of the sixth universe? Indeed. How did you come to possess the God Sword? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately recounted the events involving Majin Buu to the old god. Once Sun Wukong finished, the old god gazed at him with a calm expression and remarked, "I see. So it was your brother who pulled out the god sword." "Yes," Sun Wukong affirmed. "This is quite troublesome, as my original intention was to repay the one who drew the god sword." "Repay? Indeed, as a god, I understand the importance of gratitude. You are quite formidable." "Of course. Then how about a sparring match?" "Ahem." The old god cleared his throat. "When I refer to formidable, it is not in the manner you perceive. Not the same. What I mean by formidable pertains to my abilities. I can elevate a person's strength beyond limits. Do you understand?" "Oh, could you engage a match with me?" The old god was a loss for words. "I have already stated that I am not skilled in combat. My prowess lies in my abilities." "It's fine, Lord Old God. I want to use my full strength." The old god was once again speechless. Is this a matter of using full strength?" "Wukong, look at my age. Do you think I can still fight you?" "Why not? Master Roshi can still spar with my father." "Who is Master Roshi?" "My father's teacher." The old god gazed at the innocent-faced Sun Wukong, utterly at a loss, and finally relented. All right, but remember, I'm an old man. So do not hold back too much." "Okay." Sun Wukong nodded with a smile. The old god observed the beaming Sun Wukong and resolved that he would concede as soon as their battle commenced. "Very well, Wukong. Feel free to attack." "All right." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong struck the old god's face with a powerful right fist. The old god let out a loud wail, his body soaring like a projectile, crashing into the mountain behind him. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating the old god and obtaining the 1,000-mile eyes, capable of observing battles on Earth from King Kai's planet, along with an additional reward of a crystal ball, which allows one to see everything in the 7th universe, for learning the ultimate instant transmission." That hurts so much at that moment. The old god, clutching his head with both hands, cried out, "Sun Wukong, I told you to go easy on me, yet you struck so hard." Seeing this, Sun Wukong hurried over and handed him a senzu bean. "I am sorry, Lord Old God. This is a senzu bean. Just consume it, and your injuries will heal." "Senzu bean?" "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded. Chapter 48. Beyond Limits. The old god, after a moment of hesitation, consumed the senzu bean. Instantly, his injuries were healed. "Sun Wukong, where did you acquire this senzu bean? It's quite extraordinary. I got it from Lord Korin." "Lord Korin?" "Yes, he resides atop Korin Tower." "I see. Well, Wukong, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Where to?" "Of course, back to the realm of the gods." "Oh, please thank your brother on my behalf." "Thank my brother?" "Yes, after all, he was the one who drew the god sword." "Then, Lord Old God, could you assist me in repairing the god sword?" "No way." The old god shook his head. "This god sword has been sealed for so long. How could I possibly repair it?" "Why not?" "No reason," the old god stated, and with that he instantly teleported away from Earth. In the realm of the gods, the East Supreme Kai stood upon a grassy field, observing the universe when a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was the old god. Lowering his gaze, the East Supreme Kai addressed the old god. "Who might you be, sir? I am approximately the 15th Supreme Kai before you." "The 115th?" The East Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed? Does that mean you are my ancestor?" "Yes," the old god nodded. "Then, esteemed ancestor, what brings you here so suddenly?" "The story is lengthy, but to put it simply, I was previously sealed within the god sword." "The god sword?" "Isn't that in Wu Fan's possession." "Indeed. Today Sun Wukong practiced with the sword and broke it." "He broke the sword?" "Yes, otherwise I would still be sealed within. I originally thought that it would be a Supreme Kai from some generation who would pull out the god sword, but I never expected it to be a mere human. The Supreme Kais truly seem to be declining in strength. I apologize, esteemed ancestor." The East Supreme Kai said, feeling ashamed. The old god gave a cold snort in response, remaining silent on Earth, at Baozi Mountain, after the old god departed. Sun Wukong returned home and informed Sun Wufan of the events surrounding the broken god sword. "The old god?" "Yes." Sun Wukong nodded. "If the god sword is broken, we can have Dad ask Lord Kai to repair it." "Lord Kai?" "Yes." Sun Wufan nodded. In the 6th universe, Xiangpa and Beerus were rapidly flying through the cosmos, searching for the Super Dragon Balls. "Lord Xiangpa, We have already located 5 Super Dragon Balls. We only need to find 2 more to gather them all. Xianpa nodded. Then we shall wish for Earth to exist in the 6th universe. Yes, Xianpa affirmed. Beerus, how long until he awakens? 5 years. Really? That guy can really sleep. Lord Xianpa, our previous slumber lasted far longer than Lord Beerus's. That was then. Now that there are such delicious foods on Earth, I certainly won't sleep for that long again. Indeed, Bados. What are your thoughts on that scion named Sun Wutien? He is merely 7 years old, yet possesses such formidable power. Bados contemplated for a moment and replied, he harbors the potential to become a god of destruction. Just as I suspected. Then, Lord Kampa, do you intend to pass your position on to him? No, I have no desire to relinquish my role as a god of destruction at this time. I merely believe his strength is commendable, and he may one day surpass me. As time swiftly passed, half a month went by in tranquility. I in the mountainous region behind Sun Wukong's home. Sun Wutien was diligently training when a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Kaio-ken of time, Kain. Who are you? I'm the Kaio-ken responsible for managing the flow of time and space. What brings you here? I seek you to inquire about time travel. Typically, only demon gods and Kaio-kens possess such capability. Even Sun Wukong and the Time Patrol can only open the gates of time with my assistance. So, who exactly are you? Sun Wutien smiled and responded, did I not tell you before? My name is Sun Wutien. Then how do you explain your ability to traverse time? An old man granted me the power of time. An old man? Indeed, he instructed me not to reveal his identity. After hearing this, Kain stroked his chin thoughtfully. In that case, why not join our time patrol? I prefer solitude. Very well, I shall take my leave then. You are leaving just like that? Or do you intend to stay for a meal? That is not out of the question. Upon hearing this, Kain chose to ignore him and departed in the time nest. Trunks of the Time Patrol was practicing his swordplay when he suddenly spotted Kain's silhouette. Lord Kaio-ken, Kain nodded in acknowledgement. How did your inquiry go? I gleaned little information. Do you suspect he might be possessed by someone? I'm uncertain. However, I sensed no malevolent energy from him. Could he perhaps be a reincarnated traveler? I cannot say. By the way, Lord Kaio-ken, did you extend an invitation for him to join our Time Patrol? I did, but he declined. In the Kaio-ken realm, the old Kaio-ken was rather bored, observing insects fighting on Earth through his far sight. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the Kaio-ken realm. It was Sun Wutien. Wutien, the East Kaio-ken exclaimed in surprise, it has been a while. Lord Kaio-ken. The old Kaio-ken shifted his gaze to Sun Wutien. What brings you here so unexpectedly? I came to see the old Kaio-ken. Looking for me, Sun Wutien nodded. What is it that you seek? Did you not mention before that you could help others surpass their limits? You wish for me to assist you in transcending your limits. Indeed, Sun Wutien affirmed. That is out of the question. Why not? Do you not recall how you struck me previously? But I later provided you with a sense of being. That matters not. I've already repaid my debt to you. If that is the case, I shall seek Lord Kampa. What do you intend to ask Lord Kampa? The Kaio-ken sword has been repaired. I wish for you to return to the sword. Chapter 49. The Mysterious Super Saiyan 5. Battle with Kampa, the Kaio-ken sword. Indeed, my father had Lord Kaio-ken repair it. That scoundrel, the old Kaio-ken, gritted his teeth. Then, will you assist me in enhancing my power? The old Kaio-ken huffed. How can I not assist? I truly do not understand why, despite your considerable strength, you still desire to grow stronger. It is akin to human desire. Never fully satisfied, I did not expect you to possess such wisdom at such a young age. Sun Wutien smiled silently. If you wish for my help in enhancing your strength, you must follow my instructions. Sun Wutien nodded. Very well, stand still. Upon hearing this, Sun Wutien immediately straightened his posture. The old Kaio-ken nodded, moving around Sun Wutien with exaggerated gestures. What are you doing, venerable ancestor? This is a ritual to enhance Sun Wutien's strength. A ritual? Indeed, the old Kaio-ken affirmed. By the way, Sun Wutien, I forgot to mention that this ritual requires 24 hours. If you feel the time is excessive, we can halt it now. It is no trouble, Lord Old Kaio-ken. Please proceed with enhancing my strength. You said it yourself. Indeed, Sun Wutien nodded. The old Kaio-ken, seeing no other option, commenced the enhancement process. Given the ritual's duration of 24 hours, Sun Wutian requested the East Kaio-ken to inform Sun Wukong of the situation. Upon learning of this, Sun Wukong remained silent, while Chi-Chi displayed great excitement. For Sun Wutian rarely spent nights away from home. Though a day typically passes swiftly, Sun Wutian found the time dragging due to his inability to do anything or sleep. Is it not finished yet? Sun Wutian gazed at the unchanged sky. Just a little longer. Very well. Just then, a radiant spectrum of light descended from the heavens, landing in the Kaio-ken realm. As the brilliance faded, two figures emerged, Kampa and Bados. Lord Kampa, Sun Wutian greeted him. Kampa nodded, glancing at Sun Wutian seated upon the grass. I heard from Bulma that you sought the Kaio-ken's assistance to enhance your strength. Indeed, it is nearly complete. Is that so? Then I shall wait a moment. After a while, the old Kaio-ken suddenly withdrew his raised hand. It is done. The enhancement is complete. Completed, you say? Indeed, the old Kaio-ken affirmed. You may now attempt to unleash your energy. Very well, Sun Wutian responded, rising from the grass and clenching his fist. With a mighty shout, an aura more potent than Super Saiyan 5 emanated from Sun Wutian, spreading throughout the cosmos. Kampa was taken aback. Although Sun Wutian's aura was that of a mortal, the energy radiating from his body was not to be underestimated, even by a god of destruction. As Sun Wutian's energy surged, Sun Wukong, training on North Kai's planet, sensed his son's power. Is this the energy of Wutian? How has his power increased so dramatically? Indeed, that energy belongs to Wutian. The North Kai's body trembled slightly. I suspect it was Lord Kaio-ken who helped him surpass his limits. Even so, this aura is astonishingly powerful. On Earth in West City at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity room, felt the energy radiating from Sun Wutian and gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Is Sun Wutian some sort of monster? How could his energy swell to such an extent? Meanwhile, on Earth, Beak and the others felt the aura emanating from Sun Wutian and could not help but marvel at his power. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the destroyers, stood a striking figure, a tall man with bluish-green skin, flowing white hair cascading down his back, and violet eyes, who was currently positioned on a patch of grass. Around his neck hung a large, light blue halo, and he was adorned in a deep crimson robe, complemented by black armor that featured 3 diamonds in white and orange. A light blue belt cinched his waist, and in his right hand he brandished a long staff. This individual was none other than Whis. Suddenly, Whis seemed to sense something, his gaze shifting towards the northern galaxy, in the King Kai's realm. Sun Wutian, having unleashed his aura, cast a surprised glance at his own hands. Though he was aware of old Kai's formidable abilities, he had not anticipated just how powerful they truly were. How is it? Old Kai inquired. Not bad. What do you mean by not bad? It's clearly extraordinary. Very impressive. That's more like it. Additionally, if I enhance your powers beyond limits, you must refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan. Why not? Because once you transform, you will be unable to maintain your current state. Wutian, since you've already increased your strength, would you care for another spar with me? Kampa chuckled. Another spar? Indeed, since you, Lord Kampa, have suggested it. I shall gladly accept. Wait. At that moment, Old Kai interjected. What is it, Lord Old Kai? I have no objections to your battle, but you wouldn't dare to fight in the King Kai's realm, would you? Is that a problem? Of course it is. The King Kai's realm is our territory. Upon hearing this, Kampa's right palm gathered a purple destructive energy. What did you say? Nothing, nothing at all. If you wish to battle, then please go ahead. Old Kai quickly retreated. Kampa let out a cold huff, dispersing the destructive energy in his hand. Sun Wutian looked up and soared into the sky, with Kampa following closely behind, after ascending to a considerable height. Sun Wutian abruptly halted mid-air. Kampa matched his pace, coming to a stop as well. Now, Lord Kampa, shall we commence? Yes, Kampa nodded. Sun Wutian, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Kampa, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Kampa's body shot backward like a projectile, crashing into the mountain behind him, sending dust and debris flying. What incredible speed, Beerus remarked, Narrowing his eyes to T that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the King Kai's realm. It was Sun Wukong. Wukong! Sun Wukong nodded. How infuriating! Kampa gritted his teeth, transforming into a streak of purple light as he charged toward Sun Wutien. In no time, Kampa reached Sun Wutien, his fists glowing with purple energy as he launched an attack. Sun Wutien deftly maneuvered, evading Kampa's strikes with ease. Kampa shouted, unleashing a powerful punch forward. Boom! Sun Wutien raised his left hand, intercepting Kampa's full-force blow. Chapter 50. The Realm of Destroyers. Kampa clenched his teeth and thrust his right fist forward with all his might, causing Sun Wutien to stagger back several steps. In that instant, Kampa forcefully propelled his right knee forward. Sun Wutien raised his left knee to meet Kampa's, resulting in a thunderous clash. What? Kampa exclaimed in shock, quickly raising his left fist to attack Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien evaded, landing a solid kick to Kampa's abdomen. Kampa let out a loud cry, his body shooting backward like a bolt of lightning. Gritting his teeth, Kampa quickly halted in midair. Just then, Sun Wutien's figure vanished from sight. Where did he go? As Kampa searched for Sun Wutien, the latter suddenly reappeared before him, delivering a flurry of punches to Kampa's face and body. Bang, bang, bang. Under Sun Wutien's relentless assault, Kampa was forced to retreat, cries of anguish escaping his lips. Suddenly, Sun Wutien delivered a powerful kick, launching Kampa away. Boom! With a deafening crash, Kampa collided forcefully with the mountain, which was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust. How infuriating! Kampa roared, his entire being erupting with an astonishing aura as he charged at Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien clenched his fists tightly, a semi-transparent aura enveloping him as he charged toward Kampa. In the blink of an eye, both warriors stood before each other, launching their fists with tremendous force. Whoosh! Bam! 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 With the sound of earth-shattering clashes, the two engaged in an intensely fierce battle as they swiftly maneuvered through the sky. Their incredible speed created the illusion of ripples across the atmosphere. How fast! I can hardly keep up with their fight, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, during Sun Wutien's battle with Kampa, when he had transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, Wukong had been able to perceive their movements clearly. Yet now, after Old Kai's enhancement, he could not discern the combat at all. This indicated that Sun Wutien's power had far surpassed his previous limits. Observing the battle from a distance, Beerus fell into deep contemplation. Sun Wutien's current strength had evidently reached the realm of the destroyers. Yet, not long ago, there had been a vast disparity between Sun Wutien and Kampa's powers. Could it be due to Old Kai's abilities? Beerus pondered. In the sky, Sun Wutien and Kampa were engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, fists and feet colliding with ferocity. How infuriating, Kampa thought, gritting his teeth as he realized that Sun Wutien was now his equal. Previously, Sun Wutien had been no match for him. In such a short time, Sun Wutien's strength had caught up to his own. Could it be that he had not shown his true power during their earlier encounter? Just as Kampa was lost in thought, Sun Wutien landed a heavy punch to Kampa's face, sending him flying once more. Kampa clenched his fists tightly, quickly stabilizing himself in mid-air. At that moment, Sun Wutien charged forward, his fists striking with the speed of light against Kampa's body. Kampa bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming aura that sent Sun Wutien reeling back. Sun Wutien raised his arms, swiftly regaining his balance in the air. Just then, Kampa shouted, releasing a torrent of destructive energy towards Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien swiftly maneuvered in the sky, evading the blasts, which either struck the ground or exploded in mid-air. Kampa exclaimed in frustration as his destructive energy failed to hit Sun Wutien. His aura intensifying, Beerus gasped in shock. Wutien, he has actually forced Lord Kampa to this extent. Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus in confusion. Beerus nodded that Wutien's power has now reached the realm of the destroyers. The realm of the destroyers. Boom! As the two conversed, Xiangpa, with the swiftness of lightning, charged toward Sun Wutien. In the blink of an eye, he reached Sun Wutien's side, his fists moving with the speed of flash. Launching an assault, Sun Wutien raised his fists in defense, retreating as he did so. Suddenly, with a thunderous shout, Xiangpa unleashed a powerful kick forward. Sun Wutian was struck with tremendous force, his body hurtling backwards like a projectile. Xiangpa lifted his right hand, gathering a colossal surge of destructive energy aimed at the retreating Sun Wutian. With a firm grip, Sun Wutian quickly halted his descent in mid-air, evading the attack just in time. The destructive energy detonated behind him, causing the very ground of the Kaio-ken realm to quake under the immense force. Following this, an enormous purple tempest swept across the entire Kaio-ken realm. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong and the others shielded their eyes. Damn it! Xiangpa seethed, sensing that his destructive energy had been evaded, unleashing a terrifying aura as he charged at Sun Wutian once more. Sun Wutian clenched his fists, emanating a translucent flame as he met Xiangpa's advance. With a whoosh, the two collided with a series of thunderous impacts, their forms resembling streaks of light in the sky. After a brief clash, both were propelled outward, swiftly exiting the Kaio-ken realm, pausing at the edge of its atmosphere, a distance of 1,000 meters separating them as they locked eyes. Sun Wutian, your strength is truly formidable. How about becoming the god of destruction for our 6th universe? The god of destruction for the 6th universe. I think I'll pass, as I am not particularly fond of destruction. Is that so? Then there is no other option. With that, Xiangpa transformed into a beam of purple light, racing towards Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian smiled and surged forward to meet him. In an instant, they stood before each other, fists and feet striking with blinding speed. Bang, bang, bang. With each resonating clash, their faces and bodies bore numerous injuries. Chapter 51. Fierce Battle Bang. Their right fists collided with each other's faces simultaneously, causing both to recoil. They quickly withdrew their fists, continuing their assault. Bang! Sun Wutian delivered a powerful headbutt to Xiangpa's forehead. Xiangpa cried out in pain, stumbling backwards. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wutian rushed forward, delivering a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 Under Sun Wutian's relentless barrage, Xiangpa was forced to retreat. Suddenly, Sun Wutian thrust his right fist forward with great force, sending Xiangpa flying backwards like a shooting star. In that moment, Sun Wutian clasped his hands together. Kamehameha, a deep blue energy wave coalesced from his hands, hurtling towards Xiangpa. Xiangpa, taken aback, realized it was too late to evade. Boom! The Kamehameha struck Xiangpa, pushing him back. Damn it! Xiangpa roared, his body radiating an overwhelming destructive energy that dissipated Sun Wutian's attack. However, despite neutralizing the Kamehameha, Xiangpa found himself significantly drained. He gasped for breath as he stabilized his breathing, his complexion slightly pale as he regarded Sun Wutian. Initially, he had been curious about the extent of power the old Kaio-ken had bestowed upon Sun Wutian, which had led him to engage in battle. Had he known the extent of this enhancement, he would have refrained from fighting him, having exerted nearly all his strength and with no clear victor. The prospect of losing to Sun Wutian was a blow to his pride. With a determined lift of his right hand, he gathered an immense amount of destructive energy and hurled it at Sun Wutian. Sun Wutian, seeing this, quickly clasped his hands together once more. Kamehameha, a deep blue energy wave formed and surged towards the incoming destructive force. Boom! The Kamehameha and the destructive energy clashed violently. Sun Wutian pushed forward with all his might. Forcing the destructive energy back, Xiangpa gritted his teeth, straining to counteract. The Kamehameha was pushed back momentarily. "Yeah!" Sun Wutian shouted, exerting all his strength. Xiangpa mirrored his actions, pushing forward with the destructive energy as energies collided. Invisible ripples emanated from their clash, spreading throughout the universe. Nearby, uninhabited planets in the Kaio-ken realm disintegrated into cosmic dust under the assault of these invisible waves. It's over. The entire universe is doomed. The old Kaio-ken lamented in despair. "What is happening, great ancestor?" The East Kaio-ken inquired. "Do you not see? Numerous planets have already vanished due to their battle." "Vanished?" "Yes. The energy they wield is overwhelming the very fabric of the universe." "What shall we do, great ancestor? Should I ask Wutian to cease the fighting? Do you think you can stop them?" The East Kaio-ken fell silent, realizing the disparity in their powers. Then great ancestor, how much longer can the universe withstand their battle? The old Kaio-ken raised 3 fingers. 30 minutes? No, 3 times? 3 times? 3 attacks of that magnitude. Ah, the East Kaio-ken gasped. Beyond the Kaio-ken realm, the Kamehameha and the destructive energy had been compressed into a singular lightning bolt due to their relentless struggle. With a mighty roar, the energies finally dissipated, bringing a temporary respite to the two combatants. Although Sun Wu Tien possessed boundless stamina, the excessive exertion had begun to wear on him. Boom! After a brief rest, they charged at each other once more. Bang! Their right fists collided with a resounding crack, unleashing an astonishing aura that radiated outward. Soon, invisible ripples spread from their hands, reaching throughout the cosmos. Here we go again. The East Kaio-ken exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the old Kaio-ken nodded like tea that moment. They retracted their right fists and forcefully struck their left elbows together. Once more, invisible ripples emanated into the universe. That makes 3. The old Kaio-ken stated gravely. Just one more, and the universe shall be on the brink of annihilation. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than their right knees collided with great force, unleashing yet another wave of invisible ripples into the cosmos. Is this the 4th time? Is the universe truly nearing its end? I miscalculated just now. It might not be just 3 times. How many times then? Perhaps 5? Or even 6? No sooner had the words left his mouth than invisible ripples emerged, signaling the onset of a fierce battle between the two. The East Kaio-ken swallowed hard. If what the old Kaio-ken said was true, then with just 2 more times, they would be finished. Bang! Above the Kaio-ken realm, Son Goten and Kampa were locked in a fierce struggle, their hands gripping each other tightly as they exerted their strength. Daha! With a mighty shout, Kampa exuded a massive aura of purple energy. Upon witnessing this, Son Goten responded with a shout of his own, unleashing a translucent aura that enveloped his body. The energies emitted by both warriors swiftly morphed into dragon and tiger forms, clashing within the cosmos. Boom! After a brief stalemate, Son Goten exerted his strength, propelling Kampa away. Damn it! Kampa roared in fury, his hands quickly thrusting forward, launching a barrage of destructive energy towards Son Goten. This move was none other than the renowned Prince's technique from the Dragon Ball universe. As Son Goten dodged and countered with energy blasts, detonating the incoming destructive force, the atmosphere above the Kaio-ken realm erupted in explosions and billowing smoke. Seeing his destructive energy ineffective, Kampa transformed into a streak of purple light and charged at Son Goten. Chapter 52. Deciding victory and defeat. Son Goten, upon witnessing this, charged at Kampa in kind. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With earth-shattering sounds reverberating, the two engaged in combat in a figure-8 pattern throughout the cosmos. Their incredible speed made them appear as a flurry of purple lights flashing across the universe. Bang! With a powerful kick, Son Goten sent Kampa flying. Clenching his fists tightly, Kampa quickly halted his body in the cosmos, staring at Son Goten. He had given his all in the battle. Yet even so, he found it difficult to best Son Goten. Damn it, am I, Kampa, a being of great renown, truly destined to lose to a mere mortal today? Kampa clenched his teeth, mulling over this thought that it should be about time. Son Goten, observing Kampa before him, suddenly surged forward at breakneck speed. Kampa, taken aback, had no time to react before Son Goten delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Kampa let out a loud wail, spitting out a mouthful of bitter liquid. In that instant, Son Goten flashed behind Kampa, bringing both hands down upon him with tremendous force. Bang! With an incredibly intense sound, Kampa plummeted like a meteor towards the Kaio-ken realm. Son Goten clasped his hands behind him, gathering a deep blue energy wave, which he then hurled at Kampa. This was the famous Kamehameha wave. Boom! The Kamehameha wave struck Kampa, sending him crashing down towards the ground. Goten! Sun Wukong exclaimed in shock. If the Kamehameha wave hit the ground like this, the entire Kaio-ken realm could very well be obliterated. Damn! Just as the Kamehameha wave was about to make contact with the ground, Kampa let out a thunderous roar, enveloping himself in a massive aura of destructive energy that neutralized the attack. However, he was left panting heavily like a tea that moment, Son Goten executed an instant transmission, appearing above Kampa. Then, with a flying kick, he delivered a heavy blow to Kampa's body. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous roars, Kampa's body shot forth like a ray, crashing into several mountains behind him. Ultimately, he was pinned to the ground by a massive boulder that had fallen from one of the mountains. Just then, a notification echoed in Son Goten's ear. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Kampa and acquiring the destructive energy, the techniques of the God of Destruction, Lord Kampa. Seeing this, Beerus immediately flew over to the boulder, pinning Kampa down, waving his staff to lift the heavy stones off him. Then he used his staff to heal Kampa's injuries. Once healed, Kampa stood up, casting a deep glance at Son Goten. Beerus, let us depart. Yes, Lord Kampa, Beerus nodded, pointing his staff to the ground, creating a brilliant seven-colored light beneath their feet as they departed from the Kaio-ken realm. The East Kaio-ken was taken aback. Are they leaving just like that? The old Kaio-ken nodded. It seems that Lord Kampa is quite upset. Upset? How could a mighty god of destruction like him not be furious after losing to a mere mortal? Will his anger lead to the destruction of planets in the universe? I do not know, but as the god of destruction of Universe 6, he technically should not destroy our planets. That is good to hear. Upon hearing this, the East Kaio-ken let out a sigh of relief. After finishing, the old Kaio-ken turned to Son Goten. Goten, why didn't you yield to Lord Kampa? Although you triumphed over him, he is still the god of destruction of Universe 6, and you may not fare well in the future. It should not come to that, right? In truth, Son Goten had already shown restraint against Kampa. Otherwise, with his mysterious Super Saiyan God form, he would have defeated Kampa long ago. How could it not come to that? Gods of destruction are notoriously proud beings. That I was sealed in the Kaio-ken realm because I offended Lord Beerus. You were sealed by Lord Beerus? Indeed. However, old Kaio-ken, now that the situation has come to this, there is little point in discussing it. Who says it is pointless? This time, Son Goten battled against Lord Kampa, but if he were to face Lord Beerus next time and emerge victorious, he might very well obliterate a large portion of the universe. A large portion of the universe. Yes, Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of our universe, and he would not consider such matters lightly. However, didn't you say Lord Beerus is currently in slumber? Lord Beerus may be asleep, but there will come a day when he awakens. Upon hearing this, the East Kaio-ken immediately turned to Son Goten. Son Goten, if Lord Beerus seeks you out for a fight, you must absolutely avoid engaging him. Oh. Universe 7. Kampa and Beerus were currently en route back to Universe 6, the Lord Kampa. It's really no big deal that you lost this time. I've heard that there are humans in Universe 11 who surpass the gods of destruction. Humans who surpass the gods of destruction? Beerus nodded. Beerus, do you truly believe that this child named Son Goten is merely an ordinary human child? I believe that should be the case. Should be. Yes, I once examined his soul and found no issues. At just 7 years old, his strength already surpasses mine. Who knows how powerful he will become in the future? Beerus, do you think Son Goten's sudden surge in strength is solely due to the old Kaio-ken awakening his potential? I do not know. Beerus shook his head. However, it seems that Son Goten did not use his full strength during the battle. He did not use his full strength. Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately broke into a cold sweat. If Son Goten was already this strong without using his full power, then if he unleashed his full might, he would surely be unbeatable. I believe he was merely being considerate of your dignity, which is why he refrained from using his full strength. Beerus, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Beerus chuckled. Lord Kampa, please reflect on the battle. Did you not notice that there were several instances where you could not keep up with Son Goten's speed? Kampa, upon hearing this, contemplated deeply. Indeed, there were many moments when he could not match Son Goten's speed, especially when Son Goten ultimately defeated him. What say you, Lord Kampa? I did not anticipate this in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly elapsed. Trunks, upon learning of Goten's triumph over Kampa, had dedicated these 3 days to rigorous training in the gravity room at T-Bowsy Mountain, on the back hill of Sun Wukong's home. Sun Wukong and Son Goten were engaged in a sparring match high above the mountains. With a resounding thud, a powerful kick sent Sun Wukong hurtling down to the ground like a shooting star, kicking up a cloud of dust upon impact. After a moment, as the dust settled, Sun Wukong sprang back to his feet with the agility of a carp leaping from the water. Do you wish to continue the fight? Father, inquired son Goten as he landed before him. No, my current strength pales in comparison to yours. I believe I should focus on my training for now, son Wukong replied. Son Goten nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. He greeted. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. What of Gohan? Is he not training with you? No, it seems he's gone on a date with Miss Videl. Son Goten responded. Piccolo felt a twinge of disappointment, lamenting that with son Goten's formidable abilities, Gohan should be striving to catch up. By the way, Goten, do you think Lord Kampa will return to Earth? Son Goten was about to shake his head when he suddenly sensed Kampa's aura. Father, Lord Kampa has arrived. Has he? Son Wukong asked, to which son Goten nodded. However, he seems to be heading towards West City. West City? Could he be going to Bulma's house? I believe so. Then I shall head to Bulma's at once. With that, son Wukong vanished in an instant. Son Wukong, Piccolo called out, quickly turning to son Goten. What does your father want with Lord Kampa? He intends to train on Lord Kampa's planet. Train on Lord Kampa's planet? Yes, son Goten affirmed. Only then can he enhance his strength at a quicker pace. But do you think Lord Kampa will consent? I am unsure, son Goten replied, shaking his head. In that case, shall I return? Piccolo asked. Are you leaving already, Uncle Piccolo? How about a sparring match? Piccolo was at a loss for words. Given that son Wukong couldn't even best son Goten, what chance did he have? No, I think I shall head back. With that, Piccolo took to the skies using his flight technique. Son Goten sighed in response. Being invincible is indeed lonely. In West City, at Bulma's residence, son Wukong had already arrived, greeting Kampa and Vados who were present. Son Wukong, exclaimed Kampa. Where is Goten? Goten is training on the back hill at home. Oh, and what brings you here? Lord Kampa, may I train on your planet? Train? Kampa echoed. Indeed, I wish to become as strong as you. Lord Kampa, that is not possible. You must become the next god of destruction before you can train on my planet. Is there no other way to train, Lord Kampa? None. Kampa shook his head. He knew that if son Wukong were trained on his planet, there would be no peace. Then, Lord Kampa, how about I offer you a taste of a dish you have never tried before? A dish I have never tried? Yes, but you must promise me that I may train on your planet. Kampa snorted dismissively. That depends on how delectable this dish is. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Son Wukong replied with a smile. So, where is this dish? Wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you. All right, hurry. Son Wukong nodded and vanished in a flash. Is that not instant transmission? Vados inquired. Indeed, Lord Kampa, but son Wukong's instant transmission is not the same as that of the Kaio-ken. It is that of the yard rat people. Moments later, son Wukong returned carrying 3 buckets of instant noodles. Kampa examined the noodles and asked, Is this the delicacy you spoke of? Yes. How does one consume this? Simply add the seasoning packet and pour in boiling water. Oh, then please prepare it quickly. Certainly, Lord Kampa. Son Wukong promptly tore open the noodle packets, adding the seasoning before fetching a pot of boiling water from Bulma's kitchen and pouring it over the noodles. After covering the noodles, he announced, It cannot be eaten just yet. Must we wait? Kampa questioned. Indeed, we must wait for 3 minutes. 3 minutes passed swiftly. Observing the time, son Wukong opened the lid, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted through the air. Kampa inhaled deeply, swallowing in anticipation. Is it ready to eat? Without hesitation, Kampa picked up chopsticks and began to eat. Vados followed suit. Upon tasting a spoonful, Vados' face lit up with surprise. She had not expected such a simple dish to be so delicious. How is it? Tasty, I presume. Son Wukong inquired of the two. Delicious. Kampa responded. In no time, Kampa had devoured an entire bucket of noodles along with the broth. What do you think, Lord Kampa? Son Wukong asked, grinning. It is satisfactory. May I then train on your planet? You may, but 1 bucket of noodles is far too little. I'm still hungry. I have plenty at home. I shall fetch more. With that, son Wukong vanished once more. After a brief interval, son Wukong returned, bearing several boxes of noodles. By the way, son Wukong, where's Goten? Kampa inquired as he observed son Wukong's return. He's training on the back hill at home. He has become quite strong already. yet he continues to train. Indeed, he claims he wishes to grow even stronger and defeat Vados. Defeat me, Vados remarked, chuckling. Well, it is a pity Goten is not becoming a god of destruction. Had he pursued that path, he might have become the strongest god of destruction. Vados, are there individuals stronger than you in this world? Certainly. My father, the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister? Indeed, I cannot even compare to the strength of his little finger. Such power! Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, he had believed Vados to be among the strongest in the 12 universes, but now he learned that she could not even measure up to her father's finger. Truly, there are always those greater than oneself. Where is your father now? He is currently with Lord Zeno. Lord Zeno, Lord Zeno, the most magnificent deity of the 12 universes, is simultaneously the supreme ruler of all 12 realms. My father, the Grand Priest, serves as Lord Zeno's steward. Steward? Beerus nodded. My father's strength ranks among the top 5 in the 12 universes. This implies that your father's power is approximately within the top 5. Indeed, Chapter 54. Son Goku and Vegeta journey to the 6th universe for training. Alright, Son Goku, please bring out your instant noodles. Make sure to prepare several bowls. Certainly, Lord Kampa. After Goku spoke, he promptly fetched hot water for his noodles. In Bulma's gravity chamber, Goku concealed his energy, so at that moment, Vegeta and Trunks, who were training inside, were unaware of Goku's arrival. Point 1103, 1104, Trunks counted while performing one-handed push-ups. Just then, the door to the gravity chamber swung open, and Mrs. Brief squinted at the two of them. Trunks, Vegeta, Bulma has ordered an abundance of food. Would you like to pause your training and join us for a meal? Food, Trunks exclaimed, his interest piqued. However, upon noticing Vegeta's serious demeanor, he quickly dismissed the thought. No, Grandma, my father and I will wait until we finish training to eat. Is that so? I was going to suggest that you join Goku for a meal. Goku, uncle. Kakarot has arrived? Vegeta turned to Mrs. Brief. Indeed, the god of destruction has also come. Lord Kampa? Yes. Mrs. Brief nodded. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately turned to Trunks. Trunks, let's go eat something first, and then we can resume training. All right, Dad. Trunks agreed. After Vegeta spoke, he swiftly restored the gravity chamber to normal levels and led Trunks out in the backyard of Bulma's home. Goku and Kampa were seated at a large table, savoring the delicacies Bulma had just ordered. Although instant noodles were tasty, they were rather monotonous, prompting Kampa to request Bulma to order a variety of dishes. After indulging in a few bowls, as Goku was enjoying the feast, he suddenly spotted Vegeta and Trunks approaching from a distance. Vegeta, Trunks, Goku called out enthusiastically. Goku, uncle, Trunks responded politely, while Vegeta remained silent. Before long, the two reached Goku's side. Bulma smiled and said, Vegeta, I thought you wouldn't come. Vegeta, however, did not respond to Bulma, but rather addressed Goku. Kakarot, what brings you to my home today? I came to find Lord Kampa. Looking for Lord Kampa. Goku is already prepared to train in our universe. Beerus interjected. Training? Are you saying, Kakarot, that you intend to train on Lord Kampa's planet? Yes, Goku nodded with a smile. Then, Lord Kampa, may I also train on your planet? No, Kampa shook his head. Why not? Kakarot can. Kakarot? Lord Kampa. Kakarot is the Saiyan name for Son Goku. I see. Indeed, Beerus nodded. Goku can train on my planet because he treated me to a dish I have never tasted before. A dish you have never tasted? Yes. Thus, if you wish to train on my planet, you must also serve me a dish I have never encountered. All right, Vegeta quickly agreed that Goku's strength was already superior to his. If he did not seize the opportunity to train in the 6th universe, he would forever remain in the shadow of others. Then, Lord Kampa, shall I take you there now? Let me finish sampling these dishes first. Very well, Vegeta nodded, his eyes fixed intently on Goku, silently vowing, Kakarot, I will not be outdone by you. After a while, Kampa, having eaten his fill, let out a loud belch. Then, Lord Kampa, I shall take you to taste a dish you have never experienced. All right, Kampa nodded. Although he was full, he could still take some food to go. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately led Kampa and the others to West City to sample delicacies. Initially, the foods Vegeta suggested were those Kampa had already tried. Fortunately, since Kampa had not spent much time on Earth, Vegeta ultimately succeeded in enticing him with a bowl of street food beef tendon balls, convincing Kampa to agree to train on his planet. Fantastic! Upon hearing Kampa's agreement, Vegeta joyfully danced around. Subsequently, Goku and Vegeta returned home to pack their belongings and set off to the 6th universe for training alongside Kampa at noon, after Gohan finished a meeting and returned home. He learned from Goten that Goku had gone to the 6th universe for training. Chi-Chi was extremely upset about Goku's secretive departure to train, and as a result, both Goten and Gohan remained silent during their meal. Fearful that Chi-Chi would unleash her fury upon them, in the 6th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, Goku and Vegeta had already arrived. However, as Kampa wanted to take a midday nap, he instructed them to train in the afternoon to avoid disturbing his rest. The realm of destruction in the 6th universe is quite similar to that of the 7th universe. Their palaces are both situated atop a magnificent purple tree. Since Goku and Vegeta were temporarily unable to train, they took a brief nap in the quarters arranged by Beerus. In the afternoon, upon waking from their nap, the two quickly got up to wash up and made their way to a grassy area in the realm of destruction. Beerus stood on the grass, awaiting them. "Beerus, please arrange our training," Goku urged. As Beerus spoke, he pointed his staff forward, causing 2 stone locks to materialize before them. "Are we to lift these?" Goku inquired, eyeing the stone locks. "Yes, the 2 of you must lift them with both hands, and then circle the entire realm of destruction 3 times. But you are not permitted to transform into Super Saiyans." "Understood," Goku replied, stepping forward to grasp the stone lock with both hands, straining to lift it. However, due to its immense weight, he struggled for several seconds without success. "Is it truly this heavy?" Vegeta, seeing this, approached with a serious expression, grasping the stone lock with both hands and exerting great effort to lift it. Like Goku, he was unable to lift it immediately, and the weight caused his face to redden slightly. At that moment, Goku finally managed to lift the stone lock. "I've lifted it." Seeing this, Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, also lifted the stone lock. "Good. Now proceed forward. If you 2 do not move, the path behind you will vanish, plunging you into another dimension, and even I will be powerless to rescue you," Beerus said with a smile directed at the 2. What? Vegeta was taken aback. While it is true that training should be rigorous, this was exceedingly perilous. Just as Vegeta pondered this, Bardoss waved her staff forward, causing the purple pavement behind them to begin to vanish. Upon witnessing this, the 2 hurriedly moved forward. Chapter 55. Half a year in the 7th universe. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, Son Goten was leisurely lying on a patch of grass, gazing at the sky. In fact, it was Son Goten's idea for Son Goku to train in the 6th universe. He desired for Goku to become stronger and master the Ultra Instinct technique. Then he could defeat Goku and directly attain the Ultra Instinct himself. After resting for a while, Son Goten suddenly noticed a figure in the distance approaching him. It was none other than Trunks. Upon seeing Trunks, Son Goten promptly sprang to his feet from the grass. Moments later, Trunks descended from the sky, landing in front of Son Goten. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. "Goten, you really are quite relaxed. Trunks, aren't you training today?" "I'm not training. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with you." "Don't say that, Trunks. If you put in the effort, there's still a way for you to catch up to me." "Stop comforting me. Goten, my father trains diligently every day and still can't catch up to you, let alone me. Actually, Trunks, you don't necessarily need to see me as your benchmark. Just strive to surpass yourself." Trunks nodded in agreement. "Goten, do you think Kampa's planet is far from Earth?" Son Goten nodded. "I heard from Sister Bardoss that it takes her dozens of minutes to reach Earth." "Is that so? It's a pity I can't leave Earth. Otherwise, I would love to visit Kampa's planet. By the way, Goten, aren't you capable of instant transmission? Could you take me to Kampa's planet? My instant transmission requires sensing energy. And besides, Kampa's planet isn't in our universe." Although Son Goten had mastered godly instant transmission, using it now would be challenging to explain that I see. Trunks replied, slightly dejected. "If you wish to go to Kampa's planet, I can ask Lord Kaio-ken to take you." "Lord Kaio-ken?" "Yes. Doesn't Lord Kaio-ken have a attendant named Jabit? I can have him take us." All right, but since Dad and the others just went to Compass Planet, I think we should wait a while before going. Son Goten nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had gone by. During this time, Son Goku and Vegeta had essentially been training in the 6th universe. After 6 months of rigorous training, both had significantly improved their strength. Yet the realm of the gods still seemed distant in the 7th universe. At the Kaio-ken realm, Son Goten was currently demonstrating godly instant transmission to the East Kaio-ken and others. Whoosh! In an instant, Son Goten vanished from the Kaio-ken realm, appearing on a deserted planet. The old Kaio-ken and others observed through the crystal ball, witnessing Son Goten teleport to the desolate planet. Son Goten. He has truly mastered our instant transmission, Jabit exclaimed in astonishment. Months prior, Son Goten had arrived at the Kaio-ken realm, expressing his desire to learn the East Kaio-ken's godly instant transmission. However, this technique could only be mastered by a Kaio-ken, and the East Kaio-ken could only teach it to Son Goten if he agreed to become the next Kaio-ken. Yet Son Goten had declined that offer, opting instead to remain in the Kaio-ken realm and observe Jabit and the others using godly instant transmission. Today, Son Goten had successfully learned it. Indeed, and he only took 3 months to do so. The East Kaio-ken gritted his teeth. He recalled that when he was still a trainee Kaio-ken, it had taken him over a year to master it. Meanwhile, Son Goten, through covert learning, had accomplished it in merely 3 months. The old Kaio-ken nodded. It's a pity he is unwilling to become a Kaio-ken. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be the strongest Kaio-ken. The East Kaio-ken concurred. Whoosh! As soon as the words left his mouth, Son Goten's figure reappeared before the three of them. How is it, Lord Kaio-ken? This indeed is our Kaio-ken's instant transmission. Goten, are you truly not considering becoming a Kaio-ken? Not really. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right. Seeing this, Son Goten executed instant transmission, arriving at the 6th universe's Kaio-ken realm on a middle-aged man with green skin, a corpulent physique, several upright white hair strands. And clad in a Kaio-ken uniform stood on a patch of grass in the Kaio-ken realm. The man's name was Fua, the Kaio-ken of the 6th universe. Human, upon seeing Son Goten suddenly appear. Fua was taken aback, as ordinary humans were typically incapable of reaching this realm. Hello, my name is Son Goten, a friend of Lord Kampa. Lord Kampa! Fua, upon hearing Kampa's name, scrutinized Son Goten closely. Fua, Son Goten appeared to be nothing more than a mere child, and it was hard for him to fathom that Kampa would befriend a child. What you just did was instant transmission, right? Son Goten nodded. Are you a Kaio-ken from another universe? No. Then how did you achieve instant transmission? I learned it covertly from Lord Kaio-ken. Covertly? Upon hearing this, Fua was incredulous, thinking to himself, wow, is covert learning now something to be proud of? And he even directly admitted it. Is what you said about Lord Kampa being your friend true? Son Goten affirmed. What brings you here? I just mastered instant transmission and came over from the 7th universe. The 7th universe? Yes, can you tell me where Lord Kampa's planet is? After a moment of hesitation, Fua divulged the location of Kampa's planet. Lord Kampa's planet is located at... All right, thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Son Goten promptly vanished from the Kaio-ken realm in the 6th universe. At the Destroyer realm, Bardoss was standing on a patch of grass, gazing at the cosmos when suddenly Son Goten appeared in the Destroyer realm. Goten, Son Goten smiled and nodded. Goten, how did you come here? I used Lord Kaio-ken's instant transmission to arrive. Lord Kaio-ken, have you been chosen as the next Kaio-ken? No, I learned it covertly from Lord Kaio-ken. Is that so? Did he not inform you that you shouldn't casually traverse to other universes? No, Son Goten shook his head. He was certainly aware that one should not wander aimlessly across universes. But he thought that since he was quite familiar with Kampa and the others, it should pose no issue to visit briefly. Now, do you understand? I understand. Chapter 56. Which comes to Earth, are you here to find Goku? Yes, Son Goten nodded. Goku and Vegeta are currently ahead, mowing the grass. Mowing grass? Bardoss nodded. Goten, would you like to join them in training? I think I'll pass for now. Bardoss chuckled. Don't you want to defeat me? Defeat you? Indeed, it was Wukong who said you wished to defeat me. Father. Upon hearing this, Sun Wu Tien immediately felt as though he had been sold out by Sun Wukong. Babbatta's nodded. That was merely a casual remark. Was it truly just a casual remark? Babbatta smiled, gazing at Sun Wutien. Feeling somewhat guilty, Sun Wutien nodded. Shall we take you to meet Wukong and the others? Observing this, Babbatta swiftly led Sun Wutien forward. Soaring through the air, before long, Babbatta brought Sun Wutien to a grassy expanse and could see that moment. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were diligently cutting down blades of grass with scythes. These were no ordinary grasses. They grew at an astonishing rate, returning to their original length within just a day's time. Father, Uncle Vegeta, Wutien called out. Sun Wukong responded but continued swiftly with his task. Wutien, please wait a moment. I must finish cutting this grass before we converse. Sun Wutien nodded in agreement. After a while, Sun Wukong and Vegeta finally completed their task, exhausted, and sat down on the ground. At this juncture, Sun Wutien and Babbatta approached them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately rose to their feet. Wutien, what brings you to the 6th universe? Sun Wukong inquired. I have mastered the instant transmission of Lord Kaio-ken, so I came for a visit. The instant transmission of Lord Kaio-ken, Babbatta remarked. It allows one to travel directly from the 7th universe to our own. I see. Father, how is your training progressing? Sun Wutien asked. It's going well, but it may be quite some time before we reach the realm of the gods. Sun Wutien nodded. Subsequently, as Sun Wukong and the others needed to train, Sun Wutien refrained from disrupting the god realm and returned to the 7th universe. Noon. After Xiangpa woke, he learned from Babbatta about Sun Wutien mastering Lord Kaio-ken's instant transmission. The instant transmission of Lord Kaio-ken? Babbatta nodded. In that case, we could have him take me to the 7th universe in the future, significantly reducing our travel time. Xiangpa chuckled. Babbatta was speechless. She could not refuse anyone, except for Xiangpa, this old rascal. By the way, Babbatta, have you still not found the final Super Dragon Ball? Not yet. 7th universe. Earth, Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong's home. A sneeze. At that moment, Sun Wutien had just finished his meal when he suddenly sneezed. Afternoon. Since Trunks had invited Sun Wutien to his home to play, Sun Wutien arrived shortly after waking from his nap. Wutien, you're here, Trunks exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Sun Wutien. Sun Wutien nodded in response. Come, Wutien, I'll show you my new toy. All right. It turned out that Trunks had called him over just to flaunt his toys. Sun Wutien felt a hint of suspicion, thinking that Trunks, unable to best him, was attempting to win him over through other means. Before long, Sun Wutien arrived at Trunks' room and beheld Trunks' newly acquired toy airplane. Wutien, what do you think of this plane? Quite good. West City to IT this moment. A tall man holding a staff sat at a small stall, savoring freshly fried skewers. This man was Whis. The food here is all quite delicious. No wonder my sister and the others frequently come to Earth. I wonder what expression Lord Beerus will have upon awakening to find he has missed out on so many culinary delights. In fact, half a year ago, during the battle between Sun Wutien and Xiangpa, he had already learned that Xiangpa and Babbatta often visited Earth. However, since Beerus was still in slumber, he dared not wake him and thus allowed Xiangpa and the others to roam freely. After all, he was merely Beerus' servant and had no direct authority over the universe. Moreover, having lived for such a long time, he was well aware of what should be managed and what should not. In Bulma's backyard, Sun Wutien was currently playing with Trunks using a remote-controlled airplane. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. This person was Whis. Upon seeing Whis' sudden appearance, Sun Wutien immediately turned his gaze toward him. Wutien, do you know him? I do not. As soon as he finished speaking, Whis approached the two. He's coming toward us. Sun Wutien nodded. Before long, Whis stood before them, smiling as he introduced himself. Greetings, my name is Whis. Servant to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Trunks, Lord Beerus? Yes, my sister must have mentioned Lord Beerus to you, correct? Trunks, your sister? My sister is named Babbatta, so you are the younger brother of Sister Babbatta. Indeed, Whis nodded. What brings you here? I have come to seek Wutien. Wutien, you are looking for me. Whis nodded. Your power is quite formidable, so I wish to inquire if you would consider becoming a god of destruction. A god of destruction? Trunks looked on with envy. He recalled that Xiangpa had previously wanted Sun Wutien to become a god of destruction, but Sun Wutien had declined. Why does no one seek him to become a god of destruction? No, I do not particularly enjoy the idea of destroying planets. I think I shall pass. In truth, Sun Wutian's reluctance to become a god of destruction stemmed primarily from the fact that a god of destruction's life was intertwined with that of the Kaio-ken. Sun Wutian feared that if he became a god of destruction, the overly meddlesome East Kaio-ken might one day intervene in matters that would jeopardize his life. He certainly did not wish to place his fate in another's hands. Is that so? Just then, Bulma emerged from the house, and upon seeing Whis before the two, she promptly approached them. Trunks, who is he? Mother, he is Whis, the younger brother of Sister Babada's. Babada's brother? Ahem, Whis cleared his throat. Greetings, my name is Whis. Servant to Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. You mean the god of destruction of our universe, correct? Indeed, Whis nodded. But didn't Babada say he was still in slumber, although Lord Beerus is still asleep? I have come to your Earth for a visit. I see. Chapter 57. 2.5 years. Whis nodded. So, what brings you to Earth? Mother, he is here to find Wu Tien to become a god of destruction. A god of destruction? Ahem. Whis cleared his throat that in fact, my primary reason for coming to Earth is to sample its culinary delights. I merely took the opportunity to find Sun Wutian and see if he would be interested in becoming a god of destruction. Earth cuisine. Do you, like Lord Xiangpa and the others, enjoy our Earth's culinary offerings? Indeed, oh, I almost forgot. How should I address you? My name is Bulma. Miss Bulma. Bulma smiled and nodded. Miss Bulma, I have just arrived on Earth today. Do you have any delicious dishes you would recommend? Of course, we may not have much on Earth, but we certainly have an abundance of delectable food. Is that so? After hearing this, Whis felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Subsequently, Bulma introduced various delicacies to him. Goten and Trunks, finding the situation dull, continued to play with their remote-controlled planes as noon approached. Whis, due to the necessity of returning, had to take his leave from Earth. After spending the morning introducing culinary delights to Whis, Bulma forged a friendship with him in the days that followed. Whis frequently visited Earth to relish its gastronomic offerings. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Kampa, having longed for the taste of Earth's cuisine, decided to return to the 7th universe with Goku and the others to that moment. Whis happened to be on Earth as well. Since angels and angelic staffs sense each other's proximity, Vados quickly discovered Whis's presence at Bulma's home after arriving on Earth. Lord Kampa, Whis has come to Earth? Whis, indeed, given the intensity of your previous battle with Goten. He must have sensed our presence long ago. Let him sense it. After all, Beerus is still in slumber. Kampa replied nonchalantly. Then, Lord Kampa, are you not concerned that Whis might inform the Omni King? Vados chuckled. Her words were intended to intimidate him, as Kampa had indulged excessively over the past 6 months, gaining quite a bit of weight. With Whis's sudden appearance on Earth, she saw an opportunity to instill some fear in Kampa, hoping to deter him from visiting Earth frequently. The Omni King. Kampa's expression shifted at the mention. While he was unafraid of Whis, he certainly feared the Omni King. Vados nodded. Wouldn't he report such a trivial matter? Would he? That is uncertain. What should we do then? Kampa inquired. Shall we return? Absolutely not. We have come this far. How can we turn back? Are you not afraid of the Omni King? Kampa retorted, gritting his teeth, that I refuse to believe that Whis would report this minor affair to the Omni King. Is that your assertion? Indeed, Kampa affirmed. Seeing that her attempt to deceive him had failed, Vados reluctantly led Kampa and the others to Bulma's residence. Lord Kampa, sister, Whis exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing them in the backyard of Bulma's house, where he was savoring the culinary delights. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Whis, Beerus should still be in slumber, correct? Kampa asked. He remains in slumber, Whis replied, glancing at Goku and Vegeta. You two are Goku and Vegeta. Am I correct? You know us? Goku queried. I am friends with Bulma. She has informed me of your exploits. Whis nodded in understanding. Lord Kampa, although Beerus is still asleep, he would become quite irate if he were to learn that you frequently visit the Earth of our 7th universe. Kampa and Beerus had always been at odds, often resorting to violence upon meeting. That Whis's words served as a caution to Kampa. Kampa snorted dismissively. If only our 6th universe had an Earth, I wouldn't need to visit the 7th universe so often. I understand. Whis, you wouldn't report this to the Omni King, would you? If Lord Kampa merely visits Earth for its culinary delights, I would certainly keep this from the Omni King. Kampa felt a twinge of unease at this response, as his initial purpose for visiting the 7th universe was to seek the Super Dragon Balls. However, despite his internal apprehension, he maintained a fa of composure as he declared, "I am certainly here solely for the Earth's cuisine." Whis regarded him with a hint of skepticism. "Dad," at that moment Trunks dashed out from the house. Vegeta nodded. "Trunks, where is Goten?" Goku asked. "Goten is at home training with Gohan." "Gohan. Brother Gohan wishes to grow stronger as well." "Is that so?" Goku replied, beaming with delight. He had initially thought Gohan had given up Bowsy Mountain, behind Goku's residence. Gohan and Goten were engaged in a sparring match. Whoosh, as Goten's strength far surpassed Gohan's. Gohan's attacks failed to land. Bang! With a powerful punch, Gohan soared like a projectile, crashing heavily into the mountain behind him, causing a cloud of dust and debris to erupt. "Damn it!" Gohan exclaimed in frustration, quickly emerging from the rubble. "Brother, it seems Lord Kampa has come to Earth." "Lord Kampa, Father, and Vegeta might also be back. Shall we go meet Father?" "Indeed," Goten nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence in West City, Goku and the others were seated in the backyard, dining with Whis when two figures suddenly appeared. It was Gohan and Goten. "Dad," Gohan called out to Goku. "Gohan, Goten." The two acknowledged each other with nods. "Gohan, I heard from Trunks that you and Goten were training on the back mountain." Gohan nodded in affirmation. "Everyone is training. I certainly do not wish to be the weakest among us, among the 5 Saiyans on Earth." Gohan was only stronger than Trunks, while he was weaker than the others. Goku nodded. "How about we have a sparring match after we finish our meal?" "Sounds good, Dad," Gohan replied enthusiastically. After finishing their meal, Goku returned to Bowsy Mountain with Gohan and the others, where they engaged in a sparring match. Time flew by, and soon 2.5 years had passed. Through diligent training over this period, Goku and Vegeta finally entered the realm of the gods. Despite the passage of 2.5 years, Kampa and his companions had yet to locate a single Super Dragon Ball. However, not long ago, Kampa learned from Goku about the Dragon Radar. He initially intended to have Bulma create a Super Dragon Ball radar to assist him in finding the last Super Dragon Ball. Yet, with Whis wandering about on Earth, he feared that his quest for the Super Dragon Balls would be discovered, thus refraining from enlisting Bulma's help. Chapter 58. The Mysterious Gohan versus the Mysterious Trunks. In the 7th universe, on Earth, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Goten was currently conducting a ritual to draw forth Trunks' latent abilities. This ritual was the same one that old Kai had used to enhance Goten's power. Over the past 2.5 years, Goten had utilized the power of the Dark Dragon Balls to stimulate Trunks' potential, significantly boosting his strength. "Goten, does this ritual really need a full day?" Trunks inquired, watching Goten gesticulate animatedly. "Indeed," Goten confirmed. "Very well then." In the Kaio-ken realm, old Kai was observing the events within the hyperbolic time chamber through a crystal ball. "This kid Goten has not only learned to surpass his limits with my assistance, but has also mastered the ritual I devised." "Master Ancestor, that is not all. He has also acquired our Kaio-ken's instant transmission," East Kaio-ken remarked. "Indeed, we must refrain from showcasing any other abilities in Goten's presence lest he learns them." Outside, a day passes. While inside the hyperbolic time chamber, a year unfolds. 0.4 minutes later, Sun Wu-Tien successfully completes the ritual. "All right, Trunks, you can now attempt to unleash your energy." Trunks nods in acknowledgement. "Ha!" With a powerful shout, an astonishing aura emanates from Trunks' body, radiating outward. Since the two are still within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo and the others remain oblivious to Trunks' energy. "Incredible," Trunks thinks to himself, glancing at his hands. Sun Wu-Tien nods in agreement. "Shall we step outside now?" "Sure," Trunks replies, and without delay, the two exit the chamber. In the other world, Son Gohan stands alongside Dandy, Bobo, and Piccolo at the forefront of the celestial realm. Suddenly, he senses the energies of Sun Wu-Tien and Trunks. "It's Wu-Tien and Trunks," Dandy exclaims. Son Gohan nods in affirmation. Moments later, Sun Wu-Tien and Trunks approach them. "Brother," Son Gohan greets, turning to Trunks. "Your energy seems to have increased significantly." Trunks nods again. "How about a sparring session?" "Trunks?" "Absolutely." Trunks responds enthusiastically that a short while ago, Sun Wutien had also helped Son Gohan enhance his strength, so both are now in a state of mysterious power without requiring transformation. Brother, Trunks, if you wish to fight, we can do so in the hyperbolic time chamber. All right, Son Gohan agrees. With that, Son Gohan and Trunks promptly head toward the chamber, followed closely by Sun Wutien and Piccolo. Thanks to Bobo's upgrades, the chamber can now accommodate 4 individuals. After a brief moment, Son Gohan and Trunks arrive at the chamber's entrance, while Sun Wutien and Piccolo stand before 2 massive hourglasses to observe that moment. Son Gohan and Trunks assume their fighting stances. Trunks, shall we begin? Let's. No sooner had the words left his lips than Trunks dashed forward like lightning towards Son Gohan. In response, Son Gohan charged at Trunks as well. Before long, Trunks soared to Son Gohan as front. Unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast punches, Son Gohan clenches his fists and meets Trunks' attacks head-on. Many wonder how Sun Wutien and Son Goku, despite their height difference, manage to fight. It is simple. They can engage in aerial combat. Ha ha ha. Trunks laughs heartily while battling Son Gohan. Just then, Son Gohan executes a swift horizontal kick with his right leg aimed at Trunks. Trunks swiftly evades, propelling himself backward. Simultaneously, the two ascend into the sky. Continuing their fierce duel, the air is soon filled with the sounds of their intense clashes, appearing to observers as ripples across the heavens. Piccolo, observing their nearly indistinguishable forms, feels a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. He hadn't anticipated that, after Sun Wutien's enhancement, Trunks would become so swift that even he struggled to keep up. With a resounding crash, the two strike their right fists together, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that spreads outward. Son Gohan tightens his grip, forcing Trunks back several dozen meters. Damn it! Trunks grits his teeth, swiftly clapping his hands together to unleash a barrage of golden energy waves at Son Gohan. Son Gohan lands on the ground and retaliates with a multitude of energy waves aimed at the sky. Trunks, startled, dodges while simultaneously firing off his own energy waves, resulting in a spectacular clash. Boom! 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 The sky and ground erupt in a cacophony of explosions and thick smoke. Seizing the moment, Son Gohan stealthily maneuvers behind Trunks, who realizes too late. He's vanished. Instinctively alert, Trunks prepares for an attack. Just then, Son Gohan delivers a powerful flying kick to Trunks' back. Bang! With a deafening crash, Trunks is sent hurtling to the ground, creating a large cloud of dust. As the dust settles, a significant crater reveals Trunks lying within, partially buried in sand. Trunks quickly pushes himself up, emerging from the crater, while Son Gohan descends to the ground with a smile that moment. The smoke dissipates. Trunks gazes at Son Gohan, drawing a golden circle in the air with his right index finger. Golden, sparkling chocolate ring. Trunks shouts, channeling an incredible energy that sends the golden ring hurtling towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan leaps upward to evade it. Did you manage to dodge? Trunks questions, clashing his fists together and stretching outward. The golden ring beneath Son Gohan expands rapidly. Son Gohan is taken aback. Yes, Trunks raises his hands. The golden ring encircles Son Gohan. With a mischievous grin, Trunks brings his fists together, causing the ring to constrict tightly around Son Gohan's body. Chapter 59. Sun Wutien vs. Super Saiyan Blue Son Goku. What? Son Gohan exclaims, "Ha!" Trunks cries out, launching himself towards Son Gohan in midair. Son Gohan's expression sharpens as he unleashes an overwhelming energy. With a fierce roar, he shatters the golden chocolate ring at that precise moment. Trunks closes in on Son Gohan, delivering a lightning-fast punch. Bang! Trunks' fist connects forcefully with Son Gohan's face, sending him flying. Trunks immediately pursues, aiming a powerful kick at Son Gohan, just as Trunks' kick is about to land. Son Gohan's form vanishes, causing Trunks to miss. Trunks scans the area and spots Son Gohan above him, prompting him to charge upward. Son Gohan, seeing Trunks approach, executes a flying kick. Trunks swiftly evades to the left, and Son Gohan decelerates. Halting just before touching down, he looks up to see Trunks launching a barrage of energy waves at him. As the energy waves rain down like a storm, Son Gohan dashes forward. Trunks follows suit, directing his energy waves ahead. Boom! 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 Each explosion creates massive craters in the ground. Suddenly, Son Gohan disappears from view, reappearing directly in front of Trunks. Trunks halts his energy wave attack and charges at Son Gohan. In the blink of an eye, they find themselves face to face, exchanging blows with the ferocity of a tempest, their bodies quickly becoming bruised and battered under the relentless assault. With a swift horizontal kick, Son Gohan targets Trunks once more. Bang! Trunks raised his left hand, successfully blocking the incoming punch. Are the two of them evenly matched? Piccolo observed Trunks enduring for such a duration without succumbing, and remarked, "No, my brother has yet to fully unleash his true power. True power." Piccolo gazed towards Gohan, who was suspended in mid-air. Gohan slowly retracted his right foot, and in an instant his figure vanished, reappearing at Trunks' left side. Trunks was taken aback. The very next second, Gohan delivered a powerful kick towards Trunks' body that Trunks' form plummeted to the ground like a projectile, crashing down with tremendous force. The earth was immediately engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. After a brief pause, as the dust began to settle, a figure abruptly materialized behind Gohan. It was Trunks. Gohan swiftly turned around, his right fist striking fiercely towards Trunks. Trunks cried out in agony, clutching his abdomen as he staggered backward. "Gohan, I concede. I admit defeat. Concede?" "Very well," Gohan replied, promptly retracting his energy. Upon witnessing the conclusion of their battle, Piccolo turned to Goten and asked, "Goten, could you assist me in enhancing my power?" "Uncle Piccolo, do you want me to help you perform that ritual as well?" "Indeed." Piccolo nodded. "Can we do it another day? Assisting Trunks and the others with that ritual is quite exhausting." Piccolo nodded again in agreement. Just then Trunks and Gohan approached. "Goten, that ritual of yours is truly remarkable. If Dad knew how much stronger I've become, he would surely be astonished." Goten nodded in acknowledgement. "So, Goten, do you have a way to help me further amplify my strength?" Trunks appeared to regard him merely as a tool. "Yes, what is that method?" "Simply train diligently." Trunks was rendered speechless. Observing this, Gohan chuckled. "Trunks, Goten is right. Only through hard work can one expedite their growth in strength." Trunks nodded in agreement. 2 days later, Goku and Vegeta returned to Earth alongside Kampa. Having learned about Gohan and Trunks' power enhancements, "Goten, does the Elder Kai also perform rituals to boost strength?" "Yes, Dad," Gohan affirmed. "That's so. Then I should have Goten help me enhance my power in the future." "You are quite cunning, Kakarot," Vegeta interjected from the side. Goku chuckled. "Vegeta, you too could have Goten assist you in boosting your strength." "Humph." Vegeta scoffed. "I have no interest in having Goten perform that kind of ritual for me." Subsequently, Goten learned from Goku that both Goku and Vegeta had already trained to the realm of the gods. After spending some time at Bulma's place, Goku returned to the Capsule Corp with Goten and the others. Due to Goku's singular focus on training and neglecting to earn money for the family, he was inevitably met with Chi-Chi's relentless nagging upon his return home. After dinner, Goten proposed a sparring session with Goku, and the two made their way to the mountains behind their home. "Goten, over the past 2 years, your power must have increased significantly, right?" Goku inquired, examining Goten. Goten nodded. While Goten's strength had indeed improved, it was not by a great margin, as his enhancements primarily relied on external means. Sensing this, Goku assumed a battle stance. "Then let us begin." "Agreed." Goten nodded. "Ha!" Goku bellowed, charging towards Goten. In no time, he reached Goten, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to the wind. Goten evaded Goku's attacks with ease, shifting left and right. Gritting his teeth, Goku thrust his right fist forward with all his might. Goten simply raised his right index finger, effortlessly blocking Goku's powerful punch. Watching from a distance, Gohan's face displayed a hint of astonishment. Goten had managed to block that rapid punch with nothing but a single finger. "Ta-da!" Goku shouted, immediately realizing the disparity in their strengths. He roared and transformed into a Super Saiyan. With lightning speed, he launched a barrage of punches towards Goten. In a flash, Goten vanished and reappeared behind Goku, elbowing him sharply in the back. With a resounding crash, Goku was sent crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Goku found himself lying in a sizable crater. Could it be that Goten is currently in a state where he doesn't need to transform? Chapter 60. Android 21. Goku pushed himself off the ground and leaped back several meters. Incredible! It seems I must truly bring forth my genuine abilities, Goku declared, clenching his fists as an astonishing energy surged from within him. Ha! With a mighty shout, Goku's hair and eyebrows turned a vibrant blue. His pupils deepening to a rich azure, he was enveloped in blue energy, adorned with starry particles characteristic of divine energy, droplets shimmering within the aura. The flow of his energy was markedly slower than that of a human or Super Saiyan, accompanied by faint sparks of electricity. This was a transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue. Gohan exclaimed. Goten remained unfazed. Goten, won't you transform? No need, I have mastered the ability to unleash my full strength without transforming. Very well, Goku said, immediately charging at Goten in the blink of an eye. Goku was upon Goten, launching a powerful assault. Goten, with his hands behind his back, effortlessly evaded Goku's strikes. Damn it, Goku growled in frustration, delivering a powerful kick forward. Bang! Goten swiftly raised his left hand, catching Goku's right leg. What? Goku exclaimed in surprise. Goten released his grip, pushing Goku backward. Goku steadied himself, looking at Goten Daha. With another mighty shout, Goku unleashed a torrent of blue energy and charged at Goten. Goten vanished once more, reappearing above Goku. Goku looked up and soared into the sky. Goten extended his hands forward, engaging Goku in a fierce battle. Whoosh! Bang! 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 As they fought, Goku's power surged, yet the gap between him and Goten remained vast. Bang! With a powerful kick, Goku fell to the ground like a meteor, creating a massive cloud of dust. Once the dust cleared, a deep crater was left behind, with Goku lying within it. Looking up at Goten in the sky, Goku chose to concede that, I've lost. Goten nodded in affirmation. At that moment, a voice from his system echoed in Goten's ear. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Goku. You have obtained a Super Saiyan 2 advancement card. Master, would you like to use the Super Saiyan 2 advancement card? Yes, understood, Master. As soon as the words left his lips, a multitude of memories regarding the transformation into Super Saiyan God 2 flooded Son Goten's mind. The metamorphosis into Super Saiyan God 2, while significantly amplifying power, bore only minor differences from that of Super Saiyan. That it seemed that refraining from transforming could also be quite advantageous. Son Goten glanced at the fallen Son Goku and mused silently. This time, Son Goten chose not to transform while battling Son Goku, merely to experience the prowess of Beerus. It is well known that Saiyans astonish their foes through continuous transformations, while beings like Beerus and Jiren, who do not transform, possess remarkable strength in their base forms. Furthermore, without the need to transform, their stamina consumption is remarkably low. In the original Dragon Ball Super, Beerus effortlessly flicked Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku away. When Son Goten witnessed this scene, he was utterly astounded. With a swift motion, Son Goten descended before Son Goku. Son Goku turned to Son Gohan and remarked, Gohan, while your strength has indeed increased, you must continue to train diligently. Of course, Dad, Son Gohan replied, nodding in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Kampa, unable to seek Bulma's assistance in creating the Super Dragon Balls, turned to the 6th universe to enlist the help of a brilliant scientist who crafted a Super Dragon Ball radar. Ultimately locating the last Super Wish Ball. To his astonishment, this final Super Wish Ball was found on an unnamed planet. Lord Kampa, Beerus inquired, what wish do you intend to make? Is it not obvious? I wish to restore the Earth of our 6th universe, thus relieving us of the need to constantly travel to the 7th universe. Beerus nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, Beerus summoned the Eternal Dragon, requesting the restoration of Earth in the 6th universe and the elevation of its civilization to the same level as that of Earth in the 7th universe. After the wish was granted, the Eternal Dragon immediately reverted to 7 Super Dragon Balls, scattering across the 6th and 7th universes. The first thing Kampa did after making his wish was to take Beerus to the Earth of the 6th universe for a grand feast. Time flew by, and before long, a year and a half had passed. Now, only 4 months remained until Beerus's arrival on a deserted island in the southern hemisphere of Earth in the 7th universe. A secret laboratory lay hidden on a woman with long, disheveled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing black-rimmed glasses, large earrings, and a white lab coat, sat before a computer, scrutinizing the displayed data. This woman was known as Android 21, a scientist once employed by the Red Ribbon Army who had acquaintances with Dr. Gero. After the downfall of the Red Ribbon Army, she went into hiding, continuing her research on androids while accumulating data on Son Goku and his companions. When Majin Buu emerged, she collected his cells and transformed herself into an android through the power of Majin Buu cells, adopting the name Android 21. That her motive for becoming an android was simple: to attain immortality and persist in her research until she could create the most formidable android. With the rapid clattering of keys, a golden cell materialized on the computer screen. This golden cell was the ultimate android that Android 21 sought to create. Not only did Golden Cell possess power far superior to that of the original cell, but he also contained the cells of Majin Buu, allowing him to regenerate even when shattered into pieces. Furthermore, Golden Cell possessed absorption capabilities. However, despite being Android 21's ultimate creation, Golden Cell faced a significant obstacle: time. Like the original Cell, he was cultivated from cells, meaning it would take 20 years for him to be fully developed. 20 years. Android 21 gazed at the screen displaying Golden Cell, lost in contemplation. 2 decades was no trivial matter. By the time she succeeded in creating Golden Cell, she might still be unable to defeat Son Goku and his allies. Chapter 61. Call me brother. Just as Android 21 was engrossed in thought, a sudden excruciating pain surged through her mind, accompanied by a destructive impulse that emerged within her consciousness. She screamed in agony as a dark aura erupted from her body, transforming into a figure with pink skin, disheveled long hair, golden bracelets on her wrists, and red irises framed in black. This figure was the embodiment of Android 21's dark thoughts, manifesting in her transformed state as a Majin. Who are you? Android 21 demanded. I am you. The malevolent Android 21 licked her lips, declaring that you're me? Yes, in other words, I am the manifestation of your innermost desires. You wish to create the strongest android and dominate the world. Do you not? Dominate the world. Android 21 pondered, realizing, could it be that you are my inner darkness? The evil Android 21 smirked. I just stated, I am your deepest thoughts. If we join forces, this world will belong to us. No, I will not ally with you. Upon hearing this, the evil Android 21's expression turned cold. If that is the case, I shall eliminate you. Without hesitation, Android 21 turned to flee. The malevolent Android 21 immediately pursued her. Before long, the two departed the research facility and soared over the vast ocean surrounding the island, coming to a halt. The evil Android 21 sneered at her counterpart. Furious, Android 21 clenched her fists tightly. With a powerful roar, she transformed into a Majin state akin to that of the evil Android 21, although her aura was significantly weaker. The evil Android 21 charged at Android 21 upon witnessing her transformation. Taken aback, Android 21 prepared to engage. With a resounding crash, the evil Android 21 delivered a forceful knee strike to Android 21's abdomen, sending her flying 1,000 meters away. Android 21 gasped, clutching her stomach. But before she could react, the evil Android 21 appeared before her in an instant. Without allowing a moment for defense, the evil Android 21 unleashed a flurry of punches towards Android 21's face and body. Bang, bang, bang! Under the relentless assault of the evil Android 21, Android 21 staggered backward, emitting anguished cries. Suddenly, the evil Android 21 executed a front kick that struck Android 21 with tremendous force, causing her to tumble backward. The evil Android 21 raised her hand, unleashing a pink energy wave directed at Android 21. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the energy wave struck Android 21, detonating upon impact with the ocean's surface, engulfing it in a massive cloud of smoke. Plop! Seizing the opportunity provided by the smoke, Android 21 plunged into the sea. Hearing the splash, the evil Android 21 immediately launched energy waves towards the ocean. Bang! 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 With the resounding blasts echoing through the air. The ocean was violently disturbed, creating titanic waves. Android 21 found herself struck by an energy wave unleashed by the malevolent Android 21, yet she possessed the extraordinary regenerative abilities akin to those of Majin Buu. Allowing her injuries to mend swiftly, plunging into the sea, the evil Android 21 moved with lightning speed towards her counterpart. Android 21 clenched her fists tightly and charged forward to confront the wicked Android 21. In a flurry of action, the two combatants clashed, their fists meeting with a cacophony of sound, while their feet danced in a fierce battle. The surrounding waters swirled violently, forming massive whirlpools that impeded their fierce contest. A powerful blow from Android 21 connected with the face of her evil counterpart, sending her crashing backward into a colossal boulder, which shattered upon impact, sending fragments cascading toward Android 21. However, she deftly evaded the falling debris. Meanwhile, the Z fighters on Earth sensed the overwhelming energies radiating from the clash between the two androids. In West City, Krillin, upon sensing the formidable presence of the evil Android 21, turned to Lazuli beside him and remarked, "What an immense power! Could it be that a formidable foe has emerged on Earth?" Lazuli replied, "I don't know, but those two possess incredible strength, far beyond what you can handle." Back to the battle. The combatants had ascended from the ocean and were now engaging fiercely in the sky. Just as their conflict reached a fever pitch, a figure suddenly appeared. "It was Goten! Goten!" exclaimed Android 21, her eyes lighting up as if she had spotted a beacon of hope. "Do you know me?" Goten replied. Yes, yes. This being is my malevolent counterpart. Can you help me eradicate her?" "Of course. Just call me brother." Goten's request left Android 21 momentarily speechless, for she was older than Goku himself. Yet here she was being asked to address Goten as her brother. Before she could voice her hesitation, the evil Android 21 unleashed a powerful kick that sent Android 21 hurtling backward. "Brother!" Android 21 cried out as she flew through the air. No longer hesitating. With a flash, Goten materialized behind her, placing a hand on her waist to slow her descent. The evil Android 21 scoffed, "Goten, if you're going to meddle, I'll eliminate you as well." Goten chuckled. "So if I don't save her, you want to destroy me?" "Oh, I'll eliminate you too," replied the evil Android 21 as she charged at Goten. In an instant, they were engaged in a flurry of blows, their fists and feet exchanging strikes with blinding speed. The sky reverberated with the sounds of their fierce combat. After a brief struggle, Goten delivered a powerful punch to the evil Android 21's abdomen, causing her to cry out in pain as she staggered backward. Gritting her teeth, the evil Android 21 launched herself once more at Goten. With a cold snort, Goten tightened his fists, emanating an astonishing aura that surged dramatically. "Ah!" he shouted, transforming into his adult form, his body now adorned with an impressive mane of dark hair, golden irises, and a red ring surrounding his eyes. Clad in yellow pants and black shoes, he exuded the essence of a Super Saiyan 4. The evil Android 21 recoiled in shock but pressed on with her assault. Goten swiftly countered, his left fist striking forward, colliding forcefully with her right. The impact sent the evil Android 21 reeling. "He's grown," Android 21 gasped, astonished at Goten's transformation from a child into a tall, handsome warrior. Goten, aware of his newfound strength, appreciated the advantages his adult form provided, allowing him to strike from a distance. As the evil Android 21 attempted to capitalize on Goten's momentary distraction, he vanished and reappeared behind her. Startled, she pivoted just in time to see a foot aimed at her face. The speed of the attack was overwhelming, and she was unable to evade it, resulting in a powerful kick that sent her tumbling backward. Though the kick was formidable, she managed to regain her balance. However, before she could stabilize herself, Goten delivered another powerful kick to her face. Forcing her to retreat, Goten unleashed a rapid series of kicks, each strike connecting with her body and face, eliciting cries of distress. After a relentless barrage, Goten launched a final kick that sent the evil Android 21 flying. As she momentarily halted in midair, she clenched her fists, quickly gathering her energy to release a barrage of energy waves towards Goten. Dodging expertly, Goten retaliated with his own energy blasts, resulting in a tumultuous spectacle of explosions and smoke filling the sky. While the ocean churned beneath the detonations that moment, the evil Android 21 paused her assault, drawing upon a tremendous force to absorb Goten's incoming energy waves. Be cautious. She can absorb your energy. Warned Android 21. Absorb energy. You say? Goten smirked, channeling purple destructive energy towards the evil Android 21. She aimed her hands to absorb the incoming destructive energy. In rapid succession, she succeeded in absorbing it, only to be met with a sudden and alarming realization. What is this energy? She exclaimed. Destructive energy, Goten replied with a grin. This energy is highly compressed and far beyond ordinary energy. Moreover, it is inherently destructive. Absorbing it will not only fail to enhance your strength, but could also harm you. Though the evil Android 21 initially seemed unaffected, the strain of containing the destructive energy quickly drained her stamina. Gritting her teeth, she evaded the next wave of destructive energy. Not absorbing energy, are we? Goten taunted. The evil Android 21 glared at him, her expression filled with fury. Just then, Gohan and Trunks appeared from the distance. Brother, Trunks, is that you, Goten? Trunks, with a hint of disbelief in his heart, spoke up. Indeed. But how did you end up like this? This is a transformation I have newly mastered. It allows me to assume the physical form of an adult. A newly mastered transformation? Yes, I will explain it to you after I finish battling her. All right, Trunks responded, turning his gaze towards the Android 21, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the evil Android 21. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of that villain? The Android 21, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. For the evil Android 21's existence stemmed from her own actions. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Goten dashed forward, confronting the evil Android 21. With a swift motion, the evil Android 21 raised her right fist to strike Goten. In response, Goten raised his left hand, successfully blocking her punch. The evil Android 21 was taken aback. I could see that moment. Goten lifted his right hand and declared, "Destruction." No sooner had he uttered the words than a blinding light erupted from the evil Android 21's body. With a piercing scream, she vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Trunks was astonished. Goten, what was that technique? Why did she disappear? That was the technique of destruction. Destruction God. Goten nodded in affirmation. Can you teach me? Of course. Then how do we deal with her? Trunks inquired, glancing at Android 21. I don't know. You don't know? I merely sensed the evil energy of Majin Buu within that previous foe, which is why I eliminated her. Please enlighten me. What exactly is going on? Goten urged the Android 21. Reluctantly. The Android 21 revealed her identity in the matter of collecting Majin Buu's cells. Chapter 63. The awakening of Beerus after Android 21 finished her explanation. Trunks regarded her with a serious expression. Android 21. After this experience, you must engage in deep reflection and strive to be a better person. The Android 21 nodded, somewhat speechless, realizing she had just been admonished by a child. By the way, Android 21, you mentioned you were a scientist, correct? Yes, she affirmed. If that is the case, how about joining my company? It is the largest corporation globally, with a 9-to-5 schedule and weekends off. I will consider it. Great, Trunks nodded. Unless there is anything else, I will take my leave. Goten nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Android 21 promptly turned and flew back to her research facility. Goten, what is this Super Saiyan 4 all about? Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation I achieved after witnessing a full moon, turning into a giant ape and losing my sanity, followed by regaining control. Giant ape? Yes, didn't your father tell you that we Saiyans transform upon seeing a full moon? No, Trunks shook his head. Additionally, I have seen a full moon before and did not transform into a giant ape. Vegeta had never mentioned this to Trunks, as he had long since removed his tail. That's because you lack a tail. Goten explained. A tail? Yes, I once transformed into a giant ape. Tail. Trunks glanced behind him. He remembered having a tail in his early childhood, but Bulma didn't like it, and given that he was to attend school, the presence of a tail would attract undue attention. So it was removed. So, Goten, is it true that having a tail allows one to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Not solely. Your power level must also reach a certain threshold. Meanwhile, upon her return to the research facility, Android 21 gazed at the embryo of the golden cell of Cell that she had cultivated and ultimately decided to destroy it. Although her dream had been to create the strongest android, The events involving the evil android, 21, had instilled a fear within her regarding the Majin Buu cells inside the golden cell, which could potentially lead to the emergence of two cells, a scenario she could not control. Furthermore, her malevolent thoughts had been separated, resulting in a significant change in her temperament. Time passed swiftly, and 4 months had elapsed. Today marked the day of Beerus's awakening. In the realm of the gods of destruction within the 7th universe, in Beerus's chamber, Beerus lay upon a floating stone. Surrounding the stone on which he rested were numerous bells. Suddenly, one of the bells exploded, showering Beerus with debris. Unfazed, he merely turned over. Boom! 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 Then, several bells exploded in succession. Beerus's eyes fluttered open briefly before he closed them again. After a moment, he yawned and rolled off the stone onto another floating rock below. Gradually, he crawled forward, tumbling onto the next larger stone. After a while, he finally rolled onto a stone less than a meter from the ground. At that moment, Whis entered the room. "Lord Beerus, it's time to rise. If you don't get up soon, I shall sing loudly for you." Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately tumbled to the ground and stood up, yawning. "Whis, is the hot water ready? I would like to take a bath first." "It is prepared, Lord Beerus." "Is that so?" Beerus replied, still looking drowsy as he made his way out of the room. Shortly after, Beerus arrived at the bathroom, immersing himself in a steaming hot tub while Whis was nearby. Adding water. "How is the water temperature, my lord?" "It's just about right. Any hotter, and it would be unbearable." "Understood, Lord Beerus." Whis promptly ceased adding water. "Whis, I had a dream in which I battled Kampa and nearly brought about the destruction of the entire universe." "Oh, really?" Whis replied with an awkward smile. He had previously wondered how Goten and Kampa's battle could be so loud without waking him, only to realize it was due to Beerus's dream. "Lord Beerus, Kampa has come to our universe and has fought against a Saiyan named Goten." "What?" Beerus exclaimed in shock. This explained why he had dreamt of Kampa. It was because his universe had been embroiled in battle. "The Saiyan? I thought I instructed Frieza to eradicate the Saiyans. Did Frieza not follow my orders?" "No, Lord Beerus. Frieza has already destroyed planet Vegeta. This Goten is the son of a surviving Saiyan." "I see. But merely one Saiyan should be no challenge for Kampa." "Not quite. In the past decade, the Saiyans have mastered a new transformation known as Super Saiyan." Whis stated, as a projection of Goku transforming into Super Saiyan appeared within the crystal ball of his staff. "Super Saiyan," Beerus mused, stroking his chin. That's Super Saiyan particularly powerful. An ordinary Super Saiyan is average, yet there are levels above it, such as Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan Blue. Oh, then what is Goten's power level in relation to Kampa? He surpasses Super Saiyan Blue. Surpasses Super Saiyan Blue. Then who ultimately emerged victorious? Goten. What? Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately sprang up from the pool, visibly agitated. How could a god of destruction like him have been defeated by a mere human? At that moment, Whis, suddenly feeling rather bashful, spoke up. "Lord Beerus, your lower half." Prompted by Whis's reminder, Beerus glanced down and quickly returned to the pool, exclaiming, "How old is that Goten who defeated Kampa?" 12 years old, 112. "So he is not just a child anymore." "Indeed." Whis nodded. "He was only 7 when he bested Lord Kampa." 7? This Goten, is he truly a Saiyan? Without a doubt, he is a Saiyan, though he is a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling. "A hybrid?" Whis affirmed with an ODB. "By the way, Lord Beerus, why did you awaken so shortly after your slumber this time?" "It was due to a prophetic dream." "A prophetic dream?" "The Oracle Fish once told me that my formidable foe would emerge in 39 years. "Ah, but it seems that none of Lord Beerus's prophetic dreams have ever come to pass." Whis chuckled. Chapter 64. Prophetic Dreams. Humph. Beerus scoffed. "Who says they haven't come true? Isn't Goten the one who defeated Kampa? I believe he must be the adversary for my dream." Whis chuckled. "Lord Beerus, you wouldn't have conjured Goten simply because I mentioned him, would you?" "Who said I conjured Goten? This is clearly my prophetic dream." "Does your prophetic dream mention Goten by name?" "No, in my prophetic dream, I was battling someone named Super Saiyan something or other." "Super Saiyan what?" "I don't recall. Let me think on it, given that Saiyans are so powerful now." "What has become of that Frieza fellow?" "Frieza has already been defeated by Goten's father, Goku." Goku, if Goten can vanquish Kampa, then it is no surprise that Goku could defeat Frieza. Indeed, he was the first Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan. Is that so? By the way, how did Kampa come to our universe and engage in battle with someone named Goten? I'm not particularly clear on that either. By the way, Lord Beerus, I have discovered a planet abundant in delicacies. A planet filled with food? Where is this magical place? It is Earth. Where is Earth? Earth is located in the northern galaxy, and it is the home of Goku and his companions. Even Lord Kampa is quite fond of the cuisine there. Kampa, are you suggesting that he frequently visits our seventh universe while I slumber? Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. He had yet to settle the score with Goten over their battle, and now it seemed Kampa had been intruding into his universe. It's not that often, just occasionally. And you? Beerus fixed a piercing gaze on Whis. Me. Since you claim Earth is brimming with food, surely you visited it as well? I only go occasionally. Beerus regarded him skeptically. Perhaps a tad more often than that. Whis admitted sheepishly. You haven't deceived me, have you? Of course not. Then, since you claimed to have sampled Earth's delicacies, did you bring any back? Of course I did, knowing you would awaken today. I made a special trip to Earth yesterday to bring back some delicacies. Now, that is more like it. After a while, Beerus finished his bath, donned his attire, and made his way to the palace. Whis then presented the various delicacies he had brought back from Earth, one by one, onto the table. What is this? This is called pizza. You should give it a try, Lord Beerus, upon tasting a slice of pizza. A look of astonishment crossed Beerus's face that he quickly devoured the slice and sampled other earthly delights. After indulging in an array of culinary treats, Beerus shot a furious glance at Whis. Whis, with so many delectable dishes available. Why didn't you wake me sooner? I was merely concerned that waking you might displease you. Humph, Beerus grunted. You better confess to me honestly, just how many times have you visited Earth? I seem to have forgotten. Forgotten? Or are you too afraid of my wrath to tell me? Lord Beerus, I think it best I remain silent, lest I provoke your anger further. You rascal. Beerus gazed at the grinning Whis, his irritation subsiding. While he longed to strike Whis, he knew that Whis's strength was far beyond his own. After a while, Beerus finished his meal and summoned the Oracle Fish. Lord Beerus, what can I do for you? Oracle Fish, you mentioned earlier that I would have a formidable foe, correct? Indeed. The Oracle Fish nodded. You know the name of this adversary. I seem to have forgotten that too. The Oracle Fish scratched its head. Beerus, upon hearing this, fixed his intense gaze upon it. Whis, you feed the Oracle Fish 3 times a day, correct? Yes, Lord Beerus. From now on, reduce it to twice a day. Understood, Lord Beerus, Whis replied with a smile. That is imperative. Lord Beerus, the Oracle Fish's expression turned alarmed. Then in that case, you must recollect this name for me. Beerus demanded, a hint of anger in his tone. Yes, the Oracle Fish quivered in fear. I remember now. Your formidable foe is called the God of Super Saiyan. The God of Super Saiyan. Beerus grinned, glancing at Whis. What do you think, Whis? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Whis nodded slightly. Then, Whis, do you know where this God of Super Saiyan is located? In response to Lord Beerus, the so-called God of Super Saiyan is merely a transformation of the Super Saiyan. The transformation of Super Saiyan into a god. I had just introduced the transformation into Super Saiyan and forgot to mention the God of Super Saiyan. As Goku and his companions have already mastered the transformation that surpasses the God of Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue. Are you implying that Super Saiyan Blue is stronger than the God of Super Saiyan? Indeed, Whis nodded. Then how does Goten's strength compare to Goku's? Goten's strength far surpasses that of Goku. Is that so? How long will it take for us to reach Earth? Approximately 20 minutes. That long? We could watch an episode of an anime in that time. What is it? Lord Beerus, do you wish to battle Goten? Beerus nodded. Though Goten has defeated Kampa, his strength is greater than Kampa's, so it is uncertain whether he would lose to Goten. Very well, Whis replied. Leading Beerus away from the palace towards Earth. On Earth, at Bowsy Mountain, Goten was leisurely lounging on a grassy patch, basking in the sun. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl descended from the sky and landed beside Goten. This little girl was Marin, Krillin's daughter, 9 years old. She was not particularly tall, but she was considerably taller than when Goten first met her. Due to Goten's remarkable talent, Krillin often spoke highly of him. Thus, after playing together a few times, Marin developed a fondness for their company. Marin, Goten, big brother. Son Wu-Tien nodded thoughtfully. Marin, what troubles you today? Oh, it's nothing. I was simply feeling bored at home, so I came to play with you. Where is your father? He is at work. Brother Wu-Tien, why are you lying here, basking in the sun? Then, Brother Wu-Tien, how about we go to the mountains to pick wild fruits? That sounds tedious. In that case, what do you suggest we play? Why don't you invite Trunks to join us? Brother Trunks isn't home. Upon hearing this, son Wu-Tien mentally lamented Trunks' absence. How about I take you to play with the flying dragon? The flying dragon? What is that? It's a dinosaur that can fly. After a moment's contemplation, Marin nodded in agreement. Observing her reaction, son Wu-Tien immediately took Marin and soared forward. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Son Wu-Tien called out loudly, "Flying dragon." Initially, there was silence within the cave, but after a brief moment, a dinosaur with yellow skin in front and lighter skin in the back, adorned with a pair of wings, emerged. This dinosaur was indeed the flying dragon, a dear companion from son Gohan's childhood, from the Dragon Ball movies. Son Wu-Tien had heard tales of the flying dragon from son Gohan, which is how he came to recognize it. Flying dragon. Upon hearing his name, the creature immediately extended its tongue to lick son Wu-Tien's hand. Flying dragon. This is Marin. Hello. Marin greeted the flying dragon with a smile. The flying dragon responded with a joyful roar. Gazing at Marin with delight, it then lowered its head in front of her. Brother Wu-Tien, what does this mean? It means he's showing you kindness and inviting you to stroke his head. Oh, I see. Marin replied, reaching out to gently pat the flying dragon's head. The creature, pleased, lifted its head and licked Marin's hand with its tongue. Meanwhile, in the 7th universe, Beerus and Whis were en route to Earth. Having slumbered for an extended period without fulfilling his duties, Beerus took the opportunity to obliterate a few planets along the way. In the Kaio-ken realm. The old Kaio-ken sensed Beerus' awakening and his approach. Old ancestor, what is it? The East Kaio-ken inquired. Noticing the old Kaio-ken's furrowed brow, Lord Beerus has awakened. Lord Beerus. Indeed. The old Kaio-ken affirmed that in merely a short while a multitude of planets has been annihilated by Lord Beerus. What should we do now, old ancestor? There's nothing we can do. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. His role is to destroy planets, and we can only hope he refrains from excessive destruction. What I dread most is that Lord Beerus might seek out son Goku and the others. Goku, you know how troublesome those Saiyans can be. On Earth, after becoming acquainted, Marin and the flying dragon joyfully soared through the skies atop the creature's back. Observing their merriment, son Wu-Tien found a spot to sit down. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable aura of destruction. Could it be Beerus? On North Kaio-ken's planet, son Goku had returned to the 7th universe to train for a while, weary of Chi-Chi's incessant nagging. Balancing over 100 tons on his back, with the gravity on North Kaio-ken's planet being 10 times that of Earth. This was equivalent to over 1,000 tons. He was performing one-finger push-ups. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of destruction washed over him. Such a powerful presence. Could it be that Lord Beerus has awakened? Indeed, the North Kai nodded. Goku, if Lord Beerus arrives, you must not provoke him. Why not? Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. If you offend him, he could genuinely destroy planets. Do not worry, Kaio-ken. I am well aware. The North Kai, however, remained uneasy. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis had reached the North Galaxy. Whis, how much longer until we arrive on Earth? 5 minutes. However, Lord Beerus, the Goku who defeated Frieza, is currently on North Kaio-ken's planet. North Kaio-ken? Yes. North Kaio-ken is considered Goku's master. North Kaio-ken even takes Saiyans as disciples. Then we shall head there first. As you wish, Lord Beerus. For minutes later, Beerus and Whis arrived at North Kaio-ken's planet. Lord Beerus, North Kaio-ken exclaimed, approaching them with enthusiasm. Beerus nodded and surveyed the surroundings, remarking, North Kaio-ken, your planet is rather small. Whis could not suppress a chuckle at this. Do you not recall? Lord Beerus, North Kaio-ken's planet was not always this diminutive. It shrank due to your previous destruction. Is that so? Indeed, Whis confirmed. Just then, son Goku approached with exuberance. Greetings, Lord Beerus. My name is son Goku. You are son Goku? Yes, Goku affirmed that I have heard from Whis that you mastered Super Saiyan God. Indeed, Lord Beerus, could you transform into Super Saiyan God and engage me in battle? Lord Beerus, North Kaio-ken gasped in astonishment at Beerus' request for Goku to fight him. Super Saiyan God? Indeed, Beerus nodded. Very well, Goku declared, clenching his fists tightly, an astonishing aura radiating from his entire being as it surged upward. Ah! With a mighty shout, Goku's hair transformed into a brilliant red hue, his physique becoming leaner, enveloped in an aura reminiscent of solar flames, his eyes enlarged, revealing distinct pupils, his skin becoming fairer, and his visage youthful. Embodying the essence of Super Saiyan God, Beerus smirked slightly, revealing his pearly white teeth as he remarked, "So this is Super Saiyan God?" "Indeed," Goku confirmed, in a swift motion, was stepped back. North Kaio-ken, seeing this, quickly ushered Beerus and the others to retreat. Avoiding the impending clash, just then, Beerus pointed a finger at Goku. Goku shouted, leaping forward, his right fist shooting toward Beerus' face at light speed. With a sidestep, Beerus evaded the blow. Ha! Goku yelled, launching a powerful punch. Startled, Beerus raised his left hand to block Goku's attack. Boom! With a sudden and thunderous sound, Beerus was propelled backward several steps. The ground beneath his feet scraped bare of grass due to the force of his stance. I could see that moment. Sun Wukong charged forward, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful side kick aimed directly at Beerus. Swiftly, Beerus retreated, evading the strike. As Sun Wukong landed, he surged toward Beerus once more. Chapter 66. Sun Wukong vs. Beerus. Part 2. Beerus planted his feet firmly on the ground and charged at Sun Wukong in kind. In the blink of an eye, the two warriors found themselves face to face, their fists colliding with a force akin to lightning. The grass of the North Kaio-ken planet was swept up into the air by the ferocity of their battle, leaving the landscape barren. North Kaio-ken planet. The North Kaio-ken felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Given the destructive capabilities of Sun Wukong and his companions, it was clear that his planet would not survive. On Earth, Sun Goten sensed that Sun Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan God, prompting him to retrieve a crystal ball to observe the battle on the North Kaio-ken planet. "Goten, what are you watching?" Marin inquired as she dismounted from her dragon. "That I'm watching my dad fight Lord Beerus," Goten replied. "Who is Lord Beerus?" "He is the god of destruction of our universe." "Really? I want to see too," Marin said, sitting beside Goten to gaze into the crystal ball. "Goten, why can't I see anything?" Marin asked, her brow furrowed. "Because my dad and the others moved too swiftly for you to catch their battle." "Oh, I see." Back on the North Kaio-ken planet, the two fighters, due to the planet's diminutive size, soared into the sky, halting at a distance of 1,000 meters from one another at the same altitude. "Sun Wukong, you do possess some skill, and no wonder you were able to defeat Frieza," Beerus remarked. "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Beerus. However, if your strength is merely this, you will not defeat me," Sun Wukong replied with a smile. "I do not expect to win against Lord Beerus. I merely hope to exchange a few blows with you." "Oh," Beerus expressed a hint of disappointment upon hearing this. Although Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan God was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Super Saiyan God of his dreams. By the way, Sun Wukong, I heard from Whis that you have mastered a transformation surpassing Super Saiyan God, correct? Lord Beerus, are you referring to Super Saiyan Blue? Indeed, Beerus nodded. Then, since you say so, I shall transform into Super Saiyan Blue, Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists tightly as an overwhelming divine energy erupted from within him, ascending rapidly. Ha! With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong's hair and eyebrows turned to celestial blue, his pupils deepening in hue. Blue energy enveloped him, adorned with starry particles unique to divine energy, droplets flowing within the aura. The energy's movement was significantly slower than that of a human or Super Saiyan state, accompanied by faint sparks of electricity, forming a dual-layered aura of azure and white. This was indeed Super Saiyan Blue. Seeing this, Beerus squinted his eyes. Is this the transformation that transcends Super Saiyan God? Yes, Lord Beerus. Then let me witness your power. Certainly, Lord Beerus. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of blue light, charging toward Beerus. Beerus raised his fists and similarly lunged at Sun Wukong. In no time, the two appeared before one another, their fists and feet colliding with the speed of light. The sky reverberated with thunderous sounds, accompanied by the violent winds generated by their clash. Bang! Suddenly, Sun Wukong surged forward, landing a powerful blow with his right fist against Beerus's body, causing him to stagger backward a few steps. Beerus, taken aback, became somewhat serious. Huh! Sun Wukong shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts toward Beerus. With a swift movement, Beerus dodged and appeared before Sun Wukong, delivering a forceful strike to his chin. Bang! The heavy impact sent Sun Wukong reeling backward. He could see that moment. The energy blast he had fired exploded in the sky. Beerus flickered and, in an instant, was in front of Sun Wukong again, delivering a powerful kick. Sun Wukong raised his hands in defense, but was sent flying backwards several hundred meters. Is this all you can do? Sun Wukong? Of course not, Lord Beerus. Huh. Sun Wukong replied, clenching his fists tightly as a surge of blue energy radiated from his body. With this newfound energy, Sun Wukong dashed toward Beerus at an unprecedented speed. Caught off guard by the sudden acceleration, Beerus raised his hands to defend against the impending assault. Just as anticipated, as Beerus lifted his hands, Sun Wukong's fists struck like a tempest, relentlessly bombarding him with attacks. Bang! 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 Under the onslaught of Sun Wukong's ferocious strikes, Beerus was forced to retreat. Ha! After a sustained assault, Sun Wukong launched a final blow, sending Beerus hurtling back several hundred meters. Whis, observing the thrilling battle, casually produced a bag of chips from his staff. Munching while watching the two fighters, the North Kaio-ken, witnessing this, fell silent. His planet lay in ruins from the clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus, and yet Whis appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Even snacking on chips. North Kaio-ken, would you like some chips? Yes. In the sky, after being knocked back, Beerus immediately gathered destructive energy in his hands and unleashed it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Boom! With a cataclysmic explosion, the destructive energy detonated behind Sun Wukong, unleashing a ferocious purple storm that swept outward. Boom! Not long after, another wave of destructive energy erupted, frustrated that both attacks had missed. Beerus charged at Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong shouted and charged toward Beerus in response. In an instant, they found themselves facing each other again. Sun Wukong swung his right fist with all his might, aiming for Beerus. Beerus dodged, maneuvering behind Sun Wukong. Startled, Sun Wukong prepared to turn when Beerus's tail suddenly ensnared him like a noose, immobilizing him completely. With Sun Wukong bound, Beerus grinned wickedly, unleashing a flurry of punches toward his face and body. Sun Wukong cried out in pain. Crack! After enduring a series of blows, Sun Wukong suddenly bit down on Beerus's tail. Beerus screamed in agony, hastily retracting his tail. Lord Beerus, the North Kaio-ken, gasped in shock. Nearly losing control, Sun Wukong had resorted to the same tactic he used against Frieza to counter Beerus. Chapter 67. Sun Wukong vs. Beerus, Part 3. Huffing, Beerus glared at his now swollen tail, blowing air onto it in an attempt to soothe the injury. Once the swelling subsided somewhat, he glared at Sun Wukong with seething rage. You vile creature, how dare you employ such brutish tactics? Lord Beerus, who instructed you to bind me with your tail? Beerus scoffed, his speed resembling a flash of light as he charged at Sun Wukong once more. Sun Wukong, startled, quickly raised his hands to defend himself. Bang! 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 With both hands crackling with lightning, Beerus forcefully struck down upon Sun Wukong's arms. Under the relentless assault from Beerus, Sun Wukong found himself retreating rapidly. Bang! Suddenly, Beerus thrust his right knee forward with great force, delivering a heavy blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a loud cry of anguish, spewing forth a mouthful of bitter liquid. In a flash, Beerus appeared behind Sun Wukong, bringing his hands together in a hammering motion aimed at Wukong's back. Bang! Boom! With a resounding explosion, Sun Wukong was propelled like a beam of light, crashing into the surface of King Kai's planet, creating a sizable crater. Instantly, a third of King Kai's planet was obliterated. Why King Kai's planet? King Kai exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation. Just then, as Sun Wukong continued to descend, he clenched his fists tightly, slowing his fall just beneath King Kai. Upon looking up, he noticed that Beerus had already vanished from above King Kai's planet. Gone! As soon as the words left his mouth, Beerus's figure abruptly reappeared beneath Sun Wukong. Wukong glanced down to see Beerus gathering a sphere of destructive energy in his right hand, aimed directly at him. Alarmed, Sun Wukong realized it was too late to evade. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the destructive energy detonated in the sky, unleashing an immense purple tempest that swept outward. The entirety of King Kai's planet was devastated. Suffering significant destruction from the cataclysmic blast, in the final moments before the explosion, was conjured a protective barrier using his angelic powers, shielding King Kai and the others. King Kai gazed at the remnants of his planet, now reduced to half, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. With a disdainful snort, Beerus unleashed a destructive energy blast into the swirling smoke of the explosion. Boom! Another massive explosion echoed, sending shockwaves through the air, followed by a wretched scream from within the smoke. The remaining half of King Kai's planet trembled violently from the impact of the blast, causing King Kai to lose his footing and fall to the ground. After a brief moment, as the smoke began to dissipate, Sun Wukong stood in midair, looking rather disheveled and gasping for breath. Beerus smirked and descended toward King Kai's planet. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately followed suit. Soon, both warriors hovered above King Kai's planet, exchanging glances that, in an instant, they surged forward at blinding speed, colliding with one another. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With each violent clash, their forms transformed into a dazzling display of blue and purple light, continuously colliding in the sky. Numerous blue and purple circles manifested in the atmosphere, created by their fierce battle. After a brief skirmish, they clasped hands, exerting their full strength against each other in the heavens. Due to Beerus's superior might, he quickly began to push Sun Wukong backward. Sun Wukong roared loudly, unleashing a tremendous amount of blue energy that forced Beerus back. Gritting his teeth, Beerus retaliated with a surge of purple energy, pushing Wukong in the opposite direction. The very fabric of space around them quaked violently from the collision of their energies, that a fierce gale erupted from their bodies, spreading chaos in all directions. Bang! After a fierce standoff, Beerus exerted his strength, sending Sun Wukong flying away. Both warriors, drained from their exertions, gasped for air. After a brief respite, Beerus conjured 6 clones, encircling Sun Wukong. Startled, Wukong's expression grew serious. I could see that moment. All 7 of Beerus's right hands simultaneously gathered destructive energy and launched it towards Sun Wukong. Clenching his teeth, Wukong prepared for the impending attack. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the destructive energy detonated, filling the sky with thick smoke. It hit! Beerus laughed triumphantly, recalling all his clones back in his main body. Just then, a powerful voice emerged from the smoke. What? Beerus gasped, witnessing Sun Wukong charging through the haze with his fists clenched tightly. In an instant, Wukong reached Beerus's front and swung his right fist forward with great force. Beerus raised his arms to block the attack. Wukong then lifted his left fist, aiming to strike Beerus once more. However, Beerus thrust his right knee forward, intercepting Wukong's blow just as it was about to connect, sending him staggering backward. Raising his gaze, Sun Wukong saw Beerus gathering destructive energy in his right hand. A devilish grin spreading across Beerus's face as he unleashed the energy. Wukong swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the destructive energy erupted in the sky. Wukong gritted his teeth, ready to charge at Beerus, only to see him enveloped in a massive aura of destructive energy. What? Wukong exclaimed in shock. Beerus waved his right hand forward, directing all the gathered energy towards Sun Wukong. In response, Wukong swiftly brought his hands together. Kamehameha, a deep blue energy wave formed in his palms, surging toward the oncoming destructive energy. The Kamehameha wave, akin to a dragon's tail, detonated all the approaching destructive energy, The sky erupted with plumes of smoke from the explosions. Watching the chaos unfold, Beerus raised his right index finger, coalescing a colossal sphere of destructive energy above it. What? King Kai gasped in horror. If that energy were to land, his planet would surely be annihilated. Sun Wukong steeled himself, clenching his jaw at the sight of Beerus's overwhelming energy. With a light chuckle, Beerus hurled the destructive energy towards Wukong. Kamehameha, Sun Wukong once again brought his hands together, summoning another deep blue energy wave to counter the incoming destructive force. Bang! With a violent clash, the Kamehameha wave collided with the destructive energy. However, due to the sheer size of the destructive energy, Wukong's attack was pushed back. Sun Wukong yelled, unleashing a staggering surge of energy that pushed the destructive force slightly forward. Chapter 68. Beerus arrives on Earth. Beerus's eyes widened as he pressed down with his right hand. Sun Wukong suddenly felt an immense pressure bearing down on him and cried out, "This is the end for you, Sun Wukong." Beerus chuckled lightly, applying even more force with his hand. Damn it. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, unleashing a torrent of blue energy. Kaio-ken, with a powerful shout, an additional red aura flared alongside his blue energy. What? Beerus was taken aback. Tenfold Kaio-ken. Sun Wukong roared, his energy surging dramatically, pushing the destructive force back to... Beerus gritted his teeth, using his left hand to press against the destructive energy. As the two energies clashed violently. Invisible ripples radiated outwards, spreading throughout the universe. Sun Wukong bellowed, his energy spiking once more. 20-fold Kaio-ken, with a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong forcefully pushed back the destructive energy. Beerus grit his teeth and, with all his strength, managed to advance the destructive energy ever so slightly. After a moment of stalemate, both streams of energy were completely consumed, vanishing into thin air. Breathing heavily, Beerus turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Had he known that Sun Wukong had such a hidden ace up his sleeve, he would not have held back and would have decisively defeated him. Now he had to confront Son Goten, which would surely take a toll on his stamina. I could see that moment. Sun Wukong was also panting heavily, staring at Beerus. Suddenly, his body reverted to its normal state. North Kai. Wukong has transformed back. Whis nodded in acknowledgement that it was indeed remarkable for Wukong to have held his ground against Lord Beerus for so long. Indeed, Beerus chuckled, observing the now returned Sun Wukong. Wukong, do you wish to continue fighting? No, Lord Beerus. I have exhausted all my energy. Beerus nodded, descending towards the now half-diminished North Kai's planet. Sun Wukong followed suit. Lord Beerus. Whis immediately approached upon seeing this. Then shall we head Earth? Yes, Lord Beerus. To Earth? Sun Wukong inquired of Whis. Indeed, Lord Beerus. We are off to Earth to savor its delicacies. Before Whis could finish, Beerus interjected eagerly. In that case, allow me to lead you. You, Lord Beerus. Wukong possesses the instant transmission of the Yardrat people, which would be swifter than our means. If that is the case, then it shall be you who guides us. Sun Wukong nodded, placing his index fingers upon his forehead. Then, Lord Beerus and Whis, please place your hands on my back. Both nodded and placed their hands on Sun Wukong's back. In an instant, Sun Wukong executed the instant transmission, disappearing from sight, after the trio vanished. North Kai gazed mournfully at the remaining half of his planet, his expression turning somber. Today had indeed been an unfortunate day for him. On Earth, in West City, at Bulma's home, Sun Wukong had already transported Beerus and Whis to the backyard of Bulma's residence. Wukong, who is this? Bulma asked, observing Beerus, who bore a striking resemblance to Kampa. Bulma, this is Lord Beerus. Oh, so you are the Lord Beerus of our universe. Beerus nodded slightly. Lord Beerus, this is Miss Bulma, who has always arranged delightful meals for me during my visits to Earth. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Beerus fixed a piercing gaze upon Whis, as if to question how much he had indulged without his knowledge. Whis, sensing the scrutiny, immediately felt a twinge of guilt. Lord Beerus, what delicacies would you like to savor? I do not know. Just bring me anything delicious. Understood. Then Miss Bulma, I must trouble you. Bulma nodded in agreement. Lord Beerus, weren't you intending to seek out Goten for battle? Why suddenly desire to taste Earth-esque cuisine? Was quietly inquired of Beerus. I have just expended considerable energy. Is it not reasonable to replenish it? Was chuckled softly. Lord Beerus, you are not perhaps afraid of being outmatched by son Goten, thus needing to regain your strength? Who fears being outmatched by son Goten? I merely wish to relish Earth-esque delights. Is that so wrong? Very well, was replied with a grin, a tea this moment. Sun Wukong, standing not far away, noticed the two whispering and immediately inquired, Whis, what are you two discussing? Nothing much. Is that so? Sun Wukong replied, his heart filled with skepticism. After a while, the earthly delicacies ordered by Bulma arrived, laid out upon the grand table in the backyard. Upon seeing the lavish spread, Beerus eagerly prepared a feast, only to be interrupted by Whis. There are rules. One must announce their intention to eat before beginning. Of course I know that. Then I shall eat. At Bowsing Mountain, son Goten was about to stow away the crystal ball after the battle when he noticed Marin looking at him with a beaming smile. Brother Goten, can I borrow your crystal ball to play with? Absolutely not. Son Goten rejected without a second thought. Marin pouted in response to, don't be so stingy. I'll return it. I will lend it to you. But on one condition. What condition? Marin's eyes lit up. Defeat me. Brother Goten, if you don't want to lend it, just say so. I have said so, yet you still wish to borrow it. Humph. I shan't bother with you anymore. I'm going to find Trunks to play. With that, Marin soared into the sky. Son Goten paid her no mind, instead placing the found crystal ball into his system inventory. Like tea that moment, Marin glanced back at son Goten, and upon seeing he was not trying to placate her, she quickened her pace and flew ahead faster. Back at Bulma's house, after indulging in sumptuous feast, Beerus found his belly round and full. I am so stuffed, Beerus remarked, patting his belly with his right hand. Whis, hearing this, picked up a fried fish with his chopsticks and began to eat, having come from the realm of destruction and feasting once more. It was no wonder he felt satiated. After half an hour, Beerus felt sufficiently digested and turned to the already satisfied Whis. Whis, let us seek out son Goten. Son Wukong interjected. Looking for Goten? Yes, Lord Beerus initially intended to battle son Goten. But upon learning that you had defeated Frieza and mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan God, he wished to witness your prowess. Is that so? Indeed, Whis affirmed with a nod. Then, Lord Beerus, shall we depart? Yes. Chapter 69. Super Saiyan God 2. Whis, with a flick of his staff towards the ground, led Beerus away from Bulma's house to Bowsing Mountain. Son Goten was seated upon a large stone, gazing up at the sky when a radiant beam of light suddenly descended from above. As the brilliance faded, two figures emerged. These figures were none other than Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus, this is son Wukong's youngest son, son Goten. Beerus nodded slightly. Goten, this is Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus. Goten, Lord Beerus has heard of your formidable strength and wishes to engage you in battle. Battle me? Whis nodded affirmatively. Very well. After a moment's consideration, son Goten agreed. Just then, a figure appeared. Son Wukong, determined not to miss such an exhilarating fight, was cast a glance at son Wukong before swiftly retreating. Son Wukong followed suit. Beerus chuckled. Goten, transform into a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? I wish to see if you are the worthy rival of my dreams. Son Goten nodded firmly, clenching his fists with determination. Ah! With a resounding shout, Sun Wutian's hair transformed into a brilliant crimson hue, his eyes enlarged and revealing distinct pupils, morphing into features outlined like a work of art, with his pupils and irises taking on shades of black and red. His entire being enveloped in an aura reminiscent of solar flames. This was indeed the Super Saiyan God. Witnessing this, Beerus stroked his chin with his right hand. Although Sun Wutian's current energy was formidable, it was still insufficient to reach the realm of the God of Destruction. In the Kaio-ken realm, the old Kaio-ken, observing the impending battle between the two, could not help but sigh that I previously thought that once Goku finished fighting Lord Beerus, it would all come to an end. I never anticipated that Lord Beerus would now turn his attention to Sun Wutian. It's an unavoidable situation. Ancestor, the East Kaio-ken remarked. How many in this universe would dare to refuse a request from Beerus? The old Kaio-ken nodded slightly. So, Lord Beerus, may we commence? Sun Wu-Tien inquired, gazing at Beerus. Beerus gave a slight, "O-D-I-N" response. Sun Wu-Tien clenched his hands tightly and launched an attack towards Beerus's face. Beerus swiftly dodged to the side, evading the blow. Sun Wu-Tien let out a fierce cry, forcefully thrusting his right knee forward. Beerus mirrored the action with his left knee, resulting in a thunderous clash that sent shockwaves through the air. Both combatants were pushed back a few steps, yet they quickly closed the distance again, their fists and feet colliding with the speed of light. Bang, bang, bang! The intensity of their duel caused the very mountains of Baozi Mountain to tremble. With countless stones and debris being hurled into the air, boom! Beerus's right fist struck Sun Wu-Tien squarely in the face, sending him flying. With a resounding crash, Sun Wu-Tien's body, like a beam of light, crashed heavily into the mountain behind him. Beerus raised his right hand, condensing a sphere of destructive energy, aiming it at Sun Wu-Tien, who had crashed into the mountain. With a colossal explosion, the mountain shattered into countless fragments, raining down from the sky. However, amidst the rubble, Sun Wu-Tien's figure was nowhere to be seen. Beerus squinted his eyes, and the next moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared behind Beerus, none other than Sun Wu-Tien himself. As Beerus turned, he saw Sun Wu-Tien's right fist barreling towards him. Beerus sidestepped to the right and executed a powerful kick, sending Sun Wu-Tien tumbling to the left. Sun Wu-Tien planted his feet firmly on the ground, halting just before colliding with the mountain behind him. The warm-up is over. It's time for you to unleash your true power. Sun Wu-Tien, capable of defeating Zampa, undoubtedly possessed more strength than this. Nodding, he clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, rapidly ascending in intensity. The ground around him trembled violently under the influence of his energy. Sun Wu-Tien unleashed a mighty roar, radiating a brilliant white light. Yes, the light dissipated. While he still retained the appearance of a Super Saiyan God, his aura had undergone a qualitative transformation. Beerus, sensing Sun Wu-Tien's energy, felt a twinge of surprise, for Sun Wu-Tien's aura now rivaled his own. Goku and Whis observed with astonishment. Goku, isn't the transformation that surpasses the Super Saiyan God supposed to be the Super Saiyan Blue? Goku nodded. I believe it's because Wu-Tien's strength is exceptional, even in his Super Saiyan God form. He may surpass my Super Saiyan Blue. Is that so? Goku nodded again. Beerus interjected. Is this your Super Saiyan God form? Sun Wu-Tien affirmed with a nod. However, this is the Super Saiyan God 2. Super Saiyan God 2? Indeed, while both are Super Saiyan Gods, there exists a vast difference in their tiers. Now I understand. No wonder your energy fluctuates so dramatically compared to before, Beerus remarked, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Before arriving, he had contemplated Sun Wu-Tien's strength, yet he realized he had still underestimated him. According to Goku, the Super Saiyan Blue was a transformation that surpassed the Super Saiyan God, if Sun Wu-Tien had also mastered the Super Saiyan Blue 2 or the Kaio-ken. This battle could very well be evenly matched. Then, Lord Beerus, shall we continue our battle? Very well, Beerus responded, somewhat lacking in confidence. Sun Wu-Tien transformed into a streak of red light, soaring into the sky. Beerus followed suit. And as they ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters, they suddenly halted, gazing at one another. Sun Wu-Tien chuckled lightly, emanating a vast expanse of red light as he charged towards Beerus. In response, Beerus radiated an aura of purple light, hurtling towards Sun Wu-Tien. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With earth-shattering sounds, the two figures swiftly maneuvered through the sky, engaging in a fierce combat. As they battled, fierce gales erupted in the skies, cascading downwards towards the earth. Bang! Sun Wu-Tien and Beerus's right fists collided with each other's faces, sending them both reeling back. Ha! Sun Wu-Tien bellowed, swiftly clapping his hands together, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Beerus. Beerus dodged to the side, charging towards Sun Wu-Tien. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wu-Tien ceased his energy wave assault and met him head-on. Chapter 70. Battling the God of Destruction with Mortal Strength. Whoosh! Beerus's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Sun Wu-Tien. Sun Wu-Tien swiftly pivoted, only to find Beerus raising his foot to deliver a kick. Instinctively, he raised his left hand to block, stumbling back several paces. Beerus let out a cold snort and charged at Sun Wutien with a clenched fist. Sun Wutien tightened his fists, launching an attack against the oncoming Beerus. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Beerus skillfully dodged Sun Wutien's fierce strikes, then raised his fists to retaliate. Sun Wutien evaded once more, narrowly escaping Beerus's counterattack, gritting his teeth. Beerus concentrated destructive energy in his right hand and unleashed it towards Sun Wutien. Startled, Sun Wutien swiftly dodged away. With a resounding explosion, the destructive energy detonated behind Sun Wutien. The two fighters' figures flickered as they ascended, their fists colliding with tremendous force. Bang! After exchanging blows for a time, their hands locked together, each radiating red and purple auras, clashing intensely. The surrounding void trembled under the ferocity of their energies, sending invisible ripples throughout the universe. The ocean on Earth roiled violently, affected by the unseen waves. Humanity felt the repercussions, experiencing headaches and nausea. Nearby, uninhabited planets were obliterated by the impact of the invisible ripples, reduced to cosmic dust. With a mighty shout, Sun Wutien pushed Beerus back a few steps. Beerus gritted his teeth, retaliating by pushing Sun Wutien away. Bang! After a moment of stalemate, both combatants were sent reeling back, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Beerus's face. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan God I envisioned in my dreams. Though he has slightly shorter dreams, Sun Wutien feigned ignorance. Yes, do you know why I sought you out for battle? Is it not because my strength is superior? That is not the sole reason. The primary reason is my prophetic dreams. Prophetic dreams. To put it simply, I dreamt of battling a Super Saiyan God whose strength matched my own. But alas, before we could determine a victor, I awoke. I see. Beerus nodded that, of course, there was one paramount reason he withheld from voicing, and that was pride at a prophetic dream, even if fabricated, would ordinarily bear little consequence. Yet he had previously boasted to Whis about his visions, only to be met with failure each time, undoubtedly inviting ridicule from Whis. His earlier battle with Son Goku, while it showcased the might of a Super Saiyan God, still paled in comparison to the Super Saiyan God of his dreams. Thus, his confrontation with Son Goten was intended to unequivocally validate the authenticity of his prophetic dream, a resounding slap to Whis's face. Then, Lord Beerus, let us continue our battle, Son Goten proclaimed, immediately transforming into a streak of fire and charging at Beerus. With a thunderous shout, Beerus thrust his right fist forward with all his might. Bang! An earth-shattering sound erupted as their fists collided, emanating an astonishing aura that radiated outward. Subsequently, invisible ripples spread from their hands, cascading throughout the universe. Boom! After a brief standoff, Beerus clenched his right fist tightly, forcing Son Goten to stagger back several steps. Beerus raised his index finger, conjuring a massive destructive energy aimed at the ground. Startled, Son Goten swiftly positioned himself below the destructive energy, rapidly gathering energy with both hands. Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave coalesced from Son Goten's hands, launching toward the descending destructive force. Bang! With an immensely violent sound, the Kamehameha collided fiercely with the destructive energy. Beerus pressed down with both hands, suppressing the destructive force. Gritting his teeth, Son Goten pushed upward with all his strength. What incredible power! Is this the strength of Lord Beerus and his ilk? Although Son Goku had previously observed the battle between Son Goten and Kampa, he could not yet perceive divine energy at that time. Now, the ferocious clash of energies made him acutely aware of the chasm separating him from them. Yeah, Beerus bellowed, applying all his force downward. Son Goten similarly shouted, thrusting his hands upward with all his might. Bang! As the two energies clashed violently, they unleashed a tempest of unparalleled ferocity, spreading outward. Soon after, invisible waves emanated from the energies, diffusing throughout the cosmos. After a brief standoff, the two energies, continuously colliding and compressing, ultimately vanished as their power was exhausted. Who? The two panted heavily, gazing at one another. Suddenly, Son Goten reverted to his normal state. Aren't you going to fight anymore? Beerus inquired. No, I merely wish to challenge you using the strength of a mortal. The strength of a mortal? Indeed. As Son Goten spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, radiating an astonishing aura that surged upward. Boom! The ground trembled violently around them. With a colossal roar, Son Goten's body elongated and expanded, sprouting an abundance of white fur except for his chest, head, palms, and soles. His white hair cascaded down to his waist. His eyebrows disappeared, and his brow pressed closely against his eye sockets, while his pupils transformed to crimson. This was indeed Super Saiyan 5. As Son Goten's aura surged, Krillin and the others on Earth immediately sensed his energy. What a tremendous power! Could Goten be battling someone? Tien Shinhan speculated. I have no idea. Kaiotsu shook his head. Beerus, witnessing Son Goten's transformation, felt a hint of surprise that a transformation of the Super Saiyan. Son Goten nodded. Although Super Saiyan God, too, could also defeat Beerus, he, as a mortal, still yearned to conquer Beerus using only mortal strength. That so? Then let me witness your power. Son Goten nodded affirmatively and transformed into a streak of white light. Charging at Beerus, in the blink of an eye, Son Goten appeared before Beerus, his fists moving like lightning to strike at him. Beerus dodged while blocking Son Goten's attacks, retreating with each blow. Chapter 71. Super Saiyan 5 at full power. Son Goten roared, thrusting his right fist forward with full force. Bang! Son Goten's fist struck Beerus's chest, sending him hurtling back hundreds of meters. That moment, Piccolo and Trunks arrived. That Goten? Piccolo asked, though Trunks had witnessed Son Goten's Super Saiyan 4 transformation. He had never seen his Super Saiyan 5 form, and being at high altitude, he was uncertain if it was indeed Son Goten. Yes, Piccolo affirmed. Son Goten cast a glance at Beerus, then transformed into a streak of white light. Soaring into the skies above Earth, Beerus immediately followed suit. Soon, Son Goten ascended beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Pausing above the planet, he looked down, gazing at the azure glow below. That moment, Beerus flew in front of him and halted. Son Goten smirked, abruptly raising both hands toward Beerus. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly at this gesture. Son Goten shouted, transforming into a streak of white light as he charged at Beerus. Beerus intended to move, but found his body seemingly immobilized. Could it be? As Beerus watched Son Goten raise his hands, a realization dawned upon him. Bang! Just then, Son Goten reached Beerus, forcefully driving his knee into Beerus's abdomen. Beerus let out a pained scream, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Son Goten swiftly circled around Beerus's back, delivering a powerful hammer strike to his rear. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Beerus was sent plummeting toward Earth like a meteor. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goten quickly clasped his hands together. Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave coalesced from Son Goten's hands, hurtling toward Beerus. What? Beerus exclaimed in shock. Bang! The Kamehameha struck Beerus, accelerating his descent toward the ground. Earth. Son Goku's heart raced with concern as he witnessed the Kamehameha heading for Earth. Damn it! Beerus roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of destructive energy that gradually dissipated the Kamehameha before him. However, although Beerus neutralized the Kamehameha, he had expended considerable stamina in the process. The Kamehameha has vanished. Son Goku gasped in surprise, was nodded knowingly that the god of destruction can transform energy. Goku, after all this training with Lord Kampa, you still didn't know this? I had no idea. Despite training with Kampa, Son Goku rarely engaged in battle with him. Whoosh! At that moment, Son Goten clenched his fists tightly, radiating an astonishing energy that surged upward. What? Beerus's expression changed as he sensed Son Goten's energy rising rapidly. He had already exerted his full strength in their battle. Yet Son Goten was still concealing his true power. Concealing his energy was one thing, but after fighting Son Goten for so long, his own energy had diminished due to fatigue, while Son Goten, after 2 transformations, not only maintained, but increased his energy. He even human. Zzz bang. Just then, Son Goten unleashed his full power as Super Saiyan 5, releasing the energy that had accumulated around him. Beerus gritted his teeth, realizing that Son Goten's strength exceeded his expectations. If he continued to fight, he might truly be defeated by Son Goten. However, if he refrained from fighting, Would that not signify his fear of son Goten? Now, it presents a moment of profound dilemma for him. I shall give it my all, exclaimed Beerus, as his form instantly transformed into a streak of violet light, soaring into the expanse beyond Earth. Observing this, son Goten immediately propelled himself from the outer atmosphere back towards the planet. With a resounding crash, son Goten descended while Beerus ascended, their right fists colliding with tremendous force. An unparalleled tempest erupted from the clash of their hands. Radiating outward and enveloping the surroundings, the sky reverberated with an astonishing roar. Daha! Son Goten bellowed, as his right fist suddenly unleashed an immense surge of power, driving Beerus downward. Gritting his teeth, Beerus swiftly stabilized himself mid-air. At that juncture, son Goten executed a flying kick, landing heavily upon Beerus's form. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Beerus plummeted to the ground like a flash of light. The earth was immediately engulfed in a colossal cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, Master! You have defeated Beerus and acquired the embryonic form of destruction energy, unfettered ultimate technique. Defeated? Indeed, Master, his current strength is reduced to a mere 10%. Only 10%. Is that so? Do you wish to kill him? No, I was merely inquiring. After a brief interval, as the dust settled, an immense pit emerged in the ground, with Beerus lying at its center. Lord Beerus, son Wukong glanced at Beerus, who was sprawled in the depths of the pit. Just then, Beerus gasped for breath and rose from the pit, gazing up at son Goten. Upon witnessing this, son Goten reverted to his normal state and descended. Tien, Goten, has he transformed back? Indeed. Jiaozi nodded. Lord Beerus, I am quite famished. Shall we call it a day? Son Goten remarked, as his stomach grumbled audibly. Hearing this, Beerus glanced at the onlookers, including Piccolo, and nodded in agreement. Having lived for billions of years, Beerus naturally understood that son Goten was intentionally providing him a way out. Witnessing this, Whis immediately flew over to heal their injuries. Goten, that move you executed earlier, which rendered me immobile, must have been a psychic ability, correct? Son Goten nodded in affirmation. Observing this, Beerus turned to Whis beside him. Whis, did my prophetic dream not prove accurate this time? Son Goten truly possesses strength comparable to mine. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis confirmed with a nod. After hearing this, Beerus stifled a yawn. Then, Whis, shall we return? Certainly, Lord Beerus, Whis replied. Bidding farewell to son Wukong. Well, Goku, we shall take our leave. Son Wukong nodded in response. Whis, with a flick of his staff towards the ground, summoned a radiant spectrum of light beneath their feet, whisking them away from Earth. As soon as Trunks saw them depart, he swiftly flew to son Goten's side. Goten, was that transformation of your Super Saiyan 5? Son Goten nodded once more. Just how many transformations do you possess? You rascal! At this, son Goten found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 72. Beerus seeks accountability from Kampa. Currently, the transformations he had mastered were primarily Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. As for the enigmatic state, the God of Destruction's techniques, and the unfettered ultimate technique, those pertained to states and realms. Although they altered his appearance, they did not qualify as transformations, should Black Goku emerge. He might wield the power of Super Saiyan Rose. Reflecting on this, he realized he indeed had quite a repertoire of transformations. He was nearly becoming a transformation aficionado, just as son Goten was lost in thought. A figure approached from afar. That it was Marin. Marin, Trunks called out. Marin nodded, smiling at son Goten beside her. Brother Goten, what was that transformation you just performed? I couldn't see it clearly from the ground. Could you show me again? Marin, I'm quite hungry right now and lack the energy to transform. All right then, I'll come back this afternoon to see your transformation. Trunks nudged son Goten with his elbow. Well done, Goten, in the 7th universe. After Whis escorted Beerus away from Earth, they immediately engaged in conversation. Lord Beerus, what are your thoughts on this recent battle? Humph. Beerus scoffed. What do you think? Whis chuckled at this. Lord Beerus, you were the one who insisted on fighting son Goten. Isn't that because your prophetic dream was inaccurate, prompting me to seek him out? Whis smiled. Yet your previous prophetic dream was indeed flawed. Beerus huffed again. By the way, it has been over 4 years since son Goten last battled Kampa. Over 4 years, Whis nodded. In that time, his strength has significantly increased. By the way, Whis, how old is son Goten this year? If we calculate according to the Earth's age, he should be 12. Only 12? Yes. So tell me, is there a possibility he could surpass you angels? I don't know. Whis shook his head that I've never encountered a human as gifted as son Goten in the 6th universe, within the realm of the god of destruction. Vegeta was currently training on a grassy field. Beerus flew down from the palace and landed before Kampa, who was seated on a large rock. Lord Kampa, Lord Beerus has awakened. Awakened? Indeed, and he even fought against son Wukong and son Goten. Son Wukong, son Goten? Why would Beerus suddenly seek them out for a battle? I'm not certain, but like you, Lord Beerus also lost to son Goten. Upon overhearing their conversation, Vegeta ceased his training, clenching his fists tightly. Beerus lost as well. Kampa felt a surge of schadenfreude at this revelation. Indeed, said Vados, nodding. Moreover, son Goten's current strength surpasses what it was when he last battled you. Kampa's expression turned grave. Vados, what exactly are the Saiyans? If they belong to our 6th universe, they are a peaceful race. However, if from the 7th universe, they are a warrior race. A warrior race. Furthermore, once they attain the Super Saiyan transformation, they surpass their limits without encountering any barriers. So Vados, have there been any exceptionally powerful individuals among their ranks? I cannot speak for the Saiyans of the 7th universe, but there should be none among those of the 6th universe. None at all? Correct. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days elapsed. Beerus, intending to confront Kampa regarding his reckless actions within his universe, arrived with Whis at the realm of destruction in the 6th universe. Beerus, Kampa greeted as soon as he spotted him. Beerus nodded and turned to regard Vegeta, who stood nearby. Lord Beerus. Vegeta promptly greeted him. Beerus acknowledged him with a nod before focusing back on Kampa. What brings you here today? Kampa inquired, somewhat apprehensively. Are you not welcoming my presence? Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your actions during my slumber, as you traverse my universe? I have done nothing of consequence, merely indulged in some delectable cuisine within your realm. With a scoff, Beerus expressed his disdain. And what of your skirmish with son Goten? How did you even arrive in my universe? I was simply bored and decided to explore your universe, only to inadvertently sense son Goten's divine energy and engage him in combat. It was nothing more than that. Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes, a nagging suspicion lingering that Kampa was concealing something from him. What else could it be? Do you expect there to be anything more? Beerus scoffed again. Regardless, Universe 7 remains my territory. Should you dare to take advantage of my slumber to wreak havoc here again, I will not be so forgiving. Beerus had come primarily to deliver this warning to Kampa. Were it not for the culinary delights of Earth, I would have no reason to visit your universe. Well then, if that is the case, do not come back. As if I would. Our universe has its own Earth. Whis, let us depart. As you wish, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, pointing his staff to the ground, conjuring a radiant spectrum of light beneath their feet, whisking them away from the god of destruction's realm. Are they really leaving just like that? Vegeta was taken aback, having anticipated a fierce battle between the two in Universe 6. After Whis escorted Beerus from the god of destruction's realm, he inquired, where shall we go next? Lord Beerus, to the Earth of our universe. As you command, Lord Beerus, back in Universe 7, on Earth, at the home of Goku. As son Goten matured, Chi-Chi began contemplating the prospect of enrolling him in school. Although son Gohan had a tutor during his early education, he still had to attend school for high school. Mom, I think I would prefer to learn at home. It would save money, and my brother could teach me. Indeed, Mom, son Gohan chimed in a way. If I allow you to study at home, you would undoubtedly squander your time playing. I won't, Mom. You can have my brother supervise me. That won't work. Gohan has graduated from university and will soon be working. He won't have time to oversee you. But Mom, I heard that Bulma Annie dropped out of school at 16. She's from a wealthy family, unlike ours. Chapter 73. The Pilaf gang. So, if our family would become exceedingly wealthy, would I still need to study? How would we become exceedingly wealthy? By relying on your father. Besides, wealth and education are two separate matters. Even the affluent must pursue their studies. Oh, just then a knock echoed from the door. Chi-Chi opened it to reveal a blonde-haired Blue-eyed girl, Marin. Hello, Aunt Chi-Chi. Marin greeted politely. Chi-Chi nodded. Are you here to see Goten? Yes, Marin nodded earnestly. Well then, Goten, since Marin is here to see you, you should entertain her for a while. Sure, Mom. Son Goten responded, leading Marin outside to a grassy area on a mountain, where they sat down. Goten, can you transform into Super Saiyan 5 for me? Super Saiyan 5? Yes, you promised to show me your transformation. Did I? Of course, you said you were hungry and would come by this afternoon. On North Kai's planet, after 3 days of effort, North Kai finally restored his planet to a near-complete state. Goku, observing the refurbished North Kai's planet, beamed at North Kai. Lord Kai, you truly are remarkable for having repaired the planet so swiftly. Humph. North Kai scoffed. You have the audacity to say that. If it weren't for you, my planet wouldn't be in such disarray, but it was Lord Beerus who insisted on battling me. Even if Lord Beerus had not sought you out for a fight. You still made a mess of my planet. By the way, why aren't you training with Vegeta in Universe 6? Isn't Lord Beerus awake now? Indeed, I thought to train on Lord Beerus's planet. Lord Beerus? Yes, I'd already discussed this with Whis. I see. That explains why you haven't been training in Universe 6 lately. Just then, as they conversed, Goku suddenly sensed Beerus's energy. Lord Beerus is coming, Goku exclaimed, instantly teleporting back to Earth. On Earth, in West City at Bulma's house, Beerus and Whis had arrived in the backyard. Lord Beerus, Whis, Bulma greeted them. Whis nodded. Miss Bulma, Lord Beerus wishes to sample the culinary delights of your Earth. Could you kindly arrange this? Of course, no problem at all, Bulma smiled. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the backyard. Goku! Goku! Bulma exclaimed. Goku nodded and addressed Beerus. Lord Beerus! Beerus acknowledged him with a nod. Goku, what brings you here? Bulma asked. Goku, as always, had a reason for his visit. I came to find Whis, to train on Lord Beerus's planet. Training on my planet? Beerus turned to Whis. Whis smiled. Lord Beerus, I believe Goku has considerable potential, so I agreed to guide him in his training. Upon hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes. Whis, have you received any favors from him? Not at all, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, looking somewhat guilty, as he indeed had accepted some benefits from Goku. Don't lie. Knowing you, you must have received something in return for training him. I assure you, Lord Beerus, it is not the case. Beerus scoffed. I am indifferent to your training him, but you must not disturb my slumber. Rest assured, Lord Beerus. After hearing this, Beerus cast a wary glance at Whis, for he harbored the greatest distrust towards him in Universe 6, atop the god of destruction's realm. Compass sat idly upon a large stone, boredom etched across his face. Bardoss, why hasn't Goku joined Vegeta in training? Bardoss chuckled. Lord Compa, it seems Goku intends to train with Lord Beerus. Beerus, yes, as Lord Beerus's realm is closer. Humph. Compa scoffed. In that case, have you not wasted your efforts in teaching him? Lord Compa, do you care for Goku? Bardoss inquired with a smile. Not at all. I was merely asking. In the 7th universe, a colossal spaceship is currently traversing the vast expanse of space. This vessel belongs to the formidable army of Frisia. Within one of the chambers aboard this spaceship stands a man, diminutive in stature, with blue skin and adorned in a green Saiyan battlesuit, draped in a white cloak. His name is Sorb, the chief of staff for Frisia. Before him stand 2 warriors. One, a towering figure with red skin and a pair of horns, named Zasami. The other, a bald man with white skin, known as Tagoma. These 2 are among the more powerful fighters within Frisia's ranks. Zasami, have you still been unable to locate planet Namek? Sorb inquired, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Unfortunately, the original Namek has been relocated by the Namekians. Then it appears we have no choice but to venture to Earth, Sorb concluded. Earth, Zasami echoed. Indeed, the Dragon Balls can also be found on Earth, in order to resurrect Lord Frisia and restore our army to its former glory. We must embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls on Earth. This mission shall be undertaken by the 3 of us, to avoid detection by the Saiyans. Just the 3 of us? Zasami questioned. Yes, Sorb affirmed with a nod. 2 days later, the trio arrived atop a great mountain on Earth. Is this truly Earth? Zasami gazed at the azure sky. Sorb nodded. There's no time to lose. Let us proceed without delay. Agreed, Zasami responded. With that, Sorb promptly produced the Dragon Ball radar to begin their search. After a prolonged endeavor, they successfully located 4 Dragon Balls, but we still require 3 more, Sorb noted, examining the radar. The remaining 3 are clustered together. It is possible that others are also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Could they be Scions? Zasami pondered. Uncertain. We must remain vigilant regardless, Sorb cautioned. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain outside West City, 3 figures were also on the hunt for the Dragon Balls. This trio comprised the diminutive Pilaf gang. Lord Pilaf for Dragon Balls are gathered together. Could it be that someone else is collecting them as we are? Mai remarked, glancing at her radar. Could it be Goku? Shu interjected, for Goku was the greatest threat they faced. Upon hearing this, Pilaf broke into a cold sweat. Shu, do not speak such nonsense. Our last Dragon Ball hunt was quite successful, regardless of whether it is Goku or not. We must exercise caution. Indeed, Mai and Shu nodded in agreement. After a considerable time, Sorb, along with Tagoma and Zasami, stumbled upon the Pilaf gang. Realizing they were not Scions, Sorb breathed a sigh of relief. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Or face our wrath, he commanded. Lord Pilaf. Mai and Shu recognized Tagoma's imposing stature and turned their gaze towards Pilaf. Seeing the formidable trio, Pilaf clenched his teeth. Shu, Mai, surrender the Dragon Balls. Yes, Lord Pilaf, though reluctant. The duo complied. Seeing their cooperation, Sorb chose to spare them and turned his attention to the 7 Dragon Balls strewn on the ground. Zasami, do you know how to utilize these Dragon Balls? Not at all. Zasami shook his head. Lord Sorb, are you unfamiliar with their use? Indeed, Sorb replied, then turned to the Pilaf gang to be by the way. Do you know how to use the Dragon Balls? The Pilaf gang was taken aback. You simply call out to the Dragon Balls, come forth Shinran, and grant my wish. Pilaf explained. Come forth, grant my wish. Sorb mused, staring at the Dragon Balls, and oh sooner had he spoken than the skies above Earth darkened. And a serpentine dragon appeared in the heavens. It was the eternal dragon of Earth. State your wishes. Any wish can be granted, but only 3. 3. So many, Sorb exclaimed. Indeed, the dragon confirmed. Then, first I wish for the resurrection of Lord Frieza. That is feasible, but Frieza's original body has been shattered into pieces, and I can only restore his dismembered form. His dismembered form, Sorb echoed. Indeed, the dragon nodded. Lord Sorb, we can utilize the latest regeneration device from the Frieza army to reconstruct Lord Frieza's body. Tagoma suggested, I nearly overlooked that. Sorb responded. Then, dragon, please grant us Frieza's shattered body. Very well, the dragon said, his eyes flashing red. Immediately, numerous fragments of Frieza's body began to descend from the sky. Sorb quickly instructed Tagoma and Zasami to assist in gathering the pieces. Meanwhile, Shu and Mai, witnessing the retrieval of Frieza's remains, shouted towards the dragon, Dragon, I wish for 1 million. Dragon, I wish for 10 million. Very well, the dragon replied, eyes flashing red once more. In an instant, a large sum of money appeared in their hands. Until we meet again, the dragon declared before transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls and descending towards Earth. What? Sorb exclaimed, his frustration mounting. He had intended to wish for King Cold's resurrection as well. But with those 2 wishes, it was now impossible. Simultaneously on Earth, Piccolo noticed the celestial phenomenon and hurried towards Sorb's location. Lord Sorb, we have collected all of Frieza's body fragments. I suggest we withdraw. Sorb nodded, leading Tagoma and Zasami away. Though he harbored resentment towards the Pilaf gang, the unusual occurrence in the sky could attract the attention of the Scions, putting them all at risk as the trio departed. Pilaf exhaled in relief. He then glanced at the money in Shu and Mai's hands. Shu, Mai, why didn't you wish for more money? Especially you, Shu. Only wishing for 1 million. I was too hasty, Shu admitted, prompting Pilaf to snatch the money from their hands. I shall hold on to this for you. Tonight, I will treat you to a fine meal at Bowsy Mountain. Goten was napping at home, blissfully unaware of the Dragon Ball's activation. Aboard Frieza's spaceship, after Tagoma and the others returned with the fragments. They swiftly employed the latest regeneration device to reassemble Frieza. With a resounding crash, the healing chamber shattered, and Frieza's feet touched the ground as he slowly opened his eyes. Have I been resurrected? Yes, Lord Frieza, Sorb replied. And you are? I am Sorb, the chief of staff of Frieza's army. Oh, I seem to have a vague recollection, but why did it take you so long to bring me back to life? This delay was due to the inability to locate the original Namek, coupled with the formidable strength of the Saiyans, which is why we have only now managed to resurrect you. Frieza let out a cold snort as he cast a glance towards Tagma and the others. I have met King Frieza. Frieza nodded. Who are these two, Sorb? They are Sisami and Tagma. They have both contributed significantly to your revival. Oh, by the way, how are the Saiyans faring? Frieza inquired. In response, King Frieza, the Saiyans have grown rapidly over the years. And they have even defeated Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Frieza's expression turned grave upon hearing this. His father had once warned him that there were two beings in this universe one should never provoke, the god of destruction Beerus and Majin Buu. Indeed, King Frieza, they have certainly become much stronger. King Frieza, currently, your army is in disarray. Your resurrection is perfectly timed to reinvigorate our forces. You likely resurrected me for this very reason, did you not? Frieza shot a sidelong glance at Sorb. Yes, indeed. However, let us set aside the matter of reviving Frieza's army for now, as I have something far more pressing to attend to. A more pressing matter? Yes, it pertains to avenging myself against Son Goku and his companions. I shall never forget those harrowing days I spent in hell on Earth. King Frieza, the Saiyans are incredibly powerful. I believe it would be wise for us to avoid confronting them, Tagma advised. Upon hearing this, Frieza cast a cold glare in his direction. Then, taking a few steps forward, he seized Tagma by the throat, lifting him off the ground. King Frieza, Sorb exclaimed in alarm. Chapter 75. Put down the sword. Tagma struggled to breathe as Frieza tightened his grip. My Frieza army has become what it is today because of people like you, Frieza declared, releasing his hold and using telekinesis to forcefully throw Tagma against the glass behind him. Crack, with the sound of shattering glass. The pane behind Tagma broke, and due to the movement of the spaceship, he and the soldiers surrounding him were immediately sucked out into the void of space. Activate the spaceship's protective shield. Quickly, Sorb shouted to the soldiers at the controls. The soldier responded by immediately deploying a translucent protective barrier outside the spaceship. Tagma and his companions were saved by the shield. Frieza snorted disdainfully. By the way, Sorb, my father has not been resurrected. Has he? In response to King Frieza, there was a minor issue, so we did not resurrect King Cold this time. However, we shall certainly revive him next time. There is no need to bring him back. He was always nagging me during our time in hell. Let him remain there. As you wish, King Frieza. Additionally, since Son Goku has grown stronger, I will undergo 4 months of intense training before heading to Earth. Intense training. Yes, I am a genius. I have never trained since the day I was born. Frieza clenched his fists tightly. 4 months. I am certain that with just 4 months of training, I will undoubtedly be able to defeat Son Goku. Sorb nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Frieza turned to Tagma. During these 4 months, you will train alongside me. I will ensure that you receive proper training. Tagma, upon hearing this, was left utterly speechless out on Earth at the Capsule Corporation. Son Goten had just awakened from his afternoon nap and was training on a mountain. A green figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. Goten, where's Gohan? He went to West City for an interview. Goten, did you know that someone just used the Dragon Balls? The Dragon Balls? I was just napping and was unaware of what happened. Is that so? Piccolo said, turning to leave. Uncle Piccolo, would you like me to help enhance your strength? Enhance my strength? Just like how I helped my brother and the others. But doesn't that take a whole day? No worries. In the hyperbolic time chamber, it only takes a few minutes. Well, all right then. After a moment of thought, Piccolo agreed. Son Goten then instantly transported Piccolo to the other world. Piccolo, Goten, Dandy, who was in the other world, greeted them. Son Goten nodded. Goten, what brings you two here today? I came to help Uncle Piccolo enhance his strength. Enhance his strength? Yes, so I would like to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber. Sure, no problem. How long do you plan to stay inside? Just 1 day will suffice. Great, Danny nodded. Bubbles, do we still have enough food and water inside? Yes, Lord. There is enough food and water for 2 years. Then please take them to the hyperbolic time chamber. Understood. Bubbles nodded. A little over 10 minutes later, Piccolo emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, his power remarkably amplified compared to when he entered. Due to the significant increase in strength, a rare smile adorned Piccolo's face. What an incredibly powerful aura! Dandy remarked upon sensing Piccolo's newfound strength. Simultaneously, on Earth, Krillin and the others also felt Piccolo's immense aura. However, as Krillin had work to attend to, he did not inquire further about what transpired. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, Krillin learned from Piccolo that it was son Goten who had helped him enhance his strength. He then visited son Goku's home to find son Goten. Uncle Krillin. Krillin smiled and nodded. Goten, I have something I would like your help with. What is it? I want you to help me enhance my strength. Krillin said cheerfully. Son Goten looked at Krillin. Krillin is the strongest human in the Dragon Ball world. Tien is a hybrid of a three-eyed alien and a human, and while his strength is commendable, he is still merely human, and his potential for growth is limited. Otherwise, he would have helped him long ago. Very well, but the ritual to unlock your inner potential is quite time-consuming that I will ask old Kaio-ken to assist you with that ritual. Old Kaio-ken? Yes. Son Goten nodded and instantly transported himself to the Kaio-ken realm. Goten. Son Goten nodded. Lord Kaio-ken, Goten, what brings you here? I came to find old Kaio-ken. Looking for me, the old Kaio-ken put down his book. Yes, I would like you to help unlock Uncle Krillin's potential. No, I am busy and have no time. Son Goten is capable. He doesn't need to come to me. Son Goten smiled and said, By the way, old Kaio-ken, I have also learned the technique that sealed Lord Beerus. Are you threatening me? Upon hearing the words, the elder Kaio-ken's face contorted with anger. In a flash, son Goten vanished with a quick instant transmission. After a brief interval, he reappeared, holding the repaired Kaio-ken sword. The elder Kaio-ken, upon seeing the restored weapon, immediately displayed signs of alarm and exclaimed, Very well, I shall assist you, but put down the sword, without hesitation. Son Goten complied and lowered the sword. Shall I bring Uncle Krillin? The elder Kaio-ken nodded in agreement. Observing this, son Goten executed another instant transmission, bringing Krillin along. Lord Elder Kaio-ken, Krillin exclaimed, and the elder Kaio-ken acknowledged him with a nod. Uncle Krillin, if there is nothing pressing, I shall return for you tomorrow. Krillin replied affirmatively. Please inform Eren and the others. Son Goten nodded and, with an instant transmission, departed from the Kaio-ken realm. Time swiftly passed, and 4 months had elapsed in the 7th universe. Within the realm of the Destroyer Gods, Sun Wukong was engaged in a spirited battle with Whis on a grassy expanse. Through 4 months of rigorous training, Sun Wukong had elevated his strength to the Super Saiyan Deep Blue level. However, despite this enhancement, he found himself unable to land a blow on Whis due to the latter's overwhelming power. Suddenly, Whis raised his hands in a gesture signaling pause. Stop. Immediately, Sun Wukong ceased his attacks. What is it, Whis? Your speed is still insufficient. You are acting based on thought alone, which restricts your velocity. You must first feel, then transmit that sensation from your brain through your nerves to your body. This takes too long, that if only each part of your body could autonomously assess and act. Achieving this is exceedingly challenging. Even Lord Beerus cannot attain perfection in this regard. Chapter 76. The arrival of Frisia, Sun Wukong nodded, his understanding only partial. On Earth, in West City at Bulma's residence, she was leisurely seated in her backyard. Savoring coffee, Sun Goten and Trunks were frolicking in the yard. Suddenly, a small spaceship descended from the sky. With a soft thud, it landed on the ground. The hatch opened, revealing an extraterrestrial man with purple skin, a blue face and eyes resembling salted egg yolks, clad in a white Galactic Patrol uniform. This individual, named Gak, was a member of the Galactic Patrol from the 7th universe. Upon seeing the spaceship, Sun Goten and Trunks hurried over, scrutinizing Gak as he stood atop the craft. With a swift leap, Gak descended before them and inquired, Hey, kids, is this Bulma's house? Trunks nodded. Who are you? I am a friend of your mother, and I have urgent matters to discuss with her. A friend of Mom, Trunks pointed ahead. Mom is right there. Following Trunks' direction, Gak spotted Bulma, who was sipping coffee while perusing a magazine. Bulma, he called, striding towards her. In a moment, he stood before Bulma. Gak, is that really you? Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Gak nodded. It's been a long time, Bulma. Gak, what brings you to Earth today? She inquired. I come bearing a message from your sister. Yes, Frieza has been resurrected and is likely to arrive on Earth in about half an hour. Frieza, Bulma gasped, recalling the formidable foe he once was. Gak nodded gravely. Bulma, do you know Sun Wukong, the one who defeated Frieza? Of course, we are quite good friends. Is that so? Do you know where he is now? Gak's excitement was palpable. He's currently training under Lord Beerus, the Destroyer. Lord Beerus, isn't he a figure from mythology? Mythology. Lord Beerus is real and has lived for several billion years. Several billion years. Gak was taken aback. If what Bulma said was true, then Beerus was akin to a living fossil. While they conversed, Son Goten and Trunks climbed aboard Gak's spaceship. Alarmed, Gak dashed over. Kids, you can't play around with this spaceship. Bulma followed suit. Trunks, Goten, come out there this instant. Yes, Mom, Trunks complied, emerging with Son Goten in tow. Bulma, I heard you got married. Are they your children? Trunks is mine, and that one is Sun Wukong's child. Sun Wukong. Is he truly Sun Wukong's offspring? Indeed. Gak's demeanor shifted as he regarded Son Goten with newfound respect. Feel free to explore the spaceship. Just don't break anything. Then, Bulma, who is your husband? Vegeta. Vegeta. Are you referring to the son of King Vegeta? Yes. Gak's forehead glistened with cold sweat, but he realized that both Son Goten and Trunks were far from ordinary children. Neither was someone he could afford to provoke. You can explore the spaceship, just don't damage it. Gak chuckled towards Trunks. All right, Trunks nodded eagerly, his brilliance matching Bulma's, and he was genuinely intrigued by Gak's spaceship. Seeing this, Gak breathed a sigh of relief. Bulma, you mentioned Sun Wukong is with Lord Beerus? Can you summon him back? I can, but for what purpose? What purpose? Why, to defeat Frieza, of course. But even in Sun Wukong's absence, we have Goten, do we not? Goten? Indeed, Goten's power surpasses that of Wukong. Even Lord Beerus would struggle against him. Goten's strength is greater than Sun Wukong's? Gak was astonished. Bulma confirmed with a nod that I believe there is no one, aside from Whis, who could match him. Is that so? Gak felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. He had just treated such a colossal powerhouse as an ordinary child. Fortunately, he had not offended him. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. With Frieza's arrival imminent in half an hour, Bulma promptly informed Krillin and the others of the situation. Upon learning of Frieza's impending arrival, they gathered to prepare for the confrontation. Half an hour later, they arrived at an island. I sense Frieza's energy, Krillin said, his expression grave. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Moments later, Frieza's spaceship descended from the sky, hovering above the island where Krillin and the others stood. The hatch opened, and a throng of soldiers poured forth from the vessel. Frieza, seated upon a hovering chair, appeared in the sky, flanked by Sorbet and others. Frieza. Clint instantly recognized Frieza in the sky. Frieza glanced at the island where Klin and his companions were situated and noticed many familiar faces. Wasn't this bald fellow killed by me before? Could he have been resurrected with the Dragon Balls? And that Namekian over there, this child bears a striking resemblance to Son Goku. He must be Goku's child, right? As Frieza's gaze fell upon Trunks, his pupils suddenly constricted. How does this little brat resemble the one who once cleaved my body into pieces? At that moment, Taguma, standing behind him, stepped forward. Lord Frieza, should we launch an attack now? Not yet. I wish to ask them a few questions first. Very well, Lord Frieza. After Taguma spoke, he respectfully retreated. Frieza then turned his attention to Klin and the others. I ask you, where is Son Goku? Why is he not present? Son Goku is currently training with Lord Beerus. Klin replied. Lord Beerus, Frieza exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Son Goku would have any connection with Beerus. If Goku indeed shared a profound relationship with Beerus, Frieza would not dare to take action against him lightly. Chapter 77. Piccolo versus Frieza. Klin nodded. What is the nature of Goku's relationship with Beerus? It's nothing significant. Goku is simply training under Lord Beerus. I see. Upon hearing this, Frieza immediately exhaled in relief. When will he return? I do not know. Klin shook his head. You do not know? Indeed, even in Goku's absence, Goten is more than capable of dealing with you. Isn't that right, Goten? Son Goten nodded affirmatively. Goten, you truly are Son Goku's child. By the way, I seem to recall Goku having another child. Where is he? I am here. Long time no see, Frieza. Son Gohan stepped forward. You are that little brat from before. So it seems you've grown. No wonder I failed to recognize you. It has truly been a long time. Back when Son Gohan fought Frieza on Namek. He sported a mushroom-shaped hairstyle, while now he had a more wild appearance. Since Son Goku is not returning, I shall first deal with you all, Frieza declared, waving his hand, prompting his army to charge at Krillin and the others. Son Goten swiftly clapped his hands together, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards the advancing soldiers. Boom! 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 With a series of colossal explosions, a significant portion of Frieza's army was obliterated in an instant. Krillin and the others, momentarily taken aback, also gathered their energy and retaliated against Frieza's forces. Boom! 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 Amidst the thunderous explosions, other than the trio of Sasami, Taguma, and Sorb, Frieza's army was entirely vanquished by Krillin and his companions. Frieza's army has been annihilated in an instant, Sorb exclaimed in shock. Bravo! Frieza clapped his hand with a smile, as expected of Saiyans. Your strikes are decisive. Sasami, Taguma, you two should handle them. Yes, Lord Frieza. The two immediately charged towards Krillin and the others. Piccolo took a few steps forward. Goten, leave those two to me. Son Goten nodded. Seeing this, Piccolo surged forward to confront the two warriors. Upon noticing Piccolo charging at them, Sasami and Taguma swiftly threw punches in his direction. Piccolo deftly dodged and delivered a heavy right hook to Sasami's abdomen. Sasami let out a pained scream as he fell to the ground. Damn it, Taguma shouted in fury, launching a powerful punch at Piccolo. Bang! Piccolo raised his left hand, seizing Taguma's right fist. What? Taguma gasped in surprise. In the next instant, Piccolo drove his right knee forcefully into Taguma's abdomen, causing him to cry out in agony and cough up a mouthful of bile. Piccolo then raised his right hand and fired a golden energy wave at Taguma. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Taguma was struck and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the sky. Taguma! Sorb cried out in alarm. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, Taguma was nowhere to be found. Taguma! Seeing Taguma's demise, Sasami charged furiously at Piccolo. Piccolo scoffed, conjuring a golden energy wave in his right hand and firing it at Sasami. Boom! With another thunderous explosion, Sasami was obliterated. Sasami, Sorb, witnessing the successive deaths of his companions, began to fear for his own survival at the hands of Krillin and the others. Son Goten, seeing the two fall, quickly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a green frog that Jinyu. Son Goten pondered, then shot a beam from his right index finger towards the frog. Bang! The beam struck the frog, instantly reducing it to a char husk. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for defeating Jinyu. It truly was Jinyu. Originally, Son Goten had merely acted on a whim, but he had not anticipated Jinyu would come to such an unfortunate end. Goten, do you enjoy roasted frogs? Trunks inquired, glancing at the charred remains of Jinyu. Not really. I was just bored and decided to attack that frog. Son Goten chuckled. I see. I thought you had a penchant for roasted frogs. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others turned to Frieza. Frieza, upon witnessing the demise of Taguma and his companions, not only remained unperturbed but wore a slight smile. I remember you. You are the Namekian who fought me back then. Indeed, Frieza, I failed to eliminate you then, but this time I shall ensure your demise. Ha! Frieza laughed heartily. You Namekians truly have a knack for humor. Damn it! Piccolo gritted his teeth, launching a golden energy wave towards Frieza's hovering chair. Frieza, startled, quickly stood up from the chair and leapt into the air. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the chair was destroyed. Piccolo scoffed, aimed another golden energy wave at Sorb, who was hiding behind a large rock. Sorb, alarmed, attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! With a colossal explosion, Sorb was struck and the ground was engulfed in smoke from the ensuing blast. Interesting, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It seems your power has increased significantly. Frieza remarked with a grin. However, no matter how much you have improved, you can never surpass me. Is that so? Piccolo retorted, charging towards Frieza. Frieza clenched his fists tightly, a formidable aura emanating from his body as it surged upward. With an enormous roar, Frieza transformed into his final form. An astonishingly powerful presence radiated from Frieza, enveloping the surroundings. Piccolo raised his arms to shield himself from the overwhelming energy. Son Goten and the others, being at a distance, were not significantly affected. This Frieza's final form. With a face full of astonishment, Jack raised his camera and aimed it at Frieza, the ruler of the Frieza Force. It was a rare occasion to behold Frieza in person, and now that he had transformed into his ultimate form, Jack seized the opportunity to capture a few photographs to impress his comrades. Meanwhile, Piccolo, observing Frieza's final transformation, regarded him with disdain and charged forward. In an instant, Piccolo stood before Frieza and launched a powerful right punch. Chapter 78. Orange Piccolo vs. Golden Frieza. Bang. Frieza lifted his left hand and caught Piccolo's right fist. What? Piccolo exclaimed in shock. Frieza let out a cold chuckle, feeling a surge of pride. That moment, Piccolo thrust his right knee forward with force, while Frieza raised his left knee to meet it. Boom! With a resounding impact, Frieza was propelled back several hundred meters. How infuriating! He shouted, swiftly charging toward Piccolo. Piccolo, too, vanished from sight and rushed at Frieza. Soon, they stood face to face, their fists and feet striking with a speed akin to lightning. Swish! Bang, bang, bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, producing thunderous sounds. After a brief exchange, Piccolo delivered a powerful right punch to Frieza's face, sending him flying. Simultaneously, Piccolo unleashed an energy wave at the retreating Frieza. Boom! With a colossal explosion, Frieza was struck by the energy wave, and thick smoke filled the sky. When the smoke cleared, Frieza stood with his hands in a defensive posture, appearing somewhat disheveled. Though he is still alive, Piccolo remarked, slightly surprised. Although he hadn't exerted his full power, the force of that energy wave should have been sufficient to annihilate Frieza. You wretched Namekian, I shall not forgive you. Frieza seethed. Though Piccolo's energy wave had not killed him, it had inflicted considerable damage. Unlike Goku, Piccolo would not show mercy to Frieza. Frieza clenched his fists. An astonishing aura radiated from his body, rapidly ascending. Boom! The ground within a radius of several thousand miles trembled violently under the influence of Frieza's energy. What a formidable aura! Krillin gasped. He had sensed Frieza's power increasing from the very beginning, but he never anticipated it would escalate to such an extent. Even Piccolo furrowed his brow at the sight. At that moment, Frieza let out a mighty roar, and except for his head, the area below his face, his palms, soles, and the gem on his chest, his entire body transformed to a golden hue, while the untouched parts turned purple. This was the Golden Frieza. Upon completing his transformation, Frieza immediately released the energy he had gathered. The ocean was instantly stirred into monstrous waves. Krillin. What an overwhelming aura! Piccolo stands no chance against him. Frieza sneered. Namekian, does this scene not remind you of our previous battle? No, it does not. Though Piccolo's expression was grave, he did not show fear in the face of Frieza, for he, like Frieza, had preserved his strength. Frieza chuckled. What is different? The gap between us is not so vast. Are you implying that you can contend with me in my Golden Frieza form? Indeed. Piccolo nodded. That's so. In that case, let me witness your power. Frieza grinned. Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Though Piccolo's energy was formidable, it was still significantly inferior to that of Golden Frieza. How infuriating! Seeing Frieza mock him, Piccolo clenched his fists tightly, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged upward. Boom! The surrounding islands trembled under the influence of Piccolo's energy, and a torrent of sand and stones were lifted into the air. With a loud roar, Piccolo expanded in size, his skin turning orange and his eyes becoming red. This was Orange Piccolo. Piccolo has transformed into orange, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, only Goku and his companions could transform, and now Piccolo had joined their ranks. Goten nodded. This Orange Piccolo was the result of Goten enhancing Piccolo's power with the Dark Dragon Balls. Otherwise, given Piccolo's natural aptitude, it would have taken him several more years of training to achieve this form, Gohan remarked. Yet, based on the aura, Uncle Piccolo's energy seems to be nearly on par with Frisia's. I never imagined Uncle Piccolo's strength would grow to such an extent. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately began to take pictures of Piccolo. It turns out that Namekians can also transform. This revelation would surely cause a stir if it got out. Oh, so you've mastered transformation as well that I suspected as much given your audacity. Frisia laughed. Even if Piccolo's strength has increased, Frisia remained absolutely confident in his superiority. With a cold snort, Piccolo propelled himself forward at lightning speed toward Frisia. In no time, Piccolo stood before Frisia, his fists moving like flashes of light as he attacked. Frisia dodged while raising his fist to engage in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Their attacks continuously struck each other. Suddenly, Piccolo shouted and executed a powerful side kick that landed squarely on Frisia's body. Frisia screamed, his body propelled to the right. How infuriating! Frisia roared, raising his right index finger, unleashing a barrage of purple beams toward Piccolo. Seeing this, Piccolo immediately dodged to the side. Boom! 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 The massive explosions echoed as the purple beams struck the islands and the sea, creating towering waves. Swish! Bang! 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 After evading, Piccolo quickly gathered a substantial amount of energy and launched it at Frisia. Frisia sneered, swiftly dodging to the side. Boom! 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 A multitude of energy waves exploded in the sky, generating thick clouds of smoke. Using the cover of smoke, Frisia charged at Piccolo from behind. However, Piccolo, with his keen sense of energy, detected Frisia's approach. Swish! Frisia swung his right fist toward Piccolo, who swiftly evaded, causing Frisia's punch to miss its mark. Frisia was taken aback and glanced around in confusion. That moment, Piccolo appeared beneath Frisia and delivered a powerful strike to his abdomen. Bang! With a deafening sound, Frisia's abdomen was struck with tremendous force, eliciting a loud cry of pain. How infuriating! Frisia gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his abdomen as he retaliated against Piccolo. Bang! Frisia's right fist struck Piccolo's abdomen, and Piccolo, too, let out a loud cry. Chapter 79. A stalemate. After the cries subsided, Piccolo, gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, charged at Frisia. Frisia dodged, retaliating in kind. Swish, bang, bang, bang.